Chapter 1. If life had only 8 years remaining. Qin Shu felt as though her entire being had been shattered, every fiber of flesh and bone suffused with excruciating pain. Her eyelids felt unbearably heavy, and through a haze of crimson, even the candlelight appeared tinged with blood. Sister, did you ever contemplate the consequences when you took my place at the Xintian Gate? A languid female voice drifted into her ear, now distant, now near, leading her to question whether this was yet another nightmare. Yet in the next moment, the sound of shattering bones resounded once more, and pain engulfed her entirely. Ah! She cried out in agony. Her legs, this was no dream. She opened her eyes and beheld the woman before her, adorned in ancient attire, casually toying with a long sword. It was a visage she had never encountered before. Sister, weren't you supposed to be resilient? It seems you're not so formidable after all. Hee, I hardly exerted any effort, yet crumbled so easily. Her tone was light-hearted, as if she had accomplished something worthy of celebration. Crimson fluid trickled down Qin Shu's forehead. She attempted to raise her hand to wipe it away, only to discover that her arm was already a mangled mess, immobilized. Min, do not waste time with her. The Senyao secret realm is about to grant her swift end. For the first time, Qin Shu experienced the sensation of a heart shattering, as that merciless sword pierced through her chest. She cast one last glance at the woman, imprinting her face deeply into her memory. Upon opening her eyes again, Qin Shu found herself standing once more outside the Xintian Gate, a dull ache still radiating from her chest, while the blinding sunlight left her momentarily disoriented. The surroundings remained unfamiliar. She struggled to discern the current year and month. The chattering of children around her jolted her back to the cacophony, and she began to survey her surroundings. Beside her stood rows of young children, the oldest no more than 15, while the youngest appeared to be merely 6 or 7 years old. They seemed to be discussing something about spiritual roots, though she could hardly comprehend their words. Her mind was clouded, and she rubbed her temples. In an instant, a flood of memories surged into her consciousness. She had transmigrated. She had entered the narrative of a Xinxia novel she had read merely 2 days prior, wherein a female supporting character shared her name. At the time, she had thought it merely a coincidence, never anticipating that she would become her. The protagonist's brother, Qin Wuyo, had rescued a descendant of an elder from a Xintian Gate. In gratitude, the elder had promised him a place for his sister in the Xintian Gate. However, the protagonist's stepmother, Madame Qin, learned of this and secretly substituted her biological daughter for the protagonist's place at the Xintian Gate. They had not anticipated that the protagonist possessed extraordinary talent. Even without a sect, she could still attain the path of martial arts. Consequently, the news of her sister's substitution spread throughout the cultivation world. The Xintian sect, coveting such a promising talent, investigated the actions of the Qin family and, to assert their stance, expelled her sister from the sect. With inadequate aptitude, her sister merely became an ordinary outer disciple upon entering the Xintian Gate, and even upon being expelled, she had only attained the 3rd level of Qi cultivation. As she stepped out of the mountain gate, she fell into the clutches of demonic cultivators. Due to her exquisite beauty, she was refined into a furnace cauldron, enduring relentless torment. Just as she managed to escape from their grasp, she was captured by her once admired senior brother, who handed her over to the female protagonist, Qin Mian, thus allowing her to vent her pent-up resentment. Qin Shu finds herself in the role of this unfortunate sister, astonished that the seemingly trivial phrase in the book, venting a bit of resentment, could manifest in such a manner. Her entire being was shattered, her bones crushed, and she was kept alive by elixirs, preventing her immediate demise. Had it not been for her senior brother's urging, she likely would have devised even more torturous ways to torment herself. The cruelty was unbearable. Yet, what she did not anticipate was that after her initial death within the narrative, she would be reborn on the very day her original self replaced Qin Mian at Xintian Gate. At this moment, Qin Shu was merely 10 years old. Her original self had lamented countless times, wishing for another chance, vowing never to step foot into Xintian Gate again. However, now that she lay in eternal rest, after taking the place of Qin Mian, the 21st century Qin Shu had usurped her existence. This choice laid before Qin Shu, to endure once more the torment she had previously faced, or to retreat into the vastness of a world where freedom reigned. Nevertheless, without a second thought, she resolutely chose Xiantian Gate. Indeed, the skies are high and free for birds to fly, but one must possess the ability to soar. Having just completed her college entrance examinations 2 months prior, she felt utterly unprepared. How would she survive outside Xiantian Gate? Perhaps in less than 8 years, she would meet her end. To enter the realm of cultivation, one must possess spiritual roots. Her original mother, having learned from some obscure source that her daughter possessed such roots, boldly allowed her to take Qin Mian's place, hoping for a prosperous path in the realm of immortals. Yet, Qin Shu was acutely aware that while she had the potential to embark on the path of immortality, she lacked the destiny for ascension. Her original self had 3 spiritual roots, just enough to barely meet the threshold of Xiantian's sect. Without extraordinary fortune, her life would culminate in merely reaching the foundational stage of cultivation. Fire, wood, and earth roots. Primary fire root, with values of 71, 56, and 48. The disciple assessing the roots spoke in a calm tone. "Go stand over there." Someone nearby pushed her, speaking in a gruff voice. Coming to her senses, Qin Shu realized that the speaker was the very immortal who had brought her back from the mortal realm. She obediently complied, only to hear the immortal's voice again, seemingly directed at someone else. "I traveled a great distance to the mortal realm, only to bring back a 3-rooted cultivator. At least I have cleared the debt owed to that person named Qin." A 3-rooted cultivator is still a cultivator. With such a vast sect, someone needs to do the work, right? She must be able to remain. The second round of testing is imminent, and judging by her physique, it's a tough road ahead. Qin Shu quickly moved a few steps, positioning herself among the crowd, finally exhaling a breath of relief. According to the original narrative, her original self should have possessed wood, fire, and water roots. It was precisely due to the incompatibility of water and fire that her cultivation had always lagged. Why then had she become a cultivator of fire, wood, and earth? Qin Shu pondered this question, mentally dismissing the disparaging remarks nearby. What harm was there in possessing 3 spiritual roots? As long as one possesses a spiritual root, cultivation is attainable. In her previous life, she was fortunate enough to be a student at Tsinghua University, albeit having only just received her admission notice and not yet having the chance to enroll. However, in this lifetime, she does not aspire to ascend, she merely seeks a means of survival. Is that truly unattainable? What is wrong with being an outer disciple? What is wrong with hard work? Only through diligence can one reap rewards, and earning a few spirit stones is certainly advantageous. In 8 years, her younger sister will emerge with remarkable prowess, and during these 8 years, she must diligently enhance her cultivation, for it is only by doing so that she can survive outside the Xiantian sect. The sect does not support idleness as new disciples. They're only entitled to a modest allocation of foundational elixirs and spirit stones during their first year of entry. Thereafter, they must independently manage everything from cultivation methods to basic necessities. It seems that in addition to her cultivation, she must also save up spirit stones, so that when Qin Mian makes her grand entrance, she can prepare to make her escape with grace. A new book has been launched. Thank you for the support of both new and old readers, moi. Note: this book was launched on April 28, 2022. The dates of the early reader comments and the total word count will clarify who initiated the book first. Please refrain from causing unnecessary disputes. Chapter 1. If life were to last only 8 years. Qin Shu felt as though her entire being had been shattered, every ounce of flesh and bone resonating with excruciating agony. Her eyelids seemed leaden, shrouded in a hazy crimson, with even the flickering candlelight appearing drenched in blood. "Sister, when you took my place at the Xiantian Gate, did you ever consider that it would lead to this day?" A languid female voice drifted into her ear, now distant, now near, casting doubt upon whether this was yet another nightmare. Yet in the next moment, the sound of splintering bones echoed once more, and pain enveloped her in an instant. "Ah!" she cried out in torment. Her legs, this was no dream. She opened her eyes to behold a woman before her, elegantly garbed in ancient attire, idly toying with a long sword. It was a visage she had never encountered. "Sister, were you not supposed to be tougher than this? It seems so trivial, ha!" I hardly exerted any force, yet it shattered so easily. Her tone was light, as if she were boasting of a remarkable achievement. Crimson blood trickled down Qin Shu's forehead. She attempted to raise her hand to wipe it away, only to find her arm a mangled mess, immobile. Xian, do not waste time with her. The Sinyao secret realm is about to open. Grant her a swift end. For the first time, Qin Shu experienced the sensation of a heart shattering. That merciless sword pierced her chest, and she cast one last glance at the woman, etching her face deeply into the recesses of her mind. When she opened her eyes again, Qin Shu found herself once more outside the Xintian gate, a dull ache still radiating from her chest, the glaring sunlight rendering her somewhat dazed. The surroundings remained unfamiliar, and for a moment, she could not discern the current year or month. The chattering voices of children pulled her consciousness back into the clamor, and she began to survey her surroundings. Beside her stood rows of youngsters, the eldest no more than 15, the youngest merely 6 or 7. They seemed to be discussing something about spiritual roots, though she could hardly comprehend their words. Her mind was clouded, and she raised a hand to massage her temples. In an instant, a torrent of memories surged into her consciousness. She had transmigrated. She had entered a Xinxia novel she had read just 2 days prior, wherein a female supporting character shared her name. At the time, she had thought it a mere coincidence, never anticipating that she would become her. The protagonist's brother, Qin Wuyo, had saved a descendant of an elder from the Xintian gate. In gratitude, the elder promised him a slot for his sister to enter the Xintian gate. However, upon learning of this, the protagonist's biological mother, Madame Qin, discreetly arranged for her own daughter to take the protagonist's place. They had not foreseen that the protagonist possessed extraordinary talent, capable of achieving martial prowess even without a sect. Consequently, the tale of her sister's substitution spread throughout the realm of cultivation. Coveting this promising talent, the Xintian sect soon discovered the Qin family's past actions and, to assert their stance, directly expelled her sister from the sect. Lacking aptitude, her sister could only ascend to the status of an ordinary outer disciple after entering the Xintian gate, ultimately reaching merely the 3rd level of qi refinement before being cast out. Upon her emergence from the mountain gate, she fell into the clutches of demonic cultivators. Due to her exquisite beauty, she was transformed into a furnace for alchemical purposes, enduring relentless torment. After a harrowing escape from their grasp, she was recaptured by her once admired senior brother, who handed her over to the protagonist, Qin Mian, allowing her to vent her pent-up frustrations. Qin Shu has now assumed the identity of this elder sister, never anticipating that the seemingly inconsequential line in the book, venting some grievances, would manifest in such a manner. Her entire body was shattered, and she was kept alive by elixirs, preventing her from succumbing to death. Had it not been for her senior brother's recent urging, she would likely have continued to devise new ways to inflict suffering upon herself. The cruelty was unbearable. However, what surprised her even more was that after her initial demise within the narrative, she would be reborn on the very day she replaced Qin Mian at the Xintian sect. At this moment, Qin Shu was merely 10 years old. The original body had lamented countless times, wishing for another chance, vowing never to step foot into the Xintian sect again. Yet now she had perished, and upon her replacement of Qin Mian, the 21st century Qin Shu had taken her place. This choice lay before Qin Shu: to endure the torment she had previously experienced anew, or to retreat into the vastness of the world, free as a bird. Yet, without a moment's hesitation, she resolutely chose the Xintian sect. Indeed, the sky was high, and the birds could soar, but she needed the ability to fly. Having just completed her college entrance examinations 2 months prior, she felt utterly unprepared. How would she survive outside the sect? Perhaps within 8 years, she would meet her demise. To enter the realm of cultivation, one must possess spiritual roots. The original Bodhi's mother, having learned from some obscure source that her daughter possessed spiritual roots, boldly allowed her to replace Qin Mian, hoping for a prosperous path in immortality. However, Qin Shu was aware that although she had the potential to enter the realm of cultivation, she lacked the fate to ascend. The original body had 3 spiritual roots, barely qualifying for entry into the Xintian sect. Without extraordinary encounters in this lifetime, she would likely only reach the foundational level throughout her existence. fire, wood, and earth 3 spiritual roots. Primary fire root with values of 71, 56, and 48. In tone, the disciple measuring the spiritual roots, his tone devoid of emotion. Go stand over there. Someone beside her pushed her, speaking gruffly. Qin Shu snapped back to reality, realizing that the speaker was the immortal master who had brought her back from the mortal realm. She complied obediently, only to hear the master's voice again, seemingly addressing someone else. I traveled all the way to the mortal realm and returned with a mere 3 spiritual roots. However, I have repaid the debt owed to that Qin individual. 3 spiritual roots are still 3 spiritual roots. The sect is vast. Someone must take on the labor, no? Yet she must be capable of staying. The second round of tests is imminent, and, judging by her physique, it seems unlikely. Qin Shu hastily moved a couple of steps, positioning herself among the crowd, finally exhaling a breath of frustration. According to the original story's premise, the original body should have possessed wood, fire, and water's spiritual roots. It was precisely because water and fire were incompatible that her cultivation speed had always lagged. Why had she now manifested as fire, wood, and earth? Qin Shu pondered this in silence, filtering out the disparaging remarks nearby. What was the issue with having 3 spiritual roots? As long as she possesses a spiritual root, she can cultivate. In her previous life, she was a student of Tsinghua University, albeit having only just received her admission notice without the opportunity to enroll. However, in this life, she does not seek ascension, she merely desires a means to survive. Is that too much to ask? What is wrong with being an outer disciple? What is wrong with hard work? Only through diligence can one reap rewards, and earning some spirit stones is certainly beneficial. In 8 years, her half-sister will emerge prominently. During these 8 years, she must diligently enhance her cultivation, for only then can she hope to survive outside the Shantian sect. The sect does not support idleness. These new disciples are entitled to a modest allocation of basic elixirs and spirit stones only during their first year. After that, they must bear the responsibility for their cultivation techniques, as well as their daily necessities. It seems that while she cultivates, she must also save more spirit stones, so that when Qin Mian rises to prominence, she can prepare to depart gracefully. A new book is launched. Thank you to both new and old readers for your support, moi. Note, this book commenced on April 28, 2022. One can easily discern who initiated it first by examining the timestamps of early reader comments and the total word count of this text. Please refrain from making unfounded claims. Chapter 2. The Haunting of High School Mathematics. If we were to liken the Xuantian Gate to a grand corporation, the direct disciples would represent the executive officers, whose futures would ultimately hinge upon the sustenance provided by the lower-tier workers. Naturally, should the sect ever encounter calamity, it is those of higher cultivation who would step forth first. Qin Shu silently melded into the throng, which numbered at least 70 to 80 individuals. Once the selection process was complete, the total would surely swell to 100 or 200 participants. Following this, there would be a second round of testing. Only those who successfully traversed the path of introspection would be considered true initiates of the Xuantian Gate. The candidates for this sect's entrance selection were mere children, their hearts untainted and innocent, making it rare for any to falter on the path of introspection. Prior to embarking on this journey, Qin Shu found herself curious. Would she encounter inner demons? If so, what form would they take? However, she could never have anticipated that her torment would manifest in this manner. At that moment, she sat at her desk, confronted by a practice exam, the title boldly proclaiming, "Solve for the general term formula and the sum of the preceding terms." Qin Shu mused, "The specter of high school mathematics has suddenly descended upon me in this realm of cultivation." Sequences were her nightmare, while functions and geometry posed little challenge. Sequences had once plagued her to the point of requiring the resolution of over 1,000 problems to conquer. 2 months had elapsed since the Gaokao, and she may have gradually forgotten many concepts. Yet the formulas for the general term and the sum of preceding terms were indelibly etched in her mind. Oh, inner demons, how trivial they seemed. With fervor, she wrote furiously, tackling over 100 mathematical problems before her inner torment relented. As the illusory realm dissipated, she found herself before a stone staircase stretching into the clouds, where at least 100 individuals had gathered. After all, few like her had succumbed to the illusion upon merely stepping onto the stairs. Qin Shu paused, realizing she needed to hasten her pace. The time spent on mathematical conundrums had been excessive. She quickly scrambled up the staircase, her movements lacking grace but proving effective. In no time, she surpassed a dozen individuals. Some looked upon her with disdain, while others were inspired by her determination. Regardless of appearance, the goal was to succeed. As the original persona of Qin Shu was that of a young lady. Her age was not considerable, and despite her utmost efforts, fatigue soon overwhelmed her halfway up the stairs. The scorching sun blazed down upon the steps, rendering her as though she had been submerged in water, sprawled out like a salted fish. The heat radiating from the stone compelled her to turn over. According to the regulations of Gate, should one fail to reach the summit before sunset, it would indicate a lack of fortitude. Such individuals, regardless of their innate talents, would be barred from entry into the sect. The ability to break down tasks into manageable segments was an essential skill for every high school senior. Qin Shu decisively partitioned the remaining distance and time into 4 segments, vowing to complete each segment within its allotted time frame, followed by a 10-minute respite for recovery. She closed her eyes and rested for 10 minutes, then resumed her ascent, adhering to her calculated pace to conquer 1/4 of the remaining distance before pausing once more to recuperate. At long last, she reached the final step with impeccable timing. A surge of spiritual light enveloped her, washing away her fatigue and sweat. Qin Shu felt her strength gradually returning as she rose to her feet, bowing respectfully to the disciples of Xuanyangwen not far away. "Thank you, esteemed masters." One elder took notice of her and summoned his disciples to inquire about her talents. "What is her aptitude?" he asked, observing her keen intellect and commendable climbing rhythm. The disciple replied, "Her name is Qin Shu, hailing from Fanning City, age 10, with 3 spiritual roots." Upon hearing of her 3 spiritual roots, the elder promptly lost interest. What a shame. The blazing sun eventually descended, and as twilight enveloped the sky, the chimes of Xuanyangwen resonated throughout the celestial mountain. Qin Shu glanced at the surrounding crowd, noting that around 70 or 80 individuals had successfully reached the summit. Soon, some would be selected as direct disciples of the elders in the inner sect, while others, like her, would join the outer sect. Regardless of their paths, they had all entered Xuanyangwen. Congratulations to Xuanyangwen on acquiring 70 to 80 new recruits. All who traverse the heart-seeking path of Xuanyangwen are individuals of resilient spirit. Today, as you enter our esteemed sect, you have merely taken the first step in your cultivation journey. Over the next 3 days, you may choose your respective mountain peaks to commence your training. With her arms crossed, Qin Shu surveyed the group of bright-eyed youths beside her, feeling somewhat out of place with her mature demeanor. She had already decided on which mountain peak to choose, the Dan sect, undoubtedly the best destination. In the original narrative, her previous incarnation had joined the Dan sect, where she encountered a senior brother who was wholeheartedly devoted to Qin Mian. However, Qin Shu could not opt for an unsuitable path merely to avoid potential future events. With her fire, wood, and earth spiritual roots, where else could she go if not for alchemy? While other disciples hesitated, Qin Shu had already scurried off with her small bundle to register at the Dan sect. At that moment, there was no one at the registration point, allowing her to claim the first spot. The disciple responsible for registration stifled a yawn, only to open his eyes and find an additional individual before him. "Oh, you arrived so quickly?" he inquired leisurely. Qin Shu grinned, her slender brows arching playfully as she revealed a row of pearly white teeth. "Good day, senior brother. I thought arriving early would allow me to choose a good residence." When she raised an eyebrow and proceeded with the customary questions, "What is your name? How old are you? What are your spiritual root values?" "I am Qin Shu, 10 years old, with fire, wood, and earth spiritual roots, valued at 71, 56, and 48, she replied. When she recorded her details without lifting his gaze and asked, "What made you choose our dance sect?" With utmost seriousness, Qin Shu responded, "I have heard that alchemists are wealthy." When Qi's lips twitched, his hand pausing, causing a small ink blot to fall onto the registration paper. Casually, he waved his hand, and the ink vanished. Then, he finally raised his eyes to meet Qin Shu's. His sword-like brows and starry eyes radiated like the moon and stars. In that fleeting moment, Qin Shu came to her senses, marveling inwardly at his striking appearance. He truly possesses exceptional looks. If this senior brother lived in modern times, he would undoubtedly be a superstar. Her reaction softened when Qi's expression slightly. He thought to himself that the master's method was unwise. Who would choose a sect based on appearances? Why bother? Although the Dan sect could not compete with the sword sect, they still attracted a considerable number of applicants each year, making such concerns unnecessary. Due to Qin Shu's clear and bright gaze, he regarded her with a measure of respect, scoffing lightly. "You are indeed straightforward." He casually tossed a storage bag her way, explaining, "This is provided by the sect for newly initiated disciples. You may enter. All the houses visible from the foot of the mountain are available for selection." Arriving early does have its advantages. The residences inhabited by others had already activated their wards, rendering them invisible to the newly arrived disciples lacking cultivation. Qin Shu accepted the storage bag, clasped her hands in gratitude, and inquired, "Thank you, senior brother. May I ask your name?" When he replied. Qin Shu was momentarily taken aback. When she was the second senior brother of the alchemy sect, renowned for his handsomeness and high cultivation, yet famously aloof towards others. Just as they were conversing, several other disciples approached. Concerned about the possibility of competition for accommodation, Qin Shu promptly slipped away. Chapter 3. A serpent discovered the new disciples' lodgings were situated at the foot of the mountain, and they could only perceive these dwellings. Beyond lay the entire alchemy sect, shrouded in ethereal mist, obscuring everything from view. After a brief glance, Qin Shu swiftly chose a house with a nursery at its entrance. This residence was somewhat secluded, with a cold pond to the west, providing a serene atmosphere. The moment she crossed the threshold, the wards of the house activated, rendering her chosen dwelling progressively invisible to the others. The other disciples quickly grasped the implication. It seemed each house could only accommodate one person, prompting them to hasten their selections. Having secured her residence, Qin Shu leisurely sat on a chair and opened the bag, pouring its contents onto the table. A cascade of items emerged: attire for outer disciples, a manual titled Entry Guidelines, an identity token, a jade slip, and a vial of elixirs. Qin Shu first reached for the moon-white uniform. Its silky texture was far more comfortable than the uniforms of her past life. She then skimmed through the entry guidelines, which instructed new disciples on the usage of the identity token and the jade slip, though the vial of elixirs was not mentioned. She proceeded to swipe the identity token against the door, and a white light enveloped the entire small house. At that moment, the residence was truly hers. No one below the nascent soul stage could pry into her thoughts. A sense of security washed over Qin Shu as she followed the instructions in the manual, pressing the jade slip to her forehead and slowly closing her eyes. The pristine jade slip emanated a soft, egg-white glow, and the information within began to reflect in Qin Shu's mind. It recounted the founding of the sect by the Xiantian immortal sovereign 2 millennia ago and the tireless efforts of countless disciples that had secured the sect's esteemed status in the realm of cultivation. Finally, it included a method for channeling qi into the body and informed them that only upon successfully channeling qi could they receive a cultivation technique from the sect's Hall of Inheritance. New disciples were entitled to receive 10 low-grade spirit stones and a vial of spirit-replenishing elixirs each month during their first year, after which this benefit would cease. Furthermore, disciples who had been initiated for over a year were required to undertake a sect mission each month with a maximum deferment of 6 years. If one is reluctant to undertake a task, they may also utilize their points to hire another to do it. She opened her eyes, absorbing the myriad of rules, before her gaze settled once more upon the jade-green vial of elixir upon the table. The porcelain vessel, smooth and cool to the touch, was clearly no ordinary item. The Xiantian sect was rather generous, bestowing such a sizable bottle of elixir upon her upon entry. She examined the vial for some time before uncorking it, releasing a fragrant aroma that wafted through the air. Fearing the loss of its potency, she hastily recapped the bottle. Yet, she remained perplexed as to the elixir's true purpose. Perhaps, in due time, she would come to understand its significance. After tidying her belongings, Qin Shu did not immediately commence her cultivation. Today had been a whirlwind of experiences, transmigration and rebirth, followed by a day spent climbing mountains, leaving her both physically and mentally drained. She resolved to take a bath and satisfy her hunger first. Grasping a wooden basin from the shelf, she ventured to the cold spring at the back to fetch some water, scrubbing herself clean before donning a fresh outfit. The moonlight blue attire suited her aesthetic perfectly. She then untangled the original owner's elaborate hair ornaments, casually twisting her hair into a neat bun. Once she felt presentable, she stepped outside. Familiarizing herself with the terrain was one aspect. She also needed to devise a way to quell her hunger. The fellow disciples who had entered the sect alongside her seemed to have vanished into thin air, leaving her utterly alone. She retraced her steps to the entrance of the dance sect, where she encountered Wen Qi, who was just about to depart after completing the registration. "Senior brother," she called out. Wen Qi furrowed his brow, but upon catching sight of her, his expression brightened with intrigue. Well, your attire is quite charming. Reminiscent of a little Taoist priestess. Qin Shu found herself at a loss as to whether he was genuinely complimenting her. Furthermore, their acquaintance was not close enough for playful banter. She feared that if his temper flared, he might unceremoniously dismiss her from the sect. Hastily, she inquired, "Senior brother, where should newly admitted disciples go for meals?" When she, now at the golden core stage, had long since ceased consuming food. He paused, slightly taken aback by her question. Coming from a prestigious family, he had grown up on fasting pills, which were devoid of impurities. Having transcended earthly desires, he had little appetite for food. Qin Shu, observing his expression, felt bewildered. Surely they could not expect the newly initiated disciples to fend for themselves? After all, this body was merely 10 years old. Noticing the incredulity etched across her face, when she cleared his throat and replied earnestly, "Wake early tomorrow and inquire with others. I am not privy to this matter. However, I did notice a gold rain pomegranate tree in the northwestern direction of the cold spring while descending the mountain today. It has just ripened. You should gather some to tide you over." With that, he flicked his sleeve and kindly escorted Qin Shu partway. As she soared through the air and landed deftly at the edge of the cold spring, she couldn't help but question whether her second senior brother had intended this. The original text had indeed suggested that he harbored disdain for everyone, which appeared to hold some truth. Fortunately, she merely landed at the periphery. Had she submerged entirely, she would have sought an audience with the king of hell to voice her grievances. With limbs flailing, she extricated herself from the cold spring, the evening breeze brushing over the water's surface, causing Qin Shu to shiver involuntarily. She sighed, pondering the absurdity of human suffering. Even amidst the pursuit of immortality, one could still face hunger and cold. Who would believe such a tale? With resignation, she wrung out her damp sleeves and hem before setting off in the northwestern direction. Should she fail to locate the golden rainbow pomegranate tree, a feud with Wen Qi would be inevitable. Fortunately, Wen Qi still possessed a modicum of humanity. After walking approximately 2 miles, she finally glimpsed a fruit tree illuminated by the moonlight. Suddenly invigorated, she bounced toward the tree, eager to reach its fruits. Yet, her height proved insufficient, and she could only grasp for before being thwarted. Starved and desperate, Qin Shu boldly shook the tree, hoping to dislodge 2 ripe fruits. In the next moment, a cold object landed on her shoulder. Startled, she instinctively reached to touch it, feeling smooth, icy scales, causing her to leap in surprise. With her movement, the object fell to the ground. Summoning her courage, she looked down to find a small black snake. No thicker than a thumb and as long as her forearm. The unfortunate creature bore the marks of distress, its scales marred and blood seeping from its wounds. Qin Shu could scarcely believe she had stumbled upon a snake. As a mere mortal yet to cultivate her inner energy, she was aware that this small black snake, despite its condition, was a spirit beast born of the immortal mountains. A single bite could jeopardize her life, leaving her uncertain of surviving the next 8 years. Alas, she sighed deeply, lamenting her ill-fated compassion. Chapter 4. My body leaks energy. Qin Shu felt responsible for the snake's tragic plight. She could not simply ignore its suffering. It had been peacefully resting on the tree, and her impulsive actions had caused its current state. Now, she could only hope that this little black snake had developed intelligence and would not bite indiscriminately. She fetched some cold spring water and gently cleaned the blood from the snake's body, watching as the basin gradually turned crimson. She couldn't help but marvel at how such a small creature could lose so much blood. What kind of injuries had it sustained? Disposing of the blood-soaked water in the nursery by her door, she returned to inspect the injured snake and suddenly remembered something. She hastily retrieved the small bundle she had brought with her. Knowing the dangers of the cultivation world, Madame Qin had packed high-quality wound medicine and some gold and silver ornaments for her daughter. Trembling, Qin Shu lifted 2 lumps of horsehoof gold, her emotions beyond description. This was the first time in both her lives that she had seen such wealth, yet it was of no use. The cultivation realm required spirit stones, and she remained destitute. Dejected, she took out a vial of wound medicine. Regardless of its mundane nature, anything that could heal was welcome. Currently, she had no other miraculous remedies at her disposal. She sprinkled the powdered medicine delicately over the little black snake, and perhaps feeling pain, it stirred slightly. Qin Shu's brow furrowed. The snake's body was already so slick, and it wriggled restlessly. What was she to do? She lifted her gaze and surveyed the room, finally resting her eyes upon a cloak of her original form, which caused her expression to brighten instantly. After a flurry of activity, she triumphantly clapped her hands together, and before her appeared a stick adorned with a bow. Qin Shu gazed at her creation, a satisfied smile gracing her lips. This was undoubtedly the most perfectly crafted bow she had ever made in her lifetime. I have done my utmost. Fate will decide. If you cannot overcome this hurdle, you cannot blame me, she murmured, clasping her hands in front of the serpent staff. 10 days prior, Xie Shuan had been undergoing the tribulation of ascension when an unforeseen betrayal from within his ranks led to an ambush by 8 ancient ancestors of the righteous faction. Seizing the opportunity during his tribulation, they launched a surprise attack. Despite his formidable original form, he endured the onslaught of lightning strikes and retaliated fiercely. Ultimately, he managed to escape, but not without sustaining grave injuries that forced him to revert to a diminished state and tumble down from the celestial mountain. The 8 elders, too, returned grievously wounded. Xie Shuan had never anticipated that he would fall into the realm of the Xuantian Gates alchemy sect, only to be brazenly rescued by a small child who had yet to channel energy into her body. The healing ointment, though remarkable in the mortal realm, was but a mere drop in the ocean for Xie Shuan, who had endured 81 bolts of lightning. Yet, even a mere drop was better than none. At that moment, he resembled a withered branch, with only the last vestige of his heart's pulse preserved, allowing him to cling to life. The ointment generously applied by Qin Shu felt akin to a gentle spring rain, quietly nourishing his essence. As Xie Shuan's dormant consciousness sensed this subtle shift, he sent forth a sliver of his spirit to investigate, only to be utterly dumbfounded. Where was he? His body was wrapped in tattered cloth. And this bow? How unsightly! Who possessed such audacity? Had he fallen into the hands of those righteous cultivators? Upon further examination, he discovered that the ragged fabric bore no trace of spiritual energy, resembling nothing more than an ordinary object. Yet, in his current state, the only thing capable of movement was his heart, rendering him immobile beneath this mere scrap. The medicinal balm, though cheap and earthly, carried no adverse effects. Xie Shuan's spirit roamed the room, where he discerned only a small girl seated in meditation upon a mat, devoid of any spiritual aura, indicating she had yet to even channel energy into her body. This revelation brought him relief. It seemed he had indeed been saved by this child. With the absence of any imminent threat to his life, his remaining energy could no longer sustain his consciousness, and he gradually succumbed to slumber. Unbeknownst to Qin Shu, she had just traversed the threshold of death. Now, she followed the instructions inscribed on the jade slip, sitting cross-legged with her eyes lowered, palms facing upward, and her tongue pressed against the roof of her mouth. The slip spoke simply, yet the practical application proved to be anything but straightforward. Though her body ached from prolonged sitting, she felt no trace of spiritual energy. Were the legendary 5-colored light points merely a figment of imagination? Until her legs began to feel numb and a sense of drowsiness enveloped her, she suddenly perceived a scattering of luminous points emerging around her, reminiscent of fireflies on a summer night. Having never encountered such a spectacle, the Navi Qin Shu was filled with both curiosity and excitement. She reached out to touch these glowing orbs, finding the red, yellow, and green hues particularly inviting, while the others seemed indifferent to her presence. As these vibrant lights infused her body, flowing through her meridians, Qin Shu quickly embraced her inner essence and, following the instructions from her texts, guided the energy toward her dantian. The energy within her dantian began to accumulate, gradually coalescing into a delicate mist of purple vapor. After a considerable time, Qin Shu finally opened her eyes. Tilting her head, she sensed an unusual change within her body and meticulously recalled the entries within the jade tablet. With multiple spiritual roots, the energy enters the body, each type settling into its own corner, allowing for the manipulation of corresponding energies without interference. Qin Shu was taken aback. She had distinctly witnessed the various energies in her dantian merging into a singular purple essence. She felt a wave of confusion wash over her. Was this a positive or negative omen? Being a novice in the realm of cultivation, why was her dantian behaving so unpredictably? While she sat on her cushion, her expression contorted in contemplation, the bright moon had quietly ascended to its zenith outside. The cool moonlight streamed through the window, enveloping her, while a hint of red light danced in the air before gently settling on the back of her hand, only to vanish like snowflakes in winter. Startled, Qin Shu quickly returned her focus and gazed around. Upon doing so, her pupils constricted, her face etched with astonishment. In the already small room, the three-colored lights intermingled, swirling gracefully in the moonlight, creating an ethereal spectacle. Instinctively unwilling to miss this rare opportunity, Qinshu promptly crossed her legs to meditate, silently reciting the incantation. With her actions, the once drifting lights appeared to find their purpose, converging toward her youthful form. She hastily guided the energies in a circulating motion through her meridians. Yet with each cycle, the energies diminished considerably. Once again, Qinshu fell into deep thought. Could it be that her body was leaking energy? Even so, as the night passed, a wisp of elusive purple energy continued to gather in her dantian. When she probed within, she felt a familiar warmth emanating from the purple mist. This must be a form of energy absorption, she mused. At that moment, she remained unaware that, based on the density of the energy in her dantian, she had already touched upon the realm of qi cultivation. Such a pace of advancement would earn her the title of a genius in the world of cultivation. Qinshu exhaled deeply, releasing a breath of lingering anxiety. A glance out the window revealed a faint lightening at the horizon, accompanied by a delicate veil of purple mist, akin to that within her dantian. She attempted to absorb this hue, but to no avail. Instead, she inadvertently sacrificed a portion of her own meager energy. Realizing this, Qinshu quickly withdrew her focus, feeling a pang of regret as she assessed her dantian's energy, and in a fit of anger, leaped from her bed to give the distant clouds at the horizon an irreverent gesture. She perceived that the spiritual energy residing in her dantian and the ethereal purple aura on the horizon were, in essence, one and the same. It was merely her current lack of ability that kept her from fully grasping it. In due time, once her cultivation reached fruition, she vowed to refine this purple aura. Rising to stretch her limbs, she felt no discomfort from a sleepless night. Rather, she felt invigorated and refreshed. She could not help but silently marvel at the joys of cultivating immortality. In modern times, one would be utterly exhausted after a night without sleep. Casting her gaze upon the pink snake staff casually placed on the table, she noticed it remained motionless, as if lifeless. Furrowing her brow, she pondered whether it was truly dead. If it were not, it must be hungry, having lounged upon the golden pomegranate tree yesterday. Surely the golden pomegranate was a suitable meal for it. Qinshu picked up the snake staff, pried open its mouth, and attempted to squeeze the juice from a golden pomegranate into its maw. After extracting half the fruit, she considered that, given the snake's size, a pomegranate of such dimensions would likely be more than it could consume. With that thought, she ceased her efforts. Excellent. She had saved half for herself. She indulged in 1.5 pomegranates, feeling a warmth envelop her entire being, akin to basking in sunlight. Even the spiritual energy that perpetually coursed through her meridians felt significantly more unimpeded. The coldness that had seeped into her body from the icy pool yesterday now oozed from her bones, eliciting a sensation so pleasurable that it made her instinctively want to moan. The golden pomegranate, which grew upon the celestial mountain, could surely be considered a divine fruit, distinct from those of the mortal realm. Having tasted its sweetness, she contemplated harvesting a couple more after completing her studies today. However, unbeknownst to her, within the domain of Shintian Gate, not only was a single fruit tree claimed by a master, but even the most common celestial herb had its owner. The fruit of the sect's elder brother had been given as a favor by the second elder brother, who felt no guilt in doing so. As Qinshu exited her dwelling, she brushed her identity token against the rune on the door, reactivating the house's protective barrier. Even in her absence, her abode would remain secure from intruders, reminiscent of a modern access card. Quite a humane feature. Upon stepping outside, she found the mist had yet to dissipate, with the distant celestial mountains appearing like shadows, light filtering through the fog, creating a mesmerizing interplay of shadows and light. How beautiful! She inhaled the ethereal air, ready to walk towards the railing, only to discover that the previously barren nursery now bore tender green leaves. Qinshu felt a surge of joy as she squatted down to examine them, pondering what might sprout. Could it be flowers? Who wouldn't desire a quaint little house adorned with blossoms at the entrance? Today marked their first day within the sect, according to the entry guide. Once they drew energy into their bodies, they could proceed to the transmission hall to learn simple spell manipulations. Under normal circumstances, even the most adept disciples would require 3 days to draw energy into their bodies, while those with lesser talents might take over a month. It was unexpected that among these outer disciples, one so extraordinary would emerge. Qinshu was unaware of the commotion she would create by absorbing energy into her body throughout the night. Ascending the steps, She gazed around until she encountered a young attendant sweeping the ground. "Senior brother, could you please direct me to the transmission hall?" Rui Ming, a celestial crane nurtured by the elder Fu Cheng, had consumed a transformation elixir. Although his cultivation was modest, he was primarily responsible for clearing the fallen leaves of the alchemical sect. Upon hearing the petite girl, who was of similar stature, address him as senior brother, Rui Ming straightened his back while clutching his broom, trying to embody the demeanor of a senior. "Are you a new disciple?" Qin Shu nodded, observing the simple-minded young attendant, and politely replied, "Indeed, I just entered the sect yesterday and wish to visit the transmission hall. I would be grateful for your guidance. Since you have called me senior brother, allow me to accompany you," he said, forming a gesture that transformed him into a crane. Although Qin Shu had mentally prepared herself for the wonders of the celestial realm, she could not help but gasp in awe upon witnessing the transformation. "Ah, is this? This is truly a remarkable transformation." A child of merely 1 meter in height had suddenly become a crane towering around 2 meters, compelling her to tilt her head in astonishment. Rui Ming, perceiving her expression as admiration, felt a surge of joy. He lifted his elongated neck and urged, "Quickly, climb onto my back. I shall take you up." Qin Shu's heart raced with excitement, yet she bashfully lowered her head and fidgeted with her hands, wondering if it would be inconvenient. Rui Ming, with a straightforward disposition, reassured her, "It is nothing. I am merely escorting my junior sister." Encouraged, Qin Shu lifted her head, her dark eyes sparkling like a starry sky. "Senior brother, then I shall not stand on ceremony." With that, she scrambled onto the back of the crane, gripping its soft feathers and stabilizing herself. As Rui Ming stood upright, his long legs stretched out, he soared into the clouds. Aware that Qin Shu was a newcomer without protective spiritual energy, he kindly enveloped her in his own spiritual power. This provided her with an exquisite view. And as she recalled being thrust into the cold pool the previous day, she silently noted this down in her mind. As they flew, Rui Ming remarked, "The transmission hall is situated halfway up the mountain. Without my assistance, it would have taken you an hour to reach it." Seemingly to showcase his prowess, he ascended higher, allowing Qin Shu to relish the wind as they circled before gently descending and transforming back into his human form. Qin Shu gazed at Rui Ming, now reverted to the young attendant, her excitement nearly palpable. Rui Ming, feeling slightly bashful under her gaze, cleared his throat and pointed to a nearby welcoming pine tree. "It is right here. Next time, when you ascend the steps and see this welcoming pine, you will know you have arrived." Qin Shu nodded obediently, and Rui Ming gestured towards the north. "If you walk in that direction, you will soon see the transmission hall. I have matters to attend to, so I shall not accompany you further." Qin Shu clasped her hands in gratitude. "Thank you, senior brother, for your guidance. My name is Qin Shu. May I ask for your esteemed name?" "I am called Rui Ming." After he finished speaking, he pondered for a moment before producing a feather and presenting it to Qin Shu. "Keep this crane feather safe. If you wish to play with me again, simply whisper my name 3 times, and I shall come to find you." Chapter 6. The transmission hall. Qin Shu joyfully accepted the first gift she had received since joining the sect. She wished to reciprocate, but her pockets were rather empty, so she could only smile awkwardly. "Senior brother, as a newly initiated disciple, I have little of value to offer," she added playfully, "when I master alchemy. I shall provide all the elixirs you need for your cultivation." When it came to lofty ambitions, she had never been outdone. If she truly became a master alchemist, a mere handful of elixirs would be trivial. However, if she could not even survive for 8 years, it would not be a violation of her resolve. Rui Ming bid farewell and, with a cry like a crane, transformed back into his original form, vanishing in the blink of an eye. He circled Dream Camel Peak several times before Elder Fu Cheng, unable to bear the sight any longer, called him down. "What is all this early morning excitement about?" Fu Qing asked, sitting cross-legged in the cave as Rui Ming walked in, still in his crane form. Transforming into human shape, Rui Ming had a feather standing upright atop his head. He stepped forward with enthusiasm, his tone noticeably higher than usual. "Master, someone called me senior brother. She also said that when she learns alchemy, she will cover all the elixirs I need for my cultivation." Fu Qing regarded the naive young man with a glance. If not for his own fortunate discovery, this lad would likely have been taken advantage of. Nevertheless, he was curious to see who dared to bamboozle this foolish crane within the alchemy sect. He raised an eyebrow and asked, "And who might that be?" "Her name is Qin Shu. Judging by her youthful appearance, she must be around 10 years old. This morning, I happened to encounter her on the mountain path, where she inquired about the way to the transmission hall. She called me senior brother and thought I was impressive. I felt a connection with her, so I gifted her a crane feather. Rui Ming innocently recounted his morning experience in detail. Elder Fu Cheng paused, stroking his beard thoughtfully. After a moment of recollection, he remarked, I remember now. The sect leader mentioned recently that a new batch of disciples would be admitted. It would not be unusual for an inexperienced girl to address you as senior brother. Rui Ming nodded earnestly. Yesterday, there was a test at the mountain gate, and Xiao Lu and the others went to watch. It was quite lively. Elder Fu Cheng had just nodded in agreement when he abruptly halted, looking at Rui Ming in disbelief. Yesterday? Really? Yes, indeed, it was yesterday. Everyone knows about it. His implication was clear. It seemed only the elder was unaware. If you don't believe me, you can ask senior brother when Chi Fu Cheng waved his hand dismissively. This girl joined the sect yesterday and today seeks out the practice hall. Could it be that she has already assimilated Qi into her body overnight? If such a prodigy exists, that would be remarkable. We must take her under our wing at once, lest someone else snatch her away. However, Rui Ming scratched his head and quietly suggested, Master, perhaps she had already assimilated Qi before she arrived? When you found me, I had already reached the 3rd level of Qi cultivation. As he spoke, he puffed out his chest with pride. Upon reflection, Fu Changlao discerned the truth in this reasoning. It was plausible that he hailed from a distinguished lineage, having already cultivated his inner energy before joining the sect, which brought him a sense of relief. If Qin Shu were to realize that Rui Ming could so easily jeopardize her status as an inner disciple with merely a few words, she would likely be enraged enough to pluck out the tuft of hair atop her head in frustration. However, at this moment, Qin Shu remained oblivious to these considerations. She followed the path indicated by Rui Ming and soon encountered a corridor adorned with intricate carvings. At the end of this corridor stood a majestic wooden hall, even more imposing than the 3 great halls of the Forbidden City in later times. The 9-tiered steps of white jade culminated in 2 ebony pillars, while the rafters above were adorned with exquisite carvings and leisurely clouds. Qin Shu's gaze was drawn to the purple auspicious clouds, which appeared almost alive. She envisioned the primordial beginnings of the universe, where a swirl of purple emerged from the chaos, absorbing the essence of the sun and moon, gradually expanding until the ancient cataclysm began. A sharp pain pierced her mind, prompting her to quickly withdraw her focus. Even so, she felt a lingering unease. In that fleeting moment, it seemed as if her head might explode. Drawing upon her extensive experience from years of reading novels and watching dramas, she rationalized her discomfort as a consequence of her current weakness, suggesting that such grand phenomena were beyond her comprehension, triggering her body's instinctive protective mechanisms. Her eyes instinctively yearned to return to the mural on the beams, but recalling the piercing ache from earlier, she hastily averted her gaze, settling herself as she ascended the jade steps. The door to the transmission hall was firmly shut, and she was uncertain whether anyone was inside, not daring to intrude without permission. Thus, she bowed respectfully in front of the door and called out. Disciple Qin Shu from the outer sect of Danzong has successfully cultivated her inner energy and has come to learn the techniques. Silence enveloped the hall, an eerie stillness that felt peculiar. Qin Shu felt a twinge of confusion. The transmission hall was supposedly a place bustling with disciples learning spells. So how could it be locked tight without a single guard in sight? Had she arrived too early, before the hall had opened for business? As she pondered, the hall itself was in a state of wonder, questioning how a newly initiated disciple could arrive here. Just moments ago, she had been entranced, yet managed to break free with ease. This child was undoubtedly destined for greatness. Just as Qin Shu hesitated, contemplating whether to return and come back later, the door before her suddenly swung open without warning. Taken aback, she gazed into the hall, where everything appeared to be shrouded in a delicate veil, rendering her vision unclear. For a moment, she was uncertain whether to step inside. However, the guide to entry had stated that all new disciples were required to learn techniques in the transmission hall. If she did not enter, where else could she acquire such knowledge? In an instant, she resolved to proceed, stepping resolutely into the hall. As she passed through the layer of golden red barrier, she mused that cultivating immortality was inherently a defiance of fate. If one were to cower, what then was the purpose of pursuing immortality? Furthermore, no matter how strange the transmission hall might be, it was still within the confines of the Shantian sect. Surely, the sect would not harbor anything detrimental to its disciples. Perhaps, this was simply the unique character of the Shantian sect, As she stepped into the barrier, the doors of the transmission hall closed once more, restoring the tranquil ambience of the surroundings. From the outside, the hall appeared shrouded in mist, yet within, it was an entirely different realm. Upon entering, she noticed a portrait adorning the main hall, a figure clad in flowing white garments, long hair like ink, and a sword at the waist, exuding a commanding presence. Although Qin Shu did not recognize this individual, the prominence of the portrait suggested that it belonged to a significant figure, and thus, she felt it prudent to pay her respects. She bowed her head, and the scene before her transformed. The opulence of the surroundings could only be described as resplendent, with the ceiling, walls, and floor all gleaming in shades of gold, including the furnishings and incense burners within the room. For a fleeting moment, Qin Shu found it nearly impossible to keep her eyes open. Squinting, she gradually adjusted to the brilliance and surveyed the room, spotting a solitary book upon the table. It was the only object that was not gilded, prompting her to sit upright and examine it. As she opened the book, four magnificent characters emerged on the title page, Transmission Guide. Qin Shu smiled, relieved that her morning's endeavors had led her to the right place. Chapter 7. Why Learn Swordsmanship and Alchemy following the instructions outlined in the Transmission Guide. She placed it before her, crossed her legs, and closed her eyes to circulate her spiritual energy. A faint lavender aura coursed through her meridians, and she felt as if her soul had transcended to another plane. Before her sat a figure of shimmering gold, mirroring her posture, continuously forming hand seals. Initially, his movements were slow, but they gradually quickened. Realizing she needed to keep pace, Qin Shu hastily imitated his gestures. However, as the figure's speed accelerated to the point of creating afterimages, she found herself unable to keep up. With a sigh, she resolved to memorize the techniques for practice later. Observing her struggle, the figure stood and summoned a golden longsword. Qin Shu was taken aback. Wasn't she an alchemist? Why was she learning swordsmanship? Was it a requisite for the Xintian sect? Nevertheless, she acknowledged the necessity of acquiring self-defense skills, especially in 8 years. Yet, she soon faced another dilemma, having just begun. She had no sword. As this thought crossed her mind, a purple longsword materialized in her hand, its hue reminiscent of the energy within her dantian. The golden figure began to move, executing cuts and thrusts repeatedly. It was her first time wielding a sword, and she endeavored to mimic his actions. This time, however, the figure's movement slowed, allowing her to discern the trajectory of the sword's tip and the muscular definition of his arms. Focusing intently on her own arm wielding the sword, she became acutely aware of her strength. Gradually, an epiphany dawned upon her. The sword was merely an extension of her arm, and true power did not solely derive from wrist motion. Just as she felt she was finding her rhythm, a sudden jolt brought her back to reality. She opened her eyes to find herself ejected from the illusion, surrounded once more by the resplendent gold, with a green book laid before her. A sense of discomfort emanated from her dantian, and upon inspection, she realized that her spiritual energy had dwindled to the size of a mung bean. Remaining any longer seemed futile. She sighed, neatly placing her book aside, and took out a handkerchief to wipe the cushion she had just occupied, offering a silent bow to the air before quietly retreating. Outside, the sun had risen, yet the serene training hall remained devoid of any presence. Qin Shu mused to herself, wondering at the peculiar lack of ambition among those in the cultivation realm. With such advanced techniques in light and shadow, wouldn't it be beneficial for more people to partake in their study? If only future libraries could employ such technology. One would likely need to reserve a spot a day in advance. Despite her curiosity, she dismissed the thought and descended the mountain. The path was clear, and as she approached the foot of the mountain, the atmosphere grew increasingly lively. Qin Shu stopped a passerby to inquire about the location of the alchemy sect's dining hall, and upon receiving directions, she felt a wave of relief. Thankfully, the sect provided meals, sparing the 10-year-old from the burden of self-sustenance. Otherwise, even with the golden rainbow pomegranate tree, her endurance would not last long. Upon entering the dining hall, Qin Shu finally felt a sense of belonging. The hall was filled with children of a similar age, bustling with energy. Just as she stepped inside, someone called out to her, "Qin Shu, over here." Turning to see who it was, she recognized He Xian, a 12-year-old girl who also hailed from the same city, Fanyin, and had traveled on the same vessel as Qin Shu. "What a coincidence to find you at the alchemy sect. Where have you chosen to stay?" He Xian, being quite sociable, looked at Qin Shu with her round, sparkling eyes, making it difficult for her to decline. "Just beside the cold pond," Qin Shu replied. vaguely indicating a direction. He Xian contemplated for a moment and quickly grasped her location, then asked, "Why have you come to eat at this hour?" There is not much left to enjoy. However, the spiritual rice here is indeed quite different from what we used to eat. Qin Shu instinctively felt a flicker of caution towards someone she wasn't very familiar with and chose to keep her thoughts private, simply stating, "I overslept. Yesterday was exhausting." He Xian chuckled softly. "Now that you're at the Immortal Mountain, you must diligently cultivate. By next year, you'll need to fend for yourself and should start cultivating your qi as soon as possible." Qin Shu nodded, noticing that the number of people in the dining hall was dwindling. She quickly said, "I'll go get my meal now. Then I'll head back," He Xian replied. "While you were away, I heard them say we shouldn't wander around for the next 2 days and should focus on our cultivation. Those with exceptional talent should be able to cultivate their qi within 3 days, while disciples like us from the outer sect will take at least 10 days. Qin Shu was taken aback. 10 days or more. Then what of her, who had cultivated her qi in a single night? Confusion filled her mind. But she knew better than to reveal anything. Lacking absolute strength or a powerful backing, she had no desire to stand out. Noticing Qin Shu lost in thought, He Xian urged, "Hurry and eat. I live by the large willow tree on the east side. If you need anything, feel free to come find me." Qin Shu nodded in acknowledgement, watching as He Xian walked away before turning to get her meal. After finishing her meal, she remembered the injured little snake at home and took a free spiritual fruit to bring back. The fruit in question is the commonly found Ji Ling fruit in the realm of cultivation, characterized by its sweet and refreshing taste, albeit lacking in spiritual energy. It is primarily favored by young children who have not yet undergone the fasting process. This marks Qin Shu's inaugural tasting of the fruit, which she finds delightful. Reminiscent of loquats, with a subtly sweet flavor. The small serpent, hardly larger than a handspan, should be satiated by a single fruit, one would assume. As she makes her way back, numerous individuals are seen wandering about, all first-time visitors to the Celestial Mountain, their curiosity understandably piqued. However, Qin Shu is disinclined to indulge in the merriment of the crowd. Her time is limited, and her tasks are substantial, thus prioritizing the enhancement of her cultivation is paramount. After scanning her identity token, she enters her quarters. The room remains exactly as she left it, including the bundle she had unpacked on the table and the pink serpent staff placed beside it. The serpent, seemingly frozen in a specific configuration, appears to maintain its form indefinitely. Amused by her whims, Qin Shu playfully manipulates the serpent's tail, contemplating the idea of shaping it into a pink heart to serve as a decorative piece on the table. Who could possibly resist such an endearing creation? Just as she had done in the morning, she pried open the serpent's mouth and fed it the finely chopped Ji Ling fruit. This time, however, her gaze lingered on the serpent's sharp teeth, pondering which of them might be venomous. The truth is, she remains uncertain. Yet, unbeknownst to her, her fear of serpents has diminished significantly, transforming this little black serpent into a mere plaything in her grasp. After completing the feeding, she reshapes the serpent into a heart form and claps her hands, settling cross-legged upon the mat to absorb the spiritual energy. Initially, she believed that having experienced this process the previous night would afford her some expertise. However, as she closed her eyes to sense the scattered colorful light particles in the air, she was enveloped by confusion. Suddenly, her eyes flew open, filled with incredulity. What is happening? Where have all the vibrant spiritual energies vanished? Could it be that last night's extraordinary experience was merely a fortuitous alignment of time, place, and circumstance? A rare occurrence that may not reflect her true aptitude? Recalling the original text's account, which described how her predecessor had labored for 8 years to barely reach the 3rd layer of qi training, a chill swept through Qin Shu's heart. Once more, she closed her eyes, calming her mind and circulating the spiritual energy through a complete cycle. Gazing at the distinctly separated tricolored energies within her dantian, she suddenly found herself perplexed. What has transpired to restore her dantian to normalcy? What, then, was the nature of the purple energy she had cultivated the previous day? Her mind was a tangled mess, filled with questions, yet devoid of a master to provide guidance. In the Xiantian sect, one must enter the inner sanctum to seek mentorship from the elders of various peaks. The outer disciples are largely present merely to fulfill numbers. With no one available to address their queries at will, it is customary for them to wait until they reach the transmission hall to pose their questions, where senior brothers and sisters would assist in clarifying their doubts. Yet, Qin Shu has clearly gone astray, finding the transmission hall utterly deserted. leaving her in a state of bewilderment. With a serious expression, she meticulously scrutinizes the remaining trace of purple energy in her dantian. Upon closer inspection, she discovered that her once tranquil purple spiritual energy was now restless, gradually consuming the nearby red fire's spiritual energy. Qin Shu observed as it expanded, devouring all the spiritual energy within her dantian until it coalesced into a mass the size of a peanut. A profound sense of crisis surged within her. At this rate, how long would it take for her to cultivate to the foundational stage? Initially, she had intended to explore the celestial mountain, but now her enthusiasm had waned. As the saying goes, haste makes waste. Yet, another adage states that the early bird catches the worm. Given her current aptitude, she would likely have to persistently strive. Qin Shu sat cross-legged in meditation, taking approximately 15 minutes to complete a full cycle of her qi. However, each cycle yielded less than a peanut-sized amount of energy. With an hour comprising 8 quarters, and a day consisting of 12 hours, she calculated that if she refrained from eating, drinking, or sleeping, she could amass a total of 48 peanut-sized energies in a single day. Teetering on the brink of frustration, Qin Shu gradually resigned herself to her situation. In the realm of cultivation, meditation could indeed replace sleep. If necessary, she could forego sleep altogether. With an additional 4 hours of daily practice compared to her previous self, her cultivation should reach at least the 6th layer of qi refinement. Once she attained the 3rd layer, she would be able to undertake missions and venture outside for training, where fortuitous circumstances might present opportunities for her foundational cultivation. As the sun dipped below the horizon and her stomach growled, Qin Shu realized it was getting late and time for a meal. She retraced her steps to the dining hall, only to find it already closed. Patting her rumbling belly, she sighed, deciding to search for the golden rainbow pomegranate tree on the western mountain. Earlier that day, she had moved 2 stones, hoping to use them as a boost to reach the fruits. Just as she successfully plucked one, a chilling voice echoed behind her, revealing that someone had indeed come to steal her fruit. The voice was eerily familiar, one she could never forget, and she stood frozen in place. "Aren't you coming down?" Seeing her motionless, the voice urged once more. With a heavy heart, Qin Shu reluctantly leaped down from the stone and turned to face the man. Dressed in a flowing white robe, he bore an inked jade badge at his waist, signifying his status as an inner disciple of the Xiantian sect. His sword-like brows and starry eyes, along with his long black hair cascading to his waist, created a striking image, as if he could soar away on the evening breeze. His appearance was undeniably captivating, which explained why her previous self had been so entranced at such a tender age. Had she not encountered this senior brother while fleeing from the demonic clan, she might not have ended up in the clutches of the protagonist, Qin Mian. "Senior brother." Qin Shu respectfully bowed, still clutching the golden rainbow pomegranate. Cheng Yin raised an eyebrow upon hearing her address. "Which peak are you from?" Not daring to meet his gaze, she focused on her toes and replied meekly, "I have not yet apprenticed under an elder. I am merely an outer disciple of the Pill sect." Cheng Yin appeared composed, his chin slightly raised, his expression austere as he cast a cold glance at Qin Shu. "How dare a mere outer disciple lay hands on my golden rainbow pomegranate? Who has granted you such audacity?" Qin Shu pressed her lips together. Inwardly seething at the thought of the little figure who penned the words golden rainbow, she wished to puncture him into a sieve. This was truly a predicament. She could hardly believe that when she was unaware that the fruit tree belonged to the senior brother. So why had he sent her to pick the fruit? Before she could voice her thoughts, another voice interjected. "I." Qin Shu turned in surprise to see a figure clad in azure materialize beside the osmanthus tree. When she looked down upon Cheng Yin with a smile, saying, "Senior brother, it was I who instructed this little disciple to gather the fruit." Although Qin Shu felt some gratitude for when Qi stepping in to divert the ire, his insincere smile only heightened her sense that the two were at odds. It was evident she had been used as a pawn in their game. Qin Shu shot when Qi a fierce glare, which did not escape his notice. His gaze shifted back to her. "Why do you glare at me, child? The fruit has already found its way into your stomach. Is the golden rainbow pomegranate so painstakingly cultivated by senior brother not to your liking?" Qin Shu remained silent, but Cheng Yin furrowed his brow and stated, "Since it was Wen Qi who sent you, let this matter be settled. No trespassing here in the future." With that, he flicked his sleeve and vanished from sight. Wen Qi clicked his tongue, remarking, "Quite fierce, indeed." As he spoke, he leapt down from the tree and chuckled upon seeing that Qin Shu, who had spent an eternity picking just one fruit, looked utterly terrified. It hardly seemed worth the scolding she had received. While speaking, he closed his folding fan and, with a flick of his hand towards the tree. For fruits tumbled into Qin Shu's embrace. Take these back to enjoy. Qin Shu hesitated, uncertain whether to accept them. But when Qi continued, look at you. You've already begun to channel your energy. You're quite the promising seedling. It's a pity you're rather foolish. Even with spiritual energy, you don't know how to utilize it. If only you had learned to gather items from a distance sooner, you wouldn't have fallen into senior brother's grasp today. Qin Shu felt a spark of indignation at being called foolish, but her thoughts froze at his next statement. I could have used my spiritual energy to pick them. She cursed the deep-seated influences of her past 18 years that had prevented her from considering such an expedient approach. When she, delighted by her dazed expression, laughed heartily before finally warning her, do not tread here again. If senior brother were to lose his temper, a mere outer disciple like you would not stand a chance. As he uttered the last sentence, his brow furrowed, and his demeanor grew increasingly grave. Chapter 9. Gradually realizing her own worthlessness. Qin Shu obediently acknowledged his words. She had long understood that the fruit belonged to someone else, and even with two of them, she would not dare to take it. When she looked up again, when Qi, who had been standing before her, had vanished without a trace. Gazing at the empty valley, Qin Shu could not help but marvel at the elusive skill of appearing and disappearing at will. When would she ever master such an ability? Each day, traversing the world relies solely on her two legs, which indeed proves to be quite exhausting. She lifted her foot and took 2 steps, only to suddenly lower her gaze towards the 5 fruits cradled in her arms, pondering something. In the realm of cultivation, all abilities are rooted in spiritual energy. She endeavored to concentrate this energy within her legs and, as she advanced, found the task remarkably easier. A smile blossomed upon her face as she dashed down the mountainside. What would have taken half an hour now only consumed a mere quarter of that time. As she reveled in her newly acquired skill, she quickly noticed that the several peanuts she had painstakingly cultivated that afternoon had dwindled to a mere 2. Qin Shu was taken aback, nearly exploding with frustration. At this rate of consumption and her sluggish recovery of spiritual energy, how could she possibly engage in combat? Even escaping would become a formidable challenge. Uncertain whether her slow progress was unique to her or a common plight among all cultivators, she felt a tinge of regret. Had she known, she would have inquired with Wen Qi when she first encountered him. Although the original text depicted Wen Qi as somewhat irritable, a reprimand from him would surely be preferable to her current state of confusion. The day was overcast, the wind outside howled against the windows, and the crescent moon, usually visible in the heavens, was shrouded behind dark clouds, rendering the world both inside and out in shadow. Qin Shu rose to secure the windows and then lit a lamp. The lamp's mechanism was a mystery. It contained no oil, merely adorned with an intricate design. Gradually, she adapted to the cultivation world, accepting that existence itself is justified. What may seem irrational is merely a reflection of her own ignorance. Reluctantly, she consumed one of the fruits when Qi had forced upon her, fed half to her little snake, and, after removing its pink shroud, replaced its medicinal dressing. As she peeled away the wrapping, a pungent odor assaulted her senses, causing her nose to wrinkle and a foreboding feeling to surface. Could the snake be dead? While contemplating this, she gently washed away the powder from its wounds, revealing a ghastly gash, with 2 black scales having fallen away. Fortunately, the little black snake stirred in her palm, or else she might have genuinely believed it had perished. She hastily retrieved some healing ointment, applying it liberally, and then wrapped the little black snake in a clean shroud, placing it gently upon the bed. With delicate fingers, she tapped its head and whispered softly, "You are fortunate. Rest well, good night." For the next 8 years, she would rely solely on meditation to sustain herself, so the bed could serve as its resting place. However, each time she touched Xie Xuan, he was aware of her presence. The snake was cold-blooded, and her warm fingertip pressed against its forehead stirred ripples within its consciousness. Awakening it, Xie Xuan discovered that this mischievous human child was the source of his disturbance, prompting a displeased wrinkle of his nose. Yet, sensing no ill intent from her, he decided to turn a blind eye to her antics. The fruits she provided were quite delectable, and although they contained little spiritual essence, acquiring the golden rainbow pomegranate must have been no easy feat for her. Fortuitously, this golden rainbow pomegranate, despite its limited spiritual energy, possessed a purifying capability. The old scoundrel from the 10,000 Poisons sect had poisoned him, preventing his wounds from healing, and without proper treatment for the festering flesh, his condition would only worsen with time. The young child's offering of the golden rainbow pomegranate was a serendipitous remedy. Unfortunately, She had administered too little to completely detoxify him, merely alleviating his symptoms. However, this was not a significant concern, as his robust physique would eventually mend itself, given time. He was aware that he lay upon the child's bed, contemplating this matter just before surrendering to slumber. Were humans truly so indiscreet? Could any male casually occupy her bed? Qin Shu was oblivious to the thoughts swirling in Xie Shuan's mind. Otherwise, she would have certainly hung him from the fence outside, transforming him into a mere spectacle. As night deepened, Qin Shu's hands formed intricate seals, repetitively executing the same gesture with increasing proficiency, gradually entering an enigmatic state. Her hands moved with such swiftness that they almost left traces in the air, while the purple peanuts in her dantian brimmed with eagerness. Following her consciousness, she summoned a modicum of spiritual energy, causing the seal in her hands to glow instantaneously. Just as she was about to release it, she retracted her gesture. The room fell back into tranquility, illuminated only by the faint flicker of candlelight. Reflecting on the premonition that had inexplicably surfaced in her mind, she knew with certainty that the seal was a means of attack. Had she unleashed it moments ago, her humble abode would likely have been reduced to rubble. Creating such a commotion on just the second night of her arrival would have left her unable to compensate the sect for the damages. With a sigh, she abandoned her practice and settled back into meditation. On the following day, as dawn broke, Qin Shu finally opened her eyes. Exhaling a long breath of stagnant air, she noted that the spiritual energy in her dantian had nearly returned to its former state, though the sluggish pace of her cultivation vexed her. Rising to freshen up, she fed half of the golden rainbow pomegranate to the little black snake and consumed the other half herself. Just as she was about to step outside, a voice called out, "Qin Shu." Pushing open the window, she peered outside and recognized that it was He Xian calling her name. Qin Shu opened the door, dispelling the wards of the house, and He Xian, upon seeing the suddenly appeared girl and the quaint wooden cabin, was momentarily taken aback before frantically waving at her. Closing the door behind her, Qin Shu stepped outside. As she passed the small nursery in front of her dwelling, she failed to notice that the two fallen scales had grown to the size of a palm, now coated in a thin layer of dust. At last, "I found you. I was beginning to think I had gone to the wrong place," He Xian exclaimed eagerly as she approached Qin Shu. "I heard someone mention that our wooden cabins are shrouded in illusions, intended to assist the younger disciples in selecting their residences. Once one's cultivation reaches the first level of qi refining, they will be able to perceive them. However, the wards on the houses effectively block the spiritual sense of those below the nascent soul stage, which is quite convenient." Qin Shu suddenly realized that if she wanted to further conceal her residence, she would need to employ more advanced formations. "Do you have something to discuss with me?" she inquired. "I heard that in 5 days, there will be a gathering in Qijin City where we can exchange for many valuable items suitable for newly initiated disciples. Would you like to join me?" He Xian asked. Upon hearing this, Qin Shu felt intrigued. It was indeed unwise to remain isolated. She needed to venture out and explore. "However, but we have just entered the sect, utterly destitute, and we have nothing of value to trade," she replied. Noticing the furrow in her brow, He Xian couldn't help but chuckle softly. "Have you forgotten? Today marks the 3rd day since we joined the sect, and we can now receive our new disciple benefits." Qin Shu pressed her lips together, inhaling sharply, her nostrils and eyes widening. Good heavens! How could she have forgotten such an important matter? Chapter 10. A most fortunate misunderstanding. On the 3rd day of their initiation, new disciples from various sects could visit the task hall to claim their benefits. Disciples who had been in the sect for a year were required to undertake missions in the task hall to earn points, which could then be exchanged for spirit stones and various resources. This year served as a period for the sect to provide its disciples with opportunities for growth. It was Qin Shu's first visit to the task hall. He Xian pointed to another building nearby, saying, "The task hall is adjacent to the transmission hall. Once you cultivate your energy, you can directly head over there." Qin Shu was taken aback. This place felt entirely unfamiliar, and she was certain she had never set foot here before. Yet, if this was the transmission hall, what then was the place she visited yesterday? Full of questions, Qin Shu pondered how to reconcile her confusion, especially since she had learned the sealing techniques and basic swordplay there. Even with a multitude of questions swirling in her mind, she could only suppress them. As the books often stated, those who are overly candid and lack guile rarely survive beyond 3 chapters. Following He Xian, Qin Shu entered the task hall, where a senior sister instructed them to press their tokens onto the runes, causing items to materialize on the tray before them. They received 10 low-grade spirit stones, a bottle of spirit replenishing pills, and another bottle of cleansing pills. Xian picked up her portion, exclaiming in surprise, "Sister, why is there an extra bottle?" Shuing smiled and explained, "The extra bottle contains cleansing pills, which are not available in other sections. This is a benefit provided by our alchemy sect's ancestors for newly initiated disciples. Consuming these cleansing pills before foundation establishment will have the effect of refining one's essence and marrow, thus aiding you in your future cultivation. Only the alchemy sect would be so generous." This porcelain bottle contained 3 cleansing pills, each of which could be exchanged for 20 low-grade spirit stones. However, as they were outer disciples with mediocre qualifications, such treasures were coveted and not easily traded for spirit stones. Qin Shu mimicked Xian's earlier actions and claimed her share, tightly grasping the porcelain bottle with excitement bubbling within her. Just then, Xian asked, "Sister, will our spiritual roots improve after taking these cleansing pills?" At her words, Qin Shu perked up her ears, eager to hear the response. Shuing shook her head, stating that it was impossible. The spiritual root value would never change. However, as you consume grains in the mortal realm, your bodies accumulate numerous impurities, complicating the communion with the celestial spiritual energy. The purpose of the cleansing elixir is merely to eliminate these impurities, aiding in the absorption of spiritual energy. Xian's head drooped slightly, and Qin Shu silently sighed. Yet, she soon came to a realization. If there truly existed a pill that could cleanse spiritual roots, even if it merely increased 1 point, its worth would be immeasurable, and it would certainly not be casually distributed to them. For disciples like them, with comparatively low spiritual root attributes, an increase of 1 or 2 points may seem insignificant. But for that prodigious disciple with a fire's spiritual root value of 99, an additional point would elevate them to a heavenly spiritual root, propelling their cultivation at an astonishing pace. Qin Shu admitted to feeling a twinge of envy and silently vowed that one day, she too would seek out a rare treasure to cleanse her spiritual roots. Since fate had granted her a second chance at life, she could not remain a useless being forever. She must strive for improvement. After receiving their benefits, the two went for breakfast, with Qin Shu taking an extra 2 buns and a spiritual fruit. Xian, noticing this, curiously asked, "Aren't you full?" Qin Shu smiled. "It's a waste of time to keep going back and forth for meals. I'll take these to eat later." Xian, being a young girl, could hardly fathom someone being so dedicated as to skip meals. However, she soon understood, nodding seriously, "You're right, it is somewhat of a waste of time. I'll grab 2 more buns to sustain me until I can absorb the energy and come back." Qin Shu looked down at the 2 buns in her hands and suddenly felt they were insufficient. If only the sect would distribute the sustenance pills, she murmured softly. Xian returned with 4 buns, just in time to catch her words, and replied with a smile, "We have spiritual stones, when the gathering occurs in 5 days. I'm sure someone will be selling them." Qin Shu nodded and bid farewell to Xian. Yet, she did not return. Instead, she ascended the mountain path, intending to revisit the transmission hall that Rui Ming had shown her the previous day, questioning if she had truly taken a wrong turn. However, halfway through her journey, she was halted by 2 figures. "Who goes there?" 2 figures clad in azure appeared on the steps, wielding magical artifacts. Qin Shu was momentarily taken aback, instinctively stepping back, and respectfully said, "Esteemed brothers, I am Qin Shu, an outer sect disciple, merely passing through." Before she could finish her statement, she was interrupted. "This is a forbidden area of our alchemy sect. Regardless of your identity, without the sect master's decree, you must not proceed." Observing their unfriendly demeanor, Qin Shu quickly retreated a couple of steps, bowing respectfully, "I shall take my leave." She hurriedly made her exit, anxious that lingering too long might reveal her previous presence in the forbidden area. At this juncture, she comprehended the truth. The place she had visited yesterday was not the transmission hall, but rather a misdirection from Rui Ming. However, she bore no ill will towards him. The seal she had learned that day was indeed a formidable technique. Yet, her current status rendered her unable to utilize it. Qin Shu returned directly to her residence, first preparing 2 buckets of cold spring water for later use. She sat cross-legged and poured a cleansing elixir from a porcelain vial. This elixir emitted a faint fragrance, yet it paled in comparison to the mysterious concoction she possessed. Qin Shu tilted her head back and ingested the elixir, which dissolved upon contact. A delicate aroma of herbs and wood began to permeate her body, spreading through her internal organs like parched soil absorbing much-needed rain. She sensed her muscles and bones gradually loosening, and the flow of spiritual energy within her dantian became increasingly smooth. Although the issue of the energy being slightly less after a full circulation remained unresolved. Just then, the exquisite sensation abruptly ceased. Akin to scratching an itch through thick gloves, just as she began to feel something, the effect vanished. Frowning with dissatisfaction, Qin Shu swallowed another elixir, then closed her eyes to meditate. After consuming all 3 elixirs, she exhaled a long breath of turbid air and opened her eyes, her gaze piercing. She now comprehended why the sect allocated 3 elixirs to each individual. It was all meticulously calculated. As she moved slightly, it appeared as though her skin was flaking. A frown deepened as the flaking intensified. Raising her arm, she noticed her skin seemed to be coated in a layer of grayish rock, rigid and exuding an indescribable odor, reminiscent of something festering in a garbage heap for days. This elixir should not be called a cleansing elixir, but rather a dust-generating one. Qin Shu leaped from the cushion, shedding her garments as she lamented this unfortunate predicament. Chapter 11. So it was the moonlight before her lay the cold spring water she had prepared in advance. Stripping off her clothes, she submerged herself into the wooden tub. Despite having sat for a while, the icy water still caused her to shiver. Gritting her teeth, she circulated her spiritual energy twice, gradually dispelling the chill. Qin Shu rubbed her somewhat stiff face and used a cloth to clean away the dust clinging to her body, all the while feeling fortunate that her original form was merely 10 years old. Otherwise, she would not have fit into the tub. Once she was able to procure more resources, she vowed to acquire a proper bathing tub. After cleansing herself, she donned the clothes she had arrived in and washed the school uniform issued by the sect. Once all was completed, she eagerly settled onto the cushion, eager to explore the effects of the 3 cleansing elixirs, wondering if they would indeed enhance her cultivation speed. Her previous rate of progress had been quite disheartening. Qin Shu sat cross-legged, focusing her mind to sense the spiritual energy surrounding her. Just as her eyes had closed, they flew open again in astonishment. The effects of the elixirs had manifested so distinctly. The spiritual energy she felt now surpassed even that of her initial cultivation experience. A dense array of luminous energy points that seemed to offer more than a day's worth of practice with a single breath. No, it could not solely be attributed to the cleansing elixirs. The sect would not be so extravagant. She had been practicing solely within her quarters for the past few days. What could have changed? As she pondered deeply, her gaze suddenly fell upon a sliver of moonlight on her arm, and Qin Shu was momentarily taken aback. As an epiphany struck her, could it be the moonlight? To validate her hypothesis, she seized a mat and opened the door, stepping into the courtyard. She sat cross-legged beneath the moonlight, entering a meditative state once more, and the spiritual energy around her thickened to an almost viscous extent. In the depths of slumber, Xie Shuan abruptly opened his eyes, not merely with his spiritual sense, but truly with his physical eyes. Observing the density of the spiritual energy outside, he extended his spiritual sense to probe the situation further. To his astonishment, the disturbance was caused by that little girl outside. A mere child with 3 spiritual roots had instigated a surge of spiritual energy. What innate spiritual body did she possess? Xie Shuan had no time for contemplation. He exhaled his inner core and with the last vestige of his strength, cast a spell to obscure the anomaly. Having set everything in order, he once again succumbed to sleep, his painstakingly restored spiritual energy utterly depleted. In that fleeting moment before unconsciousness enveloped him, he hoped that the little girl would refrain from causing any further commotion, lest they both attract the attention of the old men from Xuantiangong, leading to dire consequences for them both. However, Qin Shu remained oblivious to these concerns. Even though she summoned an abundance of spiritual energy, her cultivation had only just commenced, allowing her to absorb but a mere fraction of it. She felt every pore and cell filled with spiritual energy, which flowed through her meridians to gather in her dantian. The meridians, having been purified by the cleansing elixir, transformed from a rural path into a smooth asphalt road, facilitating the flow of energy with greater ease. This time, when the 3 colors of spiritual energy entered her dantian, they did not remain distinctly separate as before, but rather merged seamlessly into a rich purple hue. Nevertheless, as the energy circulated through a complete cycle, its quantity diminished. Qin Shu could not comprehend the cause of this energy loss, yet with her current rate of cultivation, she resigned herself to it. A few leaks were inconsequential as long as enough remained. After several cycles, the spiritual energy within her dantian had coalesced into a deep purple. A sudden thought struck her. If she were to refine her meridians with this energy, would her cultivation speed not increase? With this notion in mind, she began to channel the energy from her dantian, meticulously applying it to her Rin meridian, which runs along the central line of the abdomen and is one of the 8 extraordinary meridians closest to the dantian. The spiritual energy cautiously washed over the meridian, and upon perceiving no adverse reactions, Qinshu breathed a sigh of relief and boldly proceeded with the refinement. Unbeknownst to her, she had inadvertently chosen a path of profound significance. Strengthened meridians would not only confer advantages in battle, but also facilitate breakthroughs to higher realms more favorably than for ordinary practitioners. After a night of cultivation, as the spiritual energy surrounding her gradually thinned, she slowly opened her eyes. At that moment, her Rin meridian, having undergone a night of refinement, emanated a delicate layer of lavender light. She had made up her mind. She would complete the refinement of her entire Rin meridian before attempting to break through. Based on her rate of refinement and under favorable weather conditions, it is estimated that it would take merely a month or 2 for her to break through the Rin meridian and reach the 2nd tier of Qi training. Qinshu brushed off the mist clinging to her body and gazed at the splendid sight of the sun and moon shining together in the sky, confirming her resolve. During her journey through realms, she had been unaware of the discrepancies that had altered her from the original character in the book. Although she was not the kind of prodigy capable of rapid advancement, she believed that in 8 years, she would undoubtedly surpass the 3rd tier of Qi training. Rising from her seat, Qinshu stretched her limbs, feeling exuberant. Since joining the sect, the greatest dilemma that had plagued her had been resolved, and now, all that remained was dedicated cultivation. Not only must she survive, but she also aspired to ascend. Finding that her daytime meditation was yielding little efficiency, she decided to forego it altogether and instead used a branch she had discarded as a sword, practicing the fundamental sword techniques she had learned in the forbidden area. She practiced until dawn broke, then cleaned herself up, consumed a leftover bun from the previous day, replaced the medicine for her little black snake, and offered it half of a spiritual fruit. It may have been her mere imagination, but she felt that the little black snake seemed in worse condition today. Its scales had lost their luster and appeared somewhat dull. Qinshu felt helpless. She had cared for the little snake for so long and could not bear to watch it perish. She resolved to wait until the upcoming gathering in 4 days to seek out any potential remedies for spiritual beasts, hoping that it could endure until then. This day marked the 4th since Qinshu and her companions had entered the sect, and counting the days, it was likely that among the outer disciples, someone had already succeeded in drawing qi into their body. She decided it was imperative for her to visit the transmission hall to learn some genuine techniques. Otherwise, what use would it be to absorb all this spiritual energy if she lacked any skills? Upon arriving at the transmission hall, she found that indeed, others were present. A tall, slender boy, seemingly around 14 or 15 years old, glanced at her warily as she entered. Ignoring his gaze, Qinshu approached Senior Sister Shu Ying, who was conducting their class, and bowed respectfully. Senior Sister Shu Ying remembered this lovely young girl and smiled, inquiring, "Have you also drawn qi into your body?" "Yes. I just succeeded last night and thought to come to the transmission hall to learn some simple techniques," Qinshu replied. Senior Sister Shu Ying gestured for her to place her hand on the spirit testing stone. Qinshu, wishing to conceal her capabilities, only released a small amount of spiritual energy onto the stone, which emitted a faint glow. "Very well, you have indeed drawn qi into your body," Senior Sister Shu Ying remarked with a smile. "I see you possess a fire spirit root. Shall we start with the fireball technique?" After a moment's contemplation, Qinshu agreed that learning the fireball technique would be beneficial, as her fire spirit root was the most potent, making it a simpler endeavor to begin with. "Then I shall rely on you, Senior Sister." Senior Sister Shu Ying taught her the incantation for the fireball technique and carefully explained how to form the hand seals and draw forth the fire spiritual energy. Qinshu understood the instructions, yet she felt even more perplexed. Drawing out the fire spiritual energy? But her 3 types of spiritual energy were all congealed into a single mass. How could she possibly separate them? Shu Ying observed Qinshu with her round, almond-shaped eyes. Appearing adorably dazed, unable to resist, she reached out to pinch her cheek, smiling gently. "You may not quite understand, but that's all right. Just give it a try. You will gradually find your rhythm." Qinshu blinked, feeling somewhat awkward as someone pinched her face while inhabiting the body of a 10-year-old. Meeting Shu Ying's encouraging smile, she slowly began to follow her motions to form a seal. Ultimately, she watched as Shu Ying summoned the fire element, a flickering red flame dancing at her fingertips. Qin Shu, uncertain of how to extract the fire element herself, decided instead to draw forth a trace of her own violet energy. A spark of fire appeared in her palm, only to vanish in the next instant. Shuing's eyes widened in surprise. Not bad. To see a spark of fire on your first attempt is impressive. Try again. Qin Shu understood that the flame's brief flicker was due to the insufficiency of her energy. However, upon encountering the boy's unfriendly gaze beside her, her long-dormant sense of caution surged forth. Indeed, the proverbial nail that sticks out gets hammered down. Possessing a mixed tri-element root and managing to draw energy into her body in just 4 days was already noteworthy. If word spread of her remarkable comprehension, she feared her days of tranquility would soon be over. Resolute, Qin Shu boldly attempted to form the seal again in front of them, yet this time, not even a spark emerged. After several more attempts, her frustration became evident. What's wrong? I was following the same motions. The high-pitched tone of the little girl, coupled with her deliberate elevation in volume, inevitably drew the attention of everyone present in the transmission hall. The slender boy scoffed derisively. You were merely lucky before. The path of cultivation cannot be sustained by luck alone. True geniuses who can conjure fireballs in 1 or 2 tries have long since entered the inner sanctum. Why would they still be here? Qin Shu's shoulders drooped in defeat. Noticing this, Shuing frowned disapprovingly and turned to comfort Qin Shu. The girl with the fire element root valued at 99, who entered with you, took 2 days to conjure a fireball as well. Little sister, don't rush. Practice a few more times, and you might succeed. Qin Shu nodded, grateful. Thank you, senior sister. I understand. I will try again when I return. She turned to leave, looking increasingly dispirited. Shuing sighed, recognizing that the young girl was still quite tender in age, and such setbacks were merely trivial in the grand scheme of things. She would soon learn that the path of cultivation is fraught with challenges. Once Qin Shu exited, leaving their sight, she returned to her usual demeanor. The boy, it seemed, was destined to be a mere pawn, meddlesome and petty, unable to endure the success of others. Upon returning to her small wooden cabin, Qin Shu immersed herself in seclusion for 4 consecutive days, only venturing out each morning to collect buns from the dining hall. Beyond that, she dedicated herself to studying the manipulation of spiritual energy. Initially, she followed Shu Ying's teachings, forming seals as instructed, and then drawing energy from her dantian. Depending on the quantity of energy she summoned, the size of the fireball in her palm would fluctuate. Qin Shu took note of this sensation. This time, she refrained from forming a seal. With her palm open, a fireball materialized effortlessly within her grasp. She reached out to touch it, finding it surprisingly not hot to the touch. However, she discovered that she could ignite a lamp with this flame. A thought crossed her mind, and the fire at her fingertips transformed into a vibrant green with spirit energy, then shifted again into a warm, earthy hue. Qin Shu smiled widely, realizing that the purple spirit energy could be altered at will. This was advantageous, as her wood and earth spirit roots had relatively low attributes, leading to a slow absorption rate. Thus, she could utilize the more abundant fire spirit energy. Qin Shu now comprehended that the purpose of the transmission hall was to instruct newly initiated disciples in the use of spirit energy. Yet, the fundamental principles remained unchanged. Drawing fire spirit energy to her fingertips manifested as flames, while channeling wood spirit energy into green plants promoted their growth and allowed her to discern their age and attributes. However, the younger disciples lacked such proficiency and had to rely on corresponding incantations to suppress their internal energies. She, on the other hand, faced no such dilemma. Once spirit energy entered her dantian, it transformed into purple spirit energy, allowing her to convert it at will without the need for suppression. As she toyed with a sphere of green light, she pondered whether she should undertake a sect mission next. Although the sect provided food and lodging along with benefits for the first year, disciples with lesser talents could not merely retreat in seclusion without consequence. They required fortuitous encounters or elixirs to assist their growth. Disciples below the second layer of qi cultivation were barred from external missions. Yet they could still accept tasks within the sect, such as aiding in the herb fields or fetching water for the kitchen. After contemplating, she gathered the green light sphere in her hand. In the next moment, her gaze widened as she stared at her fingers. She recalled that day in the back mountains when she had inadvertently cut herself while picking fruit. How was it that now there was no scar? She had seen the wound this morning while washing her face. Qin Shu pondered carefully for a moment before concluding that wood spirit energy was indeed the essence of life. She wished to experiment further, but but hesitated at the thought of inflicting harm upon her delicate hands. After deliberating for a while, an idea struck her, and she turned to focus on the small pink heart-shaped black snake resting on her bed. Wasn't this a perfect test subject? Why inflict pain upon herself? She rose and retrieved the small black snake, unwrapping the cloth that enveloped its body. Raising her hand, she concentrated, summoning a sphere of verdant with spirit energy to envelop the snake's vital spot. Xuan awakened once more, feeling somewhat irritable. No one enjoys being disturbed during a period of recovery. How many times must this happen in a single day? He even contemplated swallowing the little girl whole in frustration. However, in the next instant, his annoyance was soothed by the rich wood spirit energy enveloping him. Snakes are naturally drawn to flora, and the abundant wood spirit energy flowed into his vital spot, mending his fractured heart meridian. As the meridian healed, his long silent heartbeat resumed its rhythm. Yet, Qin Shu's cultivation was still shallow, and she withdrew her hand too soon. As the comforting sensation dissipated, Xuan instinctively leaned closer to her fingers, reluctant to let go of the warmth. Qin Shu felt the chill of his touch, momentarily stunned, before being overwhelmed with joy. It appears that the wooden spirit fruit indeed possesses restorative properties. Her little snake has come back to life. Chapter 13. The Demon Lord Xuan, you are alive. This is wonderful, Qin Shu exclaimed, lifting the little snake with excitement. At that moment, Xuan distinctly felt as though his fate was being grasped by another. Instinctively, he coiled his tail around Qin Shu's wrist. Seeing him move, Qin Shu finally breathed a sigh of relief. How wonderful, how wonderful. You truly are not dead. Her concerned tone, however, struck a different chord in Xuan's ears. He had emerged from his egg into a solitary existence, devoid of parents or anyone who cared about his well-being. It was the first time someone had shown such concern for him. A sense of joy welled up within him, and he instinctively flicked his tongue. Are you hungry? If so, just nod your head, Qin Shu inquired. Xuan, having transcended the tribulation of ascension, had long since stopped needing to eat. He shook his head, which made Qin Shu's eyes light up. You can truly understand human speech. How marvelous. Xuan privately scoffed at the naivety of the human child. Then, Qin Shu produced a Jiling fruit from her bag and said to Xuan, I will give you this fruit, but please do not bite me, all right? Xuan glanced at the lowly spirit fruit that seldom graced his sight, and in that instant, his eyes transformed into slits. Qin Shu noticed his hesitation and bit her lip, her expression serious. Xuan regarded her for a moment, then allowed his head to rest once more on her arm. She emanated a surplus of spiritual energy, and he was uncertain of her true nature. Yet it seemed to aid in mending his injuries. For the time being, he decided to keep her close. Qin Shu clearly perceived his disdain in his gaze. She wrinkled her nose and took a bite of the Jiling fruit, pouting, You are unwilling to eat the fruit I offer. Yet you devoured it with delight when you were unconscious. Xuan thought, this little child dares to take advantage of his predicament and still brings it up. Had she not been of use to him, he would have swallowed her whole. Seeing the little black snake resting on her wrist once more, its eyes closed. It was evident that he wished to ignore her. However, she was not pleased with this and tugged at his tail, pulling him down from her wrist. Xuan, who had just fallen asleep, was roused again. Though his pulse had somewhat mended, he was still gravely injured, with numerous meridians severed, leaving him exceedingly weak. He needed to sleep. He needed to heal. As soon as he opened his eyes, he heard her voice beside him say, Do not cling to me. Sleep on your own. Xuan's temper flared, and he once more settled on her wrist, just as Qin Shu attempted to pull him down again. A dark glow flickered across his body, and a serpentine tattoo appeared on her fair wrist, wild and untamed. Qin Shu felt anger rise within her, yet she was at a loss as to how to handle him, so she resigned herself to letting him remain on her wrist for the time being. The following day marked the day Qin Shu had arranged to meet Xuan. She rose from her mat, refreshed herself, and donned her prepared bag before stepping outside. Upon arriving at the designated location, Xuan had yet to arrive. After waiting for less than a quarter of an hour, Xuan finally came running. Qin Shu, I have successfully drawn energy into my body. Breathless with excitement, Huxin hurried to share the delightful news with Qin Shu. Congratulations. It's only been 8 days. That's quite impressive. Qin Shu genuinely praised. Had it not been for the unforeseen mishap during her reincarnation, given her original aptitude, it might have taken an entire month for her to channel energy into her body. Huxin's talent far surpassed that of her predecessor, according to her memories. Huxin possessed dual spiritual roots of fire and wood, inherently suited for alchemy. If not for the fact that both of her spiritual roots failed to exceed a value of 80, she would likely have already become an inner disciple. Huxin beamed with joy, exclaiming, "Indeed. I just managed to channel energy into my body this morning, which is why I'm late. Please don't be upset. I'll treat you to something delicious later." Qin Shu winked at her playfully. "You channeling energy into your body is a cause for celebration, not anger. Let us hasten. I too wish to see what the celestial market is like, and how it differs from our fanning city." Seeing Qin Shu poised to descend the mountain, Huxin quickly grasped her arm. "Where do you think you're going?" Qin Shu, puzzled, turned back to inquire, "Aren't we heading down the mountain?" Huxin chuckled softly, covering her mouth. "The celestial mountain is vast. If we rely solely on ourselves to walk down, who knows when we might arrive? Then how shall we proceed?" Qin Shu retorted, "Follow me. I've inquired and discovered that the sect has a designated teleportation array. It only requires 2 low-grade spirit stones to reach Qijin City." The mention of 2 spirit stones made Qin Shu wince. She currently possessed merely 10. Taking a teleportation array would mean a fifth of her wealth would vanish. Huxin, observing her expression, found it quite amusing and leaned closer to whisper, "Qin Shu, I discreetly asked Senior Sister Shuai. She mentioned we could assist in sorting medicinal herbs in the herb fields. This task is laborious and pays little in spirit stones, which the senior disciples are reluctant to undertake, but we can. We can earn points that can be exchanged for spirit stones." Listening to her enthusiastic tone, Qin Shu understood that they intended to go together. However, they were not the only ones who could think of this. Others would likely have the same idea. They would need to seize the opportunity while the majority had yet to channel energy into their bodies and earn some spirit stones in the meantime. Before long, the two arrived at the teleportation array. It could transport up to 10 disciples at once, and when they arrived, a group had just departed, leaving them to wait. Just then, a celestial steed drawing a carriage soared toward the main peak. Qin Shu heard someone nearby exclaim, "Isn't that a carriage from the Tianji Pavilion? What brings it to our sect? Could it be that something significant is about to unfold in the cultivation world?" "Check the jade slip," Qin Shu suggested, watching as they retrieved it and began to scroll through, reminiscent of surfing the internet on a modern device. "I see someone from Tianji Pavilion mentioned that their leader has apparently divined the whereabouts of the demon Lord Xieshuan." The name Xieshuan caused Qin Shu's pupils to constrict. She was well aware of its significance. The demon Lord Xieshuan was the principal antagonist in the original tale. According to the text, while the 8 major sects, Luoyun sect, Yinyu sect, Xiantian sect, Tiangang Palace, Hehuan sect, and Baihua Pavilion, attempted to besiege him during his tribulation, they failed to capture him, and instead, he harbored a grudge against them. Once healed, he returned to the Heavenly Palace, leading his vast demon army to invade the Eastern continent, where the 8 sects resided. In a moment, the Eastern continent was beset by countless casualties, and the heavens themselves seemed to change color. Ultimately, it was the female protagonist, Qin Mian, who, through her mastery of the sword, achieved a harmonious union with the ruthless swordsman, inflicting yet another wound upon the demon lord. This singular strike not only injured him, but also led the demon lord, Xieshuan, to fall in love with her, compelling him to relinquish his past grievances with the 8 major sections. Qin Shu, upon witnessing such absurdity, found herself abandoning the narrative. How could the formidable demon lord be so easily swayed by matters of the heart? The author, in an effort to embellish the female lead's persona, seemed to diminish the intelligence of the demon lord, making one wonder if he was perhaps a masochist. There might have been some foreshadowing, but she did not continue reading to discover it. Xieshuan, coiled around Qin Shu's wrist, experienced an inexplicable tickle in his nose, as if someone were murmuring his name. Chapter 14. Just let her die. While Qin Shu was lost in her reverie, she heard a familiar voice inquiring, "Sister, who is the demon Lord Xieshuan? Has he gone missing?" Glancing up, she saw Xian mingling with 2 disciples, animatedly discussing matters. Qin Shu fell silent. Was this what it meant to be socially adept? No wonder she seemed to know every piece of news. Her ability to engage anyone in conversation was truly remarkable. Before long, Xian returned, brimming with newfound information. "Qin Shu, I've learned that Xieshuan is malevolent. He was gravely injured during his recent tribulation, and the 8 major sects are eager to take advantage of his vulnerability." Xian spoke with great enthusiasm, claiming that the gossip within the cultivation world was far more thrilling than the mundane tales of their home in Fanning City. Qin Shu noted some discrepancies between her understanding and what she had read in the original text, but found it understandable. After all, standing on the ground of righteousness, these so-called virtuous individuals would never permit their disciples to know of their opportunistic scheming. She was more curious about the jade slips they were using. Hexin, true to her word, did not disappoint. Those are communication jade slips. Once spiritual breath is exchanged, you can contact each other. Any news from the cultivation world can be posted, visible to all. Qin Shu grasped the concept. It was akin to a mobile phone for cultivators. This realization sparked her interest even further. To better integrate into the cultivation world, she resolved to acquire one for herself. Ahem. Primarily because the internet-addicted girl yearned for a cultivation-themed smartphone. Qijin City had them for sale, and they did not have to wait long as many disciples were headed there. Soon, they had gathered a group of 10. The overseer of the teleportation array advised these novice disciples to close their eyes during the transit, as it might induce some dizziness, urging them to prepare mentally. The journey lasted approximately 15 minutes. Following the overseer's instructions, Qin Shu closed her eyes, finding the sensation of teleportation reminiscent of motion sickness. Having taken the bus to school daily in her past life, she accepted it quite well. However, Hexin struggled. Upon arriving, she appeared pale. A nearby senior sister, experienced in such matters, produced a porcelain vial and tossed it to Hexin. Here, this is a snuff bottle I bought earlier. Try taking a deep inhale. Hexin, with a pale visage, uncorked the bottle and inhaled deeply. A refreshing minty aroma surged to her senses, invigorating her spirit. She squinted, her features scrunching momentarily. Yet she quickly regained her composure. Returning the snuff bottle, her senior sister waved dismissively. It's yours now. I no longer have use for it. As Hexin watched them depart, she belatedly realized she had neglected to inquire which sect her senior sister belonged to. Noticing the look of wistfulness on her face, Qin Shu suggested, we should purchase a communication jade slip later. Next time you meet your senior sister, you can connect with her, and perhaps leave a trace of your essence. Hexin nodded in agreement, acknowledging the practicality of having such a slip for future correspondence. It would indeed facilitate their exchanges. Or rather, make it considerably easier to keep in touch, as Qin Shu mused silently, choosing not to voice her thoughts. Before them sprawled a bustling ancient street, teeming with life. Most disciples donned the garments bestowed by their respective sects, with whispers that certain shops offered discounts to disciples of the Xiantian sect. Hexin, preoccupied with thoughts of the communication jade slip, tugged at Qin Shu's sleeve, inquiring as they hastened towards the store that sold such items. The jade slip was an indispensable tool in the realm of cultivation, a fundamental piece of equipment, and quite reasonably priced. Arriving at a shop dedicated to jade slips, Hexin eagerly pulled Qin Shu inside and immediately inquired, do you have communication jade slips? A shop assistant emerged from behind the counter, and upon observing their attire and youthful appearance, a smile spread across his face. You must be newcomers to the Xiantian sect, am I right? Qin Shu confirmed, yes, indeed. Is there a discount at your shop? The assistant's smile widened. Absolutely. Do you ladies wish to acquire communication jade slips? What type are you looking for? Taken aback, Qin Shu pondered the notion that there might be different categories of jade slips. Hexin interjected, show us everything, we shall choose. The assistant complied, retrieving a wooden box from a nook behind the counter and presenting the array of jade slips to the two. Here are the slips you seek, he announced. The white jade slips are the most common and affordable, while the pink and black ones are pricier. Hexin's eyes were immediately drawn to a pink jade slip, and she reached for it, asking, how much is this pink one? The shop assistant, noticing her fascination, replied, this pink slip typically costs 12 low-grade spirit stones. But for disciples of the Xiantian sect, it is only 10 low-grade spirit stones. Joy illuminated Hexin's face. She had initially feared she would lack sufficient spirit stones. Yet the price was just right. However, in the next moment, she heard Qin Shu assert, make it cheaper. Hexin was startled as she witnessed Qin Shu, with a serious expression, point at the communication jade slips, declaring, these slips are outdated and no longer in demand. If you miss us now, the next batch of newcomers won't arrive for another decade. They will just take up space, if unsold. The shop assistant's eyes twitched. This young girl was becoming increasingly difficult to deceive. Dear Fairy, you are truly putting me in a difficult position. I am merely an employee serving my master. The price of this item fluctuates with demand, and it is not within my authority to dictate its worth. Qin Shu, however, responded with unwavering resolve. Then summon your master here, I wish to speak with him directly. The master is not currently in Qijin City, came the reply. Do you not possess a communication jade slip? Simply inquire. He Xin gazed in astonishment, contemplating revealing that she had brought some personal savings, yet witnessing Qin Shu's earnest negotiation. She found the words lodged in her throat. At last, the shopkeeper relented. How many spirit stones do you wish to offer? Observing the shift in his demeanor, Qin Shu recognized that there was room for negotiation. She boldly declared, 2 low-grade spirit stones. The shopkeeper and He Xin both reacted with disbelief. He Xin cautiously stole a glance at the shopkeeper, genuinely fearing they might be cast out. Yet Qin Shu remained composed, stating, if you sell to us. Upon our return to the sect, I will inform other disciples to patronize your establishment. The deal was struck. Now, it was Qin Shu's turn to be silent. She turned her face away, noticing He Xin frozen in place, and gently tugged at her sleeve, saying, please pay with the spirit stones. He Xin regarded Qin Shu with admiration. She had initially perceived her younger companion as shy and reticent. To her astonishment, every word Qin Shu uttered was precise and impactful, saving them a substantial sum of 8 low-grade spirit stones. How impressive! She hurriedly paid the spirit stones, eagerly grasping the pink jade slip, her heart swelling with delight. However, after the transaction, Qin Shu simply turned to leave, prompting He Xion's astonishment. Aren't you keeping it? After all that bargaining, you don't want it? Just moments ago, she had clearly shown interest. Qin Shu pressed her lips together and nodded slightly. I intend to save the spirit stones to purchase a fasting pill. He Xion mused. Just let it go. Chapter 15. I no longer desire it certainly. Qin Shu coveted the communication jade slip, but at present, the fasting pill held greater significance for her. Securing a fasting pill would liberate her from the daily ritual of meals, enabling her to reach the 2nd level of Qi training sooner and embark on tasks outside the sect. He Xion glanced at the palm-sized communication jade slip in her possession and ultimately decided to tuck it away. They were still young, and their cultivation could progress gradually. However, opportunities like this would not last forever. Moreover, upon leaving home, her father had gifted her a small pouch of spirit stones, roughly 7 or 8 in total, the source of which remained a mystery. Should she encounter a suitable fasting pill later, she would contemplate making a purchase. Upon exiting the shop, the 2 girls were greeted by rows of small stalls lining the roadside. Some vendors even donned in the attire of their sect. He Xion and Qin Shu, unfamiliar with such sights, curiously perused the offerings: flying wooden birds, talking vases, celestial swords, martial arts manuals, sword techniques, and medicinal pills, all manner of wonders. Ultimately, Qin Shu halted at a modest stall selling medicinal pills, where several porcelain bottles were displayed alongside a sign that read, homegrown and reasonably priced. Do you have any fasting pills? Qin Shu inquired directly. The disciple manning the stall was clad in the attire of the Xiantian sect. Upon hearing the inquiry, he looked up to see 2 young maidens standing before him. Indeed, I have them. 5 low-grade spirit stones for a vial, containing 10 pills, each capable of lasting 3 days. He lamented that despite the high-grade fasting pills being worth a month's sustenance, his limited skills only allowed him to concoct these inferior pills. Qin Shu pondered that 5 low-grade spirit stones for a month's supply was not exorbitant, and thus continued, May I have a look? The stall holder, a senior disciple, produced a porcelain vial and handed it to her. Feel free to examine it. These pills are all crafted by me and are guaranteed to be flawless. Qin Shu accepted the vial, uncorked it, and brought it to her nose for a gentle sniff. Instantly, she was taken aback by the scent. It seemed oddly familiar. A sudden realization flickered in her mind, and her lips involuntarily curled into a smile as she recapped the vial and returned it. Thank you, senior brother. Seeing her turn to leave, both He Xion and the disciple were momentarily stunned, with He Xion directly inquiring, What's the matter? Why do you no longer want it? I find I don't need it for now. I shall purchase a communication jade slip instead. He Xion, feeling somewhat exasperated, decided, very well. I shall buy a vial myself. It's merely a pill, after all. I can manage. As she rummaged for spirit stones, she instinctively asked, Could you offer a discount? We are also disciples of the pill sect, albeit lacking the skill to refine pills. The stallholder was taken aback by her words, but soon chuckled. Very well. I shall let you have it for 4 spirit stones. He Xion, elated, paid the stones and received the porcelain vial, even using her newly purchased jade slip to record the stallholder's spiritual signature for future transactions. She intended to share a few pills with Qin Shu, but was met with a refusal. No need. I do not require this for the time being. Xin was perplexed by her fluctuating thoughts. While she was settling her payment, Qin Shu's gaze wandered to a nearby stall showcasing a dull, iron sword. The patterns on the sword evoked a sense of uncanny familiarity in her. Considering her rudimentary swordsmanship training and the absence of a suitable weapon, she boldly inquired, "How much for this sword?" The stall holder, a middle-aged man, displayed a lack of enthusiasm upon seeing a young girl. He casually replied, "This is a treasure I unearthed in the small realm. It is not for sale under 30 low-grade spirit stones." Qin Shu frowned. Such an item was beyond her financial reach. As she turned to leave, an inexplicable, cool male voice echoed in her mind, urging her to purchase it. Qin Shu hesitated, attempting to channel a modicum of spirit energy into the sword. However, the energy seemed to vanish into the sword as if it were a bottomless abyss, yielding no response. Based on her assessment, she possessed no extraordinary treasures, with perhaps only her serpent bracelet capable of communicating. Frowning, she thought, 30 low-grade spirit stones for a mere trinket? This is madness. She casually set the sword back on the stall and prepared to depart when the voice resurfaced in her mind, insisting, "You would do well to buy it, otherwise, regret will surely follow." Qin Shu responded with incredulity, "Purchase it? With what? My 8 spirit stones. If I buy it, I want to even have enough to return via the teleportation array." With a heart resigned to despair, Qin Shu turned to the vendor and inquired, "Friend, would you sell it for 6 low-grade spirit stones?" The vendor, seemingly indifferent to her presence, ignored her. Undeterred, Qin Shu bit her lip and resolutely raised her offer. 8 stones. The vendor shot her a glare, admonishing her to behave, suggesting she should go where it was cooler. Had he not uttered such words, she might have walked away, but his provocation compelled her to engage further. "Uncle, this iron sword is merely forged from mundane iron. What cultivator would wield a common weapon? It shows no response even when infused with spiritual energy. To be honest, 8 low-grade spirit stones seem rather excessive. If you are truly unwilling, I could offer you some gold or silver instead." Upon hearing her words, the vendor retorted, "The items procured from the spirit realm's minor world cannot possibly be mere iron. You, child, should refrain from speaking out of turn. But it lacks spiritual energy. Even I, as a child, can feel it. You must sense it too, right? Consider this. Would you be pleased to spend 30 spirit stones on a common iron piece?" Qin Shu argued persuasively. The vendor pondered her statement, deep in thought. After a long moment, he looked up at Qin Shu and asked, "Since you deem it common iron, why do you wish to purchase it?" Qin Shu shrugged. "I practice swordsmanship and have yet to find a suitable weapon. This one appears to be just the right size. However, I possess only 8 spirit stones. If you refuse to sell it to me, then I shall simply forego the purchase." After much contemplation, the vendor relented. "Very well, 8 spirit stones it is. Consider yourself fortunate." Qin Shu placed the sword into her spatial pouch and produced 8 spirit stones to hand to the vendor. He, bewildered, questioned her. "What purpose do you have for a sword? Have you forgotten? You are an alchemist. Besides, even if you wish to purchase a sword, it should be of quality. This one lacks spiritual energy. You would be better off buying 2 bottles of fasting pills." Qin Shu smiled. "I know the basics of swordplay. Practicing will provide me with a means of self-defense when I venture out in the future." Hesitant, Xin found it perplexing. Why would an alchemist require a means of defense? Once one became a master alchemist, they could easily afford servants for protection. There would be no need to struggle against others. Yet seeing Qin Shu's joyful expression, she swallowed her words. Now devoid of spirit stones, Qin Shu could not even afford a jade slip. She turned to Xin with a sheepish smile. "Dear sister, might you lend me 2 spirit stones? I need them for a teleportation array. I promise to repay you next month." With a resigned sigh, Xin acquiesced. "Very well, I shall lend you 2 more stones. But only if you buy a jade slip. It will make communication more convenient." Qin Shu gratefully clasped her hands. A great favor, unspoken, shall be remembered. The two returned to the shop where they had previously haggled and purchased a white jade slip. Qin Shu insisted that since the pink jade slip cost 2 low-grade spirit stones, the white one should be even cheaper. The shopkeeper, exasperated, ultimately conceded and gifted her a small item, a delicate green jade hairpin, known to invigorate the mind. Satisfied, Qin Shu found it just perfect for her bun. Having incurred a debt of 4 spiritual stones, Qin Shu's desire to continue her leisurely stroll dissipated, prompting her to return to the sect with her companion. They agreed to communicate directly should any matters arise, and parted ways to their respective quarters. Upon closing her door, The first act of Qin Shu was to retrieve a bottle of elixirs from her bag that she had received upon entering the sect. Pouring out one of the pills, a fragrant aroma immediately filled the room, invigorating her senses. This elixir was none other than the renowned pill of abstinence. Chapter 16. Sister, you have become famous truly. Fortune had favored her without the slightest effort. The fragrance and hue of this pill were unmistakable, and even Qin Shu, with her modest intellect, could discern its superiority over the ones sold by the senior in the Crimson Gold City. However, she had previously tested her friend He Xin on their journey back, and He Xin's novice gift pack did not contain this elixir. Could it be that only those who reported to the Dan sect first were bestowed with such treasures? Qin Shu secretly delighted in her deduction, feeling a surge of joy as she rejoiced in her swift decision to run without hesitation. She consumed one of the pills, closing her eyes to meditate for a moment, and she carefully noted the gradual alleviation of her hunger. With renewed vigor, she opened her eyes, her face alight with happiness. It seemed that this indeed was the pill of abstinence. One could only commend the Dan sect for their thoughtful provisions. Next, she extracted the communication jade slip she had purchased, remembering the shopkeeper's words that it required a drop of blood for recognition of ownership. Thus, if lost, it would be rendered useless in the hands of another. Contemplating her own finger, she fell into deep thought, truly feeling the challenges of the cultivation world. It took considerable courage to pierce her own skin. After a moment of mental fortification, the memory of Qin Mian's sword piercing her heart sent a shiver through her. Enough of this. If I do not venture into hell, who will? She polished her newly acquired iron sword with a cloth, glanced at her delicate, fair fingers, and with a resolute bite of her lip, she made a decisive cut, just as she intended to let her blood drip onto the jade slip. The sword in her hand began to shed a layer of dusty glaze, akin to the shattering of an eggshell, revealing a blade of pure white jade beneath. As her blood flowed into a groove along the blade, it illuminated with a radiant red glow. When she attempted to infuse it with her spiritual energy, the sword transformed into an ethereal violet hue. Qin Shu beamed at the transformation of the sword, marveling at her fortuitous find for merely 8 low-grade spiritual stones. With a trace of blood still on her fingertip, she hastily applied it to the communication jade slip. Upon activating the slip and channeling her spiritual essence, a message materialized on its surface. Qin Shu, it is He Xin. Qin Shu added her as a friend and was just about to respond when He Xin forwarded a message to her. The young master of the Fire Spirit Bird clan, Qi Yu, has entered the Xian Tian Men Sword sect. Within 2 days, he has drawn Qi into his body, and in 8 days, he has reached the second layer of Qi cultivation. A prodigious talent has emerged. Qin Shu observed in silence, her heart echoing with astonishment. Ever since she discovered the remarkable efficacy of her cultivation under the moonlight, she had indeed grown somewhat complacent. Today's piece of news struck her like a bolt from the blue, awakening her from her stupor. There were numerous individuals with superior talents, and many possessed influential family backgrounds, allowing them to navigate the path of cultivation with far less difficulty than she had to endure. The information board of the Jade Slip was incessantly bombarded with news. Qin Shu noted the bounty section where hefty rewards were offered for the capture of individuals, alongside lucrative requests for rare treasures. There were also gossip columns reporting that a certain elder's concubine had betrayed him and that a disciple from the Hahuan sect had successfully wooed a distinguished guest. Additionally, there were murmurs that the members of the Tianji Pavilion had departed from the Xintian sect, which had remained rather quiet. And rumors concerning the demon lord Xie Shuan at the Xintian sect were deemed unfounded, prompting the friends of the Tianji Pavilion to investigate further. Qin Shu briefly glanced over the news, recognizing it as an entertaining diversion, yet lamented that this was not the time for such distractions. She sent a message to Hexin, informing her of her decision to enter seclusion and encouraging her to strive diligently. Finally, she set the jade slip aside, her gaze falling upon the small black snake insignia on her wrist. "Was it you who spoke to me within my consciousness today?" she inquired softly. After a brief pause, the insignia remained unresponsive. Qin Shu felt helpless against it. She could not simply excise it from her flesh. With a frown, she chose to cover it with her sleeve, opting to disregard it for the time being. As dusk deepened outside, Qin Shu rose to open the window, allowing the moonlight to pour in. She settled into a lotus position upon her cushion, preparing to meditate. This cultivation session would last a month, during which she would practice swordplay by day and absorb the essence of nature by night. Residing not far from her was a fellow disciple named Chen Rong, who had also entered the sect alongside her. Chen Rong was quite talented among the new disciples, having achieved the first level of qi cultivation within 20 days. On this particular night, as she lay in bed, Chen Rong tossed and turned, unable to find sleep, unable to resist. She pulled back the curtains to glance at the house across the way. Little did she know, this fleeting glance would rob her of her slumber. Beneath the bright moonlight, she seemed to behold a figure meditating in deep cultivation, producing her communication jade slip. She inquired of a close companion about the identity of the individual residing by the cold pond, who was tirelessly cultivating through the night. Chen Rong lacked any spirit pills and was required to eat daily. However, each time she ventured outside, she would see the figure practicing swordplay, only to return and find them still engaged in their training. Suddenly, the spiritual fruits in her hand lost their appeal, prompting her to vent her frustrations on the jade slip square. Heavens! The person across from me cultivates tirelessly every night and practices swordplay throughout the day. Aren't we a pill sect? Why must we still hone our swordsmanship? Thus, word spread that the Xiantian sect boasted a prodigy named Qiyu and a diligent cultivator known as Qin Shu. The heights that Qiyu could reach were beyond the imagination of others. They were inherently different, as if mere breaths of air could suffice for their cultivation for an extended period. However, Qin Shu stood apart. They were all outer disciples, and their talents were not vastly disparate. She can tirelessly devote herself to her cultivation, and naturally, they can too. It is said that after 6 months of initiation, there will be a grand competition within the sect, with rewards for the top 10. If the outer disciples can secure a place among the top 10, they will be granted entry into the inner sect for further training. The resources available in the inner sect far surpass those of the outer sect, and gaining entry into the inner sect would pave a longer path for their future. Thus, a fervent atmosphere emerged within the outer sect of the Xiantian sect's alchemy division, where the prevailing mindset was that as long as one did not succumb to exhaustion, they would strive to outpace others. At long last, the day arrived when Qin Shu fully refined her meridians. Her deep purple spiritual energy surged forth as if flowing effortlessly, converging at the Tianshu point. With a soft pop, it was as if the previously corked bottle had finally been uncorked. After circulating her spiritual energy for 2 full cycles, she felt an undeniable lightness in her body. Upon opening her eyes, a smile gradually graced her lips. It seemed she had indeed reached the second layer of qi cultivation. She retrieved her communication jade slip and was almost overwhelmed by the barrage of unread messages, all of which were from Hexian. Qin Shu, shall we undertake a sect task together tomorrow? Are you there? How long have you been in seclusion? I heard you haven't slept at all, just cultivating. My goodness, you are truly dedicated. Sister, you have become quite the sensation. Chapter 17. Rejuvenation and Transformation. Qin Shu read through all the messages from Hexian before comprehending the situation. She felt somewhat speechless. She merely wished to survive and had no intention of outdoing others. However, upon reflection, it was indeed beneficial for everyone to be competitive. They currently felt little danger within the sect, but when the time came to venture out for training, every bit of advancement in cultivation would reduce the risk. She casually replied to Hexian, informing her that she had emerged from seclusion. Hexian responded almost instantaneously, her voice ringing out, "If you hadn't emerged, I would have thought you were going to stay in seclusion until you reached the foundation building stage." Qin Shu chuckled softly, "That will not be the case. I knew you were thinking of me." Hexian felt a touch of warmth from her words. However, before she could fully relish the moment, Qin Shu's next message arrived. "It's time to claim this month's benefits." Hexian's expression faltered as her smile faded, and she irritably tugged at the cloth in her hand. This woman is truly something. What a waste of my sentiment. Unaware of Hexian's frustration, Qin Shu was determined to claim the benefits she so desperately needed. Despite her annoyance, Hexian knew she could not forfeit the benefits, so she inquired, "When shall we go to claim them? Let us set a time. Rather than waiting for an auspicious day, let us go now." "Very well. I shall meet you at the entrance of the task hall." Chen Rong, deep in meditation, noticed some movement outside and quickly descended from her bed to the entrance. This was her first time witnessing Qin Shu's true appearance. Previously, she had only seen a distant silhouette practicing swordplay. However, upon this closer encounter, she was taken aback. She is just such a small girl? "Sister, wait." Chen Rong called out as she saw Qin Shu about to leave. Qin Shu instinctively turned around, curiosity piqued by the unfamiliar girl. "Are you calling me?" Chen Rong nodded and stepped forward, inquiring, "Are you Qin Shu?" Upon discovering that the stranger was aware of her name, Qin Shu was even more perplexed. Since her entrance into the Shantian sect, she had seldom mingled with others, particularly not with someone she had never encountered before. You know me? Qin Shu retorted. Chen Rong, feeling a bit embarrassed, fidgeted with her hands, and explained, the news has spread throughout the Shantian sect. The new outer disciple, Qin Shu, has been tirelessly cultivating day and night. Furrowing her brow, Qin Shu scrutinized Chen Rong's expression, and suddenly a speculation arose in her mind. She queried, this cannot be something you disseminated, can it? Clearing her throat, Chen Rong replied, I merely inquired about you with a couple of acquaintances, and somehow, it has rapidly circulated through the entire sect. Noticing Qin Shu's silence, she felt a pang of guilt and quickly apologized. I truly did not anticipate this outcome. But don't you ever tire from your relentless efforts? Her curiosity was genuine. Chasing after Qin Shu to apologize was one thing, but posing that question was another. Qin Shu feigned profundity as she shook her head. You wouldn't understand. The thought of ascending in an instant was so appealing to her. With such a pace of cultivation, she felt as though every day dragged on for an eternity. Chen Rong may not have comprehended, but before she could inquire further, Qin Shu declared, I have matters to attend to. I must take my leave. Chen Rong called out to her, and as Qin Shu turned back, she quickly asked, Junior Sister Qin, could you leave a trace of your spiritual essence? Given that they were neighbors of sorts, Qin Shu pondered for a moment before agreeing. Upon arriving at the designated meeting place with Hexian, she found her waiting anxiously. As soon as Hexian spotted Qin Shu, she rushed over, her expression grave. Qin Shu, what level of cultivation have you achieved now? Qin Shu cleared her throat and replied vaguely, with my 3 spiritual roots, what can I possibly cultivate to? Upon hearing this, Hexian furrowed her brows, suddenly understanding Qin Shu's predicament. If she shared the same qualifications, she would likely feel equally desperate. Sister, heed my advice. Merely secluding yourself will yield no benefit with your talents. You must devise a way to enter the inner sect. Hexian grasped Qin Shu's hand, speaking earnestly. At that moment, she was unaware that her younger sister was not a true waste of potential in the strictest sense. Hexian was 2 years older than Qin Shu and had always considered her sister somewhat naive, often thinking on her behalf. In the lengthy journey of cultivation, 2 years was inconsequential. Moreover, understanding that Qin Shu was already 18 before her transmigration allowed Hexian to appreciate her sister's situation. Inner sect? I long to go as well, but my qualifications simply do not suffice. Qin Shu's features twisted in dismay as she sighed. She had heard that the inner sect offered substantial benefits, distributing 100 low-grade spirit stones monthly, while the outer sect only granted 10 during the first year of entry. Hexian eagerly awaited this admission, and, like a bamboo tube spilling beans, she relayed all the insider information she had gathered. No, sister. Perhaps it was impossible before, but now there is an opportunity. What opportunity? Qin Shu pressed, intrigued. However, shortly thereafter, Hexian illuminated a path for her. I have inquired thoroughly. The esteemed Ling Su from Ling Shao Peak has expressed his intention to accept a closed-door disciple. A closed-door disciple? Qin Shu pondered over Ling Su, who seemed to be the master of her senior brother, and would take the female protagonist as his apprentice 8 years later. During this period, there had been no indication of him seeking a closed-door disciple. Could it be the butterfly effect? Her singular journey through time rewriting the entire narrative? Yet, even under such circumstances, she did not believe her triple spiritual roots were sufficient to qualify as Ling Su's disciple. My aptitude may be inadequate. Although she was cultivating rapidly under the moonlight, her capacity to absorb spiritual energy during the day was utterly disheartening. While others could recover mid-battle, she would be rendered nearly incapacitated once her spiritual energy was depleted. Hexian interjected, how can we know unless we try? The elders of the Pill sect certainly seek alchemists, and our spiritual roots are precisely what they favor. As she spoke, she leaned closer to Qin Shu's ear and whispered, Sure, I have heard that Elder Ling Su possesses a rare substance known as the cleansing marrow elixir, which can enhance one's spiritual roots by 1 to 3 points. I intend to give it a try. You should too. If I lose to you, I shall still be delighted. Observing the spirited determination in her eyes, Qin Shu could not help but remind her, the Shantian sect has more than just the 2 of us as disciples. Those senior brothers and sisters have been in the sect for years longer than we have. We should temper our optimism. Hexian, charmed by Qin Shu's furrowed brow, chuckled. I am well aware, but this is an opportunity, is it not? We must seize it. What if we are the chosen ones? If we enter the inner sect? Remember to thrive and never forget your origins. Chapter 18. We must enter the inner sect. Qin Shu sighed inwardly. Even if she were to truly become Elder Ling Su's disciple, there was no certainty that he would grant them such a precious resource as the cleansing marrow elixir. Undoubtedly, although he Xin regarded this matter as a low-probability event, there lingered a faint glimmer of possibility. Furthermore, even without the elixir, being under Elder Ling Su's tutelage would signify she was no longer merely left to her own devices. 8 years hence, even if Qin Mian were to ascend through martial prowess, emerging as a formidable figure with a master to protect her, the sect would not so easily cast her aside. Contemplating this potential, Qin Shu felt a surge of fervor. Let us strive. A bicycle can become a motorcycle. We shall do our utmost and leave the rest to fate. He Xin, noting the flush of excitement on Qin Shu's face, recognized that she too was invigorated. Indeed, Qin Shu leaned in closer and inquired, how is one selected as a closed-door disciple? Surely it cannot solely depend on aptitude and cultivation? If that were the case, there would be no need to select from the entire sect. They could simply choose from the most outstanding disciples. While others might be unaware of the specifics, I had managed to gather information. Qin Shu displayed a keen interest, and he Xin cleared her throat before elaborating on the criteria for selecting disciples in detail. Elder Lingshu is a renowned 8th-grade alchemist, well known throughout the realm of cultivation. His primary motive for recruiting disciples is to ensure the inheritance of his legacy. Thus, the assessment revolves around their understanding of the properties of medicinal herbs and their ability to handle the unforeseen circumstances that may arise from the fusion of various herbs. A stringent requirement for aptitude is that candidates must possess both fire and wood spiritual roots. As for cultivation level, it is of little concern. Being at a lower level at this stage is acceptable, as growth is inevitable. Upon hearing this, Qin Shu grasped the situation. If she understood correctly, Elder Lingshu was primarily seeking disciples with a solid foundation, capable of alchemy from the outset. She, having just completed her college entrance examinations, excelled at rote memorization, which suddenly instilled her with a sense of confidence. When will the selection take place? How long do we have to prepare? 3 months. The timeline is indeed tight, but it is sufficient. After collecting her rewards from the task hall and repaying the 4 spirit stones owed to Hsien from the previous month, Qin Shu eagerly pulled Hsien towards the library. Once they reached the first level of qi training, they would be permitted to borrow from the sect's library, which possesses an abundance of literature regarding medicinal herbs. Initially, Hsien was oblivious to Qin Shu's destination, but upon realizing the direction she was headed, astonishment washed over her. What are you going to the library for? We cannot enter. Noticing that Qin Shu's steps remained unhalted, a peculiar thought suddenly struck Hsien. Her eyes widened, and she exclaimed in an exaggerated tone, could it be that you have already reached the first level of qi training? Only then did Qin Shu release her grip, adjust her sleeves, and with an air of nonchalance and modesty, she nodded, indeed. Hsien was repeatedly taken aback, pressing for details. How did you manage that? Your cultivation speed is astonishing. Even those prodigies cannot compare. Qin Shu shrugged dismissively. There is no need for such pretense among us. Qiyu reached the second level of qi training in just 8 days, and I have tirelessly cultivated for a month to only attain this level. Our progress is akin to that of a tortoise. Mentioning Qiyu rendered Hsien silent, as some individuals are destined to remain forever out of reach. Perhaps in a couple of years, they would not even be able to glimpse his shadow. Let us proceed inside and select a couple of reference materials. Hsien, feeling a bit awkward, managed to squeeze out a hesitant reply. I have not yet reached the first level of qi training, so I cannot enter. Upon receiving this information, Qin Shu, naturally wishing to reciprocate kindness, said, no worries. I will go in and select one for you. Hsien gratefully clasped her hands in thanks. Your kindness is beyond words, so I shall not be polite. There was no need for thanks. Qin Shu stepped toward the library. As she passed beneath the sign at the entrance, a faint blue light swept over her, and in the next instant, she crossed the threshold. The entire process was seamless, without any obstruction. Watching Qin Shu vanish from her sight, Hsien felt an inexplicable sense of melancholy welling up within her. Her aptitude was slightly superior to Qin Shu's, yet she had only reached the first level of qi training in a mere 38 days, truly exerting herself. The rumors of Qin Shu's relentless cultivation had spread throughout the entire Xintian sect. Many individuals are compelled to follow the crowd in their pursuit of diligence. Yet the extent of their efforts remains known solely to themselves. Take He Xin, For instance, she dedicates her days and nights to meditation. Yet she is acutely aware that she still spends a couple of hours each day studying jade slips. She truly must exert herself. For if the library obstructs her this time, the inner sect might very well be the next hurdle. Qin Shu is unaware of the immense pressure she imposes on Hiexian. Upon entering the library, she heads straight to the section on medicinal herbs and ultimately selects a compendium of medicinal herbs in the cultivation realm and the complete guide to medicinal herbs in the cultivation realm. However, when she requests to borrow these two tomes, the registering sister informs her that each disciple is permitted to borrow only one book at a time. After a moment's reflection, Qin Shu points to a compendium of medicinal herbs in the cultivation realm, primarily because it is richly illustrated, which would prevent any discrepancies between the names of the herbs and their physical forms. As Qin Shu emerges with the borrowed jade slip, she immediately explains to Hiexian, "Let us procure some paper and brushes. One person may only copy one book, but I shall transcribe a copy for you." Hiexian beams with delight, replying, "That sounds splendid. However, I shall have to bear the cost of the paper and brushes myself. Fear not, I won't contest you for it. I am quite impoverished myself." In their sect, any exchanges require a visit to the task hall, and both Hiexian and Qin Shu agree that mere transcription necessitates only ordinary paper, as a single low-grade spirit stone can procure a substantial quantity of it. Just as Hiexian boasts of acquiring 2 sets, Qin Shu inquires, "Sister Shuing, can gold and silver be exchanged for ordinary paper?" Since entering the cultivation realm, gold and silver have become as worthless as dirt, serving no purpose whatsoever. Qin Shu merely asks out of curiosity, yet to her surprise, Shuing informs her that it is indeed possible to exchange them. Many disciples in our sect venture into the mortal realm, which aids in refining their state of mind. They often exchange some gold and silver before departing. However, such items hold little value in points, so the quantity of ordinary paper you can purchase will be limited. Qin Shu retrieves 2 gold coins from her bag and hands them to Shu Ying, asking, "Sister, how much can these procure?" Shu Ying presents her with 2 stacks of paper and a wolf hair brush. Having tasted success, Qin Shu then produces a jade pendant that she brought from the mortal realm, inquiring, "Sister, can this item yield any points?" This pendant was brought by her original self, and she is uncertain if it signifies some form of status. In any case, she cannot find any recollection of it in the memories left to her by her predecessor. Shu Ying examines it with a spell and suddenly looks up at Qin Shu, asking, "Junior sister, though the spiritual energy contained within this jade pendant is faint, it is nonetheless a spiritual object. Are you certain you wish to part with it?" Chapter 19. This technique she has committed to memory. Qin Shu gazes at the unassuming jade pendant in her hand, feeling rather astonished. This was something her original self brought from home, and it surprisingly possesses spiritual energy. In that moment, Qin Shu comprehends the profound intentions of Madame Qin. Whether in sending her daughter to the cultivation realm or providing her with gold, silver, and this jade pendant, she has done all that she is capable of. Yet, what remains unknown to her is that Qin Mian, despite her meticulous approach, would ultimately find herself outmaneuvered by fate. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Shu ultimately replies, "Then I shall not exchange it. I will keep it for now." In her previous life, she was an orphan, raised in a welfare institution. The fervent maternal love she had never experienced evoked a tinge of envy for her original self. With a gentle smile, Shu Ying returned the jade pendant in her hand. Addressing her, as newly initiated disciples, "You possess few spiritual items. It would be prudent to retain these for now. And once you have devoted more time to your cultivation and acquired superior artifacts, you may consider replacing them." Qin Shu expressed her gratitude and carefully concealed the jade pendant back into her storage bag. Beside her, Hiexian observed with a hint of envy, but then recalled that her father had discreetly gifted her some spiritual stones, though not abundant. It was a gesture filled with heartfelt intention. Qin Shu had promised to transcribe the contents for Hiexian in 3 days, and they parted ways. Upon returning to her quarters, she took out the jade pendant brought by her original self. The patterns on the pendant were remarkably simple, resembling a casual sketch of a cloud. She attempted to channel a modicum of spiritual energy into the pendant, yet it seemed ineffective, as the pendant retained its unremarkable appearance. After pondering for a moment, Qin Shu drew her iron sword. No, it should be referred to as the white jade sword now, and made a slight incision on her hand. As the droplet of blood emerged, she let it fall onto the pendant, watching with delight as it was completely absorbed. It is well known that treasures capable of blood recognition are typically of exceptional quality. either crafted by formidable beings or possessing a lineage of their own. Qin Shu closed her eyes, and gradually, it felt as if a connection was being established between her and the jade pendant. With a mere thought, she found herself within the pendant. It appeared to be a modest space akin to a mustard seed storage, roughly the size of a small bathroom. The interior was not devoid of items. In one corner lay 2 boxes. The material of the boxes eluded her understanding, but she crouched down to open them and discovered their contents. One box was filled to the brim with jade slips. She randomly picked one up, noting the inscription, a detailed explanation of alchemy. Qin Shu raised an eyebrow, intrigued, and picked up another, fusion techniques of various plant species. She continued to sift through the slips, examining titles such as 3 uses of one mind, a century of explosions, experience summary, and the possibility of overcoming mediocrity. It dawned on her, albeit belatedly, that she had stumbled upon a remarkable treasure. She discarded the assorted jade slips in her hands, cradling the one titled The Possibility of Overcoming Mediocrity as if it were a precious gem. Though reluctant to admit it, she too yearned for a resurgence. She pressed the jade slip against her forehead to absorb its knowledge, dedicating nearly half an hour to digest its theoretical foundations. Essentially, humanity is the most favored race by the heavenly Tao, inherently bestowed with spiritual roots, capable of cultivating spiritual energy and comprehending the Tao. Conversely, beasts rarely attain enlightenment prior to transformation, and ascending to higher realms is significantly more challenging for them than for humans. The shortcoming of humanity lies in its fragile physique, predominantly relying on external defenses. If one could refine the human body akin to a treasured artifact, first tempering its exterior, then honing the flesh and bones, one would possess a physique comparable to that of a beast. Even when spiritual energy is depleted, one could forge a path through sheer physical strength. Qin Shu silently nodded in agreement. Her unsatisfactory spiritual root attributes made the path of physical cultivation a viable option. However, the jade slip imposed a stringent requirement. To refine the body according to this method, one must possess a fire spiritual root. A flicker of excitement ignited within her. She indeed had a fire spiritual root. As she continued to read, the jade slip elaborated on the methods to enhance one's aptitude. One must choose a location rich in fire attributes, utilizing the heavens and earth as a furnace, with the fire spiritual root as the catalyst, and then employ this technique to refine the entire body. Upon reading this, Qin Shu was taken aback. Was this not akin to self-immolation? The thought of how a mere splash of oil could cause her excruciating pain sent shivers down her spine, yet she steeled herself to read on. A typical mortal might find it challenging to endure such intense fire spiritual energy. Thus, practicing this method required a certain foundation in body refinement. Alongside a piece of sun-melting ice to assist the process, one must select the site for the ritual based on personal circumstances and proceed gradually to achieve the pinnacle. This method was fraught with danger. The agony of the ritual surpassed the pain of 1,000 arrows piercing the heart, and any misstep could lead to self-destruction. The author left this tome as a cautionary tale for future generations. There is no difficulty in the world, provided one is willing to relinquish comfort. Qin Shu mused silently about the potential pain. She had never experienced the agony of 1,000 arrows, but she vividly remembered the torment of her heart being pierced. With such a warning, could she still proceed with this technique? A place rich in fire spiritual energy? Perhaps she could first seek a hot spring as a test? If it proved untenable, it would not be too late to withdraw. Yet, what exactly was this sun-melting ice? Where could she procure it? Her mind was a whirlwind of confusion as she retreated discreetly from the jade pendant, taking up a communication jade slip to anonymously post a message in the square, seeking leads on the whereabouts of sun-melting ice for a generous reward. Those with information, please contact me. After completing this task, she stored the communication jade slip and spatial jade pendant, consumed a pill for fasting, and prepared to copy the text she had purchased over the next 3 days. Nevertheless, Qin Shu had underestimated the endeavor. In her previous pace, 3 days would suffice to transcribe a book, but the cultivation world utilized brushes, a skill she had yet to acquire. She picked up the brush and wrote a single line, then fell into silence. Alas, considering the original owner's age of merely 10, a lack of finesse in her script could be forgiven. By the time she completed the transcription, her handwriting would surely improve. She spent an entire 3 days copying the book, tirelessly working through the night, pausing only to meditate when her hands ached. Upon finishing the complete transcription of a compendium of medicinal herbs in the cultivation realm, she gained a rudimentary understanding of the herbal system within the cultivation world. Indeed, the ancient adage that a poor memory is no match for a worn pen held some truth. On the fourth day, she eagerly carried her transcribed book to He Xian's residence. He Xian had already completed her morning exercises and awaited Qin Shu's news with quiet anticipation. Hearing the communication jade slip chime, she sprang from her bed and rushed to open the door. Qin Shu entered, cradling a thick stack of paper, leaving He Xian utterly astonished at the sight. Is this not too much? Have you not rested at all over these 3 days? Qin Shu let out a light scoff, placing the paper in her hand onto the table before turning to cast a sidelong glance at He Xian. Please, recognize reality. We have less than 3 months left. Where's the time for rest? Do you still wish to enter the inner sect? The words that He Xian had nearly voiced were abruptly silenced by her. Fine. I shall take a look. Chapter 20. Senior brother, have you cast your divination again? As He Xian spoke, she casually picked up the paper from the table. Upon a cursory glance, her eyes involuntarily twitched. Did you transcribe all of this? Qin Shu anticipated her thoughts and preemptively replied, even if the handwriting is somewhat unsightly, it does not hinder learning. If you find my writing displeasing, you may copy it again yourself. With that, she waved her hand, preparing to leave. I am pressed for time. I must take my leave. Before He Xian could utter a word, she had already exited the door. He Xian opened her mouth, her brows knitting together in dismay. She had yet to share the good news of her reaching the first level of qi refinement, and already, the girl had dashed off. How busy she must be. Indeed, Qin Shu was quite occupied. Even as she walked, she did not forget to check the communication jade slip for replies to the messages she had sent 3 days prior. To her satisfaction, she had received 3 private messages. She opened one, and a lively voice rang out, for information, go to the 7-kill pavilion. The news there is genuine and the prices are reasonable. You can't go wrong. It was evident that no matter the realm, one could not escape the onslaught of advertisements. As she opened the second message, another exuberant voice proclaimed, at Bai Shaosheng, we know everything about the heavens and the earth. Are you still troubled about finding the news you desire? Look no further than Bai Shaosheng. Qin Shu, with little hope, opened the third message, only to be greeted by a deep male voice. What's the price? Her finger, which had been about to swipe away the message, paused. She cleared her throat and replied, perhaps you could gain the friendship of an alchemist? She possessed a mere 6 low-grade spirit stones, along with 2 bottles of the most basic spirit-replenishing elixirs, and the leftover golden rainbow pomegranate from before. What could she possibly offer? She feared that merely speaking her price would result in being blocked. It would be better to paint a grand picture, perhaps to deceive a gullible soul. As she sent that message, she harbored no real expectations, yet surprisingly, a swift reply came. I am Sui Han from the Tiangong Pavilion. May I inquire your name? Qin Shu, she responded. After waiting a moment, the communication jade slip lit up again. Picking it up, she listened to Sui Han's message. The remnant sun ice is an extremely cold substance. It is rumored that in the depths of the endless sea, at the northernmost part of the eastern continent, there lies a peace. Qin Shu was taken aback that he would actually share this information with her. However, the endless sea is an ocean vast beyond measure. Where would she possibly find such a small piece of remnant sun ice? On the other end of the communication jade slip, Sui Han set it down and tucked away the tortoise shell before a junior sister stepped over the threshold into the room. Observing his actions, she curiously asked, Senior brother, have you cast your divination? Sui Han, maintaining his composure, discreetly tucked away the communication jade slip and replied with a nonchalant, Upon witnessing the situation, Lu Jin approached and inquired, Senior brother, whom did you cast a divination for? What does the hexagram reveal? Sui Han lifted his gaze to meet hers, his pitch-black pupils resembling cold ice. Lu Jin was momentarily taken aback until she heard the man speak in a faint tone. The secrets of heaven must not be disclosed. Lu Jin pouted and replied, Senior brother, then why not cast a hexagram for me? Will my romantic endeavors flourish? Sui Han shook his head, 1 hexagram per month. The rules cannot be broken. Frustrated, Lu Jin stamped her foot and huffed, Fine, I shall no longer pay you any mind. Sui Han, however, remained unfazed, lost in contemplation of the peculiar hexagram he had just observed. Having entered the Tianji Pavilion at the tender age of 8 and having cast countless divinations over the span of 200 years, he had never encountered such an unusual omen. The individual named Qin Shu was clearly fated for a short life, yet the hexagram suggested her future was boundless. Could it be that she had turned to ghostly cultivation? This peculiarity prompted him to consider offering her a personal favor. Perhaps he might forge a friendship with a future alchemist. Establishing a benevolent connection could very well lead to his own salvation. Sui Han clenched his fist and coughed a couple of times, as the inky darkness of his eyes gradually merged with the whites, transforming into an abnormal shade of ash gray. Given her current cultivation level, the sect would not permit Qin Shu to descend the mountain, even if she could. Traversing the dense misty forest to reach the endless sea alive would be impossible. Presently, the most pressing matter was to seek apprenticeship under Elder Lingshu. Qin Shu devised a plan. Realizing that rote memorization would be futile, many medicinal herbs appeared strikingly similar, and no matter how well she memorized the texts, practical application would elude her. She returned to the task hall and accepted assignments from the pharmacy. Daily, various herbs were delivered requiring classification, and the manager was overwhelmed with the sheer volume of work. To alleviate this, the pharmacy posted tasks in the task hall, offering modest points in exchange for inexpensive labor. Qin Shu, eager for a position that would allow her to personally handle spiritual herbs, eagerly accepted 10 consecutive assignments. Upon her arrival at the pharmacy, a new batch of herbs had just been delivered. The manager, Ma Chenkai, was busy when he noticed Qin Shu and, upon learning her intentions, furrowed his brow in disapproval. "Where has everyone gone? Sending a little girl to fool me?" Qin Shu promptly replied, "Uncle Master, I personally accepted the task. Do not judge me by my age. I am quite adept at handling work." With a charming smile, she retrieved a leftover golden rainbow pomegranate from her bag and offered it to him. "Uncle Master, please allow me to stay. I assure you I will learn quickly and not cause any trouble." Ma Chunkai glanced at the fruit she presented and instantly recognized it. "You dare to pick Qingyan's fruit? Huh, you have quite the audacity, little girl." In that moment, Qin Shu found herself in a quandary, whether to retract her hand or not. Ultimately, Ma Chunkai accepted the offering. "Very well, you may enter. As for the pile of Luohan's sacred flowers at the entrance, divide them into 3 portions according to their grades. Begin with that today, and we shall discuss the rest tomorrow." Qin Shu was elated, her slender brows sparkling with joy. "Thank you, Uncle Master. I shall get to work immediately." As Qin Shu stepped through the door, Ma Chunkai weighed the fruit in his hand and let out a light scoff. This young girl had no idea how she had managed to acquire Qingyan's fruit. If she carelessly presented it to others, she would surely invite trouble upon herself. Upon entering the room, Qin Shu beheld the pile of Luohan's sacred flowers, towering to the height of 2 men. To finish sorting them in a single day would indeed be a daunting task. She noticed 3 separated Qianquan bags nearby and reached for one. Probing its contents with her transformed with spiritual energy, meticulously discerning the differences among the 3. When she opened her eyes, she had formed a clear understanding. She picked up one of the Luohan's sacred flowers, and, after carefully examining it with her with spiritual energy, hesitated briefly before placing it in the very center of the Qianquan bag. Chapter 21. Do not make a fuss. Qin Shu required approximately a minute to identify each medicinal herb. At this pace, she could not possibly sort through the mountain of Luohan's sacred flowers in a single day. After Ma Chunkai finished collecting the medicinal herbs from outside, he entered the room and saw that hardly any had been sorted. Despite having mentally prepared himself, he could not help but feel a throbbing in his forehead. "Little one, your sex points seem to be rather conspicuous," he remarked. Qin Shu smiled sheepishly, revealing her pearly white teeth. "Why don't you check if I sorted them correctly first?" Ma Chingcai's smile faded as he quickly approached, taking several Qianquan bags to probe with his spiritual sense. Qin Shu watched him nervously until he withdrew his consciousness and tossed the Qianquan bags onto the table, noting that her sorting was indeed accurate, albeit too slow. Only then did Qin Shu let out a sigh of relief, biting her lip and lowering her head pitifully. "Master Ma, I've only just begun. As long as I don't make any mistakes, that is sufficient. Once I gain more experience, I will surely become faster." Ma Chunkai pondered for a moment, then looked at her with a serious expression. "Our sect does not support idlers, and the points from the pharmacy are not easily obtained. Given that you are new, I will give you 3 days to sort this entire pile of spiritual herbs. If you cannot complete it within 3 days, you might as well return early. I do not wish to see you here." Hearing this, Qin Shu felt a little reassured. Completing it in a single day was impossible, but 3 days seemed manageable. She gratefully cupped her hands towards Ma Chunkai. "Thank you, Master. I will certainly work diligently and not disappoint you." Upon hearing her words, Ma Chunkai chuckled. "What do I have to be disappointed about? If you are unable to complete this within 3 days and fail to earn any sect points, you will be the one feeling disappointed. After speaking, he waved his sleeve and collected half of the pile of Luohan's sacred flowers, stating, "You may begin sorting these for now." Qin Shu observed his actions and understood that this Master Ma was indeed a tough exterior with a soft heart. With her hair in a bun, she flashed a sweet smile. "Thank you, Master. I will do my utmost." Ma Chenkai nearly lost his stern demeanor, struggling to maintain his image as he nodded coolly and turned to leave. As Qin Shu watched him depart, she resumed sorting the spiritual herbs. This task is inherently one that benefits from practice, and Qin Shu has become increasingly adept at it. By the end, she could effortlessly grasp a handful of spiritual plants, skillfully selecting those with similar attributes. This significantly enhanced her efficiency, and she also realized that her technique in manipulating spiritual energy had become more refined. If previously controlling spiritual energy was merely a method, it had now evolved into an instinctive ability. She could divide her spiritual energy into numerous streams, simultaneously perceiving multiple spiritual plants. Sitting cross-legged on the mat, Qin Shu deftly maneuvered the spiritual energy to filter the plants, her speed increasing with each passing moment. That night, Ma Chenkai initially intended to help the young girl with her selection while she rested, but he was surprised to find the lights still aglow in the apothecary. Curiosity piqued. He discreetly extended his consciousness and beheld the petite figure of the girl, seated in meditation, her state reminiscent of tranquility. Yet her movements were remarkably swift, and her control over the spiritual energy exceptionally precise. Before her, the Buddha's hand flower had been reduced to half, and it seemed she would complete her task by dawn. Ma Chenkai stroked his beard with a satisfied smile. These novice disciples were typically quite young and not accustomed to hardship. This girl, despite her delicate appearance, exhibited an admirable resilience. Such tenacity was a harbinger of longevity on the path of cultivation. Qin Shu spent the entire night selecting, replenishing her energy with 2 spirit recovery pills when her spiritual energy was depleted. As she placed the last Buddha's hand flower into its designated bag, the sky outside had brightened. Stretching her limbs and rubbing her sore back, she looked up to see Ma Chenkai entering the room. Hastily, Qin Shu clasped her hands in greeting and earnestly declared, "Uncle Master, I have completed the task." Ma Chenkai remained silent, hands clasped behind his back as he approached to inspect the 3 bags. Though her movements were swift, they were not haphazard. He felt a great sense of satisfaction, though his expression remained stern. He continued, "This is merely the beginning. Today, you are responsible for gathering herbs. Disciples at the 2nd level of Qi refinement are entitled to receive materials for 10 spirit recovery pills each month. You will distribute them accordingly." Upon hearing this, Qin Shu's eyes sparkled with excitement, as if she had uncovered a splendid opportunity. "Uncle Master, is the 2nd level of Qi refinement sufficient? Will the pills crafted from these materials belong to me?" Ma Chenkai saw through her intentions and scoffed lightly. "You little girl, despite your youth, your aspirations are quite grand. Of the 10 spirit recovery pills produced, you may only keep 30%. The remainder must be submitted to the sect." 30%? That is still a generous gift. Qin Shu's eyes gleamed as she inquired, "Uncle Master, am I eligible to claim this?" Ma Chenkai paused, for the first time truly focusing his consciousness on her. Observing her youth, he realized that if she had indeed reached the 2nd level of Qi refinement, she was a prodigy. Why was such a talent relegated to the outer sect? Reality struck him like a heavy blow, leaving him momentarily stunned. "You truly have attained the 2nd level of Qi refinement? What is your aptitude?" Ma Chenkai asked. The 3 elemental roots of fire, wood, and earth possessed values of 71, 56, and 48, respectively, Qin Shu replied. Ma Chenkai furrowed his brow, perplexed by her aptitude. "How did you manage to reach the 2nd level of Qi cultivation in just over a month?" Qin Shu, aware that she could not reveal the truth, feigned ignorance and shook her head innocently. "Master Uncle, I do not know. One day, while I was meditating, I suddenly entered a profound state, and when I awoke, I had already broken through to the 2nd level of Qi cultivation." Perhaps it was an epiphany, Ma Chenkai pondered. Accepting Qin Shu's explanation, he remarked, "You are indeed fortunate. Since you have broken through to the 2nd level, you are eligible to receive your rewards. However, you must learn about alchemy first before claiming them, as you likely have not yet refined any medicinal pills." Qin Shu nodded eagerly, her face alight with joy. Utilizing the sect's medicinal materials to hone her skills would be invaluable. Once she became a master alchemist, even with modest talent, she could continuously provide herself with golden pills. Thank you, Master Uncle. I will complete today's tasks before I go. As she turned to leave, Ma Chunkai called out, wait. Qin Shu halted, turned back, and respectfully bowed. Does Master Uncle have any further instructions? From his Chinquan pouch, Ma Chunkai produced 3 Rohan sacred flowers and handed them to her. This is a reward for your tasks. Keep it discreet. Qin Shu, a clever girl, understood immediately. This was a private gift from Master Uncle, not something other disciples would receive. Her smile widened as she accepted the spiritual herbs with both hands, exclaiming, Thank you, Master Uncle. I will remember this. Chapter 22. Eldest Senior Brother. Thank you for your efforts. The gathering of herbs took place in the pharmacy, but at a different location. As Qin Shu approached to report in, she noticed several younger disciples who appeared to be of similar age, likely from the same batch of initiates. Upon seeing Qin Shu, their demeanor shifted awkwardly. Presenting her identity token to the registering senior sister, she was escorted to a large cabinet. You are fortunate. Master Ma has assigned you to gather materials for the spirit-enhancing pill, which has the least demand. Do well, but remember, you must prepare 100 portions today, as disciples will begin claiming them tomorrow, so there can be no delays. Qin Shu quietly noted the name of the tall, slender senior sister, Lingxi, as she heard others address her. Thank you for your guidance, senior sister Lingxi, Qin Shu said, clasping her hands in gratitude. Lingxi raised an eyebrow, a smirk playing on her lips. You are quite astute. Now, hurry along. Gathering the herbs proved much simpler than sorting spiritual plants. She merely had to adhere to the prescribed ratios. By midday, when Qin Shu had completed the 100 portions, Lingxi, pleased with her efficiency, credited her with points for the past 2 days' work. Qin Shu cast a spell on her token, and to her delight, it displayed 20 points. Joyful, she collected her 10 portions of spirit-enhancing pill materials and hurried to the transmission hall. However, as she crossed the threshold, she felt an overwhelming urge to turn back. The smile faded from her face, replaced by a complex expression in her eyes. Cheng Yin also noticed her. He had a recollection of this junior apprentice, not only because she had interfered with his golden rainbow pomegranate, but also due to the fact that when she had surprisingly chosen to protect her. His consciousness swept over Qin Shu, causing a thin layer of cold sweat to bead on her back. In that fleeting moment, she felt as though she were nearly exposed. Unbidden, her thoughts drifted to the sword that had once been aimed at her. Though he had not wielded it, the memory still sent a shiver through her. Her complexion paled, and her limbs grew rigid. The air was eerily quiet, and suddenly, the small black serpent coiled around her wrist stirred to life, moving slowly to imprint an ancient symbol upon her forehead. This entire occurrence went unnoticed by anyone. Even Qin Shu herself felt no discomfort. Yet, this symbol would ensure that others could not perceive the peculiarity of her constitution nor discern her cultivation level. For Qin Shu, it served as an additional layer of protection. After a lengthy pause, Cheng Yin finally inquired, What do you wish to learn? The chill at Qin Shu's back gradually dissipated, and she suppressed her discomfort, reassuring herself that nothing had yet transpired, and that she would be cautious around Cheng Yin in the future. With her head bowed, she softly replied, I wish to learn alchemy. Cheng Yin had already assessed her cultivation level. This junior sister lacked remarkable talent, yet her progress was notably swift, which explained Wen Qi's favorable regard towards her. Cheng Yin casually tossed a jade slip to her, stating indifferently, Study this first, and inquire if you do not understand. Qin Shu hastily received it, pressing the jade slip against her forehead, closing her eyes, and immersing herself entirely in its contents. After a considerable time, she finally digested the information. Upon opening her eyes, Cheng Yin asked, How is it? Do you have any questions? Qin Shu pondered for a moment. She felt that it would be beneficial to assert herself a little, as it might lessen her apprehension towards him. With this thought, she boldly met Cheng Yin's gaze, prompting him to momentarily falter. Her eyes were strikingly dark and bright, exhibiting a restraint he could not quite fathom, distinctly unlike those of an ordinary 10-year-old girl. What? Are you afraid of me? Cheng Yin inquired. Instinctively, Qin Shu inclined her head in affirmation, but halfway through, she abruptly halted, straightened her posture, and declared, I am not afraid. Unbeknownst to her, this display struck Cheng Yin as somewhat blusterous. He let out a light laugh. He rarely smiled, and even then, it was merely a subtle lift of the corners of his lips, barely noticeable. Yet, upon realizing his own emotions, he was momentarily taken aback, suppressing the smile and stating, Since you are not afraid, feel free to express any uncertainties. Qin Shu nodded, The jade slip indicated the necessity of maintaining the alchemical furnace at an appropriate temperature. She queried, "What precisely is this suitable temperature? One that can melt spirit herbs into liquid without causing them to vaporize?" Continuing, she asked, "I still do not fully grasp the sealing technique for merging several spirit herbs into a cohesive form." Cheng Yin personally demonstrated the sealing technique for her. And at that moment, Qin Shu set aside any personal grievances, eagerly following his lead. However, as the seal was completed, her forehead was already drenched in sweat, and the spiritual energy within her dantian had been depleted by nearly 80%. Qin Shu instinctively realized that her current cultivation level made alchemy somewhat of a strenuous endeavor. It is no wonder that the sect requires disciples at the second tier of qi training or above to learn the art of alchemy. Those at the first tier cannot even successfully form a seal. Qin Shu's spiritual energy replenishes slowly during the day. Yet the alchemy chamber is only accessible to lower-tier disciples during daylight hours. The more she pondered, the more her brow furrowed. If she were to use the 10 alchemical materials now, her chances of success would be exceedingly low. Even if she managed to concoct a pill, it would merely be a low-grade spirit-replenishing elixir, hardly worth anything. "Have you not mastered it?" Cheng Yin inquired upon noticing her tense expression. Qin Shu looked up and replied, "Thank you, senior brother, I have learned it." Cheng Yin contemplated for a moment before stating, "You need not fear me so. It was you who pilfered my spirit fruit. Yet I have not punished you. Why do you appear more aggrieved than I?" Qin Shu pressed her lips together in a thin line. It was only thanks to his reminder that she recalled their tangled relationship. With Qin Shu remaining silent, Cheng Yin gradually lost his patience. "Speak your mind directly." Qin Shu opened her mouth, not quite sure what prompted her to say, "I was wondering if I could have senior brother assist me in alchemy, and then we could keep the portion that is not submitted to the sect. What are the chances we could split the remainder?" Cheng Yin was momentarily taken aback. His reprimand caught in his throat. The fear she had directed towards him moments ago was unmistakable. How had she so swiftly turned the tables on him? Upon uttering those words, Qin Shu wished fervently for a rewind of time to awaken her from her indiscretion. She managed a forced smile and, in a spirit of resignation, said, 40-60 is acceptable. 30-70. Cheng Yin replied with a stern expression, waving his sleeve, causing Qin Shu to be pressed against the wall. Internally, she had cursed this man, who resorted to violence at the slightest provocation countless times. Yet, in the next moment, she heard Cheng Yin say, "Leave your herbs. Return tomorrow to collect them." Qin Shu moistened her parched lips, gazing at the coldly composed man seated in the chair, resembling a celestial being fallen from grace, and suddenly felt as though her earlier outburst had been premature. She slid down from the wall, steadied herself, coughed lightly, and retrieved the 10 sets of materials for the spirit-replenishing elixirs from her storage pouch. She stepped forward and cautiously placed them before Cheng Yin, respectfully clasping her fists and saying, "Senior brother, I appreciate your assistance." Chapter 23. You have lied even after leaving the transmission hall. Qin Shu's mind remained in a whirl. How had she dared to ask senior brother for help with alchemy? Even more perplexing was the fact that he had actually agreed. Had they both lost their minds? Cheng Yin contemplated the 10 sets of materials for the spirit-replenishing elixirs laid before him. These herbs collectively held little value, and yet he had consented to a 30-70 split. Very well, she was someone of significance to Wen Qi. He would consider it a trifling task. The following day, Cheng Yin did not need to attend the transmission hall. He sat in his thatched cottage, contemplating for quite some time, ultimately deciding to ignite the furnace for alchemy. "Oh, senior brother has taken to performing sect tasks?" Wen Qi's voice echoed, coming and going. Cheng Yin ignored him, and Wen Qi, finding himself rebuffed, gradually revealed himself in the courtyard. He wrinkled his nose and clicked his tongue, truly a spirit-replenishing elixir. His senior brother was indeed down to earth. A 6th-rank alchemist could actually concoct the most elementary of spirit-replenishing pills. Cheng Yin's hands did not pause in their movements. He raised his hand to cast a spell and cover the furnace, casually inquiring, "What brings you here?" As soon as the words left his lips, a scroll came hurtling toward him. He caught it deftly and heard Wen Qi's voice say, "In the second half of the year, you will lead the disciples in their trial. Here is the scroll with the list of names. Those who meet the requirements will be granted entry." Cheng Yin tossed it back without a second thought. "I refuse." Wen Qi's form vanished once more. His voice reverberating in the air, "The master has decreed. Should you refuse, you must speak with him directly." A golden light flickered between Cheng Yin's brows, and in an instant, the scroll halted before him. Furrowing his brow in contemplation, he eventually lifted his hand to accept the scroll. Simultaneously, the alchemical furnace before him emitted a fragrant aroma of pills. He performed another spell to open the lid. He then tossed in a jade bottle, filling it with 10 pills. He continued to refine, producing 10 batches in total, yielding 100 exquisite pills. By the time he completed the task, the sun had already risen high in the sky. Chang Yin squinted at the heavens. He had neglected his alchemical duties for 60 years, yet here he was, assisting a novice disciple in crafting spirit-replenishing pills. What a good soul he was. Reflecting on the diminutive figure of the Taoist nun, Chang Yin ultimately decided to pin this obligation on Wen Qi. Rising to his feet, he vanished from the courtyard in a flash. He reappeared before the cave dwelling of the esteemed Ling Su. Master, your disciple Chang Yin seeks an audience. No sooner had he spoken than the barriers of the cave opened. Entering, he heard Ling Su inquire, I heard from Wen Qi that you are refining spirit-replenishing pills? Cheng Yin simply acknowledged with a mild Ling Su shot him a sidelong glance, asking, are you on a mission? Yes. Ling Su let out a slight scoff. Cheng Yin, you are lying. Cheng Yin did not deny it. A prearranged agreement did not constitute a falsehood. He was indeed on a mission, though it was not his own. Curiosity piqued, Ling Su asked, oh, who possesses such capability? Cheng Yin chose not to satisfy his curiosity further. Instead, he turned his wrist and produced the scroll. Master, I ask that you assign someone else to lead the trials. Ling Su promptly dismissed him with a wave. Not a chance. A pill cultivator who does not refine pills and spends all day wielding a sword. Now even I cannot command you. In the blink of an eye, the stone door of the cave slammed shut. Cheng Yin understood his master's resolute intent. He must participate in this trial. The new disciple's trial was akin to child's play, lasting 10 days. For those 10 days, he would be unable to do anything but wait at the entrance for them to emerge. When she appeared from nowhere, observing Cheng Yan's frustrated demeanor with delight. Brother, if I may say, you seem far older than your mere 100 years. You appear as if you have lived for 800. Spend some time with these young disciples. Perhaps you might regain some youthful vigor. Recalling the early days of your journey, how vibrant and innocent you were, devoid of the irksome demeanor you now exhibit. Cheng Yin shot a disbelieving glance, far superior to certain individuals who wept upon their first departure from home. When she retorted, he simply blew up. Who cried? That was merely the result of my cousin's tear-inducing tactics. Cheng Yin, with a slight curl of his lips revealing skepticism, took flight. Infuriated, Wen Qi followed closely behind, determined to uncover with whom Cheng Yin had made arrangements, resulting in his alchemical endeavors, particularly the crafting of the most elementary spirit-replenishing pills. The following morning, just as the moon descended beyond the horizon, Qin Shu concluded her cultivation. At this moment, the spiritual energy within her dantian had become notably more solidified, prompting her to commence the refining of her governing meridian, with aspirations of breaking through to the third level of qi cultivation. Upon opening her eyes, she transformed some of her cultivated energy into wood elemental energy to tend to the wounds of the small black snake coiled around her wrist. After expending approximately 20% of her energy, Qin Shu ceased her efforts, leapt down from her meditation mat, and made her way toward the transmission hall. Upon her arrival, Cheng Yin had yet to appear. She crouched on the ground, doodling with a small twig, murmuring softly to herself. Encouraging Qin Mian to commit acts of violence was already a grave misdeed. Why should she continue to place her trust in him? Was she not being deceived once more? It was entirely possible she would lose not only her spirit pills, but also her medicinal herbs. Her artistic skills were lacking, rendering her stick figures unrecognizable. Suddenly, a pair of boots appeared before her, startling her. She looked up to see a man standing there, her pupils dilating in surprise. Hastily, she stood and brushed away the figures she had drawn. With an awkward smile, she greeted, Senior brother, you have arrived. Cheng Yin maintained a stoic expression, asserting, You do not believe me. His statement was devoid of any question, causing Qin Shu's features to contort in frustration. Indeed, this realm was steeped in mysticism. Proving more effective than in later times, one must never speak ill of others in secret. You see, I had thought you were merely jesting yesterday. Cheng Yin raised his hand, revealing 10 bottles of elixirs before her. Take care of these. Qin Shu's eyes sparkled with excitement as she eagerly opened one of the porcelain vials, the invigorating aroma nearly intoxicating her senses. Cheng Yin continued. From the total of 100 pills created from the 10 portions of herbs, 70 shall be delivered to the sect. while the remaining 30 will be divided between us. 9 for you and 21 for me. His meticulous calculations redefined her perception of Cheng Yan. In the original tale, Cheng Yan was the esteemed senior brother of the Pill sect, possessing an abundance of elixirs, many of which had been provided to Qin Mian upon joining the Xunian Gate. To think that such a senior brother would concern himself with a mere handful of spirit-replenishing pills. Chapter 24. A windfall. She extracted 2 vials from the 10, carefully prying a single pill from another vial and placing it into one of the selected vials before extending it toward him. Here, this is a promise kept. As Cheng Yan received the message, a hearty laugh echoed in the air. I inquired why the senior brother was engaged in concocting such rudimentary elixirs, only to discover that he was doing it for his junior sister. Following the sound, Qin Shu glanced over and beheld Wen Qi, clad in azure garments, gracefully floating with a jade bone folding fan in hand. A frown creased Qin Shu's brow. She had just expressed her delight in their collaboration and planned to visit her senior brother next month, only to be interrupted by Wen Qi's untimely appearance. Wen Qi, perceiving her expression, directly questioned, "Little Taoist, what do you mean by that? When I refined elixirs for you, I did not see such gratitude." He continued, "We are both senior brothers. There is no need for such disparity in treatment." Astonished, Qin Shu lifted her gaze to him and, with a forced smile, retorted, "Perhaps. Senior brother, you have mistaken me. When have I ever troubled you to refine elixirs for me?" Wen Qi delicately tapped his forehead with his slender fingers, momentarily disorienting Qin Shu, leaving her uncertain whether it was the elegance of the fan, his hands, or his countenance that captivated her. The handsome man before her smirked and said, "It appears I was in error. It seems doing good deeds without recognition is not feasible. Reflect on your initial arrival at the Dan sect. Did you not possess a vial of the purging grain elixir in your Qinquan bag?" He observed with satisfaction as the young girl's eyes widened in astonishment, and with a smile, he inquired, "Have you recalled?" Initially, he had merely found this junior sister amusing and had casually tossed her a vial of the elixir, hoping to remain inconspicuous to avoid any romantic entanglements. Although Qin Shu was unaware of his reasons for bestowing the elixir upon her, she now understood that she owed him a debt of gratitude. So it was a gift from senior brother. "Thank you, senior brother. I will remember this, and when I attain success in my cultivation, I shall certainly repay you with a vial in return." Upon hearing her words, Wen Qi erupted into laughter, his demeanor softening. "You little Taoist are quite amusing. With just a few words, you have reduced the complexity of gratitude to a vial of elixir. Such acumen at your tender age is indeed rare. Senior brother, my name is Qin Shu, not little Taoist," she replied, furrowing her brow in correction, disliking the moniker. Wen Qi, intrigued, raised an eyebrow and, gazing gently at her, countered, "With your Taoist bun, what else could you be but a little Taoist?" Qin Shu, caught in his gaze, felt an urge of desire but quickly restrained her emotions, asserting, "This is not a Taoist bun, it is a round bun." Cheng Yan, observing their exchange and noting Wen Qi's audacity as he employed allusions on the young girl, frowned. He had not anticipated that she would remain steadfast and untempted. With a scoff, he remarked, "I have taken what I came for and shall not intrude upon your nostalgic conversation any longer." Concerned that he might vanish without a trace, Qin Shu hurriedly called out, "Senior brother, shall we meet again at the same time next month?" Wen Qi looked on, a bemused smile gracing his features as he observed Cheng Yan, who appeared indifferent, yet nodded calmly, "Yes." Wench found himself increasingly perplexed by his senior brother. The jade vial containing the elixirs was far more precious than the elixirs themselves, typically reserved for storing high-grade potions to prevent the loss of their efficacy. Yet, without a flicker of hesitation, he had gifted it to the young Taoist maiden. If she were a few years older, one might interpret his actions as a sign of budding affection. However, this girl, merely 10 years old, had not yet fully matured. "Brother, it seems that the ethereal fairy will be arriving in a couple of days," Wench casually remarked, but Cheng Yan's expression shifted dramatically. He turned abruptly and vanished into thin air. Qin Shu, sensing the intrigue, winked at Wench. "Brother, who is this ethereal fairy?" In the next instant, Wench's fan struck her on the head, even flattening her little tuft of hair. "Matters of adults are not for children to pry into," Qin Shu retorted. "It's merely a matter of love. What is there to be secretive about?" Yet, despite having perused a substantial portion of her books, she could not recall any mention of her senior brother having such an admirer. Surely, she thought, it must be an inconsequential passerby. Unbeknownst to Qin Shu, she was gravely mistaken. This ethereal fairy was Cheng Yan's most significant creditor, currently at the late stage of the Golden Core. She had invested a fortune in acquiring a spiritual vein, intending to utilize it for her breakthrough into the nascent soul stage. Little did she anticipate that Cheng Yan would fortuitously break through to the late Golden Core stage on that very mountain, consuming a third of her precious spiritual vein in the process. How could the ethereal fairy possibly tolerate such a transgression? Especially since Cheng Yan was the master brother of the alchemy sect. One could escape a monk, but not the temple. This debt must be repaid. However, despite being an alchemist, he was also adept in swordsmanship, and the spiritual stones he earned from alchemy were all devoted to nurturing his sword, leaving him utterly destitute. Every 3 years, the ethereal fairy would visit Zhangtiangmen, and which had witnessed the spectacle for 30 consecutive years. Although Qin Shu's cultivation was modest, her sixth sense had always been remarkably astute. There might be some discord between the two brothers, yet they harbored no ill will towards her, at least, not for the time being. "I've told you to keep your distance from your senior brother, Haven Ti?" Wench suddenly spoke up. Qin Shu paused, squinting to recollect. It seemed he had indeed mentioned it. Yet, at the time, there was no need for him to say much. She had instinctively sought to avoid her senior brother. Now, however, that sense of fear inexplicably dissipated, perhaps due to her senior brother's efforts in refining elixirs for her. Alas, she realized she was someone easily swayed by trifling gains. "Brother, may I ask you something?" Qin Shu looked at Wench with an innocent expression. Wench shook his fan, replying, "No?" Her smile instantly faded, and she turned on her heel toward her small wooden cottage. "Then I shall not listen. Farewell," Wench remarked. Ignoring the wise counsel of good people will only lead to misfortune later. Qin Shu truly departed, not looking back. Suddenly, a thought struck her. The elixirs crafted by her senior brother appeared to far surpass those provided by the sect in quality. If she were to exchange them for lower-tier ones, and then submit them according to the new disciple's foundational elixir success rate, it would not be difficult to amass a considerable fortune. Qin Shu diligently completed the 10-day tasks at the apothecary before treating herself to a day off, during which she ventured to the city of Qijin. Upon inquiring at the Danming, she discovered that the 8 bottles of elixirs crafted by her senior brother were, in fact, all top-tier spirit recovery pills. Each top-tier spirit recovery pill could be exchanged for a medium-grade spirit stone, and 1 medium-grade spirit stone could procure 200 low-tier spirit recovery pills. Qin Shu's gaze became vacant, her heart tumultuous, echoing 3 words: "Struck it rich." Chapter 25, Single-Mindedness Fairy. "Do you intend to sell this elixir?" the shopkeeper inquired. Although spirit recovery pills are considered low-grade elixirs and typically hold little value, the term top-tier changes everything. Moreover, as you possess only this one, if you could supply them in abundance, the price would certainly be higher. The shopkeeper's tone hinted at a desire to probe further. Qin Shu shook her head vigorously, almost like a rattled drum. No, I am but a humble disciple. How could I provide such quantities? I merely got lucky, and my senior brother gifted me one. I thought to exchange it for some spirit stones as pocket money." She was not naive, understanding the notion that a person with something precious may attract envy. If she were to reveal all 79 of her top-tier spirit recovery pills, it would likely draw unwanted attention. Though the shopkeeper felt a twinge of disappointment at her response. It was what he had anticipated. He sighed and casually inquired, "Fairy, is there anything else you desire?" Qin Shu nodded. "I would like 100 low-tier spirit recovery pills. And please convert the remainder into spirit stones for me." As this was her first time concocting elixirs, a failure rate was permissible. They only needed to submit 10 spirit recovery pills. The rest she intended to keep for herself. Given her physique, which absorbed spiritual energy slowly during the day, she relied on elixirs for replenishment. For her, spirit recovery pills were essential. At her current cultivation level, 1 low-tier spirit recovery pill sufficed. Consuming a top-tier one would indeed be excessive. 100 low-tier spirit recovery pills would cost only 10 low-tier spirit stones, meaning the shopkeeper would need to return 90 low-tier spirit stones in exchange for her 1 top-tier spirit recovery pill. As Qin Shu exited the Danming, she felt somewhat surreal. Was this the sensation of sudden wealth? A sense of elation enveloped her, akin to the feeling of being the first among equals. Yet, paradoxically, this very newfound fortune made her hesitant to collaborate further with her senior brother. Although such matters might be trivial for Cheng Yan, Qin Shu felt uneasy about accepting benefits without cause, recognizing that the value of the elixirs he provided far exceeded the worth of the herbs themselves. On her way back, She spotted a boutique selling garments and decided to enter. It was not out of vanity, but rather because, during her first month or two of cultivation, she had experienced a growth spurt, and the original attire she had arrived in was now too short. Upon entering the shop, the attendant enthusiastically promoted a variety of enchanting fairy garments, shimmering silks, and fluffy feathered robes, each more exquisite than the last. Qin Shu touched her chinquan bag and pointed to one of the outfits, inquiring, "How much for this garment?" The shopkeeper responded with a beaming smile, "My lady, this exquisite piece is merely 899 medium-grade spirit stones. Once donned, it will shield you from divine perception, truly an essential item for your travels. You have a discerning eye." Qin Shu clutched her pouch tightly, feeling as though she were a kite, soaring freely into the sky, only to be tugged back to reality by the strings held by another. With a sullen expression, she coldly averted her gaze from the beautiful celestial garments and called out to the shopkeeper, "Bring forth your cheapest offerings." Her tone and inflection suggested she was about to spend extravagantly. The shopkeeper's eyes twitched slightly, and after a moment, he managed to gesture towards a colorful assortment in the corner, saying, "My lady, these garments are last year's styles and are quite affordable. If your budget is limited, you may choose from here." Pleased, Qin Shu approached and pulled aside the fabrics, only to find garments hastily assembled from a mere few pieces of cloth. Causing her face to flush, she pursed her lips, adopting a serious demeanor, and inquired, "What about men's clothing?" The shopkeeper stared in disbelief as she selected a set of white men's attire and a blue hairband, contentedly paying with spirit stones before departing. When he next encountered Qin Shu, her attire and the peculiar headband caught her off guard, prompting her to exclaim, "What on earth are you wearing?" Qin Shu tugged at her garment and asked, "What do you think? Not bad, right? The clothing in the cultivation realm is exceptional. It adjusts to fit perfectly without the discomfort of a tight waist after a meal." The hairpin had been replaced with a headband, styled into a high ponytail with a bow tied for good measure, sparing her from Wen Qi's incessant teasing as little Taoist girl. He looked on in exasperation. "Qin Shu, you are a young lady. Do not carry yourself like a boy." Frowning, she continued, "I wanted to say something when you styled your hair last time. How can a young girl always present herself in such a manner?" Yet, Qin Shu found it rather agreeable. This men's attire was far more practical than women's, allowing her to practice swordplay. "What? Is it not appealing?" Xian's brow remained furrowed, though she nodded slightly, conceding that it was not unattractive. Qin Shu, her lips pressed together, spoke earnestly, "In our path of cultivation, it is paramount to remain single-minded. Such vanity and comparison are detrimental. As long as one's cultivation improves, all shall respectfully address you as my lady. At that point, who will care if you wear men's or women's clothing?" Xian found some merit in her words. Though having been raised in the secular world for 12 years, certain notions were deeply ingrained. Squinting at Qin Shu, she remarked, "But how will you find a husband if you continue like this?" Qin Shu was taken aback by Xian's sudden declaration. "What? I am here to cultivate. Why should I concern myself with finding a husband? Whether I live to see that day is another matter entirely." Naturally, she reframed her thoughts with a more dignified expression, declaring, "If he is merely a superficial individual who judges by appearances, such a husband is better left unpursued. Do you not agree?" Xian, convinced by her reasoning, pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. "You make a valid point. Quite right, though still youthful in appearance." Qin Shu possessed a clarity of thought surpassing that of many adults. At merely 10 years old, she had already endured the rigors of 9 years of compulsory education. With a bold demeanor, she continued, "To establish oneself in the realm of cultivation, one must rely solely on their own strength. Xian, your aspiration to depend on your husband is misguided. Have you ever witnessed a great being ascend while bringing their spouse along?" Xian opened her mouth, but ultimately chose silence. Observing that she had not become obstinate, Qin Shu felt a sense of relief. She was grateful to find herself in a world of cultivation, a realm far more straightforward and unrefined than the future she had known, where strength dictated authority, rendering gender distinctions somewhat insignificant. However, to Qin Shu's surprise, the following day, while undertaking tasks at the apothecary, she encountered Xian once more. This time clad in male attire, her hair styled in a bun reminiscent of Qin Shu's previous look. From a distance, Xian spotted Qin Shu and joyfully rushed towards her. "Sure, what do you think? Does it look good?" Qin Shu fell silent. Could she admit that she wore male clothing due to its affordability? She wondered how this extraordinary Hexin had procured male garments overnight. Noticing Qin Shu's expression of mixed emotions, Hexin furrowed her brow and inquired, "What? Does it not look good?" Quickly shaking her head, Qin Shu composed herself and earnestly praised, "It looks magnificent." Only then did Hexin's satisfaction surface, her lips curling into a smile as she replied, "Qin Shu, I recently finished reading a compendium of medicinal materials in the cultivation world, and this morning I accepted a task from the mission hall. You were right. I must strive harder from now on. I will ascend on my own." With a solemn bow, Qin Shu responded, "If you seek wealth and honor, do not forget your companions." Hexin laughed in agreement, and together they entered the apothecary, where they remained for a full 2.5 months. During this time, Qin Shu also self-studied various texts, including One Mind, Three Uses, A Century of Furnace Explosions, A Summary of Experiences, and How to Perfectly Merge Opposing Attribute Medicinal Materials. Though still a novice in alchemy, she could at least theorize about it. The materials she received over the 2 months were not given to her senior brother. Instead, she kept them, planning to refine them once her cultivation level improved, while submitting only the inferior spirit-replenishing pills she had purchased. One afternoon, Qin Shu and Hexin ventured to the western mountains and caught a wild rabbit. They used spiritual energy to kindle a fire and roasted it, sprinkling on some medicinal herbs, thereby satisfying their long-neglected appetites. Hexin eagerly accepted the rabbit leg from Qin Shu, disregarding its heat, and took a bite. Her eyes lit up, and she mumbled in delight, "Sure. When did you acquire such culinary skills?" Qin Shu chuckled, "I have many talents. The lack of seasonings in the cultivation realm is a pity. Otherwise, this barbecue could be even more authentic. If you wish to indulge again, just call for me." After exchanging light-hearted banter, Qin Shu sighed and turned to Hexin, asking, "Hexin, if you are not chosen by the esteemed Ling Su, what are your plans?" Hexin, wide-eyed, stared at her while holding the rabbit leg, exclaiming, "Qin Shu, you have become quite bold." Qin Shu was perplexed, and then she heard Hexin continue, "You should not inquire about my plans if I am not selected, but rather ask what I would do if I were chosen. After all, for us, not being selected is the norm. Being chosen would be akin to an ancestral blessing." Upon Hexin's reminder, Qin Shu was momentarily taken aback, gradually realizing that she may have been overthinking the situation. She laughed heartily and said, "Let us do our utmost and leave the rest to fate. Regardless of where we find ourselves, we must strive diligently in our cultivation." The following day marked the highly anticipated occasion for Lingshu Jinren to select disciples. It was said that the esteemed Xingqian Jinren from Tianjai had divined that Lingshu Jinren could only select disciples on this particular day to find his destined apprentice. Should he miss this day, any subsequent choices would lead to disastrous fates. Early in the morning, Qin Shu rushed to the cold pool to wash her hair, a gesture of respect for the significant examination ahead. Once she had arranged her high ponytail, she met with Hexin, who had her hair styled in a bun. The two exchanged smiles before proceeding to register for the selection. The examination was divided into 2 parts, the first being a written test, followed by practical alchemy. As Qin Shu had never practiced alchemy before, her performance on the written portion was especially crucial. The sect's square was filled with tables and cushions, and the aspiring disciples gathered in droves, numbering no fewer than 400 to 500. Who could resist the allure of being accepted by the esteemed 8th-grade alchemist, Lingshu Jinren? Among all the participants, only Qin Shu and Hexin were new disciples, and, there was also Qiyu from the Sword Sect, a new disciple with a fire affinity of 99, who lacked even a wooden spiritual root and seemed at a loss for why she was there. To the onlookers, these 3 new disciples appeared blissfully ignorant, eliciting gazes akin to those one might cast upon elementary students attempting the Gaokao. Feeling somewhat insecure, Hexin tugged at Qin Shu's sleeve and whispered, "Qin Shu, do you think we can do this? This scene is making me doubt myself." Yet, Qin Shu exuded confidence, remarking, "What is there to fear? We have come this far." Hexin pondered and agreed. They had already arrived, so they might as well take the exam. Even if they did not succeed, could it possibly be worse than their current situation? A series of drumbeats resounded, followed by an authoritative voice resonating throughout the examination hall. "Please, disciples, take your seats according to your registration numbers." Qin Shu found the voice somewhat familiar and looked up, only to discover that the chief examiner was none other than senior brother Cheng Yan. "Your number is 374, mine is 396. We are not far apart." Xian said as she led Qin Shu towards their seats. Every 50 numbers formed a designated area, dividing the venue into 9 sections in total. After Qin Shu settled into her seat, she observed her senior brothers and sisters taking their places one by one. Senior brother Cheng Yan's voice echoed once more from the stage, instructing the candidates to refrain from whispering or looking around, offering a plethora of reminders before the test papers were distributed. In the realm of cultivation, the examination papers themselves were a form of low-grade magical artifact, and spectral images of spiritual plants emerged upon them, rendering the candidates invisible to one another. Their task was to identify these spiritual plants, classify them, and annotate their pharmacological properties and contraindications. Observing the dense array of spiritual plants and the imposing incense burner before her, Qin Shu took a deep breath and swiftly immersed herself in her writing. The exquisite orchid of the surprise swan could not melt on its own. A touch of serpent's fawn grass was essential as a catalyst. The blazing fire blossom and the soul-chilling specter repelled each other and could not be classified together. Qin Shu responded with fervor, albeit her handwriting bore a certain untidiness. By the time she completed these questions, a considerable portion of the incense had burned away. However, upon lowering her gaze, she noticed that the ethereal images of the spiritual plants had vanished, replaced by a new query. How could the fire lotus, the heavenly flame ghost palm, and the stone illuminating milk be fused together? Qin Shu sensed that this query was pivotal for Master Lingshu's selection of disciples. She meticulously organized her thoughts, took up her brush, and sketched a Taiji Bagua diagram, labeling the properties of the 3 elements. Subsequently, she calculated the corresponding thresholds necessary for achieving balance based on the principles of the Taiji Bagua. As she penned the final stroke, she cast a satisfied glance at her densely filled paper, convinced that nothing could thwart a student of the sciences. She had truly finished. Just as she inscribed her name, the voice of Cheng Yin rang out once more. Time's up. With a wave of his hand, the examination papers levitated in the air, accompanied by a chorus of lamentations from the surrounding students. Only Qin Shu exhaled in relief. The time had indeed been quite pressing. She grasped her token and made her way towards Xian. As the 2 sisters met, they inquired simultaneously, "How did it go?" They exchanged glances, and Xian sighed. "Well, as you suggested, I wrote down everything I knew and fabricated what I didn't. As for its accuracy, that remains uncertain." Qin Shu understood. It was a matter of fate, and best not to dwell upon it. Their papers were presented to Cheng Yin, who could assess 3 at a time with a mere breath. However, when he turned to one particular paper, he paused. The sheet was filled to the brim, most of it substantial, though the handwriting was rather unrefined. As he continued reading, his eyes widened upon reaching the final question, and he experienced a profound moment of revelation. The 5 elements and the Bagua, could it truly be applied in such a manner? He found the calculations somewhat perplexing. Among the outer disciples, there existed such a prodigy? He was eager to discover the identity of this student. Chapter 27. Natural talent intrigued. Cheng Yin casually flipped to the front of the examination paper, where he beheld the 2 elegant characters, Qin Shu. He was utterly taken aback, his astonishment akin to tumultuous waves, and it took him a while to regain his composure. Are today's youth so formidable? The Bagua algorithm she had devised was beyond his comprehension. Nonetheless, this young lady was indeed intelligent, though her handwriting lacked any grace or character. As these thoughts crossed his mind, he set Qin Shu's paper aside, intending to present it to his master later. After reviewing the others, he found several commendable submissions, yet none matched the refreshing theoretical insights of Qin Shu's work. He carried the selected papers to Master Lingshu's abode, secretly placing Qin Shu's at the forefront. To produce such work at the tender age of 10 was nothing short of genius. The sole drawback lies in her still limited cultivation and insufficient talent. One can only wonder if the master would take notice. As Lingshu Zhenren received the examination paper handed over by Cheng Yin, he instinctively wished to turn the page upon seeing the handwriting on the first sheet. However, he was promptly halted by Cheng Yan's call, "Master." Lingshu Zhenren glanced up, only to hear Cheng Yin, furrowing his brow with an unusual expression, inquire, "Master, will you not take a closer look?" Understanding Cheng Yan's character, Lingshu Zhenren knew he would not speak thus without reason. He withdrew his gaze, suppressing his impatience, and perused the paper. The more he read, the greater his interest became. Upon finishing, he discarded the remaining papers and directed a question at Cheng Yin. "This paper is rather intriguing. Which peak does this disciple, Qin Shu, belong to? The ideas are commendable, yet the handwriting leaves much to be desired." Cheng Yan, with a respectful bow, replied, Master, she is a recently initiated outer disciple, having just turned 10 this year. 10 years old, then it is understandable for the handwriting to be lacking, Lingshu Jinren mused briefly, only to suddenly realize something. Coming back to his senses, he stood up in disbelief, pointing at Cheng Yan. Wait, how old did you say she is? Cheng Yan, unfazed by his reaction, reiterated, 10 years old. With a casual wave, Lingshu Jinren made the other examination papers vanish into thin air, concluding that with such a talent, the rest of the disciples need not be considered. Indeed, there was a sense of sentimentality reminiscent of the adage once one has traversed the vast seas, no other waters will suffice. As it was his own prerogative to select disciples, Cheng Yan would not interfere excessively. However, as Lingshu Jinren's eldest disciple, he felt compelled to remind him, Master, this disciple's qualifications are somewhat lacking. Lingshu Jinren raised an eyebrow and inquired, in what manner are they lacking? Cheng Yan explained, she possesses only 3 spiritual roots. Yet, Lingshu Jinren waved his hand dismissively, stating, 3 spiritual roots are sufficient, with my abilities. I can elevate her cultivation to the golden core stage. Just inform me, does she possess a fire spiritual root? Upon posing this question, he had already formed a resolution. Even if she lacked a fire spiritual root, her innate talent for alchemy warranted his effort to procure one for her. Having spent a century with him, Cheng Yan was well acquainted with his temperament. It was nearly a certainty that Qin Shu would become his closed-door disciple unless unforeseen circumstances arose. Chapter 28. Fire Spiritual Root. She does possess a fire spiritual root, albeit with a root value of only 71, Cheng Yan replied respectfully. Upon hearing this, Lingshu Jinren's furrowed brows relaxed. While the cultivation with a root value of 71 might prove challenging, it sufficed for alchemy. As the master and disciple conversed, an external restriction seemed to have been triggered at the cave dwelling. Lingshu Jinren gestured with his hand, forming a seal, and soon a sound transmission talisman flew in. Lingshu, it has been a long time. I hope you have been well. Lingshu Jinren's brow furrowed upon hearing this. How could Wang Jianjinren have arrived so unexpectedly? As an elder of the sword sect, Wang Jianjinren rarely visited the sect, typically either engaged in battles or on his way to seek them. He had returned suddenly 3 years prior, and had since remained in seclusion. Everyone assumed he had encountered a fortuitous opportunity during his absence, returning with intentions of a breakthrough. Yet to this day, there remains a disconcerting silence. Could it be that he has come to seek the esteemed master for alchemical guidance? Cheng Yan speculated. Lingshu Jinren gently shook his head, deeming it improbable. The path of the wandering sword is one of annihilation. Traditionally, breakthroughs are sought amidst battle, and apart from elixirs that replenish spiritual energy, he consumes no other pills. Nevertheless, it is best to await his arrival and inquire directly. He raised his hand to dispel the barriers and personally went out to greet him. What brings the wandering sword out of seclusion? Has he achieved something? He stroked his beard with a smile and inquired. The wandering sword, appearing as a middle-aged man, bore his fateful heavy sword upon his back, and his broad shoulders exuded strength, indicating substantial progress in physical cultivation. Upon hearing Lingshu Jinren's question, he shook his head and replied candidly, no progress whatsoever. It seems the time has yet to arrive. His demeanor remained calm, suggesting that he did not dwell on this matter, a testament to his resolute mental state. Just as Lingshu Jinren intended to clarify his purpose for visiting, the wandering sword preempted him. Lingshu Jinren, I have heard that you recently intend to accept a closed-door disciple. This pronouncement left Lingshu perplexed. What concern did his disciple selection hold for the wandering sword? Surely, he would not seek to become a disciple at his advanced age. Even if he were inclined, he would not accept him, lacking even a fire spiritual root. What value does a solitary gold spiritual root hold, regardless of its rank? Indeed, I do have such intentions, Lingshu Jinren responded, his brow furrowing slightly. The wandering sword's eyes remained fixed on his expression, cautiously probing. Lingshu Jinren, we have a disciple in our sword sect with a fire spiritual root of 99. Would you consider her as your closed-door disciple? Upon hearing of the 99 fire spiritual root, Lingshu's brow furrowed further, casting a shadow of skepticism across his features. Such a prodigy. Would you truly allow her to enter my alchemy sect? None among them were Na'vi. If not for some ulterior motive, such a talent would surely be guarded jealously. The wandering sword, understanding the difficulty in persuading him, sighed and clarified. To speak candidly, we are indeed mindful of the essence washing and golden transformation you possess. Moreover, That girl, Qi Yu, has expressed an interest in alchemy. Should she cleanse her spiritual root, she would possess a perfect 100 spiritual root. In that case, whether in alchemy or sword cultivation, her efforts would yield exceptional results. He certainly did not wish to relinquish such an outstanding disciple easily. Yet since this was Qi Yu's choice, he would respect it. Of course, an additional factor weighed heavily. Their sword cultivators were exceedingly impoverished, and compared to the affluent alchemists, they had little of a lure to offer. Ling Xiu, upon hearing this, let out a scoff, hands clasped behind his back as he coolly remarked, "You truly have devised a clever scheme. Are you not attempting to snatch something for nothing?" The wandering sword sheepishly rubbed his nose and chuckled awkwardly. "It's not entirely without merit. After all, we are offering you a disciple with a heavenly spiritual root." Ling Xiu, with a flick of his sleeve, turned away, dismissing the conversation. For an alchemist, innate talent is secondary. What truly matters is comprehension. Wang Jian observed his resolute demeanor and, with a heavy heart, spoke. "Many years ago, during my travels, I acquired a fire spirit. If you were to accept Qi Yu, I would gladly bestow this fire spirit upon you." The fire spirit is a coveted companion for every alchemist, a being infused with the essence of fire. Born from the ethereal energies of heaven and earth, possessing intelligence far beyond ordinary creatures. With the assistance of a fire spirit, the quality of the elixirs produced elevates to a higher echelon, and the success rate in crafting them also increases significantly. However, such spirits, born from the celestial realms, are exceedingly rare, taking millennia or even tens of thousands of years to manifest. Yet, the demand for fire spirits has surged, making it increasingly difficult to acquire one. Had it not been for the fortuitous circumstance of accepting Qi Yu as a disciple, Wang Jian would have long since sold this fire spirit. Nevertheless, Ling Su, now over 800 years old, already possesses a fire spirit of his own. A cultivator is not permitted to own more than one fire spirit. Thus, its possession holds little value for him. His thoughts lingered on the talented girl named Qin Shu, who was more suited for alchemy and could potentially carry on his legacy. Perhaps even elevate his lineage to new heights. Could you not request one for your disciples? Cheng Yan and Wen Qi do not possess one yet, do they? Wang Jian inquired, his brow furrowed with concern. He feared Ling Su might decline, as this fire spirit was his only bargaining chip. After a moment of contemplation, Ling Su made his decision, turning to address Wang Jian directly. "I may accept her as a disciple, but she is not suitable to be my primary disciple." Wang Jian's heart soared with joy. He was solely interested in the cleansing essence of the fire spirit. The title of primary disciple held little significance for him. "That is acceptable," he exclaimed, his expression brightening. Yet, Wang Jian hesitated, stammering, "Indeed, Ling Su, your generosity is commendable. As for the cleansing essence, I shall ensure my disciples are properly considered." Ling Su understood the importance of adding a disciple with a heavenly root to the sect. Since it was Wang Jian who sought him out, he felt compelled to acquiesce. Otherwise, he might find himself facing the sect leader next time. Wang Jian breathed a sigh of relief, expressing gratitude on behalf of his disciple Qi Yu to Ling Su. After bidding farewell to Wang Jian, Cheng Yan stood nearby, his brow furrowed in concern. What had once seemed a foregone conclusion had taken an unexpected turn. However, it was undeniable that Qin Shu displayed exceptional talent and intelligence. If necessary, he could make an exception to accept a disciple. Once one reaches the golden core stage, the opportunity to take on disciples arises. Though both he and Wen Qi were relatively young and lacked the patience to mentor, which is why they had never broached the subject. "Master, I was just about to mention my thoughts regarding Qin Shu," Cheng Yan began, but before he could continue, Ling Su interjected. "This year, let us take on both Qi Yu and Qin Shu as disciples. With Qi Yu providing cover, others will scarcely notice this little waste." Though he referred to her as a little waste, the broad smile on his face betrayed his true feelings. Cheng Yan was momentarily taken aback, but soon realized the wisdom in Ling Su's words. With Qi Yu's exceptional talent drawing attention, the presence of someone with Qin Shu's abilities would likely go unnoticed. Unbeknownst to Qin Shu, she was on the brink of becoming the apprentice of the senior brother, caught in a web of unforeseen events. After returning to her residence, she engaged in meditation and cultivation throughout the night, preparing herself for the second round of selection. Suddenly, she received a transmission talisman from her senior brother. The earth-toned paper gradually burned away before her eyes, revealing the cool, detached voice of Cheng Yan. The master had already chosen his disciples, thus canceling the remaining trials. Chapter 29. I am most likely an accompanying scholar. Qin Shu was taken aback. No competition? Perhaps that was for the best. She had little to showcase in terms of either talent or cultivation. Yet, she pondered who the selected disciple could be. It was said that participants in the selection included not only external disciples, but also numerous internal disciples, with representatives from the neighboring sword sect, artifact sect, and talisman sect, making it a gathering of exceptional talents. Many prodigies remained unfamiliar to her, yet she did recognize Qi Yu from the sword sect. Was it possible for a disciple to belong to multiple sects, akin to elective courses in modern universities? Did this mean she could pursue swordsmanship in the future as well? Qin Shu had never considered herself the chosen one until, in the evening, the protective barriers outside her dwelling were suddenly triggered. She opened the door to investigate, only to find nothing amiss. Puzzled, she scanned her surroundings, intending to return inside when a gust of wind rushed towards her back. Instinctively, she sidestepped and beheld a jade token floating before her. An inner disciple-esque token? For a moment, Qin Shu was stunned, then turned around to see Wen Qi perched on the eaves. His hands rested lightly on the wooden roof, one foot on the eaves and the other suspended in the air, with the setting sun casting a warm glow behind him. The wind tousled his long hair, and his garments billowed gracefully, resembling an otherworldly being. However, the nonchalant grin on his face was rather unbecoming. Little Taoist, how have you fared? Qin Shu frowned, her features contorting in displeasure. Surely, he must still be single. No divine visage could redeem him with such a tongue. I am not a little Taoist. Wen Qi's gaze swept over her high ponytail, nodding slightly. Oh, changed your hairstyle? Heh, even with a new look, you're still a little Taoist. Not wishing to engage in a verbal spar, Qin Shu steadied her demeanor and inquired, Second brother, an ambush is not the act of a gentleman. Wen Qi, amused by her indignation, chuckled. This is not an ambush. I have come diligently to deliver this token to you. Moreover, you may have some misconceptions about your senior brother. I am not a gentleman either. Qin Shu glanced at the token suspended in the air, then looked up at Wen Qi's senior brother. Is this token meant for me? But this represented the identity of an inner disciple, did it not? It's not yours. Whose could it be? Take a look for yourself. Your name is inscribed upon it. Wen Qi replied. Only then did Qin Shu dare to reach out, and the jade token obediently settled into her hand. It was smooth and warm to the touch, and as the gleaming green light faded, the characters for Xiantian's sect emerged on the token. She flipped it over, finding the reverse unremarkable, devoid of any markings. Rubbing the back of her head, she wore a perplexed expression. Wen Qi observed with a smile and addressed her. Junior sister, you must drop blood to recognize your master. Qin Shu's features twisted once more. Why did the cultivation world insist on such bloodletting? In her mere 10-year-old body, she wondered how many drops of blood she could spare. Just as she resolutely withdrew her white jade sword, preparing to draw blood from her finger, Wen Shu interjected to halt her. Wait. Qin Shu opened her eyes to look at him, confusion evident in her gaze, as her sword was merely a millimeter away from her fingertip. Wen Shu regarded her with increasing perplexity and curiously asked, Are you not able to draw blood? Qin Shu retorted, Am I not in the process of doing so? Wen Shu replied, I did not realize there existed such an inexperienced individual in this world. Oblivious to the most basic method of bloodletting, he leaped down from the eaves, landing gracefully as if he were a feather, effortlessly touching the ground. Such a simple act. Yet you must resort to such self-harm. I had not perceived my junior sister to be so harsh with herself. As he spoke, he gestured and recited a spell, causing a drop of blood to appear at his fingertip. Qin Shu was astonished by this method and quickly imitated him. Indeed, a drop of crimson blood manifested at her fingertip as well. She promptly let it fall into the jade token, and at the moment the blood mingled with the token. The previously unadorned waist plate revealed ancient patterns, and the characters for Xuanshimen seemed to come alive, flowing gently. Flipping the token over, she beheld her name, Qin Shu, inscribed on the reverse side. It was indeed beautiful, but why was it crafted from jade? She did not dwell on it for long, understanding that in life, one must embrace a touch of green. She affixed the token to her waist and bowed to Wen Shu, expressing her gratitude. Her thanks were heartfelt, for this spell had spared her from true suffering. Wen Shu regarded the drop of blood on his fingertip, which glimmered faintly with a golden hue, and with a flick of his wrist, he sent it towards her forehead. Henceforth, you shall be considered my little junior sister. Let this drop of blood serve as a welcoming gift from your elder brother. Qin Shu was taken aback, hastily feeling her forehead but finding nothing there. Frowning, she murmured, "Who gives a drop of blood as a welcoming gift?" Wenchu let out a light scoff but offered no further explanation. Qin Shu did not inquire further, instead shifting to a more pressing matter. "Elder brother, does your implication mean that I am the only disciple accepted by the Lingshu Jinren?" At this moment, she felt as though she had been struck by a windfall from the heavens. However, Wenchu gently shook his head, causing her heart to plummet. "Alas, I was too hopeful." Yet, in the next instant, she heard him say, "You are one of 2 disciples." Qin Shu froze, her eyes widening with curiosity as she pressed, "One of 2? Who is the other?" "Chiyu of the Sword Sect." Qin Shu's mouth fell agape. Chiyu, the genius with a fire spirit root rated at 99. It was astonishing that she now stood on the same starting line as him. It seems she has indeed made some notable achievements. When she remarked, "You tidy up your things. I will take you to Lingxiao Peak." Qin Shu's belongings were minimal, and upon returning to her room, she swiftly gathered her items into her bag and dashed back outside. "Senior brother, we can leave now." Although both the inner and outer sects belonged to the Xuantian Gate, the treatment was entirely different. Upon entering Lingxiao Peak, Qin Shu was granted her own cave dwelling. When she pointed to a peak not far away, his face displaying sympathy as he addressed Qin Shu, "Master resides there." While all new disciples had the privilege to choose their residences, Qin Shu was specifically designated by her master. Living here meant that every action was under the watchful eye of her master. There was hardly any freedom to speak of. Nevertheless, Qin Shu found it agreeable. Being close to her master would allow her to make her presence felt. Although she was likely to serve as a mere backdrop for Chiyu, she was determined to strive for her own recognition. Chapter 30. Beautiful girls hold grudges. Following when Qin Shu explored her cave dwelling, her heart filled with satisfaction. This place, at least, was a 2-room suite with a training room, far more spacious than a small wooden cabin. The area was inscribed with a spirit-gathering array, which would aid her cultivation. Upon hearing this, Qin Shu immediately focused, sensing the rich spiritual energy in the air, nearly moved to tears. The inner sect was already close to the spiritual vein, and with the spirit-gathering array, even her subpar 3 spirit root physique would not require her to consume spirit pills during the day. Noticing her emotional shift, when she chuckled, "All right, take a look around. Remember to visit Master tomorrow at the hour of Chun." Qin Shu nodded obediently, when she raised an eyebrow and added, "I believe Master has prepared a welcome gift for you as well." Upon hearing this, excitement coursed through Qin Shu's veins, and she felt a rush of exhilaration. Even a small token from these esteemed figures would be enough for someone like her to strike it rich. She looked up at Wen Qi, her eyes sparkling with greed. "Thank you for the reminder, senior brother. I will make sure to arrive early tomorrow." After bidding farewell to Wen Qi, Qin Shu unlocked the restrictions of her cave, retrieved her personal items from her bag, and organized them neatly. Then, she took out a communication jade slip to send a message to He Xian. "Xianer, I have entered the service of the esteemed Lingshu Jinren." He Xian replied almost instantaneously, and upon opening the message, Qin Shu was greeted with an excited shriek. Startled, she then received a flurry of messages, one after the other. "Is this for real? That's incredible. Didn't they say Lingshu Jinren accepted Chiyu from the Sword Sect? Where are you now? Could it be that your spot has been taken? Hurry and find out if you can still join the inner sect." Worried that her delayed response might lead to wild speculations from her friend, Qin Shu quickly replied, "No, stop overthinking. Lingshu Jinren has taken 2 disciples, and I am one of them. However, I might just be accompanying Chiyu, as we are of similar age." He Xian finally breathed a sigh of relief. If she was merely an accompanying disciple, it was still far better than remaining in the outer sect. It seems that future encounters may no longer be convenient. Sighing, Qin Shu, upon hearing her voice tinged with melancholy, advised, "Isn't there a competition among the disciples of various sects in a year? Your talent far surpasses mine. You are undoubtedly among the elite of the outer sect. As long as you diligently cultivate, entering the inner sect is merely a matter of time." Listening to her youthful tone imparting such sage advice made He Xian chuckle. "I know you well, little one. Take good care of yourself in the inner sect." He Xian had indeed been striving hard, yet she was still a genuine 12-year-old girl, sometimes succumbing to childish whims. However, this incident had indeed spurred her on, allowing her to settle down and commit to her cultivation. Qin Shu stored away her jade slip and exited her cave dwelling, where a splendid array of roses flourished, their vibrant hues nurtured by the surrounding spiritual energy. Behind the cave, a pond glimmered, revealing the presence of flowing water. "This means I can take a bath," she exclaimed. The perimeter of the cave was adorned with formations etched by the sect, and by activating the restrictions, it became her own little realm. Qin Shu felt immense satisfaction. Through her cultivation, she had acquired a 2-room apartment with a small garden and pond. She mused that in a future life, it might take her quite some time after graduation to afford such a place. Joyfully, she returned to the practice room within her cave, where a skylight allowed the moonlight to stream in, everything perfectly arranged. Settling into the spirit-gathering array, she meditated, and the night swiftly passed. At the break of dawn, as the first rays of sunlight poured in, Qin Shu had already completed her morning routine and headed towards the neighboring peak. Channeling spiritual energy into her feet, she dashed towards the adjacent area. However, even until the end of the Chen hour, neither Ling Su Jinren nor Qi Yu and the others had caught sight of Qin Shu. When she directly inquired, "Master, could it be that this little girl overslept?" Cheng Yin furrowed his brow, remarking that even upon entering the path of immortality, she still indulged in slumber. He would need to admonish her later. It is nothing to worry about. She is still young, and it is normal for her to sleep in. She will grow out of it, Ling Su Jinren replied, his expression devoid of anger, instead radiating warmth. He always exhibited exceptional leniency towards gifted children. Beside Cheng Yin stood Qi Yu, clad in fiery red. Her waist-length hair intricately braided into numerous small plaits, capped with a tuft of red feathers. Having overheard their exchange, her brow furrowed as she opened her mouth, hesitating to speak. Noticing her unusual demeanor, Ling Su called out, "Qi Yu, do you have something to say?" With her name called, Qi Yu stepped forward, respectfully clasping her fists in greeting. "Master, I wish to suggest that perhaps her journey from her own peak is rather distant." Her words left everyone present momentarily speechless. Observing their reactions, Qi Yu added, "I just came from my own peak and noticed that the 2 mountains are quite far apart. Fortunately, my original form is that of a fire spirit bird, allowing me to fly over." Ling Su finally understood. His disciples hailed from esteemed families, and even when their cultivation was low, they possessed family-gifted artifacts, not yet requiring them to traverse on foot. The unfortunate Qin Shu, born of mortal lineage, devoid of any magical artifacts and incapable of flight upon a sword, had no choice but to traverse the path on foot. When Qi chuckled lightly, turning away and vanishing from sight, "Master, I shall go greet that little unfortunate one," he declared. Cheng Yin had just voiced his intent to fetch his junior sister when Qi preempted him. He halted, listening to his master's curious remark. What has caused Qi to change his demeanor? Is he not usually indifferent to others? Cheng Yin shook his head. His second junior brother was candid and spontaneous, rendering his thoughts inscrutable. Seeing this, Ling Su, the master, refrained from further inquiries, pleased to witness harmony among his disciples. Qin Shu had only ascended halfway up the mountain when she paused to catch her breath. It was truly absurd. There was not even a path on her master's mountain, and she had to forge her own way. Fortunately, she had set out early that morning. Otherwise, she might not have arrived until nightfall. She lifted a hand to touch her cheek, scratched by branches, and couldn't help but gasp in pain. It truly hurt. She summoned spiritual energy and transformed it into wood energy, applying it to her wound, which alleviated the fiery torment somewhat. "Ah, so you are here." A familiar voice emanated from above. Qin Shu looked up to see Qi hovering in the air, gazing down at her. Clad in pristine white garments, immaculate and serene. One hand rested behind him while the other was graciously placed over his chest. Upon catching sight of Qin Shu's face, his amusement became evident. Alas, what a pitiable sight. Just look at that little face. How has it come to be in such a state? Qin Shu felt as though he were merely there for amusement, and she raised her sleeve to wipe her face once more. However, this action only smeared the blood, dirt, and grass juice across her features, creating an even more chaotic visage. Unable to bear the sight any longer, Qi flicked his sleeve, and Qin Shu was levitated upwards, soaring towards the summit. Subsequently, the spiritual energy enveloping her was withdrawn, and she plummeted back into the pond with a splash. Splendid, Qi. For beauty is known to hold grudges. Chapter 31. Little junior sister. The commotion outside the cave swiftly drew the attention of several individuals within, who hurried to the courtyard to witness Qin Shu emerging from the pond. At that moment, a lotus leaf adorned her head, her hair and garments clung to her form, and her face was a canvas of chaos, truly a portrait of disarray. Originally envious of Qin Shu for being personally welcomed by the second senior brother, Qi Yu now felt a wave of relief upon seeing her wretched condition. Ling Su's face was a mask of fury. A flash of golden light heralded Wen Qi's reappearance before the group. The folding fan in his hand opened with a flourish, gently stirring the air. His countenance adorned with a charming smile, exuding an air of nonchalance. "Master, you called for me?" Ling Su, his expression darkened, inquired in a low tone. "Is this how you greet your junior sister?" Just moments ago, he had been gratified to see Wen Qi finally learning amicability towards his siblings. Yet now he found himself confronted with this debacle. Wen Qi glanced at the drenched Qin Shu and casually cast a cleansing spell her way, explaining, "My junior sister was exhausted from climbing, so I helped her freshen up." Upon hearing the words, Qin Shu lowered her head and rolled her eyes dramatically, gritting her teeth as she replied, "I truly appreciate it." Her clothes had dried, and the marks on her face had vanished. But a scar remained from where a branch had scratched her. Her hair, once neatly tied, had become somewhat disheveled. Ling Suzhenren gazed at the petite girl, barely reaching his waist, and produced a porcelain vial, tossing it to her. This contained jade skin ointment, suitable for a young lady, as it was preferable for her face to remain unmarred. Qin Shu, being a girl who cherished her beauty, lifted her hand to catch it, only to see Cheng Yin beckon and snatch the vial into his own possession. He stepped closer and applied the ointment to her face. The moment his fingertips brushed her skin, Qin Shu felt as if she had been electrified, instinctively retreating a step. Cheng Yin frowned and admonished, "Do not move. You cannot see the injury on your own face. Allow me to assist you." Suppressing the urge to flee, Qin Shu forced herself to remain still. The scar was not large, and Cheng Yin quickly finished applying the ointment. He capped the vial and returned it to Qin Shu, only to turn around and meet the enigmatic, almost amused gaze of Ling Suzhenren. Feeling the coolness on her face and the gradually fading pain, Qin Shu eagerly stepped forward and clasped her hands in gratitude, exclaiming, "Disciple Qin Shu sincerely thanks Master for the medicinal gift." Ling Suzhenren regarded the girl before him, dressed in male attire with a high ponytail, struggling to connect her to the one who had pinned the treatise on the 8 trigrams algorithm. As he scrutinized Qin Shu, she found herself lost in thought. Just moments ago, she had realized that the little black snake, which had always resided on her wrist, was now missing. A hollow feeling settled in her heart, not due to any profound bond with the creature, but because she had diligently tended to it every day, and it had departed without a word. Once she ascends to prominence in the realm of immortals, she would surely capture that little nuisance and concoct a snake stew. While Qin Shu mused darkly, Ling Suzhenren broke the silence, inquiring, "Did you climb up from the foot of the mountain?" Qin Shu met his gaze, which bore a hint of curiosity and a touch of confusion. She nodded, causing her ponytail to sway slightly. "Indeed, Master, there were no paths on the celestial mountain, so I forged my own." There was a hint of pride in her tone as she spoke. Ling Suzhenren chuckled, "Well done." Qin Shu then noticed Qi Yu standing beside him, who effortlessly drew the elemental fire energy from the surroundings toward her. In contrast to Qi Yu's 99 spiritual roots, Qin Shu's fire root, with a mere 71, made her appear almost like a foundling, struggling to absorb any significant amount of fire energy. She could hardly conceal her envy, her expression betraying her feelings, which did not escape Qi Yu's notice. Qi Yu paused briefly before nodding slightly in acknowledgement. Ling Suzhenren suggested, "Let us converse inside." His dwelling was strikingly simple, featuring an unidentifiable mat resting on an equally ambiguous stone bed. In addition to that, there stood a solitary table, and apart from it, there was nothing else. The expansive chamber housed 4 disciples, yet it did not appear cramped in the slightest. The esteemed Ling Suzhenren began by introducing the 2 newcomers to their fellow sect members. Aside from the second senior brother, Wen Qi, and the eldest senior brother, Cheng Yin, they also had a third senior brother named Si Xian, who, after breaking through to the Golden Core stage, had become unstable in his state of mind and ventured into the world for experience. "You too," Ling Suzhenren continued. "Qin Shu, being the younger of the 2, has a rather surprising cultivation level." "Huh, you've reached the 2nd level of qi refinement?" Ling Suzhenren expressed his astonishment. At his words, Qi Yu swiftly turned to glance at Qin Shu. When she had sat down with Qin Shu before Ling Suzhenren, she had discreetly sent someone to investigate Qin Shu's background. With 3 spiritual roots and an unremarkable spiritual root value, her only notable attribute was a fire spiritual root with a value of merely 71, alongside 2 rather mediocre roots. Though she couldn't fathom why Ling Suzhenren chose her as a disciple, perhaps due to her extraordinary talent in alchemy, she feared that her cultivation level would become a hindrance. Yet now, she found that Qin Shu shared her cultivation level. How had she accomplished this? What Qiyu yearned to know, Lingshu Junren did not inquire about. Instead, he cheerfully remarked, very good, very good. Although you both possess the same cultivation level, Qiyu is slightly older, so she shall be fourth, and Qin Shu will be the fifth, correct? Yes, indeed, they replied in unison. Lingshu Junren then produced a spirit testing stone, stating, let us reassess your aptitudes. This stone appeared far more exquisite than the one used during the sex selection process. Qiyu was the first to place her hand upon it. Instantly, the stone radiated a brilliant red light, revealing a consistent value of 99. Qiyu exhibited a satisfied expression before stepping back. Next, Qin Shu approached. But this time the light was significantly dimmer, and the results were rather unremarkable. Her fire, wood, and earth spiritual roots bore values of 73, 57, and 49, respectively. The others showed little reaction. Such values were hardly noteworthy. However, Qin Shu felt a flicker of confusion. She had long memorized her root values. And she could not be mistaken. On her first day, her senior brother had distinctly announced values of 71, 56, and 48. Could it be? Had the previous assessment truly been inaccurate? Qiyu speculated similarly. Of course, for her, whether the value was 71 or 73, neither was particularly impressive. With this thought, she stood straighter, her chin slightly raised. Lingshu Junren displayed no discernible emotion as he stored away the spirit testing stone, instructing them to follow the eldest senior brother for their training, advising that there was no need to rush into alchemy until they reached at least the third level of qi refinement. Thus, the matter seemed settled. At that moment, when Qi, who had been previously uninvolved, suddenly spoke up, Master, surely you must assign me one of the junior sisters? Otherwise, would it not be too burdensome for the eldest senior brother? Lingshu Junren raised an eyebrow in surprise at his words. Oh, you possess such awareness? When Qi chuckled, Master. If not, allow me to guide the junior sister in her cultivation. Cheng Yin furrowed his brow as he noticed Master Lingshu had turned his head to gaze at Qin Shu, inquiring, Sure, what do you think? Qin Shu promptly nodded. Although when Qi was unreliable, the shadow cast by her senior brother loomed too large for her to bear. She feared that following him in cultivation would strain her heart. Cheng Yin, observing Qin Shu's agreement, furrowed his brow even tighter. Master Lingshu, on the other hand, chuckled, stroking his beard as he retorted, Does the second brother's teasing not vex you? At this question, even when Qi glanced at Qin Shu with intrigue, with gritted teeth, Qin Shu managed to squeeze out two words, not angry. Master Lingshu, noticing the discrepancy between her words and expression, pressed further, Oh, why is Shu'er so magnanimous? Feeling the collective gaze upon her, Qin Shu decided to concoct a whimsical response. Because the second brother is handsome. Master Lingshu burst into hearty laughter, while Qiyu stared at Qin Shu in astonishment, seemingly baffled by her audacity. As for Wen Qi, he appeared quite pleased with her answer, while Cheng Yin's expression remained inscrutable. Master Lingshu then declared, In that case, Shu'er shall train under Wen Qi, while Qi you will follow Cheng Yin. If I am not in seclusion, I shall clear your doubts on the 15th of every month. Now, you may all leave. Cheng Yin and Wen Qi bowed in respect and departed, with Qin Shu eagerly trailing behind. Once outside, Qin Shu quietly asked Wen Qi, second brother, Didn't you say Master would give us a welcome gift? Although she whispered, this was Master Lingshu's domain. He could hardly miss her words. He paused, his forehead throbbing. This little girl, having just entered the sect, was already eyeing his treasures. He indeed had prepared gifts for his two disciples, but had nearly forgotten. No sooner had Qin Shu finished speaking than she felt a sharp pain at the back of her head. Instinctively, she raised her hand to shield her skull and turned to look back. Before her appeared a storage ring, and similarly, one appeared before Qiyu. Yet it was evident that only she had received a reprimand. Qin Shu offered an awkward smile, her face flushed with embarrassment, realizing that her whispered conversation had been overheard by her master. Qiyu accepted his storage ring and glanced at Qin Shu, who was already cheerily adorning her finger with the ring. She bowed toward the cave dwelling and proclaimed, Thank you for your generous gift, Master. She had discreetly inspected the ring earlier and discovered a small turtle within. Though she was unsure of its significance, she trusted that her master's offerings would be exceptional. She wondered if Qiyu had received a similar gift, but dared not inquire further. As she watched Wen Qi soar into the sky, Qiyu transformed and followed suit. Leaving the summit of Lingxiao Peak, Qin Shu sighed softly, preparing to dash once more, when she noticed her senior brother Cheng Yan, who had previously taken flight, returning unexpectedly. Confusion clouded her features, and just as she was about to voice her question, Cheng Yan hovered in midair and called out, "Junior sister, come up." Feeling apprehensive, Qin Shu's expression reflected her inner turmoil. Cheng Yan frowned and coldly warned, "If you dawdle, you may descend on your own." Qin Shu hastily shook her head. The journey up and down the mountain was far too exhausting for her little legs to endure. "However, Master Brother, between the two of us, can your sword withstand this?" Qin Shu expressed her subtle apprehension. Cheng Yan suppressed the urge to roll his eyes and urged, "Hurry up." Only then did Qin Shu leisurely make her way to his side, raising her foot to stand on the sword's tip, maintaining the farthest distance she could from Cheng Yan. The sword was barely wide enough to accommodate a single foot, and Qin Shu stood in a T-pose, managing to maintain her balance with great difficulty. "Steady now," Cheng Yan declared, and the sword beneath them ascended into the air. At that moment, Qin Shu felt as though her life hung by a thread. With a bottomless abyss beneath her, she had never felt so acrophobic before. Is this what it means to race through the realm of immortals? To make matters worse, standing before her was Master Brother, and she didn't dare to grasp his sleeve, forced to endure her plight as the wind tossed her about. The wind whipped across her cheeks, tangling her already disheveled hair even further, strands whipping against her face like blades. She leaned forward slightly, seeking refuge behind Master Brother. At this moment, Qin Shu fondly reminisced about the first day she entered the sect, recalling the thoughtful little junior brother who had provided her with a protective shield. Unlike her two current companions, who were all typical straight men, she was on the verge of developing a fear of flying on a sword. No wonder they had yet to find partners at such an advanced age. They deserved it. She summoned her meager spiritual energy to shield her face, feeling as though her features might dislocate from the force of the wind. Fortunately, the distance between the peaks was not great, and soon Cheng Yan brought Qin Shu to a halt before her cave dwelling. He leaped off the sword, only to find Qin Shu in disarray, lost in thought atop the blade. Frowning, he suddenly realized that he had unconsciously cast a protective barrier around himself while neglecting the little girl behind him. Clearing his throat awkwardly, he said, "We're here, you can get down." Numb from the wind, Qin Shu managed a faint smile, her previously expressionless face beginning to crack. She looked at Cheng Yan and bitterly uttered two words, "Legs weak." Cheng Yan concentrated, retracting the sword that had been beneath her feet, and Qin Shu quickly steadied herself as she descended to the ground. Just as she was about to voice her grievances, she heard Cheng Yan's cold and unyielding voice. "To cultivate immortality, one must first cultivate courage. Overcome this." With that, he turned away, leaving her with his back as he strode off. Qin Shu, incensed, raked her fingers through her tousled hair, silently vowing to diligently cultivate and establish her foundation soon. When that time came, she too would be able to fly on a sword. She turned back to her cave dwelling, activating the barrier with a flicker of spiritual energy, before retrieving the small turtle from the storage ring given by her master. "What is this?" She marveled at the tiny turtle, about the size of a quail egg. With great curiosity, attempting to channel her spiritual energy into it, she watched as the little creature grew in size, eventually reaching that of a wooden basin, hovering in midair. The dark golden patterns on its shell shimmered brilliantly, causing Qin Shu's eyes to sparkle with excitement. It turned out to be a flying magical artifact, her master. That little old man truly knew the way. This was akin to providing a pillow when one was sleepy. She hastily stood up to attempt controlling the little turtle's movement. But soon enough, the turtle reverted to its original form, causing her to tumble from the air. Damn, how could it consume so much spiritual energy? She popped a spirit-replenishing pill and persevered in her attempts. After several trials, she discovered that the larger the turtle's form, the greater the consumption of spiritual energy. Given her current cultivation level, if she wished to fly from her location to her master, she could only maintain the turtle in a size akin to that of her palm. Silently, she resolved to diligently improve her skills. Just as she raised her head, she spotted a little black snake lounging on the turtle's back. Chapter 33. The Serpentine Beauty, a snake upon a turtle's shell? Could this be the legendary Xuanwu? Yet, upon closer inspection, this little black snake bore an uncanny resemblance to the one she had misplaced. Qin Shu tilted her head in contemplation, pondering whether it was not that the snake had fled, but rather that she had forgotten to take it with her when she left. However, that didn't seem right either. As the little black snake clinging to her was impossible to dislodge, it must have descended of its own volition. Recalling certain passages she had encountered in books, Qin Shu's eyes sparkled with realization as she reached out to lift the little black snake from the turtle's back, grinning as she speculated, "Let me guess. Are you afraid of meeting my master?" The little black snake remained silent, motionless, merely lounging on the back of her hand, seemingly indifferent to her words. Yet, Qin Shu was not one to indulge it. She extended her other hand, grasped the little turtle, and walked toward the door. "If you want to speak, then I shall take you to meet my master." No sooner had she uttered these words than she felt the languid little black snake vanish from her hand. Stopping abruptly, she glanced around in alarm, only to find the little black snake lounging on her stone bed. Fuming, Qin Shu gritted her teeth in frustration. Indeed, with such low cultivation, she seemed to possess no rights. Even a mere little black snake could toy with her. Xie Xiuan, however, was oblivious to notions of rights. All he comprehended was that the spiritual energy from this young human could aid in healing his injuries. He was poisoned, and ordinary healing techniques were ineffective against him, leaving him puzzled about the nature of her innate spiritual body, which exhibited such remarkable efficacy. He had also come to realize that this young human was quite formidable, tirelessly practicing, surpassing even his own efforts in his youth. This alone instilled within him a modicum of admiration. In time, as she matured, she would undoubtedly become a formidable figure. Qin Shu lunged at the little black snake on the bed, only to find herself grasping at emptiness. After several futile attempts, she gradually came to terms with her predicament. She could not catch this snake, or perhaps the little black snake was not as innocuous as it appeared. Ultimately, Qin Shu relinquished her pursuit, taking her jade-white sword and stepping outside to practice basic sword forms in the spacious courtyard. It was not until sunset that she returned to the training room to meditate. She had been at the second level of qi cultivation for quite some time, and her governor meridian was almost fully refined. In a few days, breaking through to the third level would be a natural progression. She closed her eyes, relishing the joy of spiritual energy cleansing her meridians, feeling her body transform bit by bit, an experience she greatly cherished. It must be said, this spirit-gathering formation proved exceptionally effective, allowing her cultivation speed to be at least doubled compared to her previous experiences in the outer sect. However, midway through, she suddenly sensed a slight decrease in the ethereal energy around her, as if someone were competing with her for the ambient spiritual essence, and this sensation grew increasingly intense. Drowsily, she opened her eyes and beheld a slender figure reclining on her bed. The individual rested his head on one hand, his bare torso exposed, dark hair cascading over his body like a silken waterfall. Below, a thick, inky serpent tail lay coiled, its scales overlapping to emit a sharp, cold gleam. Qin Shu's previously scattered consciousness abruptly coalesced, and she scrambled to her feet from the mat. The small black creature pointed at Xie Xiuan from a distance, her pupils constricting and her fingertips trembling. Xie Xiuan opened his eyes, his piercing gaze almost tangible, sending a chill down Qin Shu's neck as if she were being observed by a cold-blooded predator. This feeling was, in fact, quite accurate, for snakes are inherently cold-blooded. She took a half-step back, only to witness the man part his thin lips, his incisive voice resonating through the night as he turned away. Instinctively, Qin Shu complied, and only after she had turned did she realize that this was her own cave abode. Her master resided on the neighboring peak. And why should she heed a serpent's command? She pivoted back, discovering the man now donned a dark robe, the ample hem obscuring half of his serpent tail. He reclined lazily on the bed, appearing almost boneless, the enormity of his tail causing the tip to dangle off the edge in a small curl. As he moved slightly, his hair slid from his shoulder, revealing a vast expanse of pale chest. The sight was so striking that it involuntarily made Qin Shu's mouth water. She swallowed silently, stammering, "Are you that little black snake?" "Indeed," Xie Xiuan replied nonchalantly. His voice resonated from deep within his nasal cavity, sending a shiver down Qin Shu's spine with just that single utterance. "Clear your nose," Xie Xiuan reminded her. Startled, Qin Shu raised her hand to her nose, feeling the dampness at her fingertips, her face flushing crimson. "How could I have a runny nose? I must have caught a chill after falling into the cold pool the other day, and it hasn't fully recovered." She sniffled, the sound echoing conspicuously in the quiet cave. Xie Xiuan could no longer restrain himself. His powerful serpent tail coiled around Qin Shu and unceremoniously flung her out of the cave, as if the cave's defenses were mere illusions. Qin Shu barely had time to react before she found herself standing outside, still able to hear him say, "Too dirty, go wash up," faced with the stone wall. Qin Shu felt utterly speechless. She felt like an unkempt husband being cast from bed by his wife. How absurd, she thought. She was in her own cave. What business was it of a serpent to judge her cleanliness? At the same time, she silently rejoiced that it was merely a runny nose. Had it been a nosebleed, the embarrassment would have been far greater. She hurried to the pond to wash her face, the image of that androgynous face resurfacing in her mind. The little black snake she had raised had suddenly transformed into a handsome man, such a delicate beauty. Had anyone mentioned it before, she would have scoffed dismissively. Yet upon witnessing such unparalleled beauty, she realized how shallow her previous self had been. Even a mere glance from him seemed capable of ensnaring her very soul. That night, she refrained from entering the dwelling, choosing instead to sit cross-legged by the pond, cultivating tranquility. In her heart, she silently recited, with a heart as pure as ice, "I shall remain unperturbed even if the heavens collapse." It was only after the moon had set that she regained her composure, unbinding the restrictions and returning to her cave abode. The handsome man, who had previously occupied her bed, had reverted to the form of a diminutive black snake. Having spent considerable time preparing herself mentally, Qin Shu let out a sigh of relief upon seeing him thus, yet she did not reach out to him again. After all, despite his beauty, he still possessed a serpentine body. To make advances toward him would be akin to folly. Turning to the little black snake, Qin Shu inquired, "What is your current cultivation level? Have you achieved the ability to transform?" Once a creature surpasses the transformation stage, it is considered a formidable demon, capable of extinguishing life with but a finger. This realization led her to conclude that his earlier injury was not due to her actions. How audacious she had been to associate with a serpent. Had she known, even with 1,000 lives, she would never have dared to take that little black snake home. Xie Shuan, noticing her discretion in not entering the dwelling the previous night, conveyed through his spiritual sense that she should refrain from asking unnecessary questions. Indeed, Qin Shu's curiosity was swiftly quelled. She took 2 steps back, distancing herself from the bed, choosing silence, and resolved not to disturb his rest. Grasping her white jade sword, she exited the cave, only to be met with a flying message talisman from the horizon. Extending her hand, she caught it, and the voice of Wen Qi emanated from it, instructing her to select a cultivation technique at the Dream Camel Peak's transmission hall, and to return should she have any questions. Chapter 34. She actually entered Dream Camel Peak? Qin Shu pondered, uncertain of its location. Fortunately, Wen Qi had not been so unreliable, as the talisman burned away, gradually revealing a golden map of the Xiantian sect. She stared at it for quite some time before comprehending it was indeed a map. Instinctively, she reached for her phone to take a picture, only to realize she was now in the realm of cultivation. In this world, one needed a recording stone for such purposes, but lacking one, she would have to rely on her memory. Each sect within the Xiantian sect had numerous peaks, with several secondary peaks surrounding each primary one. Given the rate at which the map dissipated, it was impractical to memorize everything. She could only prioritize remembering the route to Dream Camel Peak. As the last faint trace of gold vanished, Qin Shu sighed, acknowledging that her next visit to the task hall would require her to look for a sect map. From her storage ring, she summoned a small turtle, infusing it with spiritual energy until it grew to the size of her palm, then stepped onto it. Being somewhat acrophobic, she found the turtle rather small and feared falling off. Thus, she clung tightly with her spiritual energy while guiding the turtle to fly low. In that moment of liftoff, excitement surged through Qin Shu. She had truly taken flight. In later times, humans devised countless methods to combat gravity, yet in the realm of cultivation, it was merely a matter of harnessing spiritual energy. Even though she flew low and slow, she was indeed soaring. As she descended the mountain, her spiritual energy swiftly waned. Qin Shu sighed, resigned to her fate as she dismounted from the small turtle, stowing it within her storage ring, and set off on foot towards the transmission hall of Dream Camel Peak. However, after walking a short distance, she sensed something amiss. Had she not been here before? The cool, secluded forest, dappled with greenery, bore a striking resemblance to the place Rui Ming had taken her on their last visit. If she had harbored any doubts, they vanished with each step. Before long, a towering hall loomed before her. This time, Qin Shu deliberately glanced at the plaque at the entrance and noticed the 3 prominent characters inscribed upon it, Transmission Hall. On her previous visit, she had not even looked up, mistakenly believing it to be the transmission pavilion. She had not anticipated that a single character could denote such a profound distinction. In comparison, The outer sect's transmission pavilion seemed almost trivial. No wonder so many were eager to push their way into the inner sect. The disparity in resources was nothing short of staggering. Having descended from the inner sect this time, she encountered no obstruction and smoothly reached the steps of the grand hall. The doors swung open once more, and without hesitation, she stepped inside. Simultaneously, when she suddenly recalled that he had forgotten to inform Qin Shu of the entrance incantation and hurried after her. To his dismay, he arrived only to catch a glimpse of her retreating figure. Confounded, when she pondered how Qin Shu had managed to enter. With newfound experience on her second visit, Qin Shu knelt before the portrait, paying her respects thrice. The familiar scene shifted, and she found herself once again in the resplendent chamber. She deftly retrieved the transmission guide, closed her eyes, and assumed a meditative posture as a golden silhouette emerged within her consciousness. In her hands, a faintly purple sword of light materialized, embodying the basic sword techniques: the flat thrust, the upward thrust, the low thrust, and the probing thrust. At this juncture, Qin Shu had yet to develop her spiritual ocean. Although her mental prowess surpassed that of an ordinary 10-year-old, it remained insufficient to sustain her for long. She opened her eyes, massaged her throbbing head, returned the transmission guide, and meticulously cleaned the mat and table before retreating once again. Outside the transmission hall, the sky had darkened, signaling an impending storm. By now, Qin Shu's spiritual energy had mostly recovered, and she summoned the small turtle once more, mounting it. However, as she soared halfway, the weather abruptly changed, and a tempest descended. The scant spiritual energy she possessed could hardly safeguard her from the gale. Just as she felt herself on the verge of being swept away, she relinquished her struggle. Enveloping herself in her remaining energy, closing her eyes, and bracing for a potentially painful descent. Yet, the anticipated pain never came. Instead, she felt as though she had landed atop something soft and fluffy, as if the fierce winds and torrential rain had been miraculously halted. With a tinge of confusion, Qin Shu cautiously opened one eye, greeted by a vision of pure white feathers. A crane's call resonated in her ears, and realization dawned upon her. Elated, she exclaimed joyfully, "Senior brother." In response to her, a cry of a crane echoed, and Qin Shu could even discern his delight within it. The white crane spread its wings and soared, carrying her above the clouds. It was then that the voice of Rui Ming resonated in her mind. "Junior sister, where are you headed? Allow me to accompany you." Qin Shu felt a surge of joy, thinking it was high time the other two senior brothers witnessed what a true elder brother should be like. "Elder brother, I am going to Lingxiao Peak." "Lingxiao Peak? Is that not the abode of the esteemed Master Lingxiu? Outer sect disciples are not permitted to enter freely." Realizing he likely remained unaware of her recent initiation into the inner sect, she replied, "Elder brother, just 2 days ago, I was accepted under Master Lingxiu's guidance." Rui Ming's pace was swift, and in but a moment, they arrived at Lingxiao Peak. Once he landed outside her cave, as per Qin Shu's direction, he reverted to his original form, pouting in discontent as he lamented, "Junior sister, such a momentous occasion, and you did not inform me. I have been thinking of you these past few days." Observing his sulking expression, Qin Shu felt as though she had committed a grave error. She quickly clasped her hands in apology. "Elder brother, I was only recently summoned to Lingxiao Peak. I haven't even grasped the situation myself yet. Hence I did not inform you. Please do not be upset. Next month, when I receive the spirit stones, I shall treat you to spirit fruits." Rui Ming finally lifted his gaze towards her, his irritation dissipating. "I was merely concerned you might forget about me." He had few friends, and those of similar age at Mengtoa Peak were scarce, leaving him without companionship. "I would never," Qin Shu assured him earnestly. "You are the best elder brother. How could I possibly forget?" She had been exceedingly busy lately, with little time to spend with Rui Ming, and given their limited acquaintance, she hesitated to trouble him with many matters. Rui Ming's satisfaction returned, and a smile graced his face once more. "Should you wish to visit Mengtoa Peak again, simply call for me using the feather I gifted you. I shall come to collect you. Your meager spiritual energy would never allow you to fly here on your own. Falling from the sky would be quite painful." As they conversed, when Qi suddenly appeared, he regarded the two youngsters below, clicking his tongue. "No wonder you only just returned. It seems you were off playing with a little crane." His tone suggested that one might think he was juggling multiple romantic interests behind his main partner's back. Rui Ming, familiar with Wen Qi, furrowed his brow at the remark and earnestly clarified, "Senior brother Wen Qi, junior sister was not playing with me. She nearly fell from the sky, and I merely assisted her." Chapter 35. He made the young girl cry upon hearing this, when she scoffed. Turning to Qin Shu with a hint of surprise in his expression, falling from the sky, "My little Taoist, you truly possess remarkable abilities." Qin Shu felt a surge of indignation. She was well aware of her inferior cultivation, but his words left her feeling disgruntled. "Indeed, I lack abilities. Next time, I shall walk over myself, sparing you the trouble." Lingxiao Peak may be splendid, yet these two senior brothers left much to be desired. At over 120 years of age, when she was hardly oblivious to the discontent in her tone, he chuckled softly, though young in years. "Your temper is rather substantial." He casually retrieved a small object and tossed it to Qin Shu, saying, "Here, junior sister. This is a trinket I used when my cultivation was still low. Take it and play with it." Instinctively, Qin Shu reached out to catch it, only to discover it was a vibrant green leaf. She pouted, her heart filled with complex emotions that she struggled to articulate. Wasn't this akin to receiving a treat after a beating? Almost immediately, she heard when she explained, "This is a magical artifact crafted from a Bodhi leaf, inscribed with a formation. By placing 5 low-grade spirit stones on it, and channeling a small amount of spiritual energy, you can travel back and forth to Meng Tua Peak." Qin Shu's eyes lit up, her previous frustrations dissipated in an instant, and she felt an urge to cheer. "Senior brother, you're the best." Wasn't this the classic case of receiving a reward after a hardship? This green leaf artifact seemed essential for any aspiring cultivator. Yet 5 low-grade spirit stones were a considerable expense. Who could sustain that for long? If only it didn't require spirit stones, she murmured softly, but when Qi overheard her. When Qi raised his hand and lightly tapped her head with his fan, admonishing, "You can't expect to have it both ways. Who in the world gets such good fortune? Don't think I don't know that last month, the senior brother prepared 10 batches of elixirs for you." Qin Shu cleared her throat and fell silent, noticing her demeanor. When Qi inquired, "What did you find at the transmission hall today?" Qin Shu looked up at him, dazed. "Cultivation methods? What methods?" All she had seen was a manual titled Transmission Guide, which had taught her just a seal and some basic sword techniques. When Qi furrowed his brow and asked, "Did you not go inside?" Qin Shu nodded in affirmation. "There were rows of cultivation methods. Surely you could pick one that suits you?" Seeing her still bewildered, when Qi pressed, "Did you not see the bookshelves?" Qin Shu shook her head. He continued, "What did you see then?" "An empty room, devoid of anything." When Qi pondered for a moment, grasping the likely reason, and sighed, "It must be due to the absence of the incantations. Tomorrow, recite the incantations at the entrance before you go in." He imparted the incantations to Qin Shu, who silently repeated them in her mind, committing them to memory. After bidding Wen Qi farewell, Rui Ming quietly produced a Qianquan bag from his storage space and offered it to Qin Shu, saying, "Junior sister, you might need this." Qin Shu met his bright, clear eyes and glanced at the Qianquan bag in his hands. Curiously, she accepted it and opened it, only to be taken aback. The bag was filled with stones of various colors, not spirit stones, but something akin to them. Typically, the spiritual energy within the spirit stones could be absorbed by everyone, but not entirely. However, there existed another variety known as 5-element spirit stones. For instance, fire spirit stones facilitated a rapid recovery for fire attributes. The requirements for arranging formations often demanded 5-element spirit stones, where one of comparable quality could exchange for 3 ordinary spirit stones of the same grade. This Qianquan bag was nearly filled with such 5-element spirit stones, and she wondered where he had acquired them. At that moment, Qin Shu felt akin to a mischievous adult fooling an innocent child. Facing the naive Rui Ming, she felt reluctant to take it. "Senior brother, it's not necessary." Rui Ming's shoulders drooped slightly. "Not a single one." Qin Shu nodded but couldn't help but ask another question. "Senior brother, where did you acquire so many 5-element spirit stones?" Rui Ming furrowed his brows, and after a long pause, he slowly shook his head, a hint of confusion on his face. "I cannot recall." Noticing that his expression seemed rather grim, Qin Shu refrained from further inquiries and said, "Senior brother, I need to focus on breaking through to the 3rd level of Qi refinement during this period, so I might not have time to play with you. Once I succeed, I shall definitely seek you out." Rui Ming nodded. "All right. I shall return for now. If you need anything, just call for me with crane feather." Qin Shu watched as he transformed and swiftly disappeared into the overcast sky. She admitted to feeling a twinge of envy. Both Rui Ming and Qiyu possessed wings. As she observed the dark clouds rolling in, she realized that the restrictions of her cave abode could not shield her from the impending rain. A single drop fell upon her face. Hastily, She raised her hand to shield herself with the green leaves provided by Wenqi and dashed towards her dwelling. Upon entering, she closed the stone door and shook off the raindrops clinging to the leaves. As she lifted her gaze, she beheld a man lying on the bed, half human, half serpent. Qinshi thought to herself, this snake refuses to leave her cave and is perpetually unclothed. His eyes were half closed, long, thick lashes casting a dark shadow beneath them. He seemed to be asleep, and Qinshi dared not wake him, fearing he might cast her out as he had done the previous night. So, she tiptoed towards the training room. Yet, just as she passed by Xie Yuan, the large serpent's tail swept towards her with astonishing speed, leaving her no time to evade. She could only watch helplessly as the tail coiled around her. Xie Yuan opened his eyes, casting a shadowy gaze at Qinshi. Upon recognizing her, he abandoned the thought of consuming her. Suspended in midair, Qinshi was nearly frightened to tears. However, in the next moment, Xie Yuan relaxed his tail, and with a thud, she fell onto the stone bed, her underdeveloped torso crashing down heavily. She hadn't even the opportunity to shield herself with spiritual energy, and the pain made her gasp sharply. Before she could even utter a cry, Xie Yuan's deep voice resonated, "Heal my wounds." Qinshi's breath caught abruptly, her hands pressed against the bed, her face contorted in pain, her mind momentarily blank. She truly could not fathom how he could utter such cold words. Rising unsteadily, she sat cross-legged in the corner of the stone bed, accusing him fiercely, "I say, little black, have you not realized that I am your savior? Without me, regardless of your prowess, you would have long since become mere serpent fodder. I perform good deeds without seeking recompense, yet you repay kindness with malice." Xie Yuan lifted his gaze. His crimson gold vertical pupils fixed on Qinshi, sending a shiver down her spine. She opened her mouth to speak, but found herself rendered speechless. Xie Yuan raised his chin, revealing his prominent jawline and Adam's apple. Seemingly indifferent, he turned over, pressing his injured tail upon her, commanding, "Heal." The tool of fate, Qinshi, at this moment, genuinely comprehended the essence of being at the mercy of others, feeling like lamb to the slaughter. So frail was she, that she could be bullied by the likes of Qin Mian, her senior brother, and even when how pitiful she truly was. The more she pondered, the more aggrieved she felt, as the accumulated sorrow of recent days seemed to burst forth in an instant. Tears cascaded down her cheeks like pearls strung on a broken thread. Overwhelmed with sadness, she hardly noticed that what she clutched tightly in her arms was the tail of Xie Yuan. The cool sensation was oddly comforting, and she even rubbed her tears against it. Xie Yuan, witnessing such a scene for the first time, saw a delicate girl weeping so pathetically. Throughout his life, he had vanquished countless cultivators and beasts, always leaving blood in his wake. Yet, this assault of tears was a novel experience for him. Chapter 36. Snakes do not weep. What troubled Xie Yuan the most was the burning sensation of her tears against his scales, a discomfort that spread from his tail to his very heart. Unsure of how to express his unease, he instinctively lifted his tail, drawing Qinshi closer to himself. As Qinshi was suddenly lifted into the air, her heart skipped a beat. Upon looking up, she found herself gazing into a pair of slit pupils. His exquisitely defined features were mere inches away, and in his elongated eyes, she saw her own reflection, nearly forgetting to breathe. He raised his prominent hand and gently touched her cheek. The chill of his fingertips sent a shiver through her, prompting Qinshi to reflexively lean back, her lower back resting against his tail. Then, his cold voice echoed within the cavern. "Is this how you cry?" Qinshi's eyes brimmed with tears, her throat tightened. She opened her mouth, but could not utter a word. Xie Yuan squinted, seemingly lost in thought, before finally speaking, "Snakes do not weep." Confused by his expression, Qinshi noticed his unwavering gaze upon her, as if awaiting her response. She forced a smile, her mind momentarily blank, before blurting out, "You're quite cool, you know." Xie Yuan furrowed his brow, clearly struggling to grasp her logic. "What?" Qinshi paused, cleared her throat, and hastily explained, "I meant to compliment your prowess." His furrowed brow relaxed, and he slightly raised his chin, letting out a soft snort. "You, little one, are quite sweet-tongued." Qinshi had been quietly observing his expressions. With such profound cultivation, Xie Yuan's senses were far beyond the ordinary. How could he remain oblivious? He snorted again and remarked, "Sweet words won't suffice. You still need to heal." After his intervention, Qinshi temporarily set aside her grievances, feeling emboldened by his lack of malice. Healing costs 10 low-grade spirit stones. She declared. The price was reasonable. It would be a steady stream of income. With a raised brow, Xie was about to respond, but Qin Shu hurriedly interjected. My cultivation is low, and I absorb spiritual energy slowly. After each healing session, I take a long time to recover. 10 low-grade spirit stones is indeed a fair price. Xie gazed at the young child before him. If he were to revert to his original form, even a mere flick of his tail could extinguish her life. She was clearly terrified, yet she mustered her courage to bargain with him. He found it somewhat amusing. Throughout his extensive existence, he had been accompanied by bloodshed and death. Perhaps the child was simply too fragile for him to entertain thoughts of ending her life. Very well, he decided, he would keep this little one around for amusement. Qin Shu observed him and nodded slowly, her inky hair cascading down her shoulders with emotion. Yes, he had acquiesced. Her face lit up with joy as she placed her hands on his tail, twisting it slightly before freeing herself from the circular grip his tail formed. Xie made no attempt to hinder her. She sat upon his tail and slid down. The sensation of the fabric against her skin felt peculiar, akin to a tickling caress. Rising from the stone bed, Qin Shu clasped her fists in a gesture of respect towards Xie, declaring, Since you have given your word, you must not go back on it. I shall treat you now. After so many previous sessions, you must remember, do not attempt to evade your debts. Her eyes sparkled with excitement as she gazed at his tail, rubbing her hands together as though she beheld a trove of spiritual stones. Placing her small hands against Xie frigid scales, she realized that each of his scales dwarfed her hand. She inwardly gasped, acknowledging her insignificance. Under the imposing presence of the serpent, she sighed, closed her eyes, and began to channel the spiritual energy from her dantian, meticulously tending to his tail. Recently, she felt on the verge of breaking through to the 3rd level of qi cultivation, allowing her greater mastery over the spiritual energy. She could even sense the condition within the great serpent's body through the energy. His wounds were grievous, the vibrant red flesh marred by dark impurities, emanating a repugnant stench of decay. A soft green light radiated from her palm as the verdant wood energy seeped through the gaps in his scales, enveloping the nearest black spot, gradually eroding it away. However, after merely absorbing a fraction of that dark blemish, Qin Shu found herself drenched in sweat, panting heavily as she withdrew her hand and collapsed onto the bed. Xie felt the toxin within his body begin to shift, the tip of his tail joyfully slapping against the ground. Despite his severe injuries, which would normally require centuries of recuperation, he was surprised to find that this child, though lacking in cultivation, possessed an unusual spiritual energy. The wounds she had tended to had seen some of the toxins cleansed, and even the remnants of the thunder tribulation that had bound him were beginning to loosen. Noticing Qin Shu's fatigue, he pondered for a moment before retrieving a fiery red inner pill from his internal space and tossing it to her. Qin Shu, sprawled on the stone bed, deliberated whether to consume a restorative pill when a radiant red inner pill suddenly appeared before her. Initially taken aback, realization dawned upon her, and she looked up at the great serpent in utter disbelief. Your inner pill. Xie was momentarily stunned by her exclamation, then let out a derisive chuckle, saying disdainfully, You, little child, are woefully ungrateful. At such a tender age, you dare covet my inner pill? Do you not fear for your very life? Upon hearing those words, Qin Shu felt a twinge of embarrassment as she touched her nose, realizing that she must have misunderstood. She reached out to pick up the inner elixir that he had carelessly tossed onto the stone bed, and upon grasping it, she was enveloped by a rich essence of fire spirit. Curiosity piqued, Qin Shu examined it closely and even attempted to absorb its spiritual energy, only to be interrupted by Xie tail. With her brows furrowed, she looked up at him with a gaze full of indignation, as if to accuse him. What? You've gifted it to me, and now you wish to retract? Xie closed his eyes, adopting an air of indifference, seemingly disinclined to engage with her. Do you dare to directly absorb the inner elixir of a demon beast? Such audacity. Qin Shu found herself perplexed. His words seemed to imply that he was looking out for her well-being. Nevertheless, she reassured herself that there were those who understood such matters better than she did. Quietly, she took out a communication jade slip and inquired, Esteemed Immortals, is it safe for us to absorb the spiritual energy from a demon beast's inner elixir? Responses from kind-hearted immortals arrived swiftly. A novice? The spiritual energy of demon beasts is rather violent and unsuitable for humans. Warning: meridian shattering. Unless refined into pills, humans cannot absorb it directly. With newfound clarity, Qin Shu understood that the inner elixir was indeed a valuable item, but it required the assistance of an alchemist to refine it into a pill. Naturally, The Alchemy Alliance continuously sought to acquire such inner elixirs, with those from higher-tier demon beasts fetching even greater value. Just as she pondered whether to sell this inner elixir, she suddenly detected a faint breath near her ear. "What is this?" a voice inquired nearby, startling Qin Shu. Instinctively, she turned her head, only to collide directly with Xie Xuan's chin. This time, tears genuinely welled in Qin Shu's eyes, as the pain was overwhelming. She felt as though her skull had been compromised. Was this truly a chin that a human could possess? Just as this thought formed, she swiftly dismissed it, almost forgetting that he was not human at all. Xie Xuan, unfazed by the impact, noted that demon beasts place great emphasis on their physicality, rendering even the finest treasures ineffective against his scales. Otherwise, the 8 major sects would not have chosen to strike during his tribulation. When Qin Shu bumped into him, he felt nothing, merely observing that the human girl seemed on the verge of tears once more. His tail gently returned his upper body to where he had been lying, and he remarked, "So weak and feeble, it's best you practice your physique whenever you have the chance." Xie Xuan spoke casually, yet Qin Shu's attention was captured, prompting her to eagerly inquire, "Physique training? Can you teach me?" He appraised her from head to toe before responding with a smirk that was neither a smile nor a frown. "You are not of my kind. The Serpent Clan's methods of physique training are not suitable for you." Qin Shu sighed, feeling a tinge of disappointment. Noticing her dismay, Xie Xuan added, "If you can tell me what you just used, I might be inclined to gift you a human physique training technique." Upon hearing the term technique, Qin Shu's eyes sparkled with interest as she produced the communication jade slip and asked, "Is this what you mean?" Xie Xuan nodded, and Qin Shu explained, "This is a communication jade slip. It retains the spiritual essence of the other party, allowing messages to be sent regardless of their location. One can also observe the conversations of others within the realm of cultivation, as well as bounties and tasks being offered." After speaking, she tilted her head to glance at Xie Xuan and inquired, "Have you never used this item?" Xie Xuan shook his head. Throughout his life, he had neither friends nor anyone to maintain contact with. Although this device was somewhat intriguing, it held no utility for him. Upon hearing his words, Qin Shu assumed he was merely a naive newcomer who had just descended from a certain demon mountain. Considering the item was not particularly expensive, she casually remarked, "Next time I visit Qijin City, I shall bring you one." Xie Xuan's heart, previously steady, experienced a slight flutter at her words. People had always sought to extract something from him, yet no one had ever offered him a gift without ulterior motives. Even if it was merely a trivial item of little worth, he felt a sense of warmth. He retrieved a jade slip and handed it to Qin Shu, explaining that this body-refining technique had been acquired from a fellow cultivator. Receiving the jade slip, Qin Shu pressed it against her forehead, absorbing the contents within, which clarified her understanding. She leaped off the stone bed, clasped her fists towards Xie Xuan, and exclaimed, "Thank you so much." Noticing Xie Xuan's slight nod, she continued, "I have exhausted my spiritual energy and cannot treat your injuries further today. I will go practice my sword." As she stepped through the stone door, a misty drizzle enveloped her. The rain had lessened, making it conducive for sword practice. Logically, she should have feared snakes. However, before this serpent, which bore a portion of its body as a snake, she felt a surprising lack of trepidation. Qin Shu knew herself well. Had he not possessed such a striking visage, she would have surely been afraid. This exemplified how courage often aligns with one's appearance. A handsome face could easily dispel her fear of cold-blooded creatures. Drawing her white jade sword, she assumed a starting posture amid the rain. As she initiated her movement, her mind instinctively silenced all distractions, focusing solely on the 2 words, pierce and thrust. The hazy drizzle thickened the air, slightly impeding her thrusts. This resistance allowed Qin Shu to discern the subtle gap between her actions and her mental state, enabling her to make timely adjustments. Xie Xuan stood by the window, observing the girl practicing her swordplay with closed eyes, reminiscent of a child engaged in a game. Suddenly, a formidable consciousness swept through, prompting him to shield himself with a flick of his sleeve. With a cultivation level surpassing Ling Su by 2 realms, Ling Su was oblivious to his presence. Eventually, Ling Su's consciousness settled upon Qin Shu in the courtyard, astonished to find her practicing a fundamental sword technique. Her movements appeared commendable. She focused solely on 2 actions, the straight thrust and the reverse thrust, which she had practiced diligently throughout the night. Ling Su had also watched her for the entirety of that evening, feeling somewhat bewildered. Was this truly the alchemy sect? How could a disciple practice swordsmanship with greater diligence than alchemy? As the light drizzle persisted throughout the night, Qin Shu gradually discerned the trajectory of her swordplay, aided by the thickened air. The night swiftly passed, and only when dawn broke did she sheath her sword. At that moment, she finally began to feel the soreness in her arms, as if they could barely lift again. She spent the night rejuvenating her spiritual energy, transforming it into wood elemental energy, which she then circled around with her right hand, alleviating the lingering discomfort somewhat. Qin Shu then retrieved the green leaves given to her by Wen Qi from the warm pool yesterday, along with 5 low-grade spirit stones, which she placed upon the formation. As she watched the green leaves activate, a thrill surged within her, prompting her to sit down. A slight infusion of spiritual energy sent the leaves soaring towards Dream Hump Peak. Notably, this green leaf was enveloped in a protective shield, capable of warding off wind and rain. A brief sensation revealed some differences. The flying artifact bestowed by her master depended entirely on the user's cultivation level. The higher the level, the more individuals it could carry and the faster it would fly. In contrast, the one given by Wen Qi was akin to a child's plaything, capable of flight with just spirit stones, but limited to 1 or 2 passengers and rather slow. Nonetheless, for Qin Shu, whose cultivation was still quite low, this flying artifact from Wen Qi was considerably more practical. As she set off towards Dream Hump Peak, Ling Su couldn't help but reflect on the rapid advancement of this girl as cultivation. It was no surprise if one utilized their sleeping hours for practice. Such progress was understandable. Yet, the flying artifact she had just used seemed oddly familiar, reminiscent of something from Wen Qi's past. Upon her arrival at Dream Hump Peak, Qin Shu refrained from bowing. Instead, she earnestly recited the incantation taught by Wen Qi at the entrance. Suddenly, she noticed that the painting before her had vanished, and the entire scene transformed into an endless, empty room filled with towering bookshelves. Qin Shu was somewhat taken aback. After blinking to dispel her shock, she stepped forward. The shelves were high, and the books on top were beyond her reach. She initially browsed through the collection and eventually located the shelf containing the cultivation methods, scrutinizing each book in turn. When she had instructed her to select a cultivation method that suited her, when she inquired about what constituted suitable, he had offered a vague response: follow your heart. Chapter 38. Choosing a cultivation method. Listening to this unconventional answer, a sense of helplessness washed over Qin Shu, and a single thought echoed in her mind: Wen Qi was unreliable. She sat cross-legged on the wooden floor and took out a communication jade slip to pose her questions once more. Esteemed Immortals, how does one select a cultivation method? Once chosen, can it be altered? It turned out that, regardless of the era, there were always enthusiastic individuals willing to assist. Qin Shu did not wait long before receiving responses. The selection of a cultivation method is reciprocal. As you choose it, it also chooses you. Are you a newcomer? To change your cultivation method, you must disperse your previous cultivation and start anew. Qin Shu read through all the replies from beginning to end, gaining some understanding, yet still feeling somewhat perplexed. What did it mean that as she chose, it also chose her? She scratched the back of her head, tousling her short hair. Never mind. If she couldn't comprehend it, she would simply have to try. With so many cultivation methods before her, she randomly selected one. Great Leaf Method? Based on the name, it appeared to be a wood-based cultivation method. As she opened the cover, a vibrant green light radiated from within. Her spiritual root value was rather low, shrouding the cultivation technique in a veil of mist, making it difficult for her to discern its contents. Is this truly how one is selected? Qin Shu murmured to herself. She returned this technique to its place and meticulously selected another fire attribute technique, this time able to perceive its contents. She believed she had discovered her destined cultivation method. Yet when she attempted to channel her spiritual energy according to the incantations inscribed, the energy merely coalesced for a moment before dissipating explosively. Frowning, Qin Shu pondered whether the fire attribute was unfeasible or if it was merely this particular technique that failed her. Reluctantly, she reached for another fire technique. But to her dismay, several attempts yielded the same result. Recalling her earth's spiritual root, she sought out an earth technique to try, yet it too proved ineffective. Qin Shu found herself in a genuine quandary. If the fire, wood, and earth techniques were all futile, what then was suitable for her? Was she to seek a metal or water technique instead? Sitting cross-legged in the grand hall, she remained undisturbed until dusk cast its shadows outside. Moonlight filtered through the window, forming a small square of illumination on the floor. An epiphany struck her. Since no one was around, why must she return to her cave dwelling? The green leaf required 5 low-grade spiritual stones for a round trip. It would be wiser to remain here until her cultivation was sufficiently advanced. Surely, the sex transmission hall was safer than her cave, which had been claimed by a large serpent. Here, she would not have to endure harassment. She shifted to the window's edge and resumed her seated position, ensuring the moonlight bathed her. Gazing at the luminous full moon, she closed her eyes in contentment, embracing tranquility, and commenced her cultivation. Although there was no spirit gathering array, the absence of the serpent allowed her to absorb spiritual energy at a decent pace. She successfully refined her governor meridian and broke through to the third layer of chi refinement. Feeling the abundant power coursing through her, Qin Shu felt immense satisfaction. At this moment, when utilizing the green leaf for flight, she would likely require no more than 5 low-grade spiritual stones. Upon opening her eyes, she discovered her surroundings had transformed. For reasons unknown, she found herself once again in that resplendent golden room. Glancing down at her legs, she noticed a transmission guide resting upon them. Realizing that foundational techniques could be employed until the 5th layer of chi refinement, she understood that as long as she determined her desired techniques before reaching that stage, there was no need for haste. Contentedly, she remained there practicing her swordplay, retreating to the room for cultivation whenever her mental energy waned. Once rejuvenated, she would revisit the transmission guide and re-enter that enigmatic space. 3 months passed in this manner, and one day, as Qin Shu opened the transmission guide once more, she observed the golden figure seated opposite her had altered its sword techniques. A surge of joy filled her. It seemed her foundational swordplay had been mastered, and she was now ready to formally learn advanced sword techniques. This sword technique comprises merely 7 moves, and Qin Shu found herself utterly dazzled. After struggling to follow along for 2 attempts, she finally paused. Although the movements appeared simple, executing them proved to be exceedingly exhausting. As soon as she sheathed her sword, she was abruptly ejected from the space. With her eyes closed, she took a moment to rest, reflecting on the fact that she had been away from Lingxiao Peak for 3 months and ought to return for a visit. She journeyed back to her mountain, diving into the small pond behind her cave abode. After indulging in the refreshing waters for a while and preparing to shed her damp clothing for a bath, she suddenly recalled the large serpent she had abandoned for 3 months. What if someone were to discover it? How embarrassing would that be? Despite her physical form being merely 11 years old, she found it difficult to reconcile this with her own feelings. With a sigh, she emerged from the pool, transforming her purple spiritual energy into fiery energy that enveloped her, quickly drying her clothes. Entering her cave, she was met with a haze of dust filling the air. The sudden cloud of particles made her sneeze, and she squinted, wrinkling her nose as she waved her hand to disperse the dust. Once her vision cleared, she looked up to find, to her astonishment, a figure lying on the stone bed she had imagined to be empty. Instinctively, Qin Shu shut the door behind her and turned to scrutinize the large serpent resting on the bed. His dark robes were covered in dust, and even his tail was ensnared by cobwebs. A foul stench emanated from his tail, sending a wave of fear through Qin Shu. Could it be that she had inadvertently let the serpent perish? The thought that he might have died in her absence filled her with an overwhelming sense of guilt that would haunt her for a lifetime. Cautiously, she approached, her small hand trembling as she reached near Xie Xuan's nose. However, before she could make contact, she felt herself being flung backward, crashing against the stone wall with a resounding thud. The pain was excruciating, as if her bones might shatter under the impact. Rising from the ground, she turned to face the man on the stone bed. At that moment, he seemed to have shaken off the dust, rendering both himself and the cave immaculate. Sitting at the edge of the bed, he regarded Qin Shu with a cold demeanor and remarked, "So you do remember to come back?" Qin Shu was momentarily speechless, clutching her nearly broken waist, and sheepishly uttered an apology. Yet, as soon as the words escaped her lips, a sense of unease washed over her. Why did it feel so wrong? She had gone to cultivate. Why did his words make her feel like a forsaken wife? While he played the role of a neglectful husband, time does not exist in the realm of cultivation. It had only been 3 months. Was he truly justified in his anger? My waist is nearly broken. Qin Shu mustered her courage to voice her grievance. Sensing her aura, Xie Xuan eased his force. Otherwise, she might not have survived the encounter. Chapter 39. I never rely on others. Xie Xuan regarded the irate young girl before him, withdrawing his gaze with a calm demeanor. His thin lips parted slightly, uttering 2 merciless words. Heal yourself. Qin Shu's irritation flared. Is this how you request help? As soon as she spoke, the temperature around her plummeted, effectively stifling the words she had yet to voice. She stood there, mouth agape, her entire being taut with apprehension. Eyes wide, she beheld his formidable serpent tail as it glided toward her, rendering her breathless with terror. Xie Shuan loomed over Qin Shu, his body inclining slightly forward, with inky strands of hair cascading down to brush her face. Attempting to avert her gaze, she found herself ensnared as he lifted a hand and firmly grasped her chin. He flicked out his forked tongue, the triangular tip approaching menacingly, causing Qin Shu's pupils to constrict in fear as she involuntarily shivered. Begging for mercy? Huh. His tone was deliberate, each word resonating like a tolling bell in her heart. She sensed that in an instant, he could extinguish her life, and panic surged anew within her. How could she have thought herself invincible after merely a few days of freedom? This great serpent had eluded detection beneath her master's very nose for so long, unless it possessed some magical artifact to conceal its presence. Perhaps even her master would not stand a chance against it. Your Excellency, do not hold my minor transgressions against me, she stammered, pleading incoherently. She had surrendered, yielding to the harsh reality without shame. She, a mere human, stood no chance against such a formidable creature. Observing her pallid countenance, Xie Shuan found his amusement waning, and he released his grip on her. I have never begged for anyone's aid in my life. Letting you heal my wounds is the only value you possess for survival. His hands remained concealed within the folds of his voluminous dark robe, his expression dark and forbidding. Seated upon the ground, Qin Shu gazed up at him, her heart issuing a stern reminder. This is a snake capable of ending her life at any moment. Xie Shuan, noting her stupefied demeanor, felt an overwhelming sense of ennui and returned to his stone bed. The past 3 months of recuperation had not been entirely fruitless. He had at least restored his golden core cultivation, though expelling the poison from his tail would require considerable effort. Come here and tend to my wounds, he commanded languidly, reclining against the head of the bed. Internally cursing him 100 times, Qin Shu dared not refuse. She approached, placing her small hands upon him, channeling her meager spiritual energy into his serpent tail. However, the moment her energy entered his tail, Xie Shuan, who had previously been resting his eyes, abruptly opened them and looked at Qin Shu. Have you broken through? His gaze flickered, long, thick lashes fluttering slightly. Qin Shu averted her eyes, mentally reminding herself. This is a snake, a heartless and venomous serpent. Once her heartbeat steadied, she nodded slightly, dignified yet affirming, yes. Receiving her confirmation, Xie Shuan fell silent. He waited for Qin Shu to withdraw her hands before he closed his eyes to assess the changes in his injuries, suddenly extending his hand. Observing his movements, Qin Shu saw a jade pendant mysteriously materialize in his palm. A gift for you, he stated nonchalantly. During his confrontation with the heavenly tribulation, many of his precious possessions had been sacrificed. It appeared that these smaller items had remained. As Qin Shu examined the pendant, she discovered that it was, in fact, a compact spirit-gathering array. Qin Shu carefully sensed her surroundings and was instantly filled with surprise. The efficacy of this small spirit-gathering formation exceeded that of the one in her cave dwelling. With this formation, she could cultivate anywhere in the future. The emotional fluctuations emanating from the young boy were also perceived by Xie Shuan, who let out a scoff in his heart, turned over, and fell back asleep. Upon her return, Ling Su immediately noticed Qin Shu's presence. He sent her a communication talisman, instructing her to visit the main peak. Qin Shu dared not delay, hurriedly concluded her meditation, and rode on her small green leaf to the main peak. Upon arrival, she discovered that aside from her third senior brother, the other senior brothers and sisters were already present. Having not seen Qin Shu for 3 months, everyone's gaze was now fixed upon her. Ling Su was the first to notice her improvement in cultivation. You've reached the 3rd level of Qi training. In less than 5 months since your initiation, you've attained the 3rd level of Qi training. Upon hearing this, the red feather atop Qi Yu's head stood upright, and she swiftly turned to Qin Shu, her eyes filled with disbelief. How did you manage that? Unable to contain herself, she blurted out the question. Over the past 3 months, she had refined the marrow-cleansing elixir gifted by her master, and now her spiritual root was already at 100. Even a single breath would draw countless spiritual energies into her body. Yet, despite this, she was still a step away from the 3rd level of Qi training. While Qin Shu had already surpassed her, Qin Shu was at a loss for how to explain, merely responding ambiguously. I just kept cultivating and eventually broke through. Qi Yu refused to believe her, but it was Ling Su who spoke up, saying, you all ought to learn from Shu'er. That rainy day, I saw her practicing swordsmanship all night on the neighboring peak. She hardly ever eats or sleeps, consistently dedicating herself to cultivation. If any of you possessed the same determination as Shu'er, perhaps you wouldn't be stuck at your current levels. As he spoke, he grew increasingly fond of Qin Shu, dismissing any notion that her talents were lacking. What nonsense about the early bird catching the worm. I've been in the cultivation world for years and have never seen a spiritual-rooted individual cultivate at such a rapid pace. Cheng Yin and Wen Qi, seasoned veterans themselves, maintained their calm demeanor, neither sad nor happy, while Qi Yu felt a wave of shame wash over her. She vowed to cultivate diligently upon her return. Ling Su then inquired, Shu'er, I heard from your second senior brother that you went to the transmission hall to select a cultivation method. Did you find a suitable one after 3 months? Qin Shu shook her head, replying, no. This response astonished everyone, aside from the eldest and third senior brothers, who had found their methods in the transmission hall, when Qi and Qi Yu practiced family heirloom techniques. With the vast array of methods in the transmission hall, it was puzzling that she hadn't found one suitable after such a long time. Ling Su quickly sensed the gravity of the situation and pressed further, Shu'er, what is the matter? Qin Shu was equally curious and shared her experience of being unable to succeed with any method she attempted. You couldn't manage any of the 5 elemental techniques? Ling Su asked in disbelief. Qin Shu nodded, affirming her struggle. Ling Su furrowed his brow. Which family do you hail from? If the 5 elements cultivation method proves ineffective, it is likely due to the presence of bloodline power, necessitating the practice of specialized techniques. When Qin Shu was questioned about her lineage, alarm bells rang in her heart. After all, she had assumed Qin Mian's identity, leaving her feeling somewhat unjustified and lacking in confidence. It was merely a small family in the mortal realm, she replied ambiguously. Ling Su pressed further, inquiring if there were any cultivators in her family. Qin Shu shook her head, denying the existence of any. In truth, her half-brother, Qin Wui, was indeed a foundation establishment cultivator. However, revealing his name would expose her true identity. Although she had made rapid progress, her cultivation level was still only at the 3rd layer of Qi refinement, far from the prowess of her original self 8 years hence. If she were expelled from the sect, her survival would be precarious. Ling Su's brow furrowed deeper, perplexed by her response. Just then, a dark golden tome appeared in Wen Qi's hand, which he casually tossed to Qin Shu, instructing her to give it a try. Qin Shu deftly caught the book, and Ling Su snapped back to reality, addressing Wen Qi. What is this? Wen Qi flashed a smile and clasped his fists, replying, Master, the ability to cultivate depends on destiny. The choice of technique is not merely the disciple's decision. It is inconsequential. Chapter 40. The innate moon spirit body. Qin Shu glanced down at the tome in her hands. The azure cover bore several striking dark golden characters. Upon closer inspection, she recognized the title, Dua Method. The book emanated a faint, luminous glow, with dark golden patterns occasionally coursing across its cover. Even someone as inexperienced as her could discern that this technique was extraordinary. Listening to the conversation between her master and Wen Qi, she surmised that this method was a treasured heirloom of the Wen family. The cultivation techniques of each family were foundational to their standing in the cultivation world and were seldom shared. Yet, when Qi so nonchalantly offered his family's technique to her was surprising, not to mention whether she could even cultivate it. Of course, she was not the only one taken aback. Cheng Yin and Qi Yu exchanged astonished glances at Wen Qi's gesture. After a moment of contemplation, Qi Yu bit her lip and retrieved another technique from her storage ring, presenting it to Qin Shu. Junior sister, you should give this one a try as well. Qin Shu gazed at the offered method with even greater astonishment than when Qi had presented his. Senior sister, what is this? She asked. Qi Yu raised her chin, her innate pride evident on her face. Second senior brother is right. If the technique has chosen you, then you are destined to cultivate it. Our family's technique is also a tribute less. You should try it. Qin Shu stared at her seemingly contradictory senior sister, causing Qi Yu to feel a tinge of embarrassment. She turned her face away and insisted, just try it. Observing the interaction among his disciples, Ling Su chuckled softly while stroking his white beard, pleased with their character. Sure. Accept your brother and sister's goodwill. If you can truly cultivate their family's techniques, it signifies a connection with them. And I shall certainly provide them with an explanation. You need not worry. With Ling Su's reassurance, Qin Shu felt the warmth of protection akin to finding solace beneath a great tree. Her heart was genuinely moved, to the extent that she temporarily forgot how Wen Qi had previously teased her. She stepped forward respectfully, bowing to her senior brothers and sisters as well as her master. Saying, Master, senior brothers and sisters, your immense kindness, Qin Shu will never forget. What was originally a touching scene, however, was interrupted by Wen Qi's dismissive scoff. You claim to never forget, but what good is that? It would be far more practical to focus on your cultivation. Once you achieve mastery, you could catch a couple of cloud sea dragons for your senior brother to pull his cart. Qin Shu, though inexperienced and unworldly, was not a fool. The mere mention of cloud sea dragons in conjunction with his request revealed its absurdity. She solemnly clasped her fist towards Wen Qi, and as everyone anticipated her to boastfully agree, she instead declared, relying on others, heaven, or even my junior sister does not constitute true heroism. If my senior brother desires cloud sea dragons to pull his cart, then tomorrow I shall urge him to diligently cultivate, hoping that one day he achieves mastery and, in turn, can catch a couple of these dragons for this unworthy junior sister to experience the thrill of traversing heaven and earth. When she, upon hearing this, Ling Su, the master, wore a look of disdain, exclaiming, "How is it that my disciple lacks such ambition? As long as you brothers and sisters remain steadfast in your resolve and work diligently, you will surely accomplish great things. At that time, my 5 disciples will each catch 2 cloud sea dragons to pull my cart, and I shall visit the 8 major sects daily." Innocently caught in the crossfire were Cheng Yin and Qi Yu. Ling Su glanced at his disciples, who resembled gaping gourds, and waved his hand, saying, "Enough chatter. Focus on your cultivation. The sect's disciples will compete at the year's end. Do not bring shame upon me." Cheng Yin and the others bowed and were about to take their leave when Ling Su added, "Sure, stay for a moment." Qin Shu halted her steps and obediently remained in place. Once the others had exited, Ling Su waved his sleeve to re-establish the barrier. With a serious expression, he asked Qin Shu, "Sure, speak honestly with your master. Is your physique somewhat unique?" After a prolonged internal struggle, Qin Shu recalled that once a disciple, always a child of the master, and thus resolved that her master would not harm her. She steeled herself, exhaling deeply, and met Ling Su's gaze, replying solemnly, "Master, my physique is indeed special. I cultivate under the moonlight, absorbing spiritual energy at a remarkably swift rate. In contrast, my cultivation during the day is painfully slow, which is why I typically practice swordplay in the daylight and meditate at night." Hearing her words, Ling Su's expression grew increasingly solemn. "A congenital moon spirit body?" Qin Shu, puzzled by his response, asked, "Master, what is that?" Ling Su explained, "A congenital moon spirit body can harness the essence of the moon for cultivation. High-tier congenital moon spirit bodies can progress at an astonishing rate, truly a divine blessing from heaven." By the end, Ling Su's tone carried a hint of envy. As he reflected on the multitude of congenital spiritual bodies and innate Tao bodies that existed in the world, the cultivation of ordinary individuals stands in defiance of celestial will, whereas those who practice in harmony with divine intention are truly blessed. Once such individuals embark on the path of immortality, they seem to possess the assistance of the heavens. Upon hearing this, Qin Shu's eyes sparkled with interest, and she inched closer to her master, inquiring, "Master, does that mean I am considered a genius as well?" Realizing the excitement in her enlarged eyes, which were glistening with fervor and tinged with a hint of crimson, Ling Shu Jinren cast a glance at the young girl. He gently patted her head and sighed. Qin Shu's heart immediately raced. There is an adage that suggests one need not fear a smiling immortal master, but rather dread their size. Soon, Ling Shu Jinren spoke, "Sure, I have never encountered an innate moon spirit body before. However, according to the legends, all such bodies are associated with a singular water spiritual root, with a minimum root value of 90. Yet, your roots." He left his sentence unfinished. Yet Qin Shu grasped the implication. Indeed, her 3 spiritual roots bore no relation to the water spiritual root. Ling Shu Jinren's expression turned troubled, yet Qin Shu remained unperturbed. She smiled at her master and replied, "Master, it matters not what type of spiritual body I possess. My cultivation speed is commendable, and that is sufficient for me." Ling Shu Jinren was taken aback by her words, but soon burst into hearty laughter. Although Shu'er was young, her clarity of thought was remarkable, contrasting with his own solemn demeanor. "Continue your diligent cultivation, and should any issues arise, seek me out," he advised. Qin Shu acknowledged him with a bow of gratitude before retreating from her master's abode. Upon returning to her own mountain, as Qin Shu opened the door to her cave, a foul stench assailed her senses. Frowning, she instinctively turned her gaze towards the large serpent lying on the stone bed. The sight struck her heart with a jolt, rendering her momentarily speechless. Xie Xuan reclined on the stone bed, a pool of blood beside him, his head dangling precariously with his delicate features peacefully closed, a trace of crimson still lingering on his lips. Strands of dark hair cascaded from the edge of the bed, intermingling with the blood, creating a scene reminiscent of a crime scene. Without time to ponder further, Qin Shu dragged her weak legs and stumbled to the bedside, reaching out to check the pulse in his neck. However, just as her fingertips grazed his skin, an overwhelming force suddenly hurled her across the room. As she collided with the stone wall, rubbing her chest in pain, her features contorted with frustration. Damn it! Next time, if you truly die, I shall not care. She gritted her teeth, longing to pounce on him in a fit of rage. Xie Shiwan propped himself up on the edge of the stone bed, slowly sitting up. His complexion was pale, a delicate hand gripping the edge of the bed, the elegant joints glistening with a ghostly hue, resembling a frail beauty. Who could possibly associate this vulnerable figure with the ruthless individual who had just unleashed such ferocity? Xie Shiwan narrowed his eyes, rendering his expression indecipherable. A fleeting flicker of guilt passed through his dark golden pupils, only to be swiftly concealed the next moment, unnoticed by Qin Shu. He had heard her words and recognized her concern, yet defensiveness had become second nature to him. Moreover, the spot where her finger had brushed was precisely the vulnerable point of a snake. Qin Shu, seeing that he did not apologize, felt her anger surge. And in a fit of exasperation, she stormed off to the training room. Upon settling into a meditative posture, she heard a distant, deep voice whispering in her ear. Practicing while emotionally unsettled could lead to chaos in cultivation. Though she had resolved not to engage with him again, his words provoked her to leap from her meditation mat. Uncertain if there was even a concept of breast cancer in the realm of cultivation, she found herself unable to contain her frustration any longer. What harm could come from losing control? It was certainly preferable to being killed by him. Were all demon beasts so ungrateful? Xie Shiwan observed the young girl before him. Cheeks puffed in indignation and retorted. Just as Qin Shu prepared to respond, she noticed a subtle smile forming at the corners of his lips, and he added, "Other demon beasts may not be, but I certainly am." Qin Shu scoffed. "I've seen shamelessness, but yours surpasses them all. You can never awaken someone feigning sleep. Nor can you instill a sense of shame in the thick-skinned." As Qin Shu organized her thoughts, Xie Shiwan cast a cleansing spell, tidying up the mess within the cave. "Little girl, come and heal this lord's wounds," he commanded once more. Yet, Qin Shu crossed her arms and turned her head away with a huff. Xie Shiwan was not known for his patience. His spiritual energy had already gathered in his palm, but this time he hesitated, allowing it to dissipate. He lowered his gaze and murmured, "This lord did not intend it." Qin Shu paused, lifting her eyes to meet his. Was he actually explaining himself? She pouted. "Then shall I toss you out and claim it was unintentional as well?" Xie Shiwan pondered for a moment before nodding slightly. Perhaps. Qin Shu was taken aback, her gaze drifting from his exposed chest down to his serpent tail, noting the small tail tip swaying back and forth. She was certain that she could not bear even one snake. A gentleman's revenge is never late. One day, when my cultivation reaches its peak, I will settle the score. Xie Shiwan leaned languidly against the wall, meeting her spirited gaze with a charming smile that left Qin Shu momentarily dazed. Yet, his sharp tongue would never disappoint. He casually remarked, "An ant shaking a tree." Qin Shu exclaimed in disbelief. Xie Shiwan tossed her a small object, saying, "Heal this lord with this. It's now yours." When she received it and inspected it closely, she discovered it resembled a turtle shell. She curiously flipped through the items, and upon noticing her, Xie Shiwan explained, "This is a protective talisman, capable of withstanding 3 full force strikes from any adversary below the Yuanying stage. Keep it for your safety." Qin Shu felt a surge of joy in her heart. Did this not grant her 3 additional lives? Very well, she decided to forgive him. Xie Shiwan's intention in gifting her this small object was rather simple. He merely feared that one day, in a moment of carelessness, he might inadvertently cause harm to such a delicate thing. Having accepted his kindness, Qin Shu once again placed her hand upon his tail. She was unaware that while others might traverse realms and acquire formidable companions or extraordinary pets, she had, quite unintentionally, brought back an ancestor. After expending a significant portion of her own spiritual energy to heal him, Qin Shu advised him to recuperate properly before turning to her training chamber. She first retrieved a jade slip to glance at a message from her friend, who invited her to join a gathering at Qijing City. Reminded of how long it had been since she last saw her sister, Qin Shu eagerly agreed. They arranged to meet the following day, and she subsequently put away the communication jade slip. Qin Shu then extracted 2 volumes of techniques from her storage ring, one titled Duet Technique and the other Great Sun Golden Flame, both of which sounded quite formidable. With her highest affinity for fire, Qin Shu was inclined to practice the Great Sun Golden Flame. According to Chi, this technique was also attribute-less, relying solely on her affinity. With a spirit of experimentation, Shu opened the great sun golden flame and began to gather spiritual energy into her bloodline, as instructed. However, to her dismay, she faltered even at this preliminary step. The technique was excessively domineering. A sharp pain coursed through her meridians, causing her blood to surge violently. Her complexion drained of color, and she coughed up a mouthful of blood. For a moment, Shu could scarcely maintain her seated position, bracing herself against the ground. She struggled to regain her balance. Sensing the commotion in the training room, Xie Xiuan's expression shifted. In the next instant, Shu found herself enveloped in a chilling embrace, a stark contrast to the fiery energy within her. This sudden shift jolted her senses, bringing clarity to her mind. She could hardly discern the serpent's movements, only that the scene before her seemed to fast forward past her. In the blink of an eye, with a splash, she plunged back into the water. The icy lake enveloped her, and gradually, the pain in her meridians began to ease. Shu initially exhaled in relief. However, upon realizing her predicament, panic surged through her. Water again. All around her was water. She could not swim. The suffocating sensation of near drowning returned, her lungs constricted by the pressure of the water. She exerted every ounce of strength to fight against the depths, yet could only watch helplessly as she sank deeper into the lake. In Chapter 42, Devouring the Serpent's Inner Pill, Shu attempted to use her spiritual energy to halt her descent, but to no avail. Tears streamed from her eyes, quickly merging with the frigid lake. What enmity did this serpent harbor against her, to seek her life in such a manner? Xie Xiuan, having tossed Shu into the water, remained indifferent, noting that she had yet to surface. However, after a short while, he suddenly sensed that the presence in the lake was dwindling, which made him feel uneasy. Shu felt as though her hand had brushed against something cold and hard, and in the next moment, her slender waist was lifted. Struggling with all her might, Shu managed to open her eyes and look back, only to come face to face with a serpent's head flicking its tongue. Her willpower faltered, and she rolled her eyes back, succumbing to unconsciousness. Xie Xiuan could hardly fathom that someone could drown. His lineage thrived in moisture, and he had been swimming since birth, having grown up immersed in water. It was precisely this affinity for water that allowed him to escape from enemies countless times in his youth. His upper body morphed back into human form as he used his tail to lift Shu, controlling the water with her chest facing down. Noticing her continued lack of response, Xie Xiuan's brows furrowed once more. As a venomous serpent, he had no healing capabilities, and this young girl was inherently frail. If she truly did not survive, his expression darkened, his thin lips pressed together in contemplation. He wrestled with the question of whether it was even necessary to save her. Countless lives had perished beneath his grasp. Why should he care about such trivial consequences? Yet, when his gaze fell upon the small child clinging to his tail, he found himself reconsidering. He bestowed a thread of spiritual energy upon Shu to protect her heart meridian and returned her to his cave. Placing her gently upon a stone bed, he expelled a golden-green inner core, which, upon closer inspection, revealed tiny cracks upon its surface. He raised a hand, suspending the inner core above Shu, enveloping her in a shimmering golden light, as if in a dream. In her dazed state, Shu felt as if she had returned to the womb, warmth enveloping her as an unknown force flowed into her body. Feeling comforted, she instinctively turned over. Xie Xiuan was utilizing the inner core to help her channel the spiritual energy within, and in the next moment, she opened her eyes, glancing at the stone bed. To her astonishment, she saw the inner core being drawn towards her lips by an inexplicable force. She opened her mouth and swallowed it. Xie Xiuan's expression darkened instantly as he seized her by the neck. He had rarely shown kindness in saving her life, only for her to attempt to consume his inner core. Truly, humans were treacherous. Even a child possessed such cunning thoughts. In her dream, it felt as though a cord was constraining her neck, causing her great discomfort, and she instinctively raised her hand to break free from the binding around her throat. In her struggle, the inner core lodged in her neck was indeed swallowed. Xie Xiuan was taken aback, although his inner core was damaged. It was not something a mere child in the third level of Qi cultivation could consume. The violent spiritual energy would soon surge through her meridians and dantian. Acting swiftly, he lifted Shu, pressing his fingers 3 inches above her navel, attempting to expel the inner core. However, after several unsuccessful attempts, Shu suddenly coughed twice, awakening to find herself suspended in the air, held by the great serpent. As she met Xie Xiuan's gaze, she discerned a faint hint of resentment, and upon closer inspection, She noticed black markings had appeared on his face. Qin Shu struggled to free herself, and the moment Xie Shuan loosened his grip, she fell to the ground. Are you insane? You tossed me into the cold pool. I can't even swim, you nearly killed me. With her hands propped on the ground. She had just managed to rise when she could not contain her grievances against him. Observing her lively demeanor, Xie Shuan realized that all his concerns had proven unfounded. He could even sense that his inner Dan was now suspended within her dantian. He suppressed the urge to retrieve his inner Dan forcefully. Casting a cold gaze at Qin Shu. You have swallowed my inner Dan. Qin Shu had only begun to articulate her thoughts when this unexpected declaration left her utterly speechless. What? She exclaimed in disbelief. Xie Shuan locked eyes with her and reiterated, You have swallowed my inner Dan. Suddenly, she comprehended the hint of resentment she had perceived on his face upon awakening. How could she possibly have consumed his inner Dan? The disparity in their cultivation levels was vast. It would take 100 of her to extract his inner Dan. Noticing her contemplative expression, Xie Shuan continued slowly. I rescued you with the intent of purging the fire poison from your meridians, pulled you from the bottom of the lake, and even utilized my inner Dan to heal your wounds. Yet, to my dismay, you repay kindness with malice and have consumed my inner Dan. Truly, humans are deceitful. If that is the case, to reclaim my inner Dan, I shall not spare your life. With his right hand concealed behind him, he raised his left hand, and gradually, a golden-green mist began to materialize in his palm. The air around the mist seemed to fracture. Qin Shu's heart raced. And she harbored no doubts that this mist could obliterate her from existence without leaving a trace. Sweat beaded on her forehead as her mind raced, and she quickly pleaded, Great Serpent, you may kill me, but please do not harm your inner Dan. Xie Shuan flashed a grin, revealing his pearly white teeth, which only heightened her fear. No worries, I shall exercise caution. Qin Shu's complexion paled further. How could she have swallowed the serpent's inner Dan without even realizing it? Had he not said that swallowing a beast's inner Dan would lead to explosive demise? The realization struck her. She was now a vessel for a ticking time bomb, and the threat of imminent death loomed large, making it impossible for her to remain calm. Instinctively, she glanced at the golden inner Dan within her dantian, suspended amidst a layer of faint purple spiritual energy. Under the cleansing influence of the spiritual energy, the cracks in the inner Dan seemed to exhibit signs of healing. Yet the spiritual energy within her dantian was dwindling, threatening her cultivation level. Stunned, Qin Shu raised her gaze to the man before her, gritting her teeth in anger. You beasts are truly treacherous. You intend to use me to restore your inner Dan. If you wish to kill me, then do so. There is no need for such excuses. Though terrified of death, she felt compelled to provoke him. Otherwise, she might genuinely face her end. Xie Shuan furrowed his brow and exclaimed, What did you say? Qin Shu raised her chin, her expression one of displeasure as she remarked, You delivered the inner elixir to my dantian, nurturing and repairing it with my spiritual energy. It is nearly restored now, yet I find myself unable to maintain even the third level of qi refinement. Xie Shuan probed with his divine consciousness and immediately discerned that her current condition was quite dire. The fire poison within her meridians had not been completely eradicated, and the inner elixir in her dantian resembled an insatiable abyss, greedily siphoning her spiritual energy. The third level of qi refinement she had only recently attained was beginning to falter. Chapter 43. Can you swim? Xie Shuan's handsome brows lightly knitted together as he raised his hand, intending to place it upon Qin Shu's abdomen. However, she swiftly retreated a few steps, covering her stomach and regarding him with suspicion. What do you intend to do? She inquired warily. Xie Shuan's expression remained unchanged as he replied in a low voice, Silence. Sit cross-legged. I shall assist you in stabilizing your realm. Though the loss of a realm may seem inconsequential, the effort required for a subsequent breakthrough would be significantly greater than the first. Internally, Qin Shu grappled with her thoughts for but a moment before conceding. Her fate hung by a thread, and should she defy him and provoke his wrath, who knew what consequences might ensue? With a resigned expression, she sat cross-legged upon the stone bed. Xie Shuan positioned himself across from her, his hand resting on her abdomen as he closed his eyes. Devoid of the oppressive gaze of his golden vertical pupils, she was instead met with his exquisite visage, unmarred even by the dark veins that adorned his face, which only added an air of taboo and danger to his beauty. Embraced the unity of the source, a voice echoed above her head, prompting Qin Shu to quickly gather her focus and comply. Xie Shuan's spiritual energy delved into her dantian, attempting to commune with his inner elixir. Yet, It appeared that his inner elixir possessed a will of its own. It merely drifted amidst the pale purple energy before sinking into silence once more. Xie was well aware of his inner elixir-esque condition. A couple of minor fissures on its surface had been mended, and the larger cracks seemed to have improved. He was somewhat astonished. After such a prolonged slumber and nurturing with spiritual energy for 6 months, could it truly be that the efficacy within this young child's dantian surpassed his efforts? Puzzled, he even attempted to manipulate the spiritual energy within the elixir. But finding no discernible effect, he felt a sense of relief. It seemed prudent to temporarily entrust it to her, given its utility within her form. Xie summoned a wisp of spiritual energy from his inner elixir, first eliminating the fire poison from Qin Shu's meridians. Yet, even that slight infusion of his energy proved somewhat overwhelming for her. Coupled with the inherently corrosive miasma within his spiritual energy, despite his careful control, it still inflicted a minor burn upon her meridians. Uncomfortable, Qin Shu instinctively mobilized her own spiritual energy, enveloping her delicate meridians in a fine layer of protection. Consequently, her body, guided by muscle memory, began to circulate the spiritual energy automatically, incorporating even the trace of Xie energy. Sensing her reclamation of control over the spiritual energy, Xie pondered briefly before yielding to her. A faint lavender aura enveloped the small orb of golden-green energy, absorbing it completely before circulating through the meridians and ultimately returning to the dantian, where it was assimilated by his inner elixir. Gradually, it seemed a subtle cycle had formed within her body as well. Upon observing her stabilized state, Xie withdrew his hand. Qin Shu subsequently opened her eyes, only to be met with a visage that was strikingly captivating, causing her gaze to waver momentarily. I cannot extract the inner elixir for now, so I shall leave it with you for the time being, Xie remarked. Qin Shu was taken aback and looked up at him. Does that mean I won't die? Xie nodded slightly. For now, your life is spared. Qin Shu exhaled in relief, collapsing onto the stone bed. Xie observed her demeanor and let out a chuckle, adding, do not rejoice too soon. The technique bestowed upon you by the fire spirit bird is ill-suited for you. As for the other tome, it may still be worth a try. Recalling the blood she had coughed up during her practice and the searing sensation in her meridians, Qin Shu felt a lingering trepidation. If I cannot master the technique, then why such a severe backlash? She pondered, perplexed. Do you believe that a family's foundational techniques lack any prerequisites? Moreover, the fire spirit bird clan is indeed a breed of formidable beasts, and their practices are inherently more aggressive, Xie replied with a sidelong glance. Qin Shu, lying languidly, grasped his words and felt a wave of despondency wash over her, deciding to prioritize physical training. Yet, before that, she needed to learn to swim. One cannot afford to stumble in the same place repeatedly, especially as she had already faced drowning twice. The sensation was one she wished to avoid for a lifetime. Big Snake, can you swim? She recalled the last image she saw before losing consciousness, a massive serpent head, larger than her entire form. Suddenly, she felt her question was rather superfluous. Surely he could swim. Forget it, as if I asked. Xie glanced at her, noticing her readying her disheveled hair, and remarked, to think one could drown in water, humanity truly is frail. In response, Qin Shu sprang from the bed. You better not provoke me, or I shall self-destruct along with your inner elixir. She remembered tales where individuals detonated their life as cultivation, seemingly with great effect. Xie, upon hearing her declaration, allowed a slight smile to grace his lips, as though he found her amusing. Yet, he mercilessly conveyed the harsh truth. If you were to explode, it is likely you would be reduced to nothingness without even scratching my inner elixir. 81 bolts of heavenly thunder merely cracked a fissure. What can your meager cultivation achieve? He scoffed. Qin Shu genuinely wished to cease conversing with him. It was evident that this great serpent was all bark and no bite. He threatened her, yet had also helped her expel the fire poison, rescued her from drowning, and healed her injuries with his own wounded inner elixir. A classic case of a sharp tongue and a tender heart. Men in the realm of cultivation are indeed a peculiar breed, each more convoluted than the last. Her senior brother Wen Qi was no different. Qin Shu gazed at Xie, raising her hand to reveal a wisp of golden-green mist emanating from her palm. Meeting his astonished eyes, she declared, since I cannot explode it, I shall deplete all the spiritual energy within your dantian. Xie serpentine tail coiled into concentric circles, and his human form gradually faded, transforming into his original shape. Lying upon the stone bed, I advise you not to proceed thus. Should my enemies be attracted, it will be beyond your capability to handle. A chill ran through Qin Shu as she observed the great serpent closing its eyes, its body becoming still. She could not help but ponder, without the inner core, his strength must have been significantly diminished. She needed to devise a plan to extract his inner core. Harboring such a volatile entity in his dantian rendered her unable to cultivate in peace. After 2 days, she would visit the library to seek any clues. Rising, she consumed a spirit-replenishing pill to restore her energy, then laid her hand upon Xie Shuan's scales to heal his wounds. The great serpent merely opened one eye to glance at her before shutting it again. Chapter 44. The dread-dispelling technique, perhaps bolstered by the support of the serpent's inner core, Qin Shu's healing this time lasted considerably longer. As she gradually withdrew her hand, an idea suddenly dawned upon her. The serpent's condition appeared dire, even more so than before. Maintaining its human form seemed a struggle, likely due to the loss of its inner core. Qin Shu wrinkled her nose, recalling how he had nearly suffocated her moments earlier. She touched her throat, feeling a lingering dread. Her gaze fell once more upon the serpent's glossy black scales, noticing it seemed to have succumbed to slumber. Quietly, she rose and made her way to the training room. She was uncertain of the serpent's origins, but it was clear he was far more powerful than she. Since he suggested the dread-dispelling technique from Wen Qi might be worth a try, she resolved to give it a shot. Indeed, she had no other paths available to her. First, she settled into a meditative posture to regain her optimal state, then touched her storage ring, summoning a tome into her hands. The dread-dispelling technique. The original text did not elaborate on Wen Qi's lineage. Yet Qin Shu surmised that any technique bearing the term dread could not be of inferior quality. Upon opening the tome, she found the first page adorned with the phrase, "Every life encounters dread. One may dispel it and escape," hence referred to as dispelling dread. Instantly intrigued, Qin Shu mused, who could be more unfortunate than she? Just as she had gained admission to her dream university, she drowned. Upon transmigrating, she was stabbed to death, and in her rebirth, she had stumbled upon this ill-fated serpent, teetering daily on the brink of life and death. If there truly existed a method to alleviate her misfortunes, allowing her to navigate life smoothly, even with slightly inferior aptitude, she should at least secure a place for herself in the realm of cultivation. She resolutely turned to the next page, where a detailed illustration of the human anatomy was depicted, elucidating the flow of spiritual energy within the body and identifying which acupoints to prioritize. After finishing the book, Qin Shu closed her eyes to assimilate the knowledge gleaned from her reading, then stored away the techniques and assumed the 5 hearts facing heaven posture, commencing her inaugural practice as instructed in the text. The Do-E technique, a high-level practice, proved to be a formidable challenge for Qin Shu, who, at her 3rd level of Qi training, felt a sense of helplessness in controlling the spiritual energy, as the energy circulated through the designated acupoints. Qin Shu's heart raced with anticipation. Each time she attempted to gather the energy, it threatened to dissipate, and should it disband once more, all her efforts would be in vain. Yet, when the energy returned to her dantian, it stubbornly refused to enter the Guanyuan acupoint. As time elapsed, beads of perspiration began to form on her forehead. She gritted her teeth so hard that blood seeped from her gums. The golden-green inner elixir within her dantian seemed to contest her spiritual energy, thwarting her attempts to complete this final step. Gradually, Qin Shu discerned the root of her predicament, her frustration mounting to the point of wishing she could extract the inner elixir and return it to that wretched serpent. She felt utterly beleaguered by its influence. The violet smoke-like energy she had gathered began to show signs of collapse, and despair enveloped her. Her facial muscles trembled with exertion. Was all her effort to be in vain once again? If she could just endure a little longer, perhaps success was within reach. Her complexion grew pale as she strained every ounce of her mental fortitude to control the swirling energy. At that moment, a golden speck of light suddenly emerged from her forehead. Had she been able to see it, she would have recognized this luminous point as a drop of blood bestowed upon her by the warm pool. This radiant point exploded into a myriad of tiny glimmers, which seamlessly integrated into her being. With this infusion of golden light, the once contending violet smoke-like energy gained the upper hand, gradually entering the Guanyuan acupoint and enveloping the dormant golden-green inner elixir. Sensing a threat, the inner elixir attempted to escape from her qi, but it seemed ensnared in quicksand, being inexorably drawn back in. Once the inner elixir was completely encased, Qin Shu reopened her eyes, her gaze shimmering with a hint of golden light. In the next instant, a soft smile graced her lips, and her eyes sparkled with joy. She had succeeded. However, before she could revel in her triumph, the great serpent lying on the stone bed suddenly expelled a mouthful of blood, its scales darkening further. Qin Shu was taken aback, astonished that the inner elixir within her could inflict harm upon it. Panic set in as she watched the serpent raise its head, hissing as it flicked its tongue at her. A chill ran through her. It would not be an exaggeration to describe her feelings as bone-chilling terror. She hastily stood, waving her hands in protest, exclaiming, "I truly did nothing. It's not my fault." In truth, she was aware that this martial art was known as duo-e. However, the serpent before her was a venomous creature, and its inner elixir was the very source of calamity. Given the fierce nature of this technique, it was likely that it would require the purification of that inner elixir to be deemed complete. According to Qin Shu's imagination, the great serpent must have harbored a desire to tear her apart, yet its response was unexpectedly subdued. The serpent merely cast a fleeting glance in her direction before lowering its head once more. Since Xie Shiwan instructed Qin Shu to practice this technique, he surely anticipated the impact it would have on its inner elixir. Nevertheless, every matter in this world possesses both advantages and disadvantages. While the duo-e technique may inflict harm upon its inner elixir, it would also assist in shielding some celestial secrets. Observing Xie Shiwan once again resting its head, Qin Shu exhaled a sigh of relief, patting her chest. At that moment, however, the barrier at her entrance was suddenly triggered. Startled, Qin Shu regained her composure and glanced outside, only to find that the visitor was none other than Qiyu. Not daring to entertain guests within her abode, Qin Shu hastily employed a cleansing spell to tidy her disheveled appearance before stepping outside. Qiyu was still adorned in her fiery red, feathered attire. Taking a step forward, Qin Shu clasped her fists in greeting, "Junior sister." Qiyu nodded and inquired, "Have you practiced the technique I provided?" Qin Shu, perplexed, nevertheless inclined her head slightly, respectfully retrieving the technique to return it. "Thank you, senior sister. I have attempted to practice it, but alas, I seem to be ill-suited for this art." She felt a genuine sense of disappointment. The Great Sun Golden Flame technique resonated far more harmoniously with her fire attributes, yet it was exceedingly demanding. Furrowing her brow, she inadvertently missed Qiyu's peculiar expression. The Great Sun Golden Flame was notoriously domineering, and Qiyu had come to deliver healing elixirs. Fearing that Qin Shu might be harmed by the technique, she was taken aback to find Qin Shu appearing unscathed. Chapter 45. The Rainbow Garment Pavilion. After a moment of contemplation, Qiyu ultimately decided to present the healing elixirs. Although Qin Shu seemed to be in good condition at present, any internal injuries could prove troublesome. She extended a white porcelain vial towards Qin Shu, saying, "Junior sister, this is an elixir to dispel fire poison. Please keep it and consume it. Be sure not to allow the fire poison to linger within your meridians for too long, as it may hinder your cultivation." Qin Shu was momentarily taken aback by the porcelain vial she received, not having anticipated that her senior sister would provide aftercare along with the technique. Gratefully, she clasped her fists towards Qiyu, exclaiming, "Senior sister, you truly are my timely rain." Qiyu's cheeks flushed with a hint of embarrassment. In truth, she had forgotten, due to the lineage of their family, few had ever encountered misfortune. Upon returning to her cave dwelling, she suddenly recalled a year when an ancestor gifted a technique to someone who subsequently suffered severe backlash. It was only then that she hurriedly delivered the elixirs to Qin Shu, fortunate to arrive in time. She carefully stored away the martial arts techniques returned by Qin Shu, about to turn and leave when she paused to offer some comforting words. "Junior sister, do not be disheartened. The selection of martial arts is often a matter of fate. Even if our clan's techniques do not suit you, there are certainly others that will." She maintained an air of superiority, her words sounding more like commands than reassurance. Qin Shu found it amusing yet recognized her good intentions, so she acquiesced. "Thank you, senior sister, for your comfort. I shall give the second senior brother's techniques another try, and if they do not work out, I will consider other options." Qiyu had delivered the elixir and took her leave. As Qin Shu watched her transform and fly away, she unexpectedly found the little bird's awkwardness rather endearing. Her gaze returned to the porcelain vial in her hand. She uncorked it and consumed one of the pills. The high-grade elixir required no chewing. It melted instantly upon contact, followed by a refreshing chill that enveloped her entire body, nourishing her meridians. The sensation was akin to popping a mint while feeling elated, utterly delightful. She tucked away the remaining elixirs, mentally noting Qiyu's kindness. In the future, should she find herself in need, she would surely return the favor. The next morning, Qin Shu's communication jade slip lit up, She opened her eyes, and the voice of He Xin echoed forth. Qinshu, let us set out. We should go early today. I've heard that the Rainbow Dress Pavilion is holding an event. Buy one, get one free. It's first come, first served. Qinshu's heart leaped. No one could resist a buy one, get one free offer, not even herself. She swiftly rose, performed a cleansing spell, tied her hair neatly, and descended the mountain atop a green leaf. He Xin was idly kicking stones on the ground, sighing for the 100th time. The distance from the inner sect to the outer sect was considerable, and who knew what time it would be when Qinshu finally emerged. They would undoubtedly miss the event. Had she known, she would have sent a message to Qinshu the day before, inviting her to sleep over. Yet, at this point, even with 1,000 regrets, it was too late. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out from above. He Xin, come up. He Xin looked up to see the green leaf hovering above her, with a small figure perched atop it, Qinshu, whom she had eagerly awaited. Her eyes brightened as the green leaf descended slightly, and He Xin scrambled up with her hands and feet. Wow, Qinshu, have you mastered a magical artifact? He Xin exclaimed, a hint of envy in her tone. Qinshu smiled and replied, it's borrowed from senior brother. The spirit stones are precious. If it weren't for the urgency today, I wouldn't dare use it. Once the two arrived at the teleportation array, He Xin watched as the spirit stones embedded in the green leaf S formation gradually dimmed. She couldn't help but click her tongue in disbelief. Isn't this just burning money? By the teleportation array, there were already 8 individuals waiting. Including He Xin and Qinshu, they formed a complete group. Having experienced the teleportation array once before, He Xin took out her snuff bottle, took a puff, and closed her eyes, stepping confidently into the array. Upon reopening her eyes, they found themselves in the resplendent city of Qijin. They had arrived early that day, the sun barely peeking over the horizon, and the entire city had yet to be bathed in its golden hue. As Qinshu stepped down from the teleportation array, she was swiftly pulled by He Xion's small hand toward the Nichuoch. Today is bustling with people. Hold on tight to me so we don't get separated. He Xion urged. Qinshu acknowledged her, quickening her pace as they jogged toward the Nichuoch, only to discover a considerable queue forming outside. He Xion, clasping Qinshu's hand, positioned them at the end of the line while she craned her neck to count the individuals ahead. Fear not, there are just over 30. We should be able to make a purchase, she reassured. Qinshu nodded in agreement. Her concerns lay not with the quantity, but rather with the affordability of her desired items. What are you hoping to buy? Qinshu inquired. He Xion shook her head. How would I know? We shall see what catches our eye. Qinshu, observing her friend's hurried pace, initially thought she had a clear intention, only to realize that they were both swept up in the thrill of impulsive shopping. The Nichuoch had its own regulations to ensure optimal service. Only 10 patrons were allowed inside at a time. By the time it was their turn to enter, a quarter of an hour had elapsed. The Nichuoch was the largest marketplace in Qijin, where one could procure anything from elixirs, magical artifacts, and martial arts manuals, to enchanting beauties and exotic beasts. Anything that could be named was available here. The attendant who greeted Qinshu and He Xion was a lad of around 15 or 16, who, despite their youth, treated them with utmost respect, patiently explaining every item they showed interest in. He Xion was drawn to numerous items, yet her purse was regrettably modest. The 40-odd lower-grade spirit stones she had painstakingly saved were insufficient for any meaningful purchase. Conversely, Qinshu found something that piqued her interest and asked the attendant, "What is your store's policy on the second item being free? Is it applicable to anything?" The young attendant smiled and nodded. "Indeed, esteemed ladies. You need only pay for the item of greater value." Qinshu further inquired, "May I exchange other items?" The attendant politely affirmed, "Certainly. But any items offered for exchange must be assessed by our elder for their specific value, and adjustments will be made accordingly." Understanding this, Qinshu found the Nichuoch's policies rather accommodating. After perusing the offerings, He Xion selected a hairpin and a dress, the hairpin possessing the ability to break through initial barriers, thus priced slightly higher than an ordinary dress, totaling 49 lower-grade spirit stones. After rummaging through her Qinkoan bag for quite some time, He Xion managed to gather only 42 stones, leaving her to supplement the remainder with a spirit-replenishing pill. Meanwhile, Qinshu was captivated by a pendant with the power to alter one's appearance. When worn, it rendered her undetectable to anyone below the golden core stage. "What is the price of this pendant?" Qinshu asked, tilting her head towards the attendant while pointing at the display case. The pendant was rather unadorned, featuring a string of Eastern pearls embellished with a Xianyang glass bead, which housed the crucial formation that concealed one's cultivation level. The attendant replied with a smile. This pendant requires 11 medium-grade spirit stones. Before Qin Shu could respond, He Xian gasped in astonishment. She nearly gasped in surprise, but recalling the present circumstances, she remembered that her sister was now an inner disciple under the esteemed Lingshu. Perhaps her master had indeed gifted her some wealth. Qin Shu felt a wave of astonishment. Indeed, mid-grade spiritual artifacts were astonishingly different, their prices soaring exponentially. In comparison, her few vials of premium spirit-replenishing elixirs would scarcely last long. After a moment of contemplation, she retrieved a beast core from her storage bag and inquired of the shop attendant, "How much can this beast core offset?" Being outside, she was wary of attracting unnecessary trouble, hence she did not dare to wear her storage ring openly. The shop attendant was momentarily taken aback upon seeing the fiery beast core in Qin Shu's hand. Regaining his composure, he quickly clasped his hands and said, "Fairy, this beast core appears rather extraordinary. I cannot set a price without consulting the elder. As you know, the Qichang Pavilion has nearly established its presence throughout the eastern continent. And with the availability of communication jade slips, they dare not engage in any underhanded dealings. Should they tarnish the esteemed reputation of our establishment, the wrath of the proprietor is something they cannot afford." Qin Shu readily tossed the beast core to him, urging, "Please, take it to inquire." The shop attendant cradled the beast core and retreated, while Qin Shu and He Xian casually browsed the shop. He Xian had only taken a few steps when she realized Qin Shu was no longer beside her. In a hurry, she glanced around, ultimately discovering Qin Shu standing before a counter selling elixirs, intently observing the items displayed. She approached and asked, "What are you looking at?" Qin Shu pointed at the counter, saying, "This one." He Xian leaned closer to examine it, reading the label, 5 Elements Blood Condensing Pill. The name alone suggested it was a healing elixir. What business did Qin Shu have with it? Curiously, she turned her head to glance at Qin Shu, only to find her standing upright, addressing the clerk. "How much for this elixir?" 36 mid-grade spirit stones, the clerk replied with a warm smile. Qin Shu's expression stiffened slightly as she pursed her lips, asking, "For a vial?" The clerk's smile broadened. "Fairy, you jest. The 5 Elements Blood Condensing Pill is, after all, a third-grade elixir. It cannot be so inexpensive. It is 36 mid-grade spirit stones per pill." Qin Shu tugged at her lips, attempting to muster a nonchalant smile, as if the cost were of no concern. Yet she found it difficult to smile genuinely. However, it was not long before the shop attendant who had taken the beast core for appraisal returned. Grinning as he addressed Qin Shu, "Fairy, your beast core is from the Heartling Baitai Rhinoceros, a 5th-tier beast. After our elder's appraisal, this core can be exchanged for 2 superior spirit stones." Qin Shu's eyes brightened. She had not anticipated that the large serpent would casually provide something of such value. He Xian, standing nearby, was equally astonished, feeling her young heart profoundly impacted. When she initially joined the sect, her companions were as impoverished as she was now. Even a casual offering of theirs bore such worth? Qin Shu quickly inquired, "Is the purchase of elixirs also eligible for the second complimentary item?" Upon receiving a positive response, Qin Shu's face lit up with delight. "In that case, if I purchase 27 of these elixirs, will you not gift me an additional 27? The shopkeeper hesitated for a moment, then offered a wry smile. "My lady, alas, our establishment has restrictions on purchases." Qin Shu, stroking her chin, inquired, "How many elixirs are there in a bottle?" 25, came the reply. "Then I shall buy 1 bottle, and you may present me with another as a gift." Content with her acquisition, Qin Shu exited the Rainbow Pavilion, having procured 2 bottles of elixirs along with a string of exquisite ornaments. In comparison to the elixirs, the ornaments required merely 11 medium-grade spirit stones, a mere fraction of her expenditure. To take advantage of the second complimentary item, Qin Shu also selected a pair of Swift fabric shoes worth 11 medium-grade spirit stones. After completing her purchases, the shopkeeper returned to her 1 superior spirit stone and 89 medium-grade spirit stones. Upon leaving the Rainbow Pavilion, Qin Shu noticed He Xian's gaze upon her had shifted significantly. "Qin Shu, why have you acquired so many healing elixirs? Are you injured?" He Xian questioned, displaying no envy over Qin Shu's substantial spirit stone haul, as she believed that with diligent cultivation, she too would enter the inner sect by year's end and earn her own spirit stones. With a sigh, Qin Shu clarified, "Oh, not at all. I am merely purchasing on behalf of someone else. I could never afford the inner core of a fifth-tier demonic beast. Upon hearing this, Xian's imagination began to weave a tale of a senior brother gravely injured in battle against a heart-refining beast, who entrusted the inner core to his junior sister for assistance. However, she pondered, were they not all disciples of the pill sect? Why then did they require elixirs? Before Xian could resolve her thoughts, a commotion nearby captured her attention. Just as she regained her focus, she observed Qin Shu bubbling with excitement. Xian, let us go and have a look. I heard they are signing up for spirit stone excavation. In Qin Shu's mind, spirit stones equated to wealth, and anyone who dared impede her pursuit of riches was, in essence, threatening her very existence. Xian, upon hearing this, abandoned her previous thoughts. Her spirits lifted as she scanned the area. Where? I didn't hear anything. We must hurry, lest we be outpaced. At this moment, Xian had only reached the first layer of qi refinement and had yet to break through to the second, rendering her senses less acute than Qin Shu's. The two hurried forward, and soon Xian began to catch snippets of conversation. They spoke of a spirit vein discovered to the north of Qijin City, which had been purchased by the prominent Zhong family, who were now offering remuneration to cultivators for assistance in extracting spirit stones. They sought only those at the fourth layer of qi refinement or below, as those of higher cultivation might harbor ulterior motives. Qin Shu tugged Xian into the crowd, making their way to a table where a stern-faced man was taking registrations. We are here, she announced. The man glanced at them and asked, from Xintian sect? What is your cultivation level? We are both at the first layer of qi refinement, with the exquisite ornaments adorning her. Qin Shu felt secure that no higher-ranked cultivators would suspect her true abilities in such a setting. The man nodded and inquired further, what are your names? Just as Xian prepared to respond, Qin Shu discreetly tugged at her sleeve, prompting her to instinctively close her mouth and turn her attention back to Qin Shu. Upon encountering the stern-faced gentleman, Qin Shu spoke with unwavering composure. Her name is Zhang San, and mine is Li Si. In Chapter 47, titled, I Want to Cultivate Here, her declaration only darkened the man's expression further. He paused his writing, glancing at the two young girls before him, visibly irritated. Are you jesting with me? Qin Shu remained undaunted, her countenance growing even more earnest. My surname is Zhang, and I am the third in my family. My surname is Li, and I am the fourth. We both hail from the mortal realm, and as young girls, we possess no other names. Even if you doubt our words, please do not take offense. We are not deceiving you. She sighed, her expression tinged with sorrow. Upon hearing this, Xian quickly joined in, producing a handkerchief to dab at her eyes. The gentleman, taken aback by their display, waved his hand dismissively. Enough, enough, I shall note it down. Why the tears? Do you think I am bullying these girls? Qin Shu observed as he inscribed the names Zhang San and Li Si onto two wooden tokens, which she graciously accepted. Bowing respectfully, you are truly a good man. With the tokens in hand, the two girls smoothly boarded a nearby flying vessel. While the spiritual vein was situated near Qijin City, the journey for foundation-building practitioners would still take 3 days of flight. It remained uncertain when Qin Shu and her companions would arrive. As young girls, they quickly attracted the attention of many aboard the vessel. Some, recognizing them as disciples of the Xuantian Gate, approached them with enthusiasm. Initially, Qin Shu worried that Xian might inadvertently reveal their true backgrounds. However, as she listened to Xian recount their tale, that as girls they were neglected at home, and now, having finally entered the realm of cultivation, they were but outer disciples who could scarcely afford clothing. Qin Shu couldn't help but admire her friend's ability to craft a persona. Others around them were uncertain whether to believe the story, but at least they had established themselves as impoverished individuals devoid of any valuable possessions. Finding a corner of the flying vessel, Qin Shu sat upon the floor, while her companion, Xian, rummaged through her storage bag to produce a coarse bun. After much effort, she managed to break off a piece and placed it into Qin Shu's hands. Jiuer, eat something to fill your stomach. Gazing at the bun devoid of any spiritual energy, Qin Shu felt a wave of sentimentality. It was indeed a challenge to find such fare in the realm of cultivation. She took a bite, nearly choking on the dry morsel. Xian, not faring much better, patted her back, and they exchanged bittersweet smiles. After a little over an hour of flight, the vessel descended into a canyon replete with abundant spiritual energy and flourishing vegetation, suggesting that the beasts within were likely formidable as well. The steward of the Zhong family gathered them together. Conveying through sound transmission, we have dispatched personnel to clear 3 mines. The larger beasts have been driven away, yet some creatures may still inhabit the subterranean depths. You must remain vigilant. Qin Shu quietly took note of the situation, realizing that mining spirit stones was not as secure as she had initially imagined. Shortly thereafter, the steward from the Zhong family announced, "Each of you at the first level of Qi refinement must submit at least 10 low-grade spirit stones daily, while those at the second level must submit 20, and so forth. Should anyone possess the ability to extract more, those stones will be yours." Upon hearing this, the crowd stirred with excitement. If they could unearth a few extra stones, wouldn't they belong to them? However, Qin Shu was acutely aware that matters were far from straightforward. Capitalists are not philanthropists, and it is unlikely they would generously increase their wages. There was a genuine fear that, in the end, some might even incur losses. Of course, there were astute individuals among the crowd. Someone raised their voice to inquire, "What happens if we fail to meet our quota?" The answer came, "Failure to complete the task within 3 days will result in expulsion from the mine." Qin Shu and He Xian queued to receive their pickaxes and moved with the throng toward the mine. At the entrance, they distinctly felt as though they had passed through a barrier, beyond which a fairy awaited them. "Dear little fairies, would you like to rent the Haoyue pickaxe? It's an excellent primary spiritual tool," she offered. He Xian, clearly intrigued, asked, "How much does it cost?" The fairy replied with a warm smile, "It's just 5 low-grade spirit stones a day, quite affordable. With the Haoyue pickaxe, you'll be able to extract even more spirit stones." Qin Shu shook her head, her expression somber. She could not afford it. 5 low-grade spirit stones amounted to her half-month's salary. Besides, how benevolent could a capitalist truly be? It was likely that this so-called Haoyue pickaxe was nothing more than a flashy gimmick. He Xian, too, was dissuaded by the exorbitant price. The two exchanged glances, recognizing the shared impoverishment reflected in each other's eyes. They sighed in unison, their thoughts unspoken. They continued until they reached a fork in the path leading to 3 different mines. Qin Shu paused to ask He Xian, "Which way will you go?" "Either is fine. I'll follow you." In unfamiliar territory, and with their low levels of cultivation, it was essential for them to stick together. Qin Shu nodded in agreement, pleased by the decision. Having learned the duo-e method, she now possessed the instinct to seek profit and avoid danger. The left and middle mines caused her a slight unease. By the process of elimination, she decisively chose the rightmost mine, which exhibited the least concentration of spiritual energy. Not long after entering, they began to see the glimmer of spirit stones, with many individuals already mining in that area. He Xian's eyes sparkled. "Qin Shu, these are indeed spirit stones. We're going to strike it rich." She rushed forward with her small pickaxe, but after an arduous effort, she could not extract a single stone. He Xian frowned, puzzled. "Why is this so difficult to mine?" Qin Shu chuckled. "If they were easy to extract, why would they agree to let us take only 10 stones?" She continued, "If I am not mistaken, we cultivators at the first level of Qi refinement can likely extract only 10 stones a day at most." He Xian's face lit up with understanding. "So, we are essentially working for free." Qin Shu shrugged. "Isn't that the truth? However, we can strategically utilize these spirit stones to restore our spiritual energy, perhaps allowing us to unearth an additional stone or 2 each day." He also thought that after excavating for half a month, she could amass 20 to 30 spirit stones, which would far exceed her monthly salary. She infused her meager spiritual energy into the small pickaxe, and after a dozen vigorous strikes, she finally unearthed a piece. Initially, she was elated, but upon sensing the spiritual energy within her dantian, her expression soured. This was far too taxing on her energy. Qin Shu smiled and said, "Let us move deeper. It will get crowded here soon." The further they ventured inward, the darker and emptier it became, relying solely on the faint luminescence of the spirit stones for illumination. Qin Shu halted, declaring, "This will do. Going any deeper would be too risky." As soon as she finished speaking, He had already raised her pickaxe to continue digging. With a resigned smile, Qin Shu joined her efforts. At first, she enveloped the entire head of the pickaxe with spiritual energy, but soon realized this was wasteful. It sufficed to focus the energy on the point in contact with the spirit stone. He had excavated 3 inferior spirit stones, nearly exhausting her energy, and had to sit cross-legged to recover. Glancing toward Qin Shu, she was astonished to see her companion had harvested 10 spirit stones, appearing utterly unperturbed. Is this the advantage of higher cultivation? He felt a twinge of envy. Yet, as she meditated to restore her energy, she suddenly opened the door to a new realm. "Qin Shu, there are spirit stones everywhere. I want to cultivate here." Chapter 48. the moving treasure trove as cultivators at the Qi Refinement Stage 1. They were required to submit at least 10 inferior spirit stones each day to exit the mine. For Qi Refinement Stage 2, the requirement doubled to 20 stones. And so on. Due to their youth and lack of assessed cultivation levels, the stern-faced man had directly classified them as Stage 1. This was quite advantageous for Qin Shu, who was at Stage 3. However, with so many mining veins, the Zhong family surely did not mind such trifles. The spirit stone saved would suffice to cover Hisini's share, allowing her to cultivate diligently. Hisini had already brushed against the threshold of Stage 2. Should she break through here, it would indeed be her fortune. Qin Shu glanced at Hisini, who was earnestly meditating, and stepped back a bit to avoid disturbing her mining efforts. She placed her hand against the stone wall, using her spiritual energy to sense the cave. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and her gaze fell upon a nearby rock face. The spiritual energy here was exceptionally dense. Surely, there must be high-grade spirit stones present. If she could unearth a premium spirit stone, that would be a remarkable gain. Excitedly rubbing her hands together, Qin Shu pinpointed her location and began to dig with her small iron pickaxe. The hard rock yielded effortlessly under the influence of her infused spiritual energy, akin to tofu, and she quickly removed a substantial chunk. After about 7 or 8 strikes, the tip of the pickaxe struck something exceedingly hard. Based on her experience from earlier, it seemed her intuition was correct. There truly were spirit stones beneath. Moreover, given the concentration of spiritual energy, it was likely to be at least a middle-grade spirit stone. With this realization, Qin Shu felt a surge of determination. As the debris surrounding the spirit stone was cleared away, its true form emerged before Qin Shu's eyes. The fist-sized spirit stone gleamed with an exceptionally pure luster, even more pristine than the high-grade spirit stones she had previously encountered at the Yichang Pavilion. Her heart raced uncontrollably. It must be a top-tier spirit stone. This sizable stone appeared capable of being cut into 6 or 7 pieces of a more manageable size. With a flick of her wrist, she deftly stored the precious stone within her jade pendant. Subsequently, Qin Shu worked with even greater vigor. Yet she was unable to unearth any more high-quality spirit stones, only retrieving 3 mid-grade stones and around 20 inferior-grade ones. When her spiritual energy was depleted, she consumed a spirit-replenishing pill, as inferior-grade pills were of little value in their alchemy sect. While she busied herself, Xian concluded her practice and began to excavate with a small pickaxe. Hearing the commotion, Qin Shu glanced back at her. "Why have you stopped practicing?" Xian continued her work, grinning at Qin Shu as she replied, "If I were to break through, I would have to contribute 20 inferior-grade spirit stones daily. It's not worth it." Qin Shu couldn't help but chuckle. Indeed, her sister was quite the frugal one. Xian resolved to dig for another 10 days, planning to settle their gains before attempting a breakthrough. However, just as she was about to showcase a mid-grade spirit stone she had unearthed, a shadow suddenly lunged forth and swallowed her stone whole. Xian gasped in surprise, letting out a shriek. Almost immediately, a flurry of footsteps echoed through the tunnel. Qin Shu halted her actions, raising her gaze to see 3 individuals approaching them. The leader, a young man of handsome countenance, cast a dismissive glance at the 2 girls. "Young ladies, have you seen a frostfire rat?" he inquired. As soon as the words left his lips, Xian erupted in indignation. "What sort of rat? That creature is nearly the size of a spirit hound." The 3 men exchanged glances before the leader pressed on. "Do you know which direction it went?" The mine's convoluted passages made it a daunting task to locate the creature. Still shaken, Xian pounded her chest and pointed ahead. "It stole my spirit stone and fled that way." The trio clasped their fists in gratitude and hurried off in pursuit. As Xian watched their figures vanish into the tunnel, she turned to find Qin Shu examining a communication jade slip. The frostfire rat, a second-tier demonic beast, is quite particular in its diet, only consuming mid-grade spirit stones or higher. It has a pouch in its belly for storing food, Qin Shu explained. Xian's trepidation dissipated instantly. Her eyes sparkled with excitement. "Isn't that just a moving treasure trove?" Qin Shu nodded in agreement, acknowledging the truth of her words. Yet cautioned, "However, we cannot catch or confront it. Let it go." Xian sighed in resignation, picking up her small pickaxe to resume her digging. Yet, after only 2 strikes, she heard a noise emanating from the nearby rock wall. Suddenly, a stone dislodged, and a dark head poked out from the opening, its eyes glowing red. Xian instinctively took a step back. "Qin Shu, there's a demonic beast." Qin Shu also discerned that the aura of this demon beast bore a striking resemblance to that of the previous one. It seemed even such diminutive creatures understood the wisdom of selecting the softer fruit to squeeze. The demon beast revealed its sharp rodent fangs and, with a swift turn of its head, fixed its gaze upon Qin Shu. An unprecedented sense of crisis surged within her, prompting her to swiftly draw the jade-white sword from her back, channeling her spiritual energy into a defensive posture. In the next instant, the Frostfire rat charged towards her without warning, its speed astonishing, leaving behind a flurry of afterimages. With her back against the stone cave, Qin Shu raised her hand and executed an upward thrust to block the creature's assault. The rat's target was unmistakably the jade pendant hanging from her neck, and its movements grew increasingly rapid, making Qin Shu feel overwhelmed. She soon realized that the creature must have detected the lingering scent of premium spirit stones above. After several failed attempts to attack, the rat seemed to grow agitated. It abruptly halted, its fur bristling, and in the next moment, a fiery blade shot towards Qin Shu. She leapt to evade, but the rat seized the opportunity to lunge at her once more. Instinctively, she raised her sword to parry, but the rodent's gnawing jaws clamped down on the middle of her sword, and she heard a sharp crack. Her heart jolted, and she quickly lowered her head to inspect, only to find that her jade-white sword had miraculously snapped in two. Qin Shu stood in stunned disbelief. Indeed, one gets what one pays for. After all, it was worth 8 spirit stones. How could it break at such a critical moment? However, the subsequent turn of events surpassed her expectations. She watched in astonishment as her sword split into two, transforming into another translucent purple sword. She caught it in her hand. Though wielding it with her left felt somewhat awkward, if only the sword were a tad longer, an inch stronger, always useful for defense. Just as this thought crossed her mind, she immediately noticed the sword in her grasp elongating by 3 inches. Qin Shu beamed with delight. Well done. Meanwhile, Xin, who watched the fierce exchange between Qin Shu and the Frostfire rat, was left utterly dumbfounded. Their movements were so swift that she could hardly follow, and even if she wished to assist, she found herself at a loss. Previously, when Qin Shu had mentioned practicing with a sword, she had thought it a jest. Now, it was clear that such training was indeed prudent. Otherwise, how could the two alchemists hope to survive against a second-tier demon beast? Chapter 49. The earth trembles with both hands gripping her sword. Qin Shu appeared capable of holding her ground against the Frostfire rat, yet deep down, she understood that she could not breach the creature's defenses. As long as her spiritual energy waned, both she and Xin would be in peril. The Frostfire rat seemed to sense Qin Shu's tenacity, halting a yard away, its small eyes darting about, appearing particularly eerie in the darkness of the mine. Qin Shu remained on high alert. Second-tier demon beasts had already developed intelligence, and this particular creature was renowned among its kind for its cunning. The rat emitted a couple of sharp squeaks directed at Qin Shu, its forepaws scratching the ground and sparking tiny embers. Seeing this, Qin Shu wished she could perceive all around her, her vigilance peaking. What would happen if those claws were to scratch her? Would it not leave her skin torn and bleeding? However, at the moment of their confrontation, the mouse cautiously began to retreat. Seeing this, Xion's anxious heart gradually eased, as it seemed the creature intended to flee. Yet, in the blink of an eye, the demon beast charged towards her with astonishing speed. Xion barely had time to react before the creature's crimson eyes were upon her. In that instant, Qin Shu had already thrown her purple jade sword. Xion watched as the sword pierced the ground before her, prompting the demon mouse to leap aside in an attempt to evade. Instinctively, Xion began to fight back, conjuring her only learned attack spell, the fireball technique, and hurled it at the demon mouse. However, the speed of the Frostfire flame mouse was overwhelming. Not only was it uncertain if she could hit it, but even if she did, given the creature's second-tier fire attribute resistance, it was likely she wouldn't even breach its fur. Nevertheless, her failed strike managed to momentarily hinder the Frostfire flame mouse. In that fleeting moment, Qin Shu completed her seal. This was her first time employing this technique. The golden imprint appeared to drift lightly downwards, yet it caused the entire cavern to tremble. The Frostfire flame mouse was ensnared within the stone wall, its little legs flailing in a desperate struggle before falling limp, the crimson light in its eyes extinguished. Xion gasped, her eyes wide in disbelief as she turned to Qin Shu. What was this technique? It had slain the demon mouse with a single blow? Second-tier demonic beasts were at least comparable to human cultivators at the 5th level of qi refinement. The three cultivators had only dared to confront it together. Only Qin Shu understood that she was now at her limit. The technique indeed could not be easily wielded. Her entire essence had been drained, and she feared that even a small child could knock her over with a mere finger. Hastily, she consumed a spirit-replenishing pill, and upon seeing the demon mouse motionless, she approached and pried it from the wall, storing it within her storage jade pendant. We should leave this place. The commotion we just caused will surely attract others. I'll keep the demon mouse for now, and we can divide it once we're outside, she said, turning to Hexian. Hexian quickly shook her head. No, no, no. I don't want it. You killed the mouse, and I didn't help at all. Qin Shu, wielding a black iron pickaxe to carve away the marks on the wall, heard Hexian's words and grasped her hand, insisting, we must leave. Someone is coming. They had scarcely taken a few steps when, indeed, the three pursuers reappeared. They produced a lantern, illuminating the dark stone walls and ultimately discovering a trace of residual blood beneath the marks that Qin Shu had deliberately destroyed. The leader crouched down, dipped his finger in the blood, pinched it, and brought it to his nose for a faint sniff before rising and declaring, it appears someone has taken the initiative. The Frostfire Flame Mouse was exceedingly swift and capable of burrowing. Within the labyrinthine paths of this cavern, they had repeatedly lost track of it. Behind him, someone remarked, according to the requirements of the Zhong family, only those below the 4th level of Qi refinement can enter to mine. How could that Frost Flame Rat, a second-tier beast, have been defeated so swiftly? Wei Wufeng cast a casual glance at him and replied, do you truly believe that the commotion just now could have been created by someone below the 4th level of Qi refinement? His companion fell into contemplation upon hearing this. Could it be that someone had concealed their cultivation? With his hands clasped behind his back, Wei Wufeng nodded slightly. It was indeed likely. What about those two little girls? His companion inquired. Wei Wufeng scoffed. They probably fled when they sensed the danger. What could two children, barely 11 or 12 years old, possibly achieve? If they were the chosen ones from prominent families, would they truly pay attention to such a meager amount of spirit stones? Qin Shu, leading Hexian, sensed the direction of the wind and sprinted towards the exit. They had barely made it halfway when the ground beneath them began to tremble, and stones started to fall from above. Realizing the peril, Qin Shu quickly donned her swift shoes, hoisted Hexian onto her back, and dashed outward. Many others were similarly fleeing in haste, and just as they escaped the cave, an eerie roar echoed from the depths within. Almost immediately, 2 of the 3 mining tunnels collapsed, precisely the 2 that Qin Shu had not entered. Hexian tightened her grip on Qin Shu's hand, her voice trembling as she murmured, how could we almost be buried alive just for mining 2 spirit stones? The Zhong family is utterly unreliable, allowing us to come here without even clearing out the beasts. Yet, Qin Shu remained clear-headed. They needed to leave swiftly, as this was beyond their capacity to handle. She urged Hexian to return the spirit stones and prepare to depart. The woman guarding the barrier warmly attempted to retain them, but Qin Shu politely declined, pulling Hexian away from the place. Inside the barrier, exclamations arose in waves. Qin Shu retrieved the small turtle her master had given her, transforming it into a palm-sized creature before leaping atop it. As Hexian watched, curious about the hidden treasures Qin Shu possessed, she was suddenly called. Hexian, hurry up. Hexian, perplexed, questioned, how am I to get up? That little turtle can only support 1 foot. Am I to stand on your foot's back? Where do I stand? Her expression was quite comical. Qin Shu promptly patted her back, insisting, get on. I'll carry you. Hexian hesitated, eyeing Qin Shu's petite frame, but sensing the urgency. Qin Shu urged, hurry. If we don't move now, it will be too late. With a determined bite of her lip, Hexian decided to take the plunge. She lifted her skirt, took a couple of quick steps, and leapt onto Qin Shu's back. The moment she landed, Qin Shu grasped her arm to steady herself and urged the little turtle to flee at great speed. Since Hexian was 2 years older and somewhat taller than Qin Shu, her feet dangled awkwardly in the air, adding to the comical chaos of the moment. At that instant, Qin Shu could hardly concern herself with appearances. Her cultivation technique was surging rapidly, a sense of urgency coursing from her toes to the crown of her head, her mind fixated on a singular thought, escape. Chapter 50. The Beast Tide approaches Qin Shu. Carrying Hexian, pushed her cultivation technique to its utmost limit, as the turtle beneath them soared through the air, leaving behind a refreshing trail of green light. They hastily consumed numerous healing pills, as if they were of no cost, But just as they escaped 10 miles, an eerie roar suddenly shattered the tranquility of the sky. The force of the sound wave nearly dislodged Qin Shu from the turtle's back. A sharp pain pierced her ears, yet she could not afford to dwell on it. After flying an additional 20 miles, her body could no longer endure, and she unsteadily guided the turtle to descend. When they were still 2 zhang above the ground, the last vestiges of spiritual energy within Qin Shu were completely drained, causing both her and He Xian to plummet from the sky along with the turtle. He Xian, being of lower cultivation, hung precariously behind Qin Shu, and the sonic assault left her in considerable distress. However, in that fleeting moment of weightlessness, she summoned her remaining strength, wrapped her arms around Qin Shu, and turned to cushion her fall with the meager energy she possessed. He Xian gasped sharply, rolling over to massage her tailbone. "Qin Shu, are you all right?" she inquired. Yet, Qin Shu, sprawled upon her, remained eerily still, offering no response. Realizing the gravity of the situation, He Xian disregarded the buzzing in her head, hastily propped herself up, and peered down at Qin Shu. Qin Shu lay motionless, her hair tie having broken at some point, leaving her dark tresses scattered about. He Xian's heart tightened. She quickly scrambled to turn Qin Shu over and cradled her in her arms, her trembling fingers moving to check for a pulse. Detecting the faintest breath, He Xian's shoulders relaxed slightly. Lacking any healing elixirs herself, she could only feed Qin Shu 2 more healing pills. Qin Shu's condition was dire. Her dantian was nearly depleted, even as the inner core continued to release a steady stream of golden green energy. The spiritual power of the great serpent was inherently toxic, and previously, Qin Shu's dantian meridians had their own energy to counteract it, but now they faced this poison directly. It was only after He Xian administered those 2 healing pills that a faint trickle of spiritual energy began to resurge within Qin Shu's dantian. As she slowly opened her eyes, she met He Xian's anxious gaze. "Qin Shu, how are you? Do you need more healing pills?" "I still have some." Qin Shu shook her head, retrieving a porcelain vial from her jade pendant and consuming one of the 5 elements blood-condensing pills she had purchased earlier. This 3rd-tier elixir proved its worth. Shortly after ingestion, a soothing and refreshing sensation unfurled from her dantian, coursing through her meridians and throughout her body. The dull ache dissipated, and Qin Shu managed to rise again, offering He Xian another pill. He Xian hesitated, recalling that this pill had cost her 36 medium-grade spirit stones, and refused to accept it. No, it's unnecessary. I'm perfectly fine. Just my ears hurt a bit. It's nothing serious." However, just as He Xian began to speak, Qin Shu seized the opportunity to press the pill into her mouth. He Xian covered her lips, staring at Qin Shu in disbelief. Qin Shu calmly replaced the bottle's cork and remarked, "Let us consider this as a treat from the Rainbow Pavilion. Why lament over a buy one get one free deal? Let us indulge first to avoid any lingering consequences." Just moments ago, a high-level beast had seemingly roamed near the mine, and the roar had injured their eardrums and internal organs to varying degrees. Having traversed from a later era, Qin Shu harbored many deeply ingrained notions shaped by modernity, such as the irrevocability of physical harm. An injured eardrum could lead to lasting hearing loss. After consuming a 3rd-grade elixir, the medicinal properties began mending the torn muscles and expanded meridians of He Xian, offering a sensation of relief that nearly elicited a moan. She stood, stretching languidly, before turning to Qin Shu and smiling. "Truly, this 3rd-grade elixir is delightful." Qin Shu, however, settled into a meditative position and instructed, "Keep watch over our surroundings while I recover." Although her internal injuries had improved, the serpent's venom remained unpurged, and her dantian was still enveloped in a golden green mist. She ingested a top-tier replenishing elixir, absorbing its spiritual energy, and gradually encased her dantian and meridians in a protective layer of qi, slowly devouring the golden green essence. He Xian sat cross-legged beside her to recover her own energy, but dared not enter a deep meditation, fearing the approach of another beast in this desolate wilderness. As darkness enveloped the sky, an eerie silence prevailed, occasionally interrupted by the sight of sword-wielding cultivators soaring overhead, all heading toward the Zhong family's mine. He Xian, glancing at the closed-eyed Qin Shu beside her, felt a wave of anxiety. For the first time, she loathed her own inadequacy. Her cultivation was far too low to assist her sister, rendering her a burden. Biting her lip, she encouraged herself, vowing to train diligently upon returning to the sect, determined to ensure she would not lag behind her companions in the future. As the moon emerged, Qin Shu's constitution came into play, gaining the upper hand against the inner Dan. Gradually, she refined the golden-green toxic mist within her meridians until her body was suffused with violet spiritual energy, at which point she slowly opened her eyes. Listening to the cacophony of beastly cries in the forest, Xian's face turned pale with fear. She curled up beside Qin Shu, trembling. Nevertheless, she maintained a fragment of her focus on Qin Shu's movements. Seeing Qin Shu stir, she quickly crawled over and tugged at her sleeve. "Sister, you've finally awakened. Are you feeling better? Let's south leave this place. There are far too many beasts in the mountains." Qin Shu's Dui technique began to operate autonomously, and in the next instant, her expression changed dramatically. This time, she did not retrieve the small turtle, but rather produced the green leaves given to her by Wen Qi earlier, pressing 5 mid-grade spirit stones against them. "Hurry," Qin Shu urged as she activated a spell and mounted the flying apparatus. Without a moment's hesitation, Xian followed suit. As they soared into the distance, Xian frowned and pouted, voicing her discontent. How could a simple mining expedition turn into such an ordeal? I wonder what lies beneath that mine. During the day, countless cultivators rushed toward that direction, uncertain if they could capture the elusive creature. Qin Shu listened quietly to her companion's words and eventually responded. "We should be able to. This area belongs to our Xintian sect, and the sect will surely dispatch someone." Upon hearing this, Xian felt somewhat reassured. With so many elders in the sect, things should be fine. However, just as her words faded, Qin Shu suddenly interjected, "The beast tide is approaching." Chapter 51. Fortunately, we ran fast. Xian's previously settled heart was once again stirred by Qin Shu's statement. She stared at Qin Shu, her eyes wide with alarm. "A beast tide?" Qin Shu nodded affirmatively. "There are numerous demonic beasts in the mountain we were just in. Their aura is unmistakable. If we had delayed any longer, those beasts would have descended the mountain." Xian gasped, her heart racing as she patted her chest. "Fortunately, we fled swiftly. Otherwise, with our petite frames, we would surely have been devoured to the last morsel." After uttering this, as if recalling something, she abruptly turned to Qin Shu and asked, "Qin Shu, do you think the reinforcements sent by our sect will be sufficient? What if they encounter the beast tide?" Qin Shu found herself at a loss. She immediately took out a jade slip, intending to send a message to her master, but then remembered that she did not possess her master's spiritual resonance. Thus, she reluctantly opted for her second senior brother instead. "Second senior brother, it seems there is a beast tide near the Zhong family's mine. Are our sect's reinforcements adequate?" However, there was no response from Wen Qi, which made Qin Shu anxious. She wished her green leaves could travel 1,000 miles in an instant. Although she still harbored a slight trepidation regarding her eldest senior brother, she resolved to send him a message as well. Yet, to her astonishment, her message to him also vanished into silence. How strange. Could it be that both my eldest and second senior brothers are in closed-door cultivation simultaneously? The eldest brother is understandable. But didn't the second brother just emerge from seclusion? Could they be trapped in mutual demise? Without time to ponder further, Qin Shu hastily messaged her junior sister, Qiyu, hoping that she had not also entered seclusion. Fortunately, Qiyu did not disappoint her. A reply arrived shortly, stating that 4 Golden Core cultivators and 15 Foundation Establishment cultivators had been dispatched. By the way, both the eldest and second senior brothers are also on their way, along with 2 from our Pill sect and 2 from the neighboring Sword Peak. Qin Shu was momentarily taken aback. No wonder they had not replied. It all made sense. However, her brow furrowed again as she quickly responded, "Junior sister, quickly find our master. Request reinforcements. The situation here is dire. Those demonic beasts are formidable, and there seems to be a beast tide occurring nearby. I fear that our senior brothers might be caught in a pincer attack and fall into peril." "How do you know this? Junior sister, are you perhaps also there?" Chiyu's voice rose in pitch, tinged with sharpness. "I just escaped from there, senior sister. There's no time. Hurry and send word," Qin Shu urged, relieved that she was unharmed. Qiyu instructed her to return to the sect swiftly before turning to fly toward their master's mountain to seek an audience. At this moment, Wen Qi and Cheng Yan had already arrived at the Zhong family mine, located within the depths of the Wanshu Valley. Armed with an array, they immediately sealed off the area. The beast, resembling a cross between a leopard and a dog, relentlessly assaulted the formation. With each impact, the golden barrier trembled violently. First, organize the other lower-tier cultivators to retreat. This formation won't hold for long, We must act swiftly, Cheng Yin commanded, infusing his spiritual energy into the array. The Zhong family promptly complied, hastily organizing the surviving lower-tier cultivators to escape the beast's clutches. When she glanced at the fleeing cultivators and inquired, "Have any disciples from our Xiantian sect come to mind here?" After a moment of contemplation, the steward of the Zhong family replied, "It seems there are. I recall 2 young girls, around 10 years old, who also came." Upon hearing that they were young girls, Wen Qi and Cheng Yin exchanged worried glances, both exclaiming in unison, "What are their names?" I believe they are called Zhang San and Li Si," the steward answered cautiously after some thought. Although the names did not match, an inexplicable intuition surged within both of them. It must be her. Where is she? Is she still alive? Wen Qi's expression darkened, his demeanor as ominous as a stormy sky. Cheng Yin remained silent, yet his countenance mirrored Wen Qi's distress. The steward, perplexed by their agitation, wondered if the 2 girls owed them spiritual stones, given their intense reaction. "I'm not certain, but it was reported that they entered before the monster and submitted their spiritual stones," he hastily explained. At this revelation, Wen Qi and Cheng Yin's expression softened slightly. "Let us hope she is unharmed. Otherwise, not only will this beast perish, but your Zhong family shall accompany her in demise." Wen Qi's voice was calm as a still lake, yet his words struck like a thunderclap, startling Cheng Yin. The steward's face grew ashen. Acquiring a spiritual vein should have been a fortuitous event, yet how had it devolved into such chaos? Hadn't the proprietor consulted Elder Lu Li of the Tianji Pavilion, who proclaimed this place a land of great fortune? Yet, it was evidently a harbinger of calamity. In the square where the communication jade slips were abuzz with activity, countless individuals were posting messages, some searching for their loved ones, while others inquired if they could opportunistically benefit from the situation. The most prevalent message was a piece of gossip. Did the Tianji Pavilion falter? The Zhong family initially sought counsel from Elder Lu Li of the Tianji Pavilion, who foretold that the spiritual vein in the Wangshu Valley was a land of great fortune, prompting them to purchase it at a high price. Who could have foreseen that many would perish and the mine would collapse? Lu Li? Qin Shu silently blacklisted this individual in her mind, resolving never to seek his counsel when consulting the Tianji Pavilion in the future. With a desire to avoid wrongfully condemning an innocent, she sought out her friend, Sui Han, from the Tianji Pavilion for clarification. "Dear Immortal, I've heard people say that your elder Lu Li has deceived the Zhong family. Is there any truth to this?" After posing the question, she felt the inquiry was laden with sensationalism, prompting her to quickly add, "If it is false, please clarify promptly. Rumors can be deadly." However, he soon received a message from the other party, confirming its authenticity. Qin Shu had sent a text, while the reply was a voice message, allowing her to hear the cool, serene voice on the other end, as crisp and soothing as water droplets in a clear spring. It is indeed peculiar to possess both qualities, making it difficult for Qin Shu to detach him from the image of a rough, internet-savvy man. Could he be a male cross-dresser? Ahem. She pulled her thoughts back and pondered how to respond when she saw another text appear. "Fairy, you have encountered danger yet emerged unscathed. If there is nothing else, it would be wise to refrain from leaving the sect in the coming days." Qin Shu stared at the words, momentarily stunned, her heart racing. She had not disclosed any information to him, yet he somehow knew of her narrow escape. If only the Zhong family had sought out this esteemed sage of the Tianji Pavilion earlier, perhaps they would have avoided subsequent troubles. Chapter 52. I fear you cannot breach its defense. Qin Shu contemplated for a moment, scribbling on the jade slip for quite some time, suddenly nostalgic for the various input methods of later generations. "Master, your predictions seem quite accurate. Would you be so kind as to ascertain whether my 2 senior brothers are in any danger?" Although Qi Yu had already approached their master for assistance, she still felt a twinge of unease. The strength of that demonic beast was unclear to her. The original text predominantly depicted the protagonist's perspective 8 years hence. Thus, despite her transmigration, Qin Shu felt rather isolated. She yearned for the supernatural ability of foresight, yet given her current circumstances, she could only act recklessly. Sui Han glanced at the poorly written characters on the jade slip, furrowing his brow before responding, "My services come at a steep price." As his voice resonated, Qin Shu instinctively covered the jade slip with her hand, her ears flushing with warmth. Stripped of context, his voice combined with that statement indeed bore a hint of predatory allure. Meanwhile, Xian leaned closer, inquiring, "Qin Shu, who are you conversing with?" The words "an online friend" nearly slipped from her lips, but she managed to suppress them, regaining her composure to answer honestly, a fortune teller. Almost forgetting that she was no longer that 18-year-old maiden, she resolved not to indulge in fanciful thoughts. A fortune teller? From the Tianji Pavilion? Xian expressed interest. Qinshu nodded, yes. How accurate are his predictions? Could you ask him if I can break through to the Golden Core stage? Qinshu shrugged. He claims his services are quite costly. Xian, contemplating her meager little pouch, fell silent. Never mind. It seems I am unworthy. Qinshu chuckled. Don't be hasty. Let me cultivate a rapport with him first. She wrote another line to Sui Han. I am also quite expensive in alchemy. Do you truly intend to measure the worth of friendship with a future alchemist in terms of spirit stones? As soon as she sent the message, regret washed over her. If he could predict her narrow escape, what secrets could he possibly be unaware of? Surely he knew she, as an alchemist, had not yet mastered the craft? Yet, contemplating this led her to a new confusion. Since he was so accurate, why had he so readily divulged the location of the Tsang Yangmi Bing last time? Was it merely a wild guess? Qinshu was still indulging in her wild imaginings, while on the other side, Sui Han had already seen the message she sent. His pale lips curled into a slight smile as he chuckled softly, shaking his head with unabashed bravado. After pondering for a moment, he replied, Your senior brother is fine. There's no need for excessive concern. Regardless of the truth behind his words, they provided Qinshu with a sense of reassurance. She let out a sigh of relief and tentatively inquired, Could you help me check my friend's fortune as well? Sui Han retorted, Previously, I had only heard of people taking advantage of others. Now, I have finally witnessed it firsthand. I am rather reluctant to accept the friendship of a future alchemist. Qinshu exclaimed, Isn't this just playing hard to get? If you want to do it, then don't. There's no need for threats. This friendship was one she was determined to secure. Turning to Xian, she sighed, After I earn some money, let us find a master to read your fortune from head to toe. Xian burst into laughter. It's merely a jest. If you want to read it, then so be it. Besides, it's unnecessary. I will surely achieve the golden elixir. In her excitement, she stood up, exuding a commanding presence. Her vigorous movements caused the green leaves to sway violently in the air, prompting Qinshu to quickly pull her back. I believe in you. Just as you said. With effort and a touch of luck, ascension is not beyond reach. But can we please sit down to discuss this? Startled by her own fervor, Xian promptly sat next to Qinshu and asked, How long until we return? I didn't even notice the journey here. You're impressive for being able to remember the way. Qinshu lifted her gaze innocently. Actually, I don't remember either. Xian was taken aback. What? Then where are we heading now? Qinshu cleared her throat. I'm not sure. I was too preoccupied with escaping to think about that. It's commonly said that in a panic, one loses their way. Xian pursed her lips, suddenly feeling that her previously reliable friend was not as trustworthy as she had thought. Observing the bewilderment on her face, Qinshu feigned calmness and said, No worries. Once we spot a city, we can inquire. There will surely be someone who knows. Her words reminded Xian right. Our sect has a presence in every city. We can seek them out, and the senior brothers will certainly help us return. After flying for approximately an hour, the mid-grade spirit stones on the green leaves had been replaced, and a massive city finally came into view. Compared to this city, Qijin City seemed merely a small marketplace. From a distance, Qinshu descended the green leaves, retrieving the corpse of the frostfire rat that she had previously subdued, as well as her combined white jade sword, preparing to inspect the creature's belly. Seeing this, Xian was taken aback. What are you doing? Are you planning to do it yourself? Qinshu was even more surprised by the question, wondering if taking matters into her own hands was against the laws of the cultivation world. Xian quickly shook her head, her brows furrowed. Not at all. It's just that this is a corpse. Qinshu comprehended the situation. The young girl had yet to acclimate to this merciless world. She raised her gaze towards Xian, solemnly stating, Xian, you must understand that we are currently in a ruthless realm of cultivation, where danger lurks at every turn. Whether it be the demon clan, the ghost clan, or even our own kind, if you cannot act decisively, you will only be at the mercy of others. The hides, inner cores, and even the bones of these beasts are valuable resources. Must you always rely on others to collect them for you? Despite her youth and innocent visage, she adopted a serious demeanor reminiscent of an adult, which was indeed somewhat intimidating. Xian absorbed her words, pondering deeply. This time they faced demonic beasts, and she could muster the courage to act. However, what if they encountered humans? Would she still possess the resolve to act? Qin Shu's admonition resonated with her, awakening her to the gravity of the matter for the first time. Qin Shu had already inquired via a communication jade slip about the fur from the Feishuang Yinpi mouse, which was excellent material for crafting boots, enhancing speed. To sell it at a good price, she needed to meticulously skin it. Just as she prepared to take action, He Xian, standing beside her, suddenly suggested, Qin Shu, why not let me try? Qin Shu's hand, poised with the sword, hesitated momentarily before she ultimately shook her head. Seeing this, He Xian grew anxious, pleading, with you by my side today, let me practice my courage. Qin Shu, caught in a dilemma, sighed. It wasn't that she was unwilling to let her gain experience, but rather that He Xian might be unable to breach its defenses. Chapter 53. Vigilance is paramount. He Xian fell silent, realizing the truth in Qin Shu's words, unable to refute them. The second-tier demonic beast was tough-skinned and resilient. Without a spiritual weapon and with insufficient spiritual energy, even a deceased beast would prove too formidable for her. Sitting on the grass, He Xian leaned back on her hands and gazed skyward, lamenting, I truly feel so useless. Qin Shu, however, replied earnestly, that is not the case. Your presence gives me courage. Do not despair. Once I have dealt with this mouse, we shall divide the spirit stones we find. Infusing her white jade sword with spiritual energy, she struck the spot she had initially identified. Having previously assisted her matron in slaughtering chickens, the level of bloodshed was within her tolerable limits. She meticulously skinned the Feishuang Yinpi mouse, knowing its bones were also a form of medicinal material. And since they were soon to enter the city, she hoped to sell them as well. Upon opening the mouse's pouch, it was filled to the brim with spirit stones, approximately 80 high-grade spirit stones, around 300 middle-grade stones, and 11 top-grade stones. Additionally, there were 2 yellow crystals, unfamiliar to both Qin Shu and He Xian. Qin Shu divided the spirit stones equally, offering half to He Xian, who vehemently refused, insisting, I cannot accept this. You defeated the mouse single-handedly. If I were to take this, it would surely tarnish my integrity. She spoke with unwavering determination. After a long moment of contemplation, Qin Shu said, You have drawn its attention and provided protection for me. You have not done nothing at all. Among these spirit stones, you rightfully deserve a share. If you truly feel uncomfortable about this small favor, then just give me 2 of the smallest. After some back-and-forth bargaining, Qin Shu finally counted out 10 mid-grade spirit stones and handed them to He Xian. He Xian was overjoyed, exclaiming, This will last me for quite some time. Qin Shu casually cast a cleansing spell to remove any traces of blood and dust from their bodies before tying her hair back into a high ponytail. Let us proceed into the city, she said. After about half an hour's journey, they arrived at the city gate. All major cities had prohibitions against flying, requiring everyone to disembark and walk inside. Tailai City. Qin Shu looked up. He Xian, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, I know. Tailai City, one of the 5 major cities in the eastern continent. In terms of gossip, He Xian certainly outshone Qin Shu. They had been in the cultivation realm for half a year, yet Qin Shu had yet to grasp the number of continents in this world. Which direction is Tailai City from our Xuantian Gate? Qin Shu inquired. To the west. He Xian replied eagerly. Now that we have established our direction, if we head east, we shall return, right? It costs 5 low-grade spirit stones to enter Tailai City, which saves us some money. However, Qin Shu shook her head and remarked, My dear friend, have you forgotten about the beast tide? He Xian's smile faded instantly as she grasped Qin Shu's hand and began walking towards Tailai City, muttering, The world is vast, but life is paramount. We must not have a life to earn, but no life to spend. Thus, Qin Shu and He Xian first ventured to the merchant guild to sell the fur of the flying frost flame rat, followed by visits to other shops to sell the inner dan and bones. The rat meat went unsold, and Qin Shu planned to host a small barbecue atop her mountain upon returning to the sect. He Xian was puzzled by Qin Shu's insistence on selling in multiple places. Qin Shu patted her shoulder, feigning maturity as she said, Young lady, one must always be cautious of others. He Xian's smile faltered, and she forced a grin, commenting, Though you appear youthful, your cunning surpasses many. Qin Shu chuckled, aware of her own insecurity and strong sense of vigilance. In such an unfamiliar place, her actions would indeed help avert many unnecessary troubles. After much effort, they finally located the Xuantian Gate's branch in Tailai City. Upon seeing the prominently displayed sign bearing the word Xuantian Gate Office, Both Qin Shu and He Xian were filled with emotion, almost moved to tears. The elder at the office received them warmly and was about to escort them back to the sect when suddenly, the city's protective array lit up. A deep voice resonated through the city, informing everyone, the beast tide is approaching. Cultivators above Foundation establishment, please ascend the city walls for defense. The city lord will reward you according to your efforts. Qin Shu and He Xian exchanged glances, then turned to the elder at the office. Elder, why is there suddenly a beast tide? Qin Shu asked. With a sigh, Shu expressed that he had received some tidings over the past few days, suggesting that a great demon had awakened. This is not something for you to concern yourselves with. Remain here for the next couple of days and do not wander about. Once my senior brother has made the necessary arrangements, I shall escort you back to the sect. Upon finishing his words, he intended to leave. He Xian hurriedly inquired, Senior brother, are you also going to fend off the beast tide? Shu nodded slightly. The demon beasts were known to unite, and if humanity fought individually, once the city fell, it would be certain that only a fraction of Tai Lai City's populace would survive. After contemplating, Qin Shu retrieved a bottle of supreme spirit-replenishing elixirs from her storage pouch and handed it to him. Senior brother, my cultivation is insufficient to contribute to the city's defense. Currently, this is all I possess. Perhaps it may aid you in some measure. Shu had initially thought to remark on how a fledgling disciple could offer anything of worth and suggested she keep it for herself. However, the moment Qin Shu uncorked the vial, the words he had intended to say were instantly swallowed back. He realized his previous assumptions were shallow. Indeed, the alchemy sect was not comprised of the impoverished. While he might not require other items, the supreme spirit-replenishing elixirs were akin to a lifeline in this dire moment. He clasped his hands in gratitude towards Qin Shu and said, Thank you, junior sister. Once the beast tide has passed, I shall repay you in full. Tai Lai City was a considerable distance from the Wangsu Valley. While the beast tide was fearsome due to the divisions along the way, only a portion of it would reach Tai Lai City. Qin Shu and He Xian squatted at the entrance of the Shantian sect's office, gazing up at the sky where the azure barrier almost merged with the heavens. A few formidable figures hovered above, likely the city lord and his ilk. Observing the townsfolk, they seemed utterly unfazed, going about their usual business. It was understandable, as they could offer little assistance. As Qin Shu sat there, resting her chin on her hands in boredom, her brow suddenly furrowed. She took out a communication jade slip and saw a flamboyant inscription, Little Taoist, where are you? Without needing to glance at the sender's name, she immediately recognized who it was. Second senior brother, I am at the Shantian sect's office in Tai Lai City. Wen Qi and Cheng Yin had just finished resealing the great demon with a few other senior brothers and had finally found a moment to check the communication jade slip. Where is she? Cheng Yin queried. She seems to have gone to Tai Lai City. Wen Qi responded, frowning. Hearing this, Cheng Yin's expression shifted dramatically. This is bad. I just heard that Tai Lai City is facing a beast tide. Upon hearing this, Wen Qi neglected to restore his spiritual energy and stood up, swallowing a supreme spirit-replenishing elixir. How can this little girl, so young, possess such a calamity-prone constitution? Wherever she goes, trouble follows. With her meager cultivation, she could be devoured whole by a single demon beast. As he grumbled, he took out a flying artifact. Cheng Yin had seldom witnessed Wen Qi in such a volatile state. Although their brotherly bond was not particularly strong, he still intervened, stating, Tai Lai City is under the protection of City Lord Yin Yi. A mere beast tide ought not to breach its defenses. Why not inquire further? Do not let her be sent back to the sect before you even arrive. With her brows furrowed in a tight knot and a visage etched with impatience, Wen Qi lamented that it would have been better had she already returned, allowing him to unleash his full strength against those monstrous beasts and relieve the siege on Tai Lai City. Upon uttering these words, he vanished from the sight of the gathered crowd. Cheng Yin gazed thoughtfully at the spot where he had disappeared, realizing for the first time that Wen Qi possessed such a compassionate nature. Furthermore, he seemed particularly invested in the affairs concerning Qin Shu, which struck Cheng Yin as rather peculiar. Will that great demon re-emerge, Master Cheng? Inquired the steward of the Zhong family, worry etched across his features. Cheng Yin snapped back to reality, casting a casual glance at him before responding, It is uncertain. Return and inform your family head that the spiritual vein here should not be mined for the time being. The steward of the Zhong family grew anxious, his face contorting in dismay. How can that be? We invested a considerable sum to acquire this spiritual vein. Cheng Yin stood with his hands clasped behind his back, letting out a cold snort. If you wish to mine it, let your family head come and slay the beast. The steward fell silent. Realizing that the disciples of Xiantian sect had employed a 7th-tier array and expended countless high-tier talismans, yet failed to vanquish the great demon, merely managing to seal it temporarily in this location. The cost for the Zhong family to subdue this beast would likely suffice to purchase another spiritual vein. Cheng Yin continued. This spiritual vein was originally cultivated here specifically to seal this demon. Your reckless mining has jeopardized that seal. Should the beast escape again, you will have to find a solution on your own. The steward's heart sank at this pronouncement, and with a bitter expression, he implored, Master Cheng, may I inquire what manner of beast this is? I would appreciate the information to relay back to my master. Huan Guang Yi Tian Ling Ti. The steward of the Zhong family repeated the name silently, but when he looked up to ask further, he discovered that Cheng Yin had already vanished from his sight. With a frustrated stomp, he summoned his flying artifact and soared back toward the Zhong family. Their family head had likely been deceived, spending a fortune on this spiritual vein, only to uncover such hidden peril lurking beneath. The malevolent mastermind behind this scheme was indeed deserving of condemnation. Meanwhile, when she sent a message to Qin Shu, advising her to remain in Tai Lai City and not wander about, while simultaneously unleashing the full potential of her Zhiju Luguang fan. The distance from Tai Lai City to the illusory valley was not great, and with her swiftness, she arrived at the city's protective formation in no time. Observing the intact walls of Tai Lai City, she finally felt a sense of relief after her anxious journey. The aquamarine barrier enveloped the entire city like an eggshell, as hordes of monstrous beasts relentlessly assaulted the defensive formation, while several masters within the city continuously supplied spiritual energy to fortify it. Witnessing these creatures, a wave of disdain washed over Wen Qi, and with a swift motion, she cast a spell targeting the most ferocious of the beasts assaulting the protective shield. Now at the late stage of her golden core cultivation, these lesser beasts, lacking in intelligence, stood no chance against her powerful strike. In an instant, she seemed to attract the ire of all the beasts, drawing their attention as they turned to assault her instead. When she leisurely retrieved a handful of spirit talismans from his storage ring, as if they were of no cost, casting them generously in all directions. Within the confines of the barrier, the townspeople, fiercely battling the demon beasts for a meager reward from the Lord, could not help but feel a pang of envy as they witnessed him effortlessly tossing talismans with both hands. At that moment, an unexpected exclamation rang out, "Wow! He is so brave, so powerful, so handsome." It soon became apparent that Wen Qi had been recognized as none other than the renowned Wen Qi Jinren, one of the top 10 handsome men in the realm of cultivation. His visage was unforgettable, surpassing even the most enchanting of illusions. To their astonishment, Wen Qi Jinren was also a man who would unsheath his sword in defense of the unjust. Qin Shu, accompanied by He Xian, climbed to the rooftop of the Xiantian gate office, where their view widened considerably. However, upon glancing up, they beheld a man standing outside the barrier, suspended in midair, as if scattering blossoms like a celestial maiden. Qin Shu narrowed her eyes, leaning closer to He Xian, and inquired, "Doesn't he resemble a flamboyant peacock?" He Xian leaned in closer, whispering, "I think he looks somewhat like our second senior brother." Qin Shu gasped, stepping back half a foot, her eyes widening in astonishment at such keen discernment. "How can you recognize him from this distance? Besides, isn't our second senior brother engaged in combat with that formidable demon? How could he possibly be here?" He Xian's expression mirrored her disbelief. "You can't even recognize your own senior brother? Even if you don't recognize him, you should at least know his magical artifact. Look at the treasure beneath his feet. Isn't that the Zhujiu Liuguang fan?" Qin Shu replied, "I have only seen the Zhujiu Liuguang fan in a smaller size, no larger than 2 palms. It has grown so large now that it's hard to recognize." However, upon closer inspection, she couldn't deny that it indeed appeared to be the Zhujiu Liuguang fan. What could he possibly be doing here? A sudden thought struck her, connecting with the message he had just sent her. Could it be that he has come to rescue me? Am I truly playing the role of a beloved junior sister? A gentle breeze swept by, sending a chill through her arms and raising goosebumps along her skin. She shivered, hastily burying that thought deep within her mind. What nonsense! When she would never feel content unless he had teased me first. He wouldn't come all this way just to save me. Surely, there are more compelling reasons for him to save the world than for my sake. Second senior brother, without a doubt, was one of the top 10 handsome men in the realm of cultivation. Just look at how striking he appeared while casting those spirit talismans. Xian, starry-eyed, clutched her heart in admiration. Indeed, no matter their age, women could hardly resist a handsome face. Of course he is handsome, Qin Shu remarked, rolling her eyes. If you had as many spirit talismans to throw around, you would be handsome too. Xian paused in her grip of Qin Shu's sleeve and, after a moment, sincerely nodded and replied, that makes sense. Chapter 55. You shall not complain. Qin Shu gazed out at the flamboyant peacock. Oh no. Her second senior brother, and felt a twinge of worry within her heart. With so many demon beasts outside, despite his high cultivation and esteemed status, there would inevitably come a time when his resources would dwindle, turning him into a living target. However, at that moment, a shadow subtly emerged on the horizon. This figure, even in ashes, was recognizable to Qin Shu. To her astonishment, the senior brother had arrived as well. Xian felt a surge of excitement. It seemed that the monstrous beasts of the illusory valley were bound to be subdued. Qin Shu mused while stroking her chin. With both the master brother and the second brother of the Dan sect personally intervening, a mere minor demon would naturally pose no challenge. Xian exclaimed, her delight palpable. Listening to her words, Qin Shu found her own heart racing with enthusiasm. This accursed sense of pride in her fellow disciples. Conversely, upon seeing the master brother come to their aid, Wen Qi's expression turned sour. What brings you here? He questioned. She is not just your junior sister, but mine as well. Why do you think I have come? Cheng Yan replied calmly, gazing at Wen Qi, who was as radiant as a goddess scattering flowers. Although Wen Qi harbored slight discord with Cheng Yan, his arrival prompted a change of plans. He tucked away the spiritual talisman in his hand and said to Cheng Yan, protect me. With that, the luminous fan returned to his grasp, and he floated in midair, his hair dancing without wind, hands forming seals at a speed that nearly created phantoms. Having trained alongside his brother for a century, Cheng Yan was thoroughly familiar with his techniques and methods. Observing the seals when Qi was forming and the terrifying power gradually surging forth, he recognized it as the second form of the purity formation diagram, one of Wen Qi's lethal moves. After a while, Wen Qi slowly opened his eyes, a faint golden sheen enveloping his gaze, his expression neutral, as if he were a deity rescuing mortals. The formation he had crafted was thrust outward. In an instant, a burst of golden light erupted, prompting Qin Shu, who had been seated on the rooftop, to involuntarily slap her thigh and rise. Goodness, what is this? Her eyes widened in shock and exhilaration. Xian, unable to comprehend her joy, assumed it was merely admiration for her senior brother, and stood up, grinning foolishly alongside her. Qin Shu gazed at the distant golden light and glanced at the naive Xian beside her. Thankfully, the girl was not the perceptive type, otherwise she might have realized that the technique she had used to vanquish the Frostfire rat was of the same origin as the one currently employed by the second brother. It turned out she was not the sole practitioner of these seals. This move from brother Wen Qi must have been acquired from the transmission hall, and suddenly, Qin Shu felt a weight lift from her heart. Since everyone possessed this ability, there was no need for her to conceal it. Upon returning, she would enhance her cultivation further, ensuring she would not resort to borrowing the serpent's spiritual energy again. After all, attracting the serpent's enemies over a trivial amount of energy would be a grave miscalculation. What is the situation? Has the beast tide receded with the second brother as powerful move? Qin Shu inquired. Turning around, she was taken aback to see Xian with tears streaming down her face, prompting her to ask, are you crying out of joy? Surely it can't be that extreme? Xian lifted her arm, wiping her tears with her sleeve before responding. The golden light is simply too dazzling. Qin Shu exhaled in relief. As they conversed, the golden light gradually dissipated, allowing Qin Shu to glimpse the scene beyond the city walls. A multitude of demonic beasts was driven into a vacuum by a powerful strike from Wen Qi, leaving the lower-tier beasts utterly obliterated. This sight deeply pained Qin Shu. So many beast cores and furs represented a wealth of resources. The thought of the talismans Wen Qi had casually discarded only intensified her anguish. How could her extravagant senior brother not have unleashed such formidable attacks sooner? Had he done so earlier, he wouldn't have squandered so many talismans. As Wen Qi opened his eyes, he found himself nearly unable to maintain his stance in midair, having exhausted his spiritual energy. At that moment, his senior brother, who had been 8 zhang away, suddenly appeared beside him, gently steadying his arm, allowing him to regain his balance. Wen Qi furrowed his brow and withdrew his hand. Cheng Yin then promptly placed a top-grade spirit-replenishing pill into his mouth, grumbling that if it weren't for the fear of losing face for their sect, he wouldn't have bothered to help. Rather than bickering, he would have preferred Wen Qi to assist him with protective spells. With the pill's potent effects and the exceptional artifact adorning Wen Qi, his spiritual energy quickly replenished to more than half. Protective spells? Wen Qi was taken aback. Observing the slight improvement in his complexion, Cheng Yin finally relaxed his grip and drew the sword from his back. Since you have taken action, how could I remain idle? You shall not return to report this to the master. As soon as he finished speaking, he charged forth with his sword. Qin Shu, clutching her chest, momentarily forgot her pain, her gaze fixated on her senior brother's movements. Fixated would be an understatement. This was her first time witnessing someone wielding sword techniques, providing her with a clear understanding of what true swordsmanship entailed. Cheng Yin wielded a heavy sword, his technique straightforward and lacking flamboyance. Yet it was precisely this simplicity that made it all the more comprehensible to Qin Shu. To her, the sword seemed an extension of his arm. Though his movements were not rapid, the sword appeared to stir the very winds and clouds around him. With a single downward strike, infused with the might of heaven and earth, the blade cleaved through the beast horde outside the city gates, creating a chasm 2 zhang wide between the city and the beasts. This one move even elicited admiration from the city lord of Tailai City, who hovered in midair, marveling at this young man's profound understanding of the sword path. His future indeed held limitless potential. In that moment, the chaos in Qin Shu's mind seemed to clear, as if clouds parted to reveal the moon. She lifted her robe, seated herself cross-legged, and closed her eyes, entering a state of profound meditation. A sword is merely a weapon, whether it be a spiritual instrument or a treasured artifact. To regard it solely as a medium for one's strength is a narrow perspective. One must harness the power of the sword, the momentum of heaven and earth, the forces of wind and clouds, the overwhelming might of thunder. In this regard, even ordinary iron should not be underestimated. Beside her, He Xian watched as Qin Shu suddenly closed her eyes in concentration, bewildered yet respectful enough not to disturb her, remaining quietly by her side in vigil. It was only after the beast tide retreated that Wen Qi and Cheng Yin accompanied their senior brother into the Xiantian gate office. Upon entering, Wen Qi called out, "Little Taoist, come out quickly." After calling out for quite some time, without catching a glimpse of Qin Shu, it was He Xian who unexpectedly dashed down from the loft. She greeted several senior brothers and inquired about Qin Shu's whereabouts. He Xian's expression was peculiar as she pointed towards the loft, indicating that Qin Shu was in meditation atop the roof. Chapter 56. The Path of Simplicity. Upon hearing this, Cheng Yin and the others were struck with astonishment. What remarkable composure was this? With a beast tide surrounding the city, she was still able to meditate and cultivate? Shu He, even more bewildered, turned to Cheng Yin and asked, "Has junior sister Qin always been this diligent?" Before Cheng Yin could respond, Wen Qi proudly lifted his chin and said, "Of course. Otherwise, how could her mediocre talent have led to such rapid progress?" Cheng Yin, seldom in agreement, nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed, the junior sister had always been quite industrious. As soon as Cheng Yin finished speaking, Wen Qi had already ascended the stairs to the loft, declaring his intention to check on her. The others followed closely behind. However, when they climbed onto the roof and beheld Qin Shu, whose eyes were closed and whose essence seemed to meld with the very fabric of the universe, they were once again rendered speechless. In that moment, she was indistinguishable from the bricks and tiles beneath her. Her spiritual energy was imperceptible, and even her pulse and breath seemed absent. The notion of the path being exceedingly simple suggested that the more unadorned it was, the more extraordinary her understanding must be. Shu He let out a bittersweet smile, a mixture of envy and admiration, and turned to He Xian, asking, "Junior sister, is this what you call meditation?" He Xian, puzzled by his expression, tilted her head and replied, "Isn't it?" When she, with a fan in hand, opened it and waved it gently, a smile playing on his lips as he proclaimed, "Naturally not. Her current state must indicate a sudden enlightenment. TSK, my junior sister is indeed a prodigy." Upon hearing this, He Xian's face lit up with excitement, her chest puffing with pride. If even senior brother Wen Qi regarded Qin Shu as a prodigy, she must be truly exceptional. How could one not feel proud to have such an extraordinary friend? Noticing He Xian's little display, Cheng Yin inquired, "When did she experience this enlightenment? What did she see?" He Xian pondered for a moment before meeting their eager gazes and affirmatively nodded, "Yes. She must have seen senior brother wielding his sword." Shu He interjected, perplexed, but I saw that too. Why didn't I gain enlightenment? Clearing his throat, he asked, if I may be so bold, is junior sister Qin from the Sword Peak? As soon as he spoke, Wen Qi shot him a knowing glance, as if to say, junior brother, your understanding is rather superficial. What does that mean? Shu He was still confused. Just then, He Xian's innocent yet somewhat boastful voice chimed in. My Shu Shu is destined to be a master alchemist. How could she possibly be from the Sword Peak? Shu He's incredulous gaze flitted between Qin Shu and Cheng Yan. Utterly bewildered, these two, both alchemists, appeared to possess greater talent in swordsmanship than he, a swordsman. A sudden feeling of envy and frustration welled up within him. Cheng Yan noticed his apparent instability and raised his eyes to call out, Shu He. The sound, mingled with a hint of a tranquil Buddhist chant, might have seemed ordinary to others, yet it resonated profoundly in Shu He's ears. Recalling his thoughts, he heard Cheng Yan say, everyone encounters different circumstances. The path to enlightenment varies, yet we all arrive at the same destination. It was merely a casual remark, but it struck Shu He with the realization that he had nearly faltered in his resolve. Overcome with embarrassment, he bowed deeply to Cheng Yan, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, senior brother, for your guidance. When she chuckled softly, come, let us not disturb our junior sister's moment of enlightenment. Let the senior brother remain here to safeguard her. Cheng Yan furrowed his brow in response. You certainly know how to delegate. A glimmer of triumph flickered in Wen Qi's elongated eyes. If the senior brother is unwilling, I shall take on the task myself. Cheng Yan waved his hand dismissively. Enough, you may go. Wen Qi led He Xian and Shu He down from the loft, where the junior disciples of the office brought them tea. Wen Qi took a delicate sip, grimacing slightly before setting it aside. Meanwhile, He Xian eagerly finished a cup and turned to Wen Qi. Senior brother, how long do you think it will take for Shu Shu to attain enlightenment? Leaning back in his chair, Wen Qi lazily fanned himself as his voice floated into the ears of those present. That is difficult to say. It depends on her comprehension. If she is perceptive, it might only take a year or so. Of course, given Qin Shu's youth and lack of experience, it should not take that long. He Xian's eyes widened in surprise, prompting Wen Qi to rise and ask, are there any vacant rooms? I shall rest for now, and you can call for me once that girl awakens. However, none anticipated that this wait would extend to 6 months. During this time, He Xian had progressed to the second level of Qi training. Although still at a low level, she had at least reached the threshold for the new disciple trials. The senior brother meditated on the rooftop with Qin Shu, while the second brother remained secluded in his room. He Xian, feeling rather bored, found Shu He the only companion with whom to converse. This year, the new disciple trials will be led by the senior brother, who will provide you with a spirit talisman that will automatically teleport you out of the trial realm should you encounter danger. Curious yet anxious, He Xian leaned over the table, pressing Shu He for details. Senior brother, what is there in the trial realm? Is it dangerous? There are spirit plants and magical beasts. Some of the beasts can be tamed as pets, and there are also rare treasures to be found. All the beasts have been screened by the sect, intended to train and reward the junior disciples. While there is a degree of danger, the path of cultivation inherently involves confronting peril. How can one expect to face none at all? Compared to other realms, our sect's trials are relatively simple. You will understand this in due time, Shu He explained patiently. He Xian was even more intrigued by his words, wishing fervently to embark on the journey the very next day. I hope Shu Shu awakens soon. It would be a pity to miss this opportunity in the trial realm, she sighed. Shu He smiled, replying, if she can meditate a bit longer, she may reap greater rewards than from the trials themselves. The senior brother is correct. Each person has their own destiny. As the saying goes, a blessing in disguise. Yet, within a couple of days, Cheng Yan, who had been in quiet meditation, was the first to open his eyes. He turned his gaze towards the little girl who had sat motionless for half a year, and just then, he noticed her fingers twitching, followed by a slight movement of her shoulders. It seemed she was on the verge of awakening, as a smile began to form at the corners of his lips. An earth-shattering sneeze erupted. The people downstairs were startled and rushed up to the attic. Qin Shu attempted to rise, but wobbled slightly, inhaling sharply. Cheng Yan darted forward, steadying her shoulders. When Qin Shu turned to look at him, she saw his face and managed a smile that resembled a grimace, calling out, senior brother. Cheng Yan quickly channeled his spiritual energy to examine her meridians, asking, what's wrong? Instinctively, she bent down to rub her legs and offered an awkward smile, saying, it's nothing, just that my legs fell asleep after sitting for too long. Chapter 57. No reward without effort. Cheng Yin fell silent, just as several others arrived upstairs. Catching the tail end of Qin Shu's words, Xian could not suppress a chuckle, and Qin Shu, feeling embarrassed, straightened up to face them. Little did they know, after enduring the elements on the rooftop for so long, she was covered in dust, and with the slightest movement, it began to fall away. Unable to hold back, Qin Shu sneezed again. Cheng Yin, unable to bear the sight, casually cast a cleansing spell on her. Only then did her nose feel somewhat relieved, and she raised her hand in a gesture of gratitude towards Cheng Yin, saying, "Thank you, senior brother." To her surprise, she noticed her sleeves were shorter than before. She paused momentarily, tugging at her hem and glancing down, wondering, have I grown? It's the age for growing taller. Isn't that a good thing? Xian remarked with a smile. It's good indeed, Qin Shu murmured softly. However, she soon fell into contemplation. When she had bought the clothes, the shopkeeper had assured her that they would adjust to fit, so why did they seem short now? Shuha, overhearing her complaint, chuckled. Perhaps the garments are imbued with a temporary enchantment that wears off after a single use. Qin Shu wrinkled her nose, realizing that indeed, cheap items often come with poor quality. After a moment's thought, Shuha retrieved a set of clothes from her storage ring and offered them to Qin Shu, saying, "Junior sister, I have a set of clothes here that has never been worn. Please don't mind it." Before Qin Shu could respond, Cheng Yin interjected, "There's no need." Qin Shu turned to see Cheng Yin presenting another outfit to her, saying, "This is a set of celestial lotus silk garments. It's not in my preferred color, but you may wear it, junior sister." As Qin Shu's gaze fell on the pristine fabric in Cheng Yin's hands, and then onto his own long robe, she found herself perplexed. How could he say such things with a straight face, without a hint of embarrassment? No reward without effort, senior brother. I cannot accept such a generous gift, Qin Shu said, pursing her lips and bowing slightly in respect. Cheng Yan's expression remained unchanged, seemingly unfazed by her refusal. He replied, "It's no trouble. If you feel indebted, just remember I owe the sect 60 years' worth of elixirs. Perhaps you could assist in refining them later." 60 years. Qin Shu was left dumbfounded. She had not even accumulated half of that in 2 lifetimes. Does he expect me to complete a 60-year task with just any piece of clothing? She clasped her fists once again, her tone earnest as she said, "Senior brother, I've come to realize that although this garment is a tad short, it does look rather appealing, so let us proceed with it for now." Cheng Yin furrowed his brows, and before he could respond, Xian had already excitedly pulled Qin Shu aside to whisper, Shu, your epiphany has certainly lasted long enough. What have you comprehended?" Being fellow disciples, Qin Shu did not hold back and casually replied, "I've grasped a hint of harnessing the power of nature for my own use." She lifted her gaze to meet Xian's sparkling eyes, who then urged, "What kind? Show me a trick." Qin Shu appeared hesitant. "Oh, you truly wish to see?" Xian nodded eagerly like a chick pecking at grain. Sighing in resignation, Qin Shu acquiesced. "Very well then." Upon her declaration, He also looked at her with anticipation, eager to witness her newfound understanding from the past 6 months. Qin Shu extended her hand, her intent guiding a tender green leaf from a grand willow tree beside the loft to flutter gently into her palm. With a hint of excitement, she held the leaf up for display. "How about that? Impressive, isn't it?" Xian, looking somewhat perplexed, imitated her actions, channeling her energy to pluck a leaf from the tree. She turned to Qin Shu and asked, "Is this how it's done?" Qin Shu was taken aback. Glancing at her leaf and then at Xian's, she scratched her head, deep in thought. Only Cheng Yin understood. It was the wind that had delivered the leaf to Qin Shu, while Xian had independently summoned hers with her own energy. This junior sister, though young, possessed remarkable insight, surely destined for greatness in the future. As the group descended from the loft, Qin Shu suddenly remembered to inquire about the beast tide. "Has the beast tide retreated?" Xian replied, "It receded long ago. Your moment of enlightenment lasted half a year. Outside, peace has long been restored." Half a year. Qin Shu was utterly astonished. They often said that time was inconsequential in the realm of cultivation, yet she had not anticipated such a swift passage of days. No wonder her garments felt a bit snug. Indeed, initially, the senior brothers thought you would awaken within 10 days or so. Who could have imagined it would take you this long? During their conversation, He went to summon Wen Qi always exuded an ethereal aura, but this time, he appeared somewhat drowsy. "Little Taoist, your moment of enlightenment was impressively prolonged. If it drags on any longer, I might be tempted to break through right here myself." Qin Shu observed him, clearly just having awakened. Could it be that he practiced cultivation in his dreams? This ability made Qin Shu somewhat envious, and she tentatively inquired, "Senior brother, can you cultivate in your dreams? Might you impart this method to your junior sister?" Upon hearing her, when she chuckled, "You wish too much." At his words, Qin Shu wilted like a frostbitten eggplant, slumping over the table, devoid of energy. Cheng Yan, unable to bear her disappointment, interjected, "This is not a technique. It is a unique bloodline ability of the Wen family." Qin Shu felt genuine envy. No wonder certain families held such esteemed positions within the realm of cultivation. From the moment of her birth, she had already secured an advantageous position, leaving others to concede defeat. How enviable! Unlike her, who, lacking extraordinary talent and possessing an ordinary lineage, could only rely on relentless competition. Yet, there is no need for lamentation, having been away for half a year. If she did not return soon, her master might assume she had been sold off by the two of them. With a fan in hand, when she remarked. It was then that Qin Shu recalled the large serpent she had left in the cave for half a year. In her previous life, she had once cared for a small kitten, and during a 3-day trip back to her hometown to transfer her household registration, when she returned, the kitten regarded her with a look of confusion, refusing to let her touch its paws and even swatting at her. Now, after having left the large serpent for 6 months, she wondered how it would react. Oh well, it wasn't as if she hadn't been away for extended periods before. It would merely display some minor temper. The group of disciples bid farewell to Shu He and stepped onto the teleportation array of Xiantian Gate. Normally, a party of 20 would be required to return from Tailai City to Xiantian Gate, but thanks to the affluent second senior brother, they were able to enjoy the luxury of a private carriage. Upon returning to the sect, Qin Shu felt a wave of delight. Although Xiantian Gate had not treated her original self kindly, it still offered a sense of belonging to Qin Shu, who had no ties here. She stretched lazily, said her goodbyes to her companions, and took out a green leaf to prepare for her flight home. Just then, when Qi called out to her, and as she turned her head, a pile of fabric was suddenly thrust into her face. "Senior brother, what is the meaning of this? Your attire is quite shabby. Does it not tarnish my reputation as Wen Qi, the esteemed master? Quickly change it." Feeling the weight of her proletarian spirit wavering, Qin Shu wondered if he could refrain from constantly tempting her impoverished soul with material possessions. When Qi chuckled softly, "Little girl, are you truly keeping such meticulous accounts? What about the Bodhi leaf?" Chapter 58. Returning what belongs. Qin Shu's righteous indignation began to crumble bit by bit, until she could only mutter defensively, "Did you not say I could borrow it first? Would paying rent suffice?" When she observed her bowed head, only able to see her high ponytail, amusement flickered in his heart. He had never encountered a child quite like her. At times, she seemed overly clever, while at others, she was adorably foolish. "Very well," he acquiesced. Seeing this, Qin Shu felt a pang in her heart as she touched her small storage ring, inquiring, "How do you calculate the rent, senior brother?" With one hand behind his back and pinching his jade fan with the other, when she replied, "How about you complete the alchemy tasks I owe to the sect?" Upon hearing this, a sudden sense of foreboding washed over Qin Shu. Tentatively, she asked, "Senior brother, just how many years of tasks do you owe?" Wen Qi's lips curled into a slight smirk, a hint of playful mockery gracing his handsome features as he replied, "Not too many, just 60 years. Qin Shu was left with a profound suspicion that these two senior brothers had conspired together, each owing a staggering 60 years. Why did Master not expel the two of them? "Can I refuse?" Qin Shu attempted to resist. "Or perhaps you would prefer to undertake another task on my behalf." When she regarded her with the gaze of a fisherman watching a fish about to take the bait, Qin Shu, clutching her garments, looked up at him in confusion. "What?" When Qi turned his head, laughing freely, the gentle breeze tousling his hair. His lips parted slightly. "Shall we catch a couple of cloud sea dragons?" The anticipation on Qin Shu's face vanished instantly. "Forget it. I choose to refine elixirs." When Qi chuckled, his figure gradually fading from her sight, his voice echoing in the vastness before the alchemical sect's gates. "Once we complete this 60-year elixir, our debts will be settled, and you need not return that Bodhi leaf." Qin Shu's gaze returned from the spot where he had vanished, and she glanced at the garments she held. The weight of the 60-year elixir refining task she had been unjustly burdened with made her heart ache. Oh, and she still owed an additional half a year, 60.5 years in total. Well, since I have yet to practice alchemy, I might as well consider this an opportunity to hone my skills. Once these debts are repaid, Her alchemical techniques would surely be refined to perfection. She might even emerge as a future master alchemist. Qin Shu stuffed the indistinguishable fabric into her storage ring before retrieving a green leaf and leisurely flying towards her cave dwelling. Passing by the small wooden cabin where she had previously resided, she noted that a year had elapsed and the plants in the nursery had blossomed beautifully. The flowers here seemed to thrive exceptionally well, evoking a sense of nostalgia in her. The midday sun cast a radiant glow upon the blossoms, enhancing their vibrant hues. Observing that the wooden cabin appeared unoccupied, Qin Shu contemplated plucking a single flower she had nurtured over the past few days to bring back as a keepsake. Just one. She truly desired only one. She controlled her flying artifact to descend, and a delightful fragrance wafted towards her. Taking a deep breath, a look of bliss washed over her as she spotted a striking crimson flower, its vivid color reminiscent of blood-soaked petals. Qin Shu rubbed her hands together, ready to pluck the flower. After some contemplation, however, she refrained from merely picking it and instead uprooted it entirely. I shall take it back to accompany the roses outside my dwelling. But as she brushed aside the surface soil, her fingertips encountered something hard. Curiosity piqued. She unearthed the object to discover 2 scales. Qin Shu, holding the scales, pondered for a moment before her expression shifted dramatically. Hastily, she shoved them back into her storage ring and swiftly extracted the flower. Using an earth-based spell, she restored the area to its original state before soaring upwards on her flying artifact, heading towards Lingxiao Peak. The great serpent adored slumber. It should still be asleep, she mused. After a moment's reflection, she first approached her master to report, but found that he was in seclusion. Thus, Qin Shu returned to her own mountain, gingerly unlocking the wards of her cave. Contrary to her expectation of a cloud of dust, the cave was remarkably clean, and the great serpent was nowhere to be found. Had it departed? Very well, if you wish to leave, then depart. After nurturing him for so long, he leaves without a word. She hurried outside the cave, planting the flower she had unearthed, and then proceeded to the pond behind the cave, intending to take a bath. With a cloth in one hand and a handful of roses in the other, she planned to indulge in a petal bath. However, as she turned the corner, she caught sight of a man lounging by the pond. His serpentine lower half glimmered in the water, and his black robe, already soaked, clung to his form, revealing his silhouette in full to Qin Shu. How peculiar it was for someone to bathe fully clothed. What a strange habit. Xie Yuan rolled over, propping his head up with one hand, squinting to gaze at the seemingly slightly taller child. He had presumed she would abscond with her inner core, yet she had returned, bringing a flower with her. He could distinctly sense the aura emanating from the flower. It belonged to him. After a prolonged absence, Qin Shu felt a twinge of embarrassment and sought to dissipate the awkwardness with a laugh. Xie Yuan's icy voice broke the silence. After 6 months, your cultivation remains stagnant. Qin Shu abruptly lost her desire to engage with him, casting a cleaning spell casually before striding towards the cave. Just as she entered, Xie Yuan followed closely behind. She halted, casting a glance at him, just as she anticipated another acerbic remark from the serpent. Instead, he inquired, "Where did you obtain that flower?" Faced with the topic shift initiated by the serpent, Qin Shu felt a wave of disinterest wash over her. Earlier, in the outer sect's wooden house, she had discovered the 2 scales she had previously lost. She reached into her storage ring, retrieving the scales and presenting them to him. Here, return to the rightful owner. Xie Yuan's gaze calmly swept over her small hand as he casually remarked, "Consider it a gift." Since there was no way to return them, they would regenerate upon his next shedding. Hence, they were of no use to him. His words left Qin Shu utterly astonished. Had he truly bestowed upon her both his inner core and scales? Would the next offering be serpent blood? Would he attempt to take over her body? Surely not. Did a serpent of such caliber truly find her, with her meager 3 spiritual roots, worthy? Qin Shu's expression shifted rapidly. "I cannot accept it." Xie Yuan regarded her with a glance, lightly scoffing. "The essence was never meant for you. I merely fear your frailty might one day lead to your demise, which could implicate my inner core." Chapter 59. It is time to depart. Upon hearing this, Qin Shu's composure crumbled. "Even if you were to perish, I would not," she retorted through gritted teeth. Xie Yuan nodded slightly. "Indeed, calamities linger for 1,000 years. Qin Shu exclaimed. "Does this serpent possess no sense of shame? Can it truly be devoid of self-awareness? How could it utter such brazen words? Who is truly the calamity here? Are you not aware of your own standing?" She glared at him. Xie Yuan raised an eyebrow, unfazed, and replied, I am unaware. I only know that my inner core has been consumed by a certain child. Infuriated, Qin Shu stamped her foot. Quickly retrieve your inner core and leave this place. Xie Shiwan glanced at her and simply replied with a nonchalant hum. His voice was soft, and Qin Shu initially thought she was imagining it. However, she soon heard him say, "It's time to leave. The inner elixir cannot be extracted for now, so it will remain with you." Qin Shu was taken aback. "You're not taking your inner elixir?" Xie Shiwan cast her a fleeting glance, his tone indifferent. "Do you think I do not wish to take it?" Qin Shu did not miss the hint of melancholy in his words. She fell silent and thought, well, if it must stay, so be it. Remember to return for it once your cultivation improves. I have suffered greatly because of this inner elixir. After saying this, she handed him 2 vials of 5 elements blood condensation pills that she had exchanged at the Rainbow Pavilion. I traded the inner elixir you gave me for these 2 vials. She then presented him with a communication jade slip. This is the communication jade slip. I also bought one for you. It will work once you drop your blood on it. After giving these items to Xie Shiwan, she turned toward the training room. Remember to close the door when you leave. I need to practice. Xie Shiwan glanced at the items in his hand, then at Qin Shu's retreating figure, emotions stirring within his eyes. Demonic beasts typically grow wild and seldom engage in alchemy. The 5 elements blood condensation pills, being of at least 3rd grade, would undoubtedly be of great value to the demon clan, and yet she so readily gifted them to him? Xie Shiwan's long, pale fingers traced the porcelain vial, struggling to comprehend her motives. Humans are often cunning and selfish. Why did this young girl seem so different? His consciousness scanned her, noticing a new necklace adorning her neck, which could obscure any probing below the foundation establishment stage. However, the magical mark he had placed on her could shield against inquiries below the mid-golden core stage, rendering his efforts somewhat redundant. Xie Shiwan lingered at the door for a while longer before casting one last glance at Qin Shu and vanishing along with the porcelain vial. Qin Shu had been attentive to his movements, and only after he had completely departed the cave did she quietly exhale in relief. The serpent would not be detected even under her master's watchful gaze. He was certainly formidable, someone she could not afford to offend. With such a creature nearby, how could she find peace in her cultivation? His departure was a relief. The next day, she resolved to visit the library to investigate her peculiar constitution and to discover how to extract the inner elixir from that great serpent. If she failed to do so, the serpent would inevitably seek her out for it. During the previous half-year of sudden enlightenment, her cultivation had made no tangible progress. Yet she sensed a significant advancement in her mindset. The ensuing practice would surely accelerate. As the moon hung low in the willow branches, Qin Shu closed her eyes. Her mind focused solely on her cultivation. After vanishing for the better part of the day, Xie Shiwan reappeared in the courtyard, raising his hand to let a drop of his essence fall onto the petal of a flower. The once vividly red snake blood flower became even more intensely purple. He lifted his hand, erasing his aura from the flower, glanced at the cave, and vanished in a flash, leaving no trace of his presence in the entire Xiantian sect. It was not until the following morning, as the moon descended, that Qin Shu finally opened her eyes. Stretching lazily, she performed a cleansing spell and swallowed a fasting pill before rising and heading toward the library once more. Her current level of cultivation allowed her to peruse only the first tier of books, and she hoped to discover what she sought within that initial layer. The library of the Xiantian sect housed a vast array of diverse texts. When Qin Shu first visited, she unexpectedly stumbled upon a dual cultivation technique, which left her blushing and speechless, ultimately leading to her hasty retreat. This time, she deliberately avoided the section on cultivation methods and made her way towards the shelves filled with popular science literature. For an entire month thereafter, Qin Shu practiced her cultivation at night and soared through the ocean of knowledge by day. When a month had passed, Sheng Yin noticed that Qin Shu had not registered for the sect's new disciple trials and was completely unreachable. After inquiring through various channels, he finally gleaned some clues from Hexin. He hurried to the library where Qin Shu was, finding her seated on the floor with a book in hand, surrounded by a multitude of texts. A quick glance revealed titles such as Human Anatomy Explained, 31 Questions about Human Dissection, and How Strong is the Innate Spiritual Body, Really? Junior sister, he called out. Qin Shu, interrupted from her thoughts, looked up with displeasure. Upon recognizing her elder brother, she paused momentarily before asking, Elder brother, what brings you here? Sheng Yin frowned as he replied, I couldn't reach you. The sect trials are about to begin. Registration started 7 days ago. And today is the final day. Are you not going to sign up? Qin Shu recalled hearing about this from He Xian. Every new disciple who reached the second level of Qi refinement could participate in the sect trials at the beginning of their second year. Trials. Wasn't this akin to the legendary dungeon raids? All the chosen ones' comebacks began with these trials. She wasn't aiming for a grand comeback. Surely it wouldn't be too much to enter and collect a few rare treasures? Quickly, she closed her book, stood up, and nodded enthusiastically. Sign me up. Sign me up. Sign me up. Cheng Yin raised his hand before her, and a scroll appeared in his palm. He unfurled the scroll and took out a pen to inscribe Qin Shu's name upon it. Qin Shu smiled at him. Thank you, brother, for making this trip. Cheng Yin nodded. So, how do you plan to repay me? When she had already boasted to him numerous times about how Qin Shu had taken on a task he had accumulated over 60 years. This left Cheng Yin feeling somewhat unbalanced. Why hadn't she accepted his offer? Upon hearing his words, Qin Shu paused briefly, then after a moment's contemplation, replied, How about I treat you to a meal? A meal? Cheng Yin was taken aback. Now at the age of 137, having entered his master's tutelage at 7, he hadn't eaten in a century and 30 years. Qin Shu nodded yes. A meal. Let us return to my mountain and have a little barbecue. We can enjoy the gentle breeze, savor the grilled meat, and sip on some wine. Ah, it would be akin to living like a celestial being. Chapter 60. Cultivation should not be perverse. Qin Shu's thoughts had already drifted to the bustling street stall at the entrance of her high school, where on graduation day, they had joyously feasted on grilled meats and shared 2 bottles of beer. Everyone was both elated and melancholic, promising to gather whenever they had the chance. Unaware that their parting that day would become a permanent farewell, she sighed softly within her heart, a tinge of melancholy washing over her. Unexpectedly, a voice rang in her ear, commanding, no drinking. Qin Shu was taken aback, instinctively looking up at Cheng Yin. There he stood with his hands clasped behind his back, head bowed, his expression grave as he remarked, a child wishing to drink? If master were to find out, you would surely be punished with sweeping the mountain path. Hearing his words, Qin Shu felt a peculiar sensation stir within her. Noticing that she seemed downcast, Cheng Yin assumed she had absorbed his admonition and thus inquired further. What is this little barbecue you mentioned? Qin Shu was astounded that he was unaware of such a delicacy. She gave him a thumbs up, exclaiming, Master brother, you truly are an ethereal being detached from the mundane world. Cheng Yin wrinkled his nose and replied, Your words hardly seem favorable. Qin Shu chuckled and asked, So, shall we still go for the little barbecue? Yes, Cheng Yin responded. Although he had no appetite, he found himself intrigued by the little barbecue she had mentioned. As Qin Shu stood to return the book she had taken, Cheng Yin finally caught sight of the title she held, on the possibility of transplanting the strongest traits of demon beasts to humanity. Cheng Yin was taken aback. The methods of cultivation can be varied, but they must not stray into the sinister. Concerned that Qin Shu, being young, might wander astray, he seized the opportunity to impart a lesson. Upon turning around, Qin Shu was met with his serious demeanor, which could surely intimidate any middle or primary school as a disciplinarian. Startled, she cautiously asked, Master brother, I haven't misplaced the book, have I? Cheng Yin frowned, but shook his head. Upon seeing her pat her chest in relief, he continued, You may read, but in the future, refrain from such nonsensical texts. There are no shortcuts on the path of cultivation. One must earnestly tread the path of hard work. It took Qin Shu a moment to grasp his concerns. He had merely noticed the title, and she had no intention of acquiring the strongest traits of demon beasts. She merely wished to extract the inner core from her own being. After his lecture, Cheng Yin asked, Have you remembered? Realizing that her master brother could be quite verbose when reprimanding, she quickly nodded, affirming that she had indeed taken note. Pleased with her resolute response, Cheng Yin led her out of the library and summoned his flying sword, inviting her to ascend. Recalling a less than pleasant flying experience from her naive youth, Qin Shu decisively shook her head, politely declining, Please, master brother, proceed first. I shall follow shortly. As she spoke, she deftly retrieved her green leaf. A reward earned from 60 years of toil, it would indeed be a pity not to utilize it. Cheng Yin flew ahead at a leisurely pace, occasionally using his spiritual sense to check on the lagging Qin Shu, who appeared to be moving as slowly as a turtle. Fortunately, the confines of their sect were limited. Otherwise, they might have ended up dining at midnight. Upon her arrival at her mountain peak, Qin Shu was surprised to find that Wen Qi was also present. As Wen Qi observed Qin Shu and Cheng Yin returning in tandem, he was quite perplexed. Why have you both returned together? Qin Shu replied, Senior brother helped me register, and I invited him for some barbecue. Upon hearing this, Wen Shi suddenly recalled something, wrinkling his nose in distaste. Why indulge in such fare? It is both pungent and unpalatable. Qin Shu, somewhat puzzled, countered, how could it possibly be unappetizing? After uttering this, she remembered to inquire, by the way, second senior brother, what brings you here? Wen Shi's lips instantly turned downcast. Of course, I had to come and see. The communication jade slip was unresponsive. And having promised to complete a task, a month has passed without a single pill refined. I came to check on my little junior sister and to see what has occupied her time so thoroughly. Qin Shu cleared her throat lightly. I have been studying in the library. As she spoke, she discreetly cast a glance at her senior brother, hoping he would refrain from making any indiscreet comments, fearing it would require further explanation. Thankfully, Cheng Yin remained silent, while Wen Shi appeared even more astonished. Studying? Why not consult your senior brother if you wish to learn something? Qin Shu paused, taken aback. Having grown accustomed to striving independently, she had not considered reaching out to them for assistance. Her eyes brightened as she glanced at Wen Shi and then Cheng Yin, saying, what if, just hypothetically, one were to consume the inner core of a demon beast? Could it be possible that not only would one suffer no ill effects, but could also harness the core's spiritual energy? No sooner had she finished speaking than Wen Shi struck her lightly on the head with a fan, reproaching her sternly. What nonsense are you pondering all day? In the path of cultivation, diligence is paramount. One must not stray even slightly. The blow was rather forceful, and Qin Shu grasped her head, feeling as though she might sprout horns at any moment. She looked up at Wen Shi in a mix of accusation and bewilderment. How am I straying from the path? She struggled to articulate her thoughts, unable to confess to having consumed a serpent's inner core. Frustration welled within her, and she could only mutter softly, I was merely curious. Curiosity is not an excuse. Wen Shi rarely exhibited such severity, leaving Cheng Yin visibly surprised. Qin Shu scrunched her nose, pondering, but is there truly no possibility? Wen Shi gazed at her with an expression that suggested she was beyond redemption, just as she braced herself for another reprimand. Suddenly, it was Cheng Yin who replied, no, there is not. Qin Shu turned her gaze to him, listening intently as he continued, the elements within a demon beast's inner core are excessively violent. Should one consume it directly, even if one suppresses the raging elements with spiritual power, they will not vanish entirely, but rather accumulate within the body. As one's cultivation increases, these elements could trigger inner demons, and such inner demons are formidable, with few able to overcome them. A look of astonishment spread across Qin Shu's small face. Wen Shi seized the moment to continue, do not entertain thoughts of shortcuts. The path of cultivation spans countless millennia. Those who have strayed have already paved the way for you. What remains is the essence distilled by our predecessors from the dross. Your modest cleverness is hardly sufficient. It would be wise to set it aside. Though Qin Shu struggled to clarify her current predicament, one certainty remained. Her two senior brothers, in their earnest admonition, truly had her best interests at heart. Chapter 61. The trial begins. Qin Shu smiled. I have noted everything. Since both of you senior brothers are here today, shall we also invite our junior sister to join us for a barbecue? Wen Shi scoffed at her suggestion, you wish to feed a fire spirit bird meat? Qin Shu paused, taken aback by this notion, but quickly regained her composure, saying with a chuckle, no matter. I can roast a few spiritual fruits for our junior sister instead. This time, it was Wen Shi and Cheng Yin who were left dumbfounded. Spiritual fruits can be roasted? They questioned. Qin Shu replied earnestly, anything can be grilled. Though perplexed, Wen Shi and Cheng Yin were intrigued by her conviction. At that moment, Qin Shu thought of her junior brother and added, since we are roasting spiritual fruits, I will call Brother Rainmaker to join us, along with my good friend Hshin. Even Cheng Yin himself was baffled, as what began as a simple meal of gratitude from his junior sister had somehow transformed into a gathering of many. When Qin Shu sent a message to Qi Yu, he hesitated slightly before agreeing. However, when it came to Hshin and Weiming, they eagerly accepted without a moment's pause. As Hshin could not enter the inner gate, she had to rely on Brother Weiming to find an opportunity for her. The two seasoned senior brothers, who had long since mastered fasting, accompanied four eager younger ones as they watched Qin Shu ignite a fire with her bare hands. The wood she used was from branches she had gathered from the golden pomegranate trees on the western mountain, and the meat was freshly hunted from the same locale. After washing the meat with water from the backyard, she skewered it on branches, applying salt and other seasonings. During the marination process, Qin Shu also skewered numerous spiritual fruits. Following the same method, once everything was prepared, Qin Shu conjured a small fireball and, in the presence of everyone, began to roast the meat skewers over the flames, sprinkling an assortment of mysterious seasonings. Miraculously, an enticing aroma wafted through the air. Qin Shu casually handed 2 skewers of roasted spiritual fruits to Weiming and Qiyu, only to find them gazing longingly at her meat skewers. "What is the matter?" she teased. "Are you tempted to break your fast?" Both shook their heads, their curiosity piqued. Cheng Yan, the one whom Qin Shu had invited for the meal, was the last to receive a skewer of the well-cooked meat. The rich fragrance was irresistible, urging him to taste. At that moment, when she had already taken a bite of the roasted meat, he had tasted it before, yet the flavor was incomparable. Was the difference truly in the seasonings that Qin Shu had sprinkled? As they neared the end of their feast, Cheng Yan reminded the younger ones, "Tomorrow is the trial. We must arrive at the sect square by the Shen hour. Do not be late." He directed this warning at Qin Shu, who nodded obediently. "I am never late." Despite her seemingly unreliable demeanor, she was, in fact, quite punctual. Cheng Yan then glanced at the other 2 junior sisters, who also nodded in agreement. After bidding them farewell, Qin Shu cast a cleaning spell to tidy up the outside of the cave dwelling and glanced at the flowers she had transplanted next to the roses. The flower appeared unremarkable at first glance, yet Qin Shu felt an inexplicable sense of its enhanced beauty. Had its colors grown more vibrant? What type of flower was this? Despite having perused numerous botanical encyclopedias pertaining to the realm of cultivation, she had yet to encounter it. Not wishing to dwell on it, Qin Shu turned and returned to her cave dwelling. She resolved to cultivate for another night. For the next day, she would venture into the secret realm. With the small spirit-gathering array gifted by the great serpent, even under the sun, the recovery of spiritual energy was commendable. However, she could not have anticipated that. During the latter half of the night, after refining the last segment of her meridians, she would effortlessly break through. Ascending to the 4th layer of Qi training came with ease. She hurriedly guided the spiritual energy to circulate within her body, and upon stabilizing her cultivation, Qin Shu opened her eyes. Alas, time was slipping away. Just yesterday, she had confidently assured her senior brother that she would never be late. And now she found herself in a rather ironic predicament. She quickly retrieved the small green leaf and leapt onto it, hastening her descent down the mountain. By the time she arrived in a flurry, everyone had already gathered. Cheng Yan cast a glance at Qin Shu and noticed her newfound cultivation level, regarding her with mild surprise, but ultimately saying nothing further. He then reminded everyone how to properly use their protective talismans and informed them that they would be randomly dispersed upon entering the secret realm. Clustering together would be of no benefit. They were to remain in the secret realm for only 10 days. A precious span of time that could yield greater rewards than several years of cultivation. With his naturally commanding presence, when he grew serious, he exuded an air of authority akin to that of a principal, instilling both excitement and restraint in the gathered disciples. It was not until he summoned them aboard a flying vessel that the children erupted into unrestrained enthusiasm. Xie and Qiyu approached, with Xie directly seizing Qin Shu's arm, exclaiming, "Why are you so late? Had it not been for senior brother presiding over the trials and waiting for you for a quarter of an hour, you might well have missed this opportunity." Qiyu stood beside them, arms crossed, calmly stating, "She has broken through." This revelation left Qin Shu astounded. The expensive pendant she had purchased was designed to conceal her cultivation level from detection below the golden core stage. How could the junior sister perceive her progress? Had she squandered her money for naught? "Can you see my cultivation level?" Qin Shu inquired of Qiyu. Noticing her reaction, Qiyu discerned that Qin Shu must possess some sort of concealment against divine perception and nonchalantly explained, "It is a natural talent of the fire spirit bird clan." Qin Shu felt a wave of relief wash over her, yet she could not quell her envy. Why did both of them possess innate skills? How splendid! As they conversed, most of the younger disciples had already boarded the vessel, prompting the trio to hastily follow suit. The secret realm for the trials was not far from their sect, a secluded world sealed by the sect master. After approximately a morning of flight, they arrived at their destination. The flying vessel came to rest amidst a continuous mountain range, and Cheng Yan produced a scroll, inscribing a spell upon it. The air shimmered as if a tranquil lake had just been disturbed by a pebble, ripples emanating outward in gentle waves. Gradually, a sizable opening, tall enough for a person, appeared in the sky. Cheng Yan then tucked away the scroll and turned to his group of young disciples. announcing, "The trial gate has been opened. You may enter swiftly." The others exchanged glances. Yet none dared to take the initiative. Qin Shu, however, showed no hesitation and boldly stepped forward, exclaiming, "What a lack of enthusiasm for treasure hunting. Something must be amiss here." Chapter 62. The beasts of this realm are timid. Qi Yu and He Xen stood beside her, taken aback by her sudden rush. Once they regained their composure, they promptly followed her into the swirling portal. Observing their actions, the others finally began to stir with excitement. "Don't shove. Who stepped on my shoe? Help. Stop pulling, or I'll go bald." Cheng Yan, unable to contain himself any longer, waved his sleeve, and a throng of people was ushered through the entrance. The noise subsided instantly as Cheng Yan performed a quick spell, causing the vortex-like door to gradually shrink until it vanished completely. He settled into a meditative position, knowing that these disciples would not emerge for another 10 days, allowing him a tranquil respite. The moment Qin Shu crossed the threshold of the swirling gate, she felt a powerful suction, followed by an unsettling sensation of spinning, reminiscent of the dizzying experience on a carnival ride. This disorientation did not last long before a feeling of weightlessness enveloped her. "Ouch!" she exclaimed, rising from a thicket while clutching her backside. As she surveyed her surroundings, she was utterly bewildered. She found herself in a vast marsh, surrounded by muck and puddles, with only the patch beneath her feet remaining dry. She retrieved a Bodhi leaf, eager to attempt an escape from the swamp, but to her dismay, the leaf barely lifted before plummeting back down. Stunned, she wondered, what is happening? Could there be a flying restriction in this realm? Wasn't the purpose of the sect's trial to gather treasures? How could she be trapped upon her arrival? It seemed she truly was a chosen one. Reflecting on survival tips gleaned from videos she had watched in a past life, Qin Shu considered the notion of binding boards to her shoes to increase her weight distribution in order to traverse the marsh. However, she had no boards, only 2 scales. She pulled out the 2 scales belonging to Xie Shiwan, finding them rather small. Furrowing her brow, she pondered, if a great serpent can change size, why not these scales? Contemplating this, she raised her hand, hoping to infuse them with spiritual energy to enlarge them. Yet, her own energy yielded no results. Fortunately, she possessed the serpent's inner core. With great care, she enveloped the golden-green energy in her own spiritual force, delicately transferring a small portion into the scales in her hand. Boom! Qin Shu marveled at the scales, which swelled to 2 or 3 times their original size, filling her with delight as she continued to infuse them with energy. She did not cease until they resembled the size of a basin. Clearly, the serpent's scales were indeed a remarkable find, comparable to a spiritual artifact. If Xie Shiwan were to discern Qin Shu's true thoughts, he would likely scoff, deeming her a naive creature unacquainted with the world. She infused her feet with spiritual energy and tested the snake's scales beneath her, discovering they would not slip away. With newfound confidence, she ventured into the marsh. At the very moment her feet met the swamp, a cluster of bubbles erupted nearby, drifting away into the distance. Yet, engrossed in her own steps, Qin Shu remained oblivious to this occurrence. Realizing she had not sunk, her spirits lifted. The snake scales proved to be remarkably effective. She gazed into the distance, selecting a direction that promised forested refuge. However, after taking but 2 steps, a sense of unease washed over her, compelling her to halt abruptly. Turning back, she scrutinized the patch of grass where she had just stood. Why was there a solid ground in the very center of the marsh? Moreover, having only taken 2 steps, how had she distanced herself so greatly from that spot? Feigning a departure, she swiftly pivoted, only to witness that patch of grass subtly swaying away, as if it were a tail retreating. The realization struck her. That was no solid ground but a cunning deception employed by some lurking beast. Peering down into the seemingly endless marsh, a wave of trepidation enveloped Qin Shu. At any moment, a predatory creature might emerge. She steeled herself, summoning all her resolve as she trudged step by step towards the marsh's edge. Fortunately, due to the marsh's long neglect by visitors, she stumbled upon several ancient spiritual herbs, a serendipitous boon amidst her plight. During her arduous journey, messages from He Xen and Qi Yu reached her, informing her of her entrapment in the marsh and estimating it would take at least 10 more hours to escape. To her astonishment, He Xen, with her extraordinary capabilities, sent over a map. Qin Shu, taken aback, inquired, "He Xen, where did you procure this?" He Xen's voice resonated, "Sister, I never engage in battles unprepared." This map was acquired from a senior sister who had previously participated in trials, I promised her 10% of my gains from the endeavor. Qinshu marveled at her resourcefulness, acknowledging the cleverness in her approach. With the map in hand, their journey became significantly easier. Consulting the map, Qinshu discerned that her current trajectory would lead her to the Whispering Woods. She carefully stored the jade slip and hastened onward, acutely aware of the undercurrents swirling beneath the marsh. Strangely, despite her proximity to the beasts of the swamp, none had assailed her. Instead, they seemed to retreat further away. Were these creatures truly so timid? This was rather peculiar behavior for such formidable beings. Once she emerged from the marsh, she tucked the scales away and turned her back to enter the Whispering Woods, completely unaware that the marsh had come alive once more behind her. Each creature within breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that the formidable intruder had finally departed. The Whispering Forest lies on the periphery of the entire secret realm, with a grand palace situated at the center of the map. After years of exploration by the disciples of the Shantian sect, the palace has long since lost its treasures. Qinshu had made arrangements with He Xian and Qi Yu, deciding that their locations were too far apart to waste time searching for one another. Instead, they resolved to collect valuable items and regroup at the palace in the end. The forest was eerily silent, and as Qinshu ventured deeper, the pungent aroma of decaying leaves intensified. She swiftly sealed her mouth and nose with spiritual energy. Was it miasma? The sunlight barely penetrated the dense foliage, and the depths of the forest were cold and damp, providing a perfect breeding ground for toxins. Drawing her white jade sword, she infused it with spiritual energy, remaining ever vigilant. At that moment, a tiny creature suddenly squeaked as it plummeted from above. Qinshu's sword was quicker than her thoughts, slicing through the air towards the creature. Yet, its reflexes surpassed her expectations. It deftly twisted midair and leaped towards a nearby tree. Within the brief encounter, Qinshu realized that this little being was no match for her. One must choose the softest fruits to squeeze. One must target the weakest beasts. She gave chase. Chapter 63. The pact focusing spiritual energy in her legs. Qinshu's gaze fixed on the small brown figure as she pursued it. The creature was small but surprisingly swift. Yet with her speed shoes and the assistance of spiritual energy, she felt as if the wind was at her heels. After a considerable chase, the creature suddenly vanished from her sight. Stopping in her tracks, she furrowed her brow and surveyed the surroundings. The creature would not have disappeared without reason. Its lair must be nearby. Cautiously, she explored the area, eventually discovering a clue in the embrace of a large tree. The little creature was clever enough to employ a form of misdirection. Qinshu chuckled softly. However, the ruse was rather clumsy. Which tree would sprout a patch of grass? It struck her as amusing. A few vine tendrils would have been more convincing. She approached the tree, drawing closer to the entrance, yet it remained still and silent. With a casual gesture, she cast a clump of mud inside. Startled, the small creature darted out from its den, causing Qinshu to jump in surprise. Observing it scamper into the treetops, she refrained from chasing after it and instead peered into the hollow. To her delight, the little creature did not disappoint. From within, Qinshu extracted a generous bounty of spiritual fruits and herbs, including 2 prized white flameroot plants. These were essential for crafting body-refining elixirs, greatly coveted by physical cultivators. With her imminent transition to a physical cultivator, her eyes gleamed with excitement. Without hesitation, she emptied the creature's nest, but after a moment's thought, she placed 3 of the Jiling fruits she had brought from her sect back into the den. Just as she prepared to leave, she spotted a small brown squirrel perched on a branch, clutching a Jiling fruit with wide, watery eyes, as if on the verge of tears. Suddenly, a sense of discomfort enveloped Qinshu, yet she quickly steeled her heart. In this ruthless world where the weak are preyed upon by the strong, displaying cuteness is futile. It was you who initiated the confrontation. Qinshu's expression turned stern as she admonished the creature. The little squirrel let out a couple of pitiful chirps, its words failing to resonate with her. No matter how aggrieved you appear, I shall lift you up and turn you into squirrel jerky. Yet, her retort was met with more chirps. As Qinshu turned to leave, she had only taken a few steps when the little creature leaped from the tree, gracefully landing on the ground before scampering up her pant leg. Instinctively, she reached out to cradle it. Discovering its small form, only the size of her 2 palms, crowned with a bushy tail, gazing up at her with bright, shiny eyes that were utterly endearing. I will not return you. Since you dared to strike first, you must learn to be a proper squirrel again, Qinshu declared with righteous authority. The squirrel's tone rose a pitch in response. Unable to comprehend, She chose to disregard it and continued her path, warning, if you do not depart soon, you may very well become my dinner. Alarmed by her words, the squirrel promptly nibbled her hand. Ouch! Shu winced at the sudden pain and glanced down. She noticed an ancient pattern flickering in the depths of the squirrel's eyes, leading her to instinctively believe it sought to form a bond with her. However, the pattern lingered for a moment before fading away. She sensed its frustration, and soon another pattern emerged in its eyes, this one settling upon her chest and vanishing without a trace. Startled, Shu reached for her chest, channeling her energy within, but found no abnormalities. Just as she contemplated dismissing the little squirrel, a soft, childish voice echoed in her mind. Bad person. Shu looked down at the creature in her grasp. Did you just speak? Yes, it replied. You're a big bad guy. Its eyes brimmed with indignation, stirring a flicker of guilt within Shu for bullying such a child. You attacked me first. You even bit me. You are the one who is bad. Shu retorted boldly, as if to assert that everyone still harbors a child within. I am not biting you. I wish to bond with you. Otherwise, I cannot understand your words. The little squirrel swayed its soft tail, seemingly proud of its cleverness. Shu fell silent. This naive little creature was indeed quite foolish, unaware that it had already signed a servitude contract. Yet, the next words from the little one took her by surprise. I wish to bond with you. But you have bonded with someone else. I can only form a master-servant contract, and it makes me so angry. A string of words akin to a tongue twister. But Shu grasped its meaning. She had bonded with someone else. Who could that someone be? From the moment she entered the sect, she had assumed control of this body. You belonged to the demon clan, having transcended the beast lineage with innate spiritual intelligence. As for Brother Rui Ming, he had been nurtured by Elder Fu Cheng and formed a bond with him. Aside from that, the only other beast she had encountered, apart from the frostfire rat she had slain, was the enormous serpent. Contemplating this, Shu's pupils constricted, and her mind was consumed by 3 words. No way? Yet, upon further reflection, she pondered how he could permit her to roam with his inner core if they had not formed a contract. As a newcomer to the realm of cultivation, the concept of forming a pact with a beast was still a blind spot for her. Embarrassed, she forced a smile and retrieved a Ling fruit from her storage ring, presenting it to the small creature while inquiring, what kind of contract did I form previously? A mutual contract. Is it possible to form only one such contract? Shu asked, lowering herself to seek clarification. Certainly not. It's merely that your spiritual awareness is still too feeble, while the one you formed a contract with is immensely powerful. After a lengthy explanation, Shu finally grasped the situation. To put it simply, her spiritual awareness was insufficient. But that's not my fault. Look at you two, forming contracts with me against my will, she sighed. Was this the sensation of being at the mercy of others? The weight of her thoughts mirrored the heaviness of the small squirrel in her hands. You can resist. With our master-servant contract, you can dissolve it at any time. However, if you do, you will no longer hear my voice. The little squirrel pouted, appearing somewhat miffed. And what about the mutual contract? Shu inquired. The mutual contract requires your spiritual awareness to permit it, but if the other party's cultivation level is too high, your awareness will lack the capacity to resist, leading to an automatic bond. Shu pursed her lips. This hardly seemed like a mutual agreement to her. It was clearly an unequal treaty. Chapter 64. She just wanted to leave. Can the mutual contract be dissolved at any time? Shu asked. The little creature nodded, cheerfully replying, indeed. Just as the light began to bloom on Shu's face, she was met with the little one's exuberant voice. Only the one of higher cultivation can. Shu realized that she was, unknowingly, the unfortunate soul who had signed away her autonomy. She had thought herself merely a vessel for safeguarding the great serpent's inner core, unaware that the little one had omitted a crucial detail. The truth was that the more powerful party could indeed dissolve the contract, but it would require the expenditure of half their own cultivation. If I were to be injured, would it affect the great beast of the contract? Of course, if I am harmed, you will also be affected, as we share a soul contract. Should I sustain injuries, our souls will be compromised, so you must protect me. The little one seemed quite delighted, her dark eyes sparkling with joy. Shu clicked her tongue, realizing the little creature had ulterior motives for clinging to her. After her inquiries, she cast aside the disheartening thoughts and led the little one onward, asking as they walked, Did you grow up here? Are you aware of any rare treasures in this place? Perched on her shoulder, the little one with a fluffy tail swayed slightly. Of course I know. But the rare treasures are guarded by formidable beasts, and you cannot defeat them. Even if I cannot, I have you, don't I? Together, we can overcome them. As the conversation unfolded, Qinshu suddenly realized how little she knew about the little squirrel. She inquired, "What is your cultivation level? What are your innate skills? Can you learn techniques?" Xiao Xiao was taken aback by the lofty expectations Qinshu had of her, expecting her to seize treasures from formidable demons. Was this not akin to risking her life? The Xiling fruit she had been gnawing on suddenly lost its appeal, and her tiny ears drooped in dismay. However, Xiao Xiao was merely at the first tier of cultivation, which fell within Qinshu's expectations, and she felt no disappointment. To her, a pet was simply a pet. If it could assist her, that was splendid, but if not, it bore no consequence. On the path of cultivation, the strong remained powerful. Both pets and magical artifacts were merely embellishments. True strength lay within the individual, the foundation upon which one could establish their existence in this world. As Qinshu strolled, she produced a jade slip to consult the map, with Xiao Xiao peering over to catch a glimpse. Their two little heads huddled together. "Sister, do you truly intend to go? That wolf is quite ferocious." Qinshu did not even lift her head, responding with a nonchalant hum. "Did you not claim you could run swiftly? Can you not outpace a wolf?" Xiao Xiao felt tears welling up. After all, the Gale Wolf was of the wind element, possessing superior speed. But you can also use illusions, can't you? If you cannot escape, simply conceal yourself. After uttering these words, Qinshu suddenly recalled something and added a reminder. "Just remember, grass grows on the ground." Fearful yet timid, Xiao Xiao attempted to dissuade Qinshu from her resolve. "What if I cannot hide? You will be left without me." Qinshu raised an eyebrow, playing with Xiao Xiao's fluffy tail. "No wonder they say timid as a mouse. You truly are a coward. How could such a small creature have dared to confront me in the beginning?" Xiao Xiao regretted her impulsive decision to urge this little girl to leave the secret realm, never expecting she would not only refuse to flee, but also seek peril. The Gale Wolf was a second-tier beast, a wind elemental with the innate skill of Windblade, faster than most. The thought of being unable to fight back or escape was truly distressing. Qinshu cast a fleeting glance at her, observing the little creature's face nearly etched with frustration. She almost chuckled. She had already stated that she would distract the wolf while Xiao Xiao stealthily pilfered the Ji Duxian lawn. Was it not she who had cause to be anxious? "If you act swiftly, we can both escape." She had realized that once they exited the marsh, the flight-restraining formation would be lifted, allowing them to soar into the skies. Once Xiao Xiao acquired the Ji Duxian lawn, she would hastily mount her little turtle and flee with her. The Ji Duxian lawn was a rare treasure, essential for concocting the soul restoration pill, which possessed the ability to mend one's spirit. Even a single stalk could fetch an astronomical price. Qinshu recalled the heavily scarred serpent that lacked a core. She feared the day she might suffer damage to her own soul due to it. Thus, she needed to prepare this elixir post-haste. As the adage goes, fortune favors the bold. Having encountered this rare treasure, she would not let fear of death deter her from even attempting to seize it. What purpose would there be in entering this realm for training if she did not dare to take risks? Xiao Xiao was engulfed in fear throughout the journey, yet she did not flee even upon nearing the lair of the Gale Wolf. She nestled on Qinshu's shoulder, her tiny hands covering her eyes, her large tail draping over her body, enveloping herself snugly, while her diminutive frame trembled uncontrollably. Qinshu halted her steps, turning her head with a resigned glance at the little timid creature on her shoulder. "If you're scared, then you need not proceed," she reassured. A second-tier beast was still within her capabilities to handle. Upon hearing this, Xiao Xiao suddenly leaped onto Qinshu's head and bounced slightly. "That won't do. We have a contract." Qinshu chuckled softly, soothing her. "Fear not, little one. I possess a teleportation talisman. Should we fail to defeat the wolf, I shall whisk you away." Xiao Xiao paused, sitting atop her shoulder with an indignant expression. "Why didn't you say so earlier?" Xiao Xiao was so frightened. Qinshu mused that this little creature's courage needed fortifying. If she remained this timid, would she merely be kept on the mountain for shelter? "Prepare yourself. I shall lure it out of the cave. Once we are a safe distance away, you may venture inside," Qinshu instructed, then resolutely stepped into the territory of the Gale Wolf. From the moment she took that step, her resolve crystallized. However, as she arrived at the entrance of the lair, she felt an eerie silence. Puzzled, Qinshu wondered if the wolf was absent. Had fortune smiled upon her? Despite the speculation, she remained vigilant. Tossing a fruit pit into the cave, the sound echoed within the hollow space, followed by an unsettling stillness, as if the cave harbored nothing at all. At this moment, Qin Shu's alertness peaked, and an overwhelming sense of peril surged within her. Channeling her energy to its utmost, she brandished her jade sword to fend off an attack from behind. The clash of stone rang out as she successfully deflected a gust of wind, only to see a green figure lunging at her from above the cave. Qin Shu swiftly retreated, but the beast's speed was astonishing. In a split second, she summoned wood elemental energy to ensnare one of the wolf's legs with nearby vines. Just as she exhaled in relief and turned to assess the situation, she noticed a crescent-shaped blade of wind forming on the wolf's forehead, aimed at severing the vines restraining it. Chapter 65. The death of the rabbit brings sorrow to the fox. Realizing the imminent danger, Qin Shu silently cursed her misfortune and converted her energy into earth element. She pressed her palm against the ground, causing the earth beneath the Gale wolf to suddenly collapse. It howled in surprise, lifting its gaze to spot the infuriating human child already 2 miles away. In this confrontation with the wolf, her experience felt markedly more manageable, perhaps due to her recent elevation in cultivation. Donning her swift shoes, she dashed into the forest, her mind remarkably clear. Though she wore a miniature spirit-gathering formation gifted by the Great Serpent, the rate of energy recovery could not match its consumption. The endurance of the wolf is renowned, and even when both deplete their spiritual energy, the beast could still strike her down with a single paw. A swift resolution is imperative. Grasping her sword with one hand, she recalled a technique she had mastered, leveraging the environment. At this moment, she stood amidst the dense woods, a veritable sanctuary of wood element spiritual energy. If she could harness the power of the forest, she was eager to see how this so-called forest wolf could evade her grasp. The pit she had previously created was insufficient to ensnare the Gale wolf. She was well aware of her limitations. Closing her eyes, she felt herself merge with the very essence of the forest. Suddenly, her ears perked up. It was the sound of wind. It was coming. She raised her hand for a simple thrust, and with a fierce howl, Qin Shu opened her eyes to face the snarling Gale wolf. Not intimidated? Let us see how you fare again. She lifted her sword high, and the wolf, coiling its body, sprang forward once more. Qin Shu deftly parried the wind blade it unleashed, and her jade sword swiftly split into two, countering the wolf's advance. Little creature, you must try harder, Qin Shu remarked with a smile. Had she encountered such a ferocious beast upon her arrival, it would have surely terrified her. Yet after her encounter with the giant snake, these creatures seemed far less daunting. Her swordsmanship flowed seamlessly, and even as the wolf lunged, she instinctively raised her weapon in defense. No wonder the disciples of the sword sect spent their days in combat. For them, this was indeed a form of cultivation. Qin Shu regarded her duel with the Gale wolf as practice, and once she deemed the moment ripe, she employed her vines to ensnare the wolf, smearing mud on its crescent-shaped mark upon its forehead. A perfect hit. Time to flee. While she had acquired the strength to slay this wolf, it had been her partner in honing her sword skills for so long. It deserved recognition for its diligence. Moreover, they had taken treasures it had guarded for so long. To kill it would be excessively cruel. Qin Shu dashed towards the rendezvous point agreed upon with Xiao Xiao. Just as she had traversed halfway, an enraged howl echoed behind her, indicating the wolf had discovered its loss. She swiftly retrieved the little turtle and the exuberantly waving Xiao Xiao, then consumed a spirit-replenishing pill, directing the turtle to soar into the distance. Did we succeed? Qin Shu inquired. Xiao Xiao produced the carefully concealed Xianlan from its pouch. Of course, Xiao Xiao is quite formidable. With the Gale wolf now absent from sight, Xiao Xiao perked up. However, their joy was short-lived, for in the next moment, Qin Shu stumbled into a grove filled solely with silver spirit trees. She gasped, her fur standing on end. How did you get in here? Get out. Quickly. Qin Shu, perplexed, paused to ask, what's wrong? This is a forbidden zone of the entire secret realm. It's poisonous. Breathing and even a single breath of spiritual energy will envelop you in toxic mist. Once your energy is consumed, it will devour your flesh. Run. Xiao Xiao does not wish to perish. Upon hearing her words, Qin Shu's expression changed, and she hurriedly flew in the opposite direction. However, it seemed as if they had stepped into some sort of formation, for no matter how they flew, they would inevitably return to the original spot. Shu Shu, look at that skeleton. We are back again, Xiao Xiao remarked. Qin Shu furrowed her brow and nodded. I noticed. Are you all right? Xiao Xiao shook its little head, appearing rather listless compared to its previous lively self. Qin Shu's frown deepened. For some reason, she felt that it was not in any real danger. Her spiritual energy was intact, and she sensed no anomalies. Observing that Xiao Xiao indeed seemed unwell, Qin Shu gathered her spiritual energy to help clear its meridians. Noticing a slight revival of vitality in Xiao Xiao, she continued, I will place you in my jade pendant space for a while. Please rest well, as you cannot endure much longer here. With misty eyes, Xiao Xiao looked at Qin Shu and asked worriedly, What about you? Qin Shu replied calmly, I am fine. Do not worry, I will get you out. Her jade pendant space was the only one capable of housing living beings, free from toxic gas, and she intended to release Xiao Xiao once they exited the secret realm. Left alone, she decided against flying any further and instead landed on the ground to thoroughly investigate the peculiarities of this eerie place. Beneath her feet lay a carpet of fallen leaves, and as she walked, she suddenly stepped on something. Stopping in her tracks, she retracted her wrist, and with a swift motion, she sent a gust of wind that lifted a layer of leaves, revealing a stark, white layer of bones beneath. Qin Shu's brow furrowed as she retrieved a communication jade slip, intending to inquire whether there were any forbidden areas within the He-Xian secret realm. However, the slip was entirely blank. Not only could she not contact anyone, but even the usual gathering place for various messages was also absent. It seemed that this was a location that shielded spiritual presence, entirely cutting off her chances of seeking external assistance. With a sigh, she tucked the communication jade slip away, closed her eyes, and concentrated her qi to its utmost limit before relying on her instincts to select a direction. This time, Qin Shu did not wander aimlessly. Along her path, she collected numerous demon beasts in her course. She also came across many human skeletons, which inevitably evoked a sense of sorrow. Continuing to follow her intuition, she walked for an indeterminate time until she finally beheld the sky. At that moment, she realized that she had not exited the Silver Spirit Woods. Rather, the very center of the woods had been blasted open by some unknown force, creating a vast pit. In the pit floated pink mist, juxtaposed with the silver trees, creating a breathtaking yet perilous sight. This pink mist appeared to share its origin with the fog at the forest's edge, albeit in a denser form, likely the primary cause of death for the demon beasts and cultivators. Although Qin Shu was unsure of the reason, the pink mist seemed to pose no threat to her. Her spiritual energy remained usable. She even attempted to cast a fireball spell into the pink mist, but the next moment, the mist erupted with sparks, resembling a grand fairy wand, crackling and flashing with light. Qin Shu's mouth fell agape, exclaiming, So beautiful. Chapter 66. The Unfortunate Without the Halo of a Protagonist. As the flames dissipated, the pink mist in the air seemed to lighten considerably. Standing at the edge of the deep pit, Qin Shu gazed down. The originally vibrant pink haze had dulled somewhat, allowing her to glimpse the bottom of the pit. The lake shimmered in shades of pink, eerily beautiful yet utterly strange. Instinctively, Qin Shu felt that the answers hidden within the pink mist lay below, compelling her to descend and investigate. According to the law of transmigration, the more absurd the location, the greater the likelihood of treasure. Although the protagonist of this story was not her, devoid of the protagonist's halo, there was no harm in trying. Qin Shu consumed a spirit-replenishing pill to restore her energy, then harnessed her with spirit energy to encourage the surrounding vines to grow. Once the vines reached the bottom of the cliff, she tugged at them, satisfied with their sturdiness. She enveloped her feet in earth spirit energy and began her careful descent down the cliff face. The pink mist thickened as she approached the lake's surface, prompting her to cast 2 small fireballs to clear her vision. After descending further and assessing her height, she determined she could land safely. She wrapped herself in a layer of earth spirit energy and released her grip on the vines. However, just as Qin Shu's feet touched the ground, Xie Xiuan, who had just stepped into the illusory valley, suddenly felt a shift in his heart. Damn it, this little girl is utterly overestimating herself. Before he could finish his thought, he vanished from his spot. The illusory light night sky spirit beast grew anxious, hastily sending him a message. Are you toying with me? Xie Xiuan scoffed, his leisurely voice resonating in the spirit beast's consciousness. What if I am? You're merely a sealed waste. How could a mere snake dare to be so arrogant in his presence? Just as he was about to continue, he felt another layer of barrier descend upon him, one infused with toxic mist that was more troublesome than the formations created by the previous members of the Xiantian sect. The greenish poison seeped into his wounds, gradually eroding the spirit energy he had painstakingly restored. though he had been discreetly releasing a universal distress signal for the Beast clan. He had only attracted this single snake after waiting for so long. To his astonishment, this snake was a lackey of the Shintian sect. "You assist the wicked. You shall not meet a good end," he snarled. With a swift motion, Xuan tore open a rift in space and stepped through, leaving behind the cacophony of anguish. One must adopt a humble demeanor when seeking assistance. Even once glorious, he was now merely a prisoner. Though he had failed to ascend, he had successfully navigated the thunder tribulation. Just a dog, daring to bark in his presence. Such insolence warranted punishment. When Xuan reappeared, it was in the small secret realm where Qin Shu was undergoing her trial, amidst that very swamp. The previously tranquil swamp erupted into turmoil, resembling a pot of boiling porridge, surging wildly within the murky depths. Initially, a mere hint of presence had instilled terror in everyone. But now that the true entity had arrived, who dared linger? Those creatures that dwell perpetually in the water yearned to sprout wings and soar into the sky. However, at that moment, Xuan had no inclination to concern himself with these lowly beasts. The small creature was intent on taking his inner Dan to its demise. Should he delay, it might be too late to save it. His serpentine tail glided swiftly through the mire. Although Qin Shu had traversed nearly 12 hours, he reached the shore in mere moments. The snake's tail left a long trail through the thicket, which the wind soon obscured beneath a thick carpet of fallen leaves. Qin Shu felt a pang of trepidation beneath her feet, stepping upon eerie white bones. Yet, unlike the silver spirit forest above, these bones emitted a soft, pink luminescence. Suddenly, a thought flickered through her mind. Could this be a formation? No sooner had the notion surfaced than the pink waters of the lake beckoned like an enchanting spirit, compelling her steps toward its edge. The closer she approached, the more the ghastly bones accumulated around her. Unconsciously, Qin Shu lifted a foot, just as she was about to step into the water when a fierce gust swept from behind her. A dark, metallic sleek tail coiled around her waist, and in an instant, she was tossed back among the silver leaves. Qin Shu landed painfully upon a leg bone, drawing a sharp intake of breath that jolted her back to awareness. Gazing at the sudden apparition before her, the swirling pink mist seemed to form a backdrop, softening the cold malice that emanated from him. A serpent? Qin Shu's eyes widened in disbelief as she rubbed them, questioning her sanity. "How did you come to be here?" Xuan looked down upon her with an icy demeanor, stating coldly, "Should you wish to court death again, do so alone. Do not drag my inner Dan into your folly." It was then that Qin Shu realized she was perilously close to the pit's edge. Reflecting on what she had just witnessed, she furrowed her brow. What had just happened? There was something in that lake that had entranced her, urging her to investigate. Her cultivation was too low, leaving her susceptible to mental seduction. Despite his grim expression, Xuan answered her inquiry. Upon hearing his words, Qin Shu's countenance grew even more perplexed. Who had bewitched her mind? Were there living creatures in that lake? Xuan acknowledged her question with a curt nod before instructing. "Remain here and do not wander. I shall descend to investigate." Before Qin Shu could respond, he had vanished from sight. She quickly crawled to the edge of the pit and peered down, only to find the billowing pink mist had thickened to obscure her view. Displeased, she cast a series of fireballs into the depths. Just as they reached the bottom, Xuan, hearing the commotion above, looked up to behold a dazzling display of fireworks. What might be poison to others was, for him, a potent elixir. He transformed into his original form and dove headlong into the waters of the lake. At the center of that lake, a cluster of eerie white bones encircled a blooming pink lotus. Beside the lotus, a seed pod stands, its verdant seeds plump and round, unmistakably aged. The lotus emits a delicate, ethereal mist, tinting the entire lake a soft pink, reminiscent of a maiden poised on the cusp of blooming, a sight that invites curiosity. Yet, this time, it encounters the aloof Xuan, who has little appreciation for such beauty. With a flick of his tail, he uproots the entire seed pod. As he turns to depart, he glances back at the lotus and decisively plucks it as well. Qin Shu, having awaited the spectacle for some time, perceives no commotion below, no clash, no shouts, not even a whisper. Bored, she perches on the cliff's edge, her feet swinging idly in the air. The sky darkens, and counting the days, she realizes she has lingered here for 5 days. In another 5, she will depart. There are still countless places on the map she has yet to explore. Must she truly remain confined here? It is a thought she finds hard to bear. While lost in her musings, the leaves around her stir inexplicably without a breeze. Turning her head, she is met by the sight of a magnificent pink lotus. Chapter 67. Committing misdeeds with one's own body. Qin Shu is momentarily startled, but an intoxicating fragrance soon floods her nostrils, and her vision is enveloped in a rosy haze, transforming even the black serpent before her into a shade of pink. Before she can comprehend this phenomenon, she faints, her body slack as she plunges towards the depths of a pit. Instinctively, Xie reaches out, his tail whipping to grasp her leg, pulling her back to safety. Observing Qin Shu's unusually flushed complexion, Xie furrows his brow even deeper. How could she be weaker than he had anticipated? Is she unable to withstand the essence of this flower? He places a hand on her dantian, channeling the spiritual energy from his own core to assist Qin Shu in purging the toxins within her. Her reckless venture into danger must be linked to his inner elixir. This ancient toxin holds a significant allure for his essence. As darkness gradually envelopes the surroundings, the moon ascends like a mirror, casting its serene glow. Xie glances skyward, contemplating the extraordinary constitution of this little creature. He retracts his hand and drags Qin Shu beneath the moonlight with his tail. The moment the moonlight graces her, she is enveloped by a trifold essence in the air. Even the lingering pink mist must yield to her radiance, witnessing her rapid absorption of spiritual energy. Xie cannot help but feel a twinge of envy. When he was merely a small serpent, had he possessed such a cultivation speed, he would not have suffered the indignity of having his tail bitten off by others. Of course, those beasts that once tormented him have long since perished. Were it not for Qin Shu's insufficient cultivation level at this moment, the pink mist would not affect her. Instead, her flourishing energy circulates through her meridians. With each complete cycle, the remaining pink mist within her diminishes. At last, Qin Shu stirs back to consciousness. Xie finally withdrew his hand, and Qin Shu's eyes darted around before settling back on him. With a bewildered expression, she blinked and asked, "Why are you no longer pink?" Xie replied, perplexed. "When did I ever turn pink?" Noticing the indifference of the great serpent, Qin Shu sat up, tousled her slightly disheveled hair, and murmured softly, "But it was clearly pink just now?" Hearing her, Xie could no longer contain himself and explained, "You were poisoned." Qin Shu gasped, recalling the large pink flower she had seen before losing consciousness. "Were you trying to poison me to use my body for your nefarious deeds?" Her lips pressed into a straight line, and her expression turned unusually serious. Xie was momentarily amused by her accusation. "You? With those little arms and legs?" His deep, mocking laughter echoed through the silent silver spirit forest. In the next moment, Qin Shu found herself ensnared by his tail, drawn closer to him. His dark, golden slit eyes met her clear black ones, and she could see the corners of his thin lips curve slightly as his teasing voice reached her ears. "Isn't it better to use my own body for such deeds? Great serpent, please control yourself. Your forked tongue is about to touch my face," Qin Shu retorted. Xie instinctively wanted to flick his tongue out, but managed to restrain himself. As he loosened his tail, Qin Shu fell onto the thick carpet of fallen leaves. Propping herself up on her hands, she gazed at the great serpent before her, whose expression remained unchanged yet clearly displayed some displeasure. She quickly changed the subject. "What about that flower?" She did not believe the serpent had offered her the flower merely to amuse her. Self-preservation was a natural instinct, both for humans and serpents. "The heart-devouring lotus of heavenly heart and Rakshasa," he replied. At the mention of this name, Qin Shu shuddered. It sounded familiar. The heart-devouring lotus of heavenly heart and Rakshasa was a highly toxic plant that preyed on its victims through a toxic mist. Yet, the texts had not mentioned it possessing such formidable power. Where had the discrepancy arisen? Could it be related to the formation she had seen below? She raised her gaze to Xie, asking, "Is it that formation?" Upon hearing this, Xie regarded her with newfound respect. "It seems you possess some discernment after all." Irritated, Qin Shu crossed her arms and turned her face away, unwilling to engage with him. Xie continued, "This flower must have been cultivated by someone. The formation is an illusionary one, with the added effect of gathering spiritual energy. Once any creature, human or beast, steps into it, they will uncontrollably move towards the center of the lake, ultimately becoming nourishment for this flower." He produced the flower again, but this time did not toss it entirely to her. Instead, he plucked 2 petals and offered them to her. Qin Shu looked at the large flower and then at the 2 petals in her hand, feeling a bit bewildered. As she recalled what she had previously learned, her confusion only deepened. The heart-devouring lotus was a poisonous plant, suitable for refining magical artifacts and puppets. Yet, as a righteous cultivator, she had no use for such unorthodox practices. Great Serpent, while these petals may be beautiful, they are of no use to a cultivator of the righteous path like myself. Could it be used for a flower petal bath? Upon hearing her words, Xieshiwan's lips curled into a mocking smile as he let out a soft scoff. A righteous cultivator, huh? A righteous cultivator who possesses the inner elixir of his true self? Even we, the unorthodox sect, do not stoop to such depths. Qin Shu's smile faltered, and she forcefully defended herself, declaring, I am indeed righteous. Just wait. I will eventually digest your inner elixir. Xieshiwan merely scoffed at her retort. Observing his demeanor, Qin Shu suddenly recalled something and inquired, how is it that you are here? Wasn't it said that cultivators above the foundation establishment stage cannot enter this secret realm? Xieshiwan furrowed his brows. Maintaining his characteristic tone, do not ask what should not be asked. However, Qin Shu gazed at him with curiosity for quite some time, until suddenly a spark of realization illuminated her mind. Locking her gaze onto Xieshiwan's eyes, she exclaimed, you must have. Upon hearing her words, Xieshiwan's heart tightened. Yet, in the next moment, he saw Qin Shu wink at him and asked, have you lost your inner elixir and thus suffered a significant decline in your cultivation? Are you now merely at the qi refining stage? Xieshiwan. His previously tense pupils relaxed, and ultimately, he said nothing, merely casting her a meaningful glance. Qin Shu blinked, perplexed by the expression on the great serpent's face. Could it be that she had struck a nerve? Yet, if he were truly only at the qi refining stage, why was she unable to muster even the slightest resistance against him? Qin Shu meticulously recalled her recent experience in the library, where she learned that beasts, prior to their transformation, were unable to practice martial arts and could only rely on the most basic innate skills, relying primarily on their physical strength in combat. Suddenly, a realization dawned upon her, and she thought of the possibilities mentioned in the potential of the underdog's reversal, particularly regarding body refinement. Oh, the wisdom of the ancients proves true. If she possessed such a robust physique, could she not engage in battle with the great serpent even at the qi refining stage? Chapter 68. Are other people's lives really that important? Xieshiwan regarded the ever-changing expressions on her face, uncertain of her thoughts. He glanced skyward and remarked, these two petals can aid in the restoration of my inner elixir. Once it is fully restored, I will no longer linger within your dantian. Qin Shu was overjoyed, exclaiming, wonderful. Xieshiwan watched as she took the petals and stuffed them into her mouth. Unable to restrain himself, he finally asked, have you forgotten that you are an alchemist? Any alchemist, upon acquiring a plant, should first think of refining pills, right? Who would consume it raw like this? Qin Shu, reminded by his words, recalled that she indeed was an alchemist, albeit one who had yet to refine a single batch of pills. She realized she was far from being a competent alchemist, and suddenly understood why her senior brothers had accumulated so many years of unfulfilled alchemical tasks owed to the sect. It seemed that they could only owe a maximum of 60 years' worth of tasks. If they could owe for 120 years, they would most likely fulfill that debt as well. With a sheepish smile, Qin Shu expelled the bitten lotus petal from her mouth and returned it to her storage ring. It was not a matter of lacking the requisite level. Rather, she decided to put it away for now and refine it later. Qin Shu resolutely upheld her dignity. Xieshiwan seemed to have grown accustomed to her eloquent demeanor. He merely responded with a faint before stating, it is time to leave. Qin Shu turned her gaze back to the array below and inquired, what shall we do about this formation? Although the lotus had been plucked by the great serpent, the presence of the array posed a risk of new calamities arising. Perceiving her thoughts, Xieshiwan raised an eyebrow. Isn't that even better? Qin Shu was taken aback, furrowing her brow in contemplation for a long while, yet she found it difficult to depart nonchalantly. However, her current level of cultivation was inadequate. Should she recklessly approach, she might find herself ensnared as well. Xieshiwan looked down upon the young girl before him, a flicker of perplexity crossing his dark, golden slit-like eyes. Are the lives of others truly so significant? Qin Shu, surprised, lifted her gaze, but upon reflection, she remembered he was, after all, a venomous serpent. How could she expect him to comprehend human emotions? After pondering for a moment, she finally articulated, the lives of others may not directly concern me. Yet if a single benevolent act on my part could help them evade danger, I deem it worthwhile. It is merely, my current capabilities fall short, which is somewhat regrettable. Xuan observed the complex emotions manifesting on her youthful face, and after a lengthy pause, he spoke. Go on, I shall wait for you. Shu was momentarily taken aback, looking up at the man before her in astonishment. She, too, wished to proceed. If only she possessed his abilities. She would have already made the venture without hesitation. It seemed Xuan had heard her unspoken thoughts, for he continued. You may harness the spiritual energy within my inner core. As his words settled, he met her eyes, which sparkled with anticipation. Really? The wind rustled through his voluminous sleeves, his gaze drifting toward the edge of the distant cliff, his expression imbued with an unusual tranquility. Yet, Shu distinctly perceived his affirmation, A smile gradually blossomed on her lips. If she could indeed channel his spiritual energy, perhaps she could give it a try. Xuan's cool voice cut through the air once more. Do not rejoice too soon. Even if you can utilize my energy, you may still struggle to dismantle the array. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, I shall not extend my assistance again. Shu solemnly clasped her fists in gratitude. Thank you. She turned swiftly, descending once more along the vines that had led her to the pit's depths. Xuan stood at the cliff's edge, watching as her petite figure slowly descended the vines. He remained skeptical of her success. Even with his spiritual energy at her disposal, given her current knowledge, dismantling such a formidable formation would still prove challenging. Soon, he observed her pausing just above the pit's base, her feet imbued with earthy energy firmly gripping the cliffside. Xuan raised an eyebrow. Is she truly so timid as to hesitate? How can she hope to dismantle the array? However, in the next moment, he witnessed her executing hand seals with remarkable finesse. As her gestures became increasingly intricate, he could discern the growing vitality of the energy accumulating beneath her hands. Xuan could not suppress his surprise. It appeared this little one was more capable than he had initially anticipated. Shu's movements intensified, though her spiritual energy began to wane. At that moment, the power of the seal in her hand was still insufficient. Recalling the words of the great serpent, she attempted to draw upon the spiritual energy within its inner Dan. Having nurtured its essence in her dantian for so long, she was surprised to discover that she could indeed harness its energy. The true extent of the serpent's cultivation remained a mystery to her, yet she sensed an inexhaustible flow of energy coursing through her. An unsettling realization dawned upon her. Only when she felt that the energy she had gathered had reached her current limit did she release the seal. The golden-green mark, adorned with wisps of purple mist, floated gracefully, and Xuan, standing atop, watched with a growing numbness. She had indeed mastered such a technique, one that could unleash tremendous power with sufficient spiritual energy. Clearly, the formation at the bottom of the pool could not withstand this assault. The golden-green seal descended lightly into the heart of the grand array, erupting into a mushroom cloud laced with moisture, the shockwave nearly toppling Shu. Having expended nearly all her energy on the formation, she found herself utterly defenseless. Her hair was whipped up, tugging at her scalp, and even her hairline receded slightly. She was plastered against the cliff, her features contorted grotesquely. In an instant, a figure appeared beside her, hoisting her onto his shoulder and returning her to the cliff's edge. The suffocating sensation dissipated, replaced by a discomfort akin to a weight pressing upon her stomach. Fortunately, she had been subsisting on fasting pills, or she might have expelled her last meal. With her hands resting on Xuan's shoulders, she gasped for breath, nearly colliding with a tree branch. Was this the sensation of standing upon the shoulders of giants? It was hardly delightful. Once she regained her breath, she hastily exclaimed, "Put me down." Yet Xuan replied, "I will take you away from here. You cannot escape on your own." Naturally, Shu was eager to seize this opportunity. His speed was remarkable, and relying on her own flying artifacts would be both costly and laborious. However, the bones in your shoulder are pressing painfully against my stomach. Before she could finish her thought, she found herself lifted and repositioned. Now seated upon Xuan's left shoulder, it was reminiscent of her earlier perch on his shoulder. Shu mused, though, this sensation is truly splendid. It is stable, the view is excellent, and the comfort level is high. She quickly retrieved a spiritual supplement pill for herself and, after a moment's thought, produced a top-tier supplement pill to offer to Xuan. It was rather inconsiderate to indulge in snacks alone. Even a 3-year-old understands the virtue of sharing. How could she not? Startled by her sudden offering, Xuan paused. But upon realizing that she had placed a top-tier spiritual supplement pill in his mouth, he fell silent. How fortunate it was to be a pill master. She wondered how feasible it would be for him to pursue alchemy now, once she had regained a modicum of spiritual energy. Qin Shu hastily enveloped herself in a protective barrier of earthy essence to shield her head from the branches that might strike her. Having completed this task, her gaze fell upon the massive serpent nearby. Despite its rugged skin and formidable physique, she couldn't bear to see its face marred. So she decided to adorn it with a protective shield as well. Xie Shuan inquired, "What on earth is this?" "Oh." It turned out to be a barrier so fragile that it could be shattered by a mere sneeze. Although he was not particularly fond of such trivialities, he refrained from breaking the shield, and thus they both donned these earthen-colored helmets as they raced through the Silver Spirit Forest. The sensation was aptly described by the phrase swift as the wind and quick as lightning, and certainly, it was no exaggeration. Xie Shuan moved with remarkable speed, effortlessly escaping the formation that had ensnared Qin Shu and Xiao Xiao for quite some time. Chapter 69. Afraid you might compromise my inner core, Cultivation. How did you manage to emerge so effortlessly? I wandered with Xiao Xiao for ages and couldn't find my way out. Standing at the edge of the Silver Spirit Forest, Qin Shu glanced back and curiously inquired. This place is a natural formation, and the person cultivating flowers utilized it to obscure their intentions, Xie Shuan explained to the small creature on his shoulder. Were it not for this formation's concealment, the Xiantian sect would not have allowed such a harmful entity to persist until today. Nonetheless, for him, this lotus flower was indeed a valuable find. At that moment, Qin Shu noticed her communication jade slip was fervently alerting her, indicating that she could reach out to the outside world from this location. She retrieved the slip and was greeted by a brilliant glow, revealing a series of unread messages that left her uncertain of where to begin. 2 senior brothers had sent her trial guides, and there was a message from Qiyu warning her of troublesome beasts in a certain area, advising her to take a detour. Of course, the majority of the messages were from Xian. Shu, I found a Shenglong Macaulay's. The trial truly is a treasure hunt. I'm sure I can exchange it for a considerable amount of points when I return. Shu, I've just exited the purple bamboo forest. The bamboo there has become sentient and strikes painfully. You might not believe this, but I was just chased by 2 rabbits. It was quite the ordeal to escape. I must learn a lightness technique when I return. Qin Shu, why haven't you replied? Where are you? Have you encountered any dangers? As the messages progressed, her tone grew increasingly frantic. The final message read, "Are you near the marsh? I'm coming to find you." This message was sent 2 hours after Qin Shu had lost contact, startling her. She quickly responded, "I was just trapped in a formation, and my communication slip was blocked. I've just emerged and am unharmed. You need not come." At that moment, Qin Shu felt a warmth in her heart, despite the known dangers. Xian was determined to come to her aid. She wasn't sure whether to commend her naivety or chastise her foolishness. Now that she was free, she intended to head toward the center of the map, making it unnecessary for Xian to undertake the journey once more. However, in the next instant, her jade slip illuminated once more. Help! Panic surged within Qin Shu, and she quickly asked, "Where are you?" "I will come immediately. On this side of the meadow. 3 rabbits are pursuing me." "Oh my goodness!" Xian gasped in reply. Qin Shu was about to take out her little turtle to assist Xian when she suddenly realized that she was still perched upon the shoulder of the great serpent. She looked up and met the serpent's inquisitive gaze. Of course, his curiosity was not directed at her, but rather at the jade slip in her hand. "Why is there no one speaking on my communication jade slip?" Xie Shuan inquired, his handsome brows furrowing in confusion. Qin Shu silently tucked the little turtle back and bargained with Xie Shuan. "I will teach you something, and in return, could you take me a little further?" Xie Shuan, grasping the collar of Qin Shu's garment, unceremoniously tossed her onto the ground. "I won't learn anymore." Qin Shu responded, Xie Shuan, as he crossed his arms and turned his face away. Yet, Qin Shu leaned in from the other side, cheerfully asking him, "Did you not just say that if something unexpected happened this time, you wouldn't intervene?" Xie Shuan's gaze fell upon her bright, sparkling eyes. His dark golden irises remained calm as still water, but his words were somewhat disheartening. "I fear you may perish below and jeopardize my inner elixir." Xie Shuan himself was unaware of why he would intervene. Clearly, if she died, he could reclaim his inner elixir. An inner elixir that could withstand even the tribulations of ascension would naturally not fear such disturbances. However, before he could fully comprehend his own thoughts, he had already acted to rescue her. Qin Shu touched the tip of her nose, grateful that the great serpent had helped her break the formation. After contemplating She retrieved 2 yellow crystals from her storage pouch, gems she had previously acquired from the Feishuang Yinpi rat, and presented them to Xie Shiwan, considering them the most valuable possessions she owned. Xie Shiwan looked down at the 2 earth-type spirit stones she held in her hands, reaching out to take them. His long fingers delicately pinched the small stones. With a light chuckle, he tossed the spirit stones back to her, saying, "Keep them for yourself. Safeguard the integrity of my inner elixir." Before his words had fully faded, he had already vanished without a trace. All that remained were fallen leaves scattered across the ground and a chilling silence enveloping the forest. Qin Shu gazed enviously at his ability to come and go like a shadow. One day, she too would possess such cultivation. Taking out her little turtle, Qin Shu followed the map's directions on the jade slip and flew towards the meadow where he Xian awaited. The distance to the meadow was still quite considerable. She consumed a supply of spirit-replenishing pills while hastening her pace, not forgetting to envelop her head with Earth's spirit energy for protection. After all, despite her youth, her hairline could hardly withstand much turmoil. Upon reaching the emerald meadow where he Xian resided, Qin Shu had already exhausted an entire bottle containing 50 low-grade spirit-replenishing pills. She clenched her fists in frustration, vowing to hunt down 2 rabbits to vent her anger. Soon, Qin Shu caught sight of he Xian sprinting wildly. With 3 rabbits in hot pursuit, Qin Shu nearly widened her eyes in disbelief. Were these creatures truly rabbits? Towering above he Xian, they appeared as robust as pigs, with crimson eyes and elongated incisors. A bite from such a beast would surely take a substantial chunk of flesh. She hastily cast 2 fireball spells, successfully diverting most of the firepower towards herself. He Xian looked up and saw Qin Shu standing on one leg atop a turtle, exclaiming, "Shu Shu!" Startled by the rabbit nearly catching up from behind, Qin Shu quickly hurled another fireball to shield her. First, they would deal with the rabbit, then reminisce. He Xian had adequately prepared for the trial, having also learned several offensive spells. "Firelight!" she shouted. Qin Shu, who was silently casting fireballs, was taken aback by her call and turned to see he Xian unleash a fire-based skill resembling a pulse wave. Qin Shu was astonished. This technique was remarkably impressive. She resolved to learn it when she returned. Yet, she pondered, why did spellcasting require incantations? Did it offer any enhancement? With a spirit of experimentation, Qin Shu shouted, "Fireball!" He Xian glanced back at her, and their eyes reflected a mutual confusion. They then simultaneously averted their gazes, refocusing on the rabbit before them. He Xian's cultivation allowed her to manage a single rabbit, and she could afford to turn back and cast 2 spells while retreating. However, seeing the minimal damage from Qin Shu's fireball, she opted to draw her sword. "Behold my blade." In her first year of training, aside from cultivating and gaining insights, she had devoted her time to sword practice. Although she had learned the most fundamental sword techniques, they remained her most effective means of attack. She leaped off the small turtle and charged at the rabbit with her sword drawn, declaring fiercely, "He Xian, tonight, we feast on roasted rabbit." With a sword infused with the vigor of nature, she lunged at the rabbit, which was too slow to react and was soon wounded, emitting a piercing scream. Chapter 70. Sisters, lend me a flame. Qin Shu abandoned defense, twirling her sword in a flourish and launching an offensive. The rabbit, faced with her ferocious assault, attempted to counter but could not evade the damage, resorting to frantic escape. Yet, it was swiftly vanquished under Qin Shu's blade. With one less adversary, the remaining ones posed little challenge. Once they had completely dealt with the rabbits, the 2 collapsed onto the ground, heads resting against one another. In comparison to Qin Shu, he Xian appeared considerably worse for wear. Before Qin Shu's arrival, she had been pursued by the rabbit for quite some time, leaving her in a disheveled state, with visible scars adorning her face and body. Nevertheless, this did not deter her from gazing skyward, her eyes sparkling. "Qin Shu, your swordsmanship is incredible. I want to practice swordplay too." Qin Shu chuckled. "See, I told you, learning sword techniques is quite beneficial." As they conversed, Qin Shu's communication jade suddenly responded. Upon inspection, she discovered it was a message from Qiyu. In the next moment, he Xian received an identical message. "Qiyu is calling us to gather mushrooms. Is the rabbit meat still good for roasting?" he Xian asked, rising from the grass to look at Qin Shu. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Shu shook her head, suggesting they first collect mushrooms and save the roasting for later, allowing them to prepare some mushrooms for Qiyu as well. Qiyu had discovered a vast expanse of Qingguang xianin mushrooms in the ghostwood forest, a type of mushroom that only grew there, essential for concocting cooling pills. When the fire-rooted cultivators break through significant realms, the intense fire spiritual energy can scorch their meridians, making it essential to consume a cooling pill in advance. Of course, cultivators like Qin Shu, who refine their meridians during training, find little need for such remedies. After refining the marrow and transforming her essence, Qi Yu has become a singular fire-rooted cultivator, her body perpetually nourished by the fire's spiritual energy, rendering her less reliant on these pills. It seems she merely called them together in exchange for points. Qin Shu contemplated for a moment and decided to share her experience of refining her meridians with Hexian. Consider your cultivation pace carefully. Do not let the process of refining your meridians delay your breakthrough, she advised, adding a reminder. If one cannot establish a foundation before the age of 60, barring any extraordinary encounters, their journey may conclude at the golden core stage. Hexian pondered Qin Shu's words diligently. Sister Shu, I've made up my mind. I will also cultivate at night like you. This will provide at least 3 additional hours for refining my meridians. As they entered the ghostwood forest, an eerie chill enveloped them immediately. Fortunately, both possessed fire attributes in their spiritual roots, and the fire's spiritual energy circulated around them, dissipating the bone-chilling cold. Following Qi Yu's guidance, they proceeded southwest and soon discovered a grove abundant with the green glowing xianlin mushrooms. Qi Yu noticed their presence, stowed the mushrooms she had collected into her storage ring, and approached them. I cannot harvest all these alone. I thought you might find them useful, so I called you over to assist, Qi Yu remarked. Qin Shu smiled in response. Thank you. I'll roast a couple of mushrooms for you later. Qi Yu paused for a moment, then laughed. All right. While other cultivators would shy away from consuming such chilling mushrooms, Qi Yu, with her fire-rooted constitution, had little fear. Why couldn't I reach you yesterday? Qi Yu inquired. Hexian nodded vigorously. I was worried sick. You said you were trapped in a formation? Are you all right? Qin Shu shook her head. I'm fine. It must have been a natural formation. I merely circled it a few times before emerging. She spoke nonchalantly, omitting the harrowing details of her experience. After surveying the area filled with green glowing mushrooms, Qin Shu found something peculiar. Look, mushrooms are growing on this side of the tree. But not on that side. The outermost circle is all like this. Furthermore, have you noticed that entering the range of these xianlin mushrooms is even colder than the surrounding ghostwood forest? Listening to Qin Shu, Qi Yu stroked her chin, her expression thoughtful. In contrast, Hexian looked at Qin Shu with curiosity and asked, what is going on? Where is it colder? I can't sense anything. Qi Yu glanced at both of them and said, Junior sister is correct. It is indeed colder here. Her gaze returned to Qin Shu, inquiring, do you sense something amiss? Qin Shu cautiously surveyed her surroundings, nodding slightly, sensing that there might be other hidden entities nearby. Qi Yu also glanced into the mushroom patch. A flicker of light igniting in her eyes as the fire spirit bird's innate skill, the true eye, was employed to its fullest extent, yet yielded no results. There were no illusions. If something truly existed, it should manifest as a real threat. Everyone, be vigilant, Qi Yu advised. In response, Qin Shu remarked, the azure light profound spirit mushroom is likely a symbiotic organism of the yin-yang nether vine. I suspect there may be yin-yang nether vines in this area. So we must exercise caution. One can never predict from where such entities might emerge. As Qi Yu listened to Qin Shu's eloquent discourse, an epiphany struck her. It became clear why their master had made an exception to accept Qin Shu as a disciple after taking her in. Clearly, there was profound wisdom behind that decision. No sooner had Qin Shu's words settled than Qi Yu drew her crimson sword. Hexian cast an envious glance at the two, further solidifying her resolve to practice swordsmanship upon returning. A pill maker who does not wield a sword is unworthy to claim affiliation with the Xuantiangmen alchemy sect. The trio collected mushrooms while remaining alert to their surroundings. Suddenly, a small mound erupted just 3 feet away from them. Hearing a faint disturbance, Qin Shu halted her actions and drew her white jade sword in readiness. The next moment, a sinister black vine lunged towards them. Qin Shu and Qi Yu instinctively drew their swords to defend. Look out! Hexian, standing frozen, could not join the fray. The two fought valiantly against the vine for what felt like an eternity until, quite unexpectedly, another vine emerged to their left. Hexian, perceiving the threat, cried out, fire! Despite its formidable nature, the vine was of the wood element and harbored an inherent fear of flames. Qin Shu, accustomed to Hexian's rallying cries, remained unfazed. But it was Qi Yu's first experience, causing her swordplay to falter momentarily. Qin Shu burst into laughter. Using her wood elemental energy to bind a regular vine to the malevolent one, and then turned to He Xian, shouting, He Xian, lend me some fire. He Xian flashed a grin in response, exclaiming, fire. As the malevolent vine ignited, Qin Shu and Qi Yu swiftly retreated, observing as it instinctively burrowed into the earth. We've gathered enough. Let us go. Leave some mushrooms for our junior disciples, Qin Shu suggested after assessing their haul. As they exited the ghostwood forest, Qin Shu noticed the hesitance in Qi Yu's demeanor and inquired, Junior sister, what troubles you? Qi Yu, torn in her thoughts, could no longer contain herself and asked, Sister, why do you both shout before striking? Chapter 71. My knee feels as though it has been pierced by an arrow. Qin Shu and He Xian exchanged knowing glances before bursting into laughter. He Xian, flustered and indignant, stamped her foot and retorted, I was just trying to bolster my own courage. You cannot fathom how terrifying it is to be chased by 3 rabbits, all alone. Qi Yu raised an eyebrow, a smile breaking across her face as she recognized the merit in such a habit. Qin Shu extracted a jade slip from her storage ring and glanced at the map of the secret realm. After turning around in place and orienting herself using the sun, she declared, let us head south, where a river flows. Second senior brother mentioned that there is a fish called silver white in the river, which would be delightful roasted alongside rabbit. By the time the trio arrived at the riverbank, dusk had already descended. The bright moon cast its reflection upon the meandering river, while lush green grass adorned the banks, dancing fireflies flickering in the air, and occasionally, small fish shimmering with silver leaped from the water, tracing silvery arcs in the sky. Setting aside the small fish's offensive capabilities, the scene was enchanting enough to evoke the feeling of stepping into a fairy tale. However, in the next moment, He Xian was unexpectedly knocked down by a jet of water sprayed by a silver white fish. She gasped in shock, rubbing her knee, which throbbed painfully. As if struck by an arrow, Qin Shu hurried over to check, raising her hand to apply the gathered wood spirit energy to He Xian's knee. Gradually, the pain subsided, and He Xian's furrowed brow relaxed. Lifting her head, her large eyes sparkled with joy and excitement as she looked at Qin Shu. Sister Shu, I didn't know wood spirit energy could be used this way. I've learned something new. Her wood spiritual root attribute was slightly higher than Qin Shu's, boasting a value of over 60. Mimicking Qin Shu, she gathered wood spirit energy in her palm and applied it to the wound inflicted by bamboo. As she watched the injury heal, her happiness intensified. It truly works. Qin Shu smiled and reminded her. Perhaps you could simply channel the spirit energy directly to the injured area. It would yield the same effect. He Xian paused for a moment, then burst into laughter. I was being foolish. Now I truly understand. Qi Yu, observing the two of them laughing and chatting, felt a sudden pang of envy. Why did she suddenly perceive her own spiritual root as mediocre? If only she possessed a wood spiritual root as well. Qin Shu retrieved rabbit meat and mushrooms from her storage ring and was about to wash them by the river when He Xian called out, Qin Shu, be careful of those fish. Qin Shu turned back and winked at her. The mountain folk have their clever strategies. He Xian widened her eyes, eager to see what clever ploy she had in mind. In the next instant, a translucent, earthen-colored protective shield materialized around Qin Shu. Crouching by the riverbank, Qin Shu began to wash the rabbit meat and mushrooms. While He Xian contributed several segments of bamboo she had fiercely chopped down in the purple bamboo grove. The lingering scent of blood from the rabbit meat attracted a multitude of demonic beasts from the river. Suddenly pausing in her washing, Qin Shu swiftly raised a hand, conjuring a reinforced earthen shield. In the next moment, torrents of water erupted from the river. The shield held for a brief moment before shattering, and the protective barrier enveloping Qin Shu wavered precariously after withstanding the wave of attacks. Quickly retreating beyond the range of fire, she turned, only for He Xian to see her in a disheveled state. Her once pristine clothes were splattered with mud, prompting He Xian to stifle a laugh, mimicking Qin Shu's earlier gesture as she winked at her. The mountain folk have their clever strategies. With a face smeared with dirt, Qin Shu casually performed a cleaning spell and remarked to He Xian, it's fortunate we weren't injured. A little dirt is nothing to worry about. Observing this, Qi Yu inquired, so, will you still eat the fish? Of course. Qin Shu and He Xian responded in unison. Although the fish's attack power is rather average, it poses a challenge to catch from the shore, Qi Yu analyzed. Qin Shu picked up a bamboo pole that He Xian had offered and turned to Qi Yu, saying, perhaps we could fish? In front of both He Xian and Qi Yu, She retrieved the rabbit fur she had initially set aside and twisted the soft rabbit hair into a long line, attaching it to the bamboo pole. At the other end, she affixed a bamboo skewer on which she had speared a piece of expired rat meat. Xian and Chi Yu were nearly rendered speechless. Could it really be done this way? Would this truly catch fish? As Qin Shu directed them to prepare the rabbit meat, she sat calmly at the riverbank, shielded by a thick, earthy-colored shield. A true warrior not only dares to confront the ferocious fish in the river, but also has the skill to catch and consume them. Her entire focus was on the fishing rod. The moment it showed any sign of movement, she would react immediately. Before long, a fish was hooked. How could these first-tier fish resist the temptation of second-tier rat meat? With a gleam of joy on her face, she lifted the rod and exclaimed, "Sisters, quickly, we've caught one. Revenge for the wrongs done." Xian and Chi Yu hurried over to see if it was true. Qin Shu unhooked the fish and tossed it to them, commanding, "Prepare the fish. I'll catch a few more." By the time they had all eaten their fill, darkness had fallen. Xian was the first to sit cross-legged and begin her meditation. Among the three, her cultivation level was the lowest, and she dared not relax even for a moment. Chi Yu turned to Qin Shu and said, "You should replenish your spiritual energy. I will keep watch." Qin Shu quickly shook her head. "It's too late for me to meditate. If they notice any anomaly in my spiritual energy, my little disguise will be compromised." "No need," she replied. "My energy recovers slowly. It would be better to consume a couple of spirit-replenishing pills. You should take the opportunity to cultivate while the energy here is quite rich," Qin Shu advised. Chi Yu nodded in agreement. "All right, you can keep watch tonight, and I will take over tomorrow night." Qin Shu smiled. "No need for formality. I've made some progress in my sword practice these past 2 days. While you meditate, I shall practice my swordplay nearby. It will not hinder you." As the long night stretched on, it would be a pity to do nothing. As dawn approached, Chi Yu opened her eyes and beheld Qin Shu practicing her sword by the riverbank. She deftly avoided the water jets expelled by the silver fish, countering with a precise strike. Just as she dodged one, another jet of water surged toward her. She swiftly switched her sword to her left hand and blocked it again. Chi Yu was taken aback by this display. Her junior sister indeed possessed remarkable aptitude in her cultivation, demonstrating an impressive ability to adapt to her surroundings. She glanced back at Xian, who was still in deep meditation, and decided to rise, drawing her sword to join Qin Shu by the river. Compared to Qin Shu's fundamental sword techniques, her own methods were considerably more flamboyant. Qin Shu observed her practicing swordplay by the river, mirroring her own techniques, and chuckled. "Senior sister, isn't this method quite effective? If only I had a place to keep them, I would have caught a few fish to practice with." Her words successfully piqued Chi Yu's interest, causing her to pause, turn towards Qin Shu, and a smirk to gradually form on her lips. "I have some." Chapter 72. Igniting the fire within. When Xian awoke, she saw Qin Shu and Chi Yu standing by the river, holding a handcrafted fishing net. The net was imbued with Qin Shu's wooden spiritual energy, ensuring it wouldn't be easily severed by the silver-white waters. "Is this really feasible?" Xian asked, astonished. Sensing it was time, Qin Shu swiftly gathered the net, having indeed caught several small fish. Chi Yu produced a small bottle to contain the fish and fetched some water from the river. Qin Shu repeated the net casting process twice more until Chi Yu's bottle was filled to capacity. This bounty should suffice for sword practice, and should we feel peckish, we can always catch a few more for a feast. After tidying up their traces by the riverbank, the trio unanimously decided to head towards the central palace depicted on their map. Despite the common notion that there was little of value there, every new disciple felt compelled to see it for themselves. With 4 days remaining until the trial's closure, Qin Shu and her companions had already spent 2 days on the journey. As they drew closer to the central palace, they began encountering other disciples from their sect. "Hand over the radiant orchid," one voice demanded. "Why should I? I picked it myself." Another retorted. "I was the first to discover it. I also lured those rabbits." What's in hand is one's own. You are rather naive. Merely spotting it means nothing. Upon hearing the word rabbit, Xian's ears instinctively perked up. Rabbits? I diverted so many, yet I saw no radiant orchids. Lost in thought, she was unaware that Chi Yu and Qin Shu had already distanced themselves. Regaining her senses, she hurried to catch up. "Shouldn't we intervene?" Chi Yu remained silent, but Qin Shu glanced at her, smiling as she said, "If you approach now, they certainly won't believe you're there to mediate. They'll likely think you wish to partake in the spoils as well." Xian frowned. "I heard them mention rabbits. We've already dealt with 3, Yet we still haven't spotted any radiant orchids? Noticing her distress, Qin Shu placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder. Hexing, don't overthink it. What is meant to be will eventually come to pass. What is not meant for you, do not force. Hexing grasped her words, but then Qin Shu continued. It seems in the realm of cultivation, one requires not only good fortune but also keen eyesight. Hexing pondered, could it be that I truly missed them? No. I must return and diligently search for any techniques to enhance my vision. Once I master it, no treasure shall escape my sight. Yet just as they prepared to depart, the two disputants inexplicably united, shouting, halt. Qin Shu and her companions ignored them, and in the next moment, a spiritual talisman soared towards them. Qin Shu swiftly conjured an earthen protective barrier, shielding the three of them within. Upon witnessing a spirit talisman soaring towards her, Hexin was momentarily startled, only to be met with disappointment as it merely sputtered a flicker of flame. The meager display paled in comparison to the firecrackers they set off during the New Year celebrations back on Earth. Her second senior brother was truly formidable. His talismans could obliterate a horde of demonic beasts. This talisman was hardly worthy of a glance, even if cast as a firework during the festivities. Listening to Hexin's lamentations, Qin Shu could not help but chuckle, suspecting that the talisman was the work of a novice from the talisman sect, whose skills had yet to be honed. As she dispersed the spiritual energy in her hands, the protective shield before her faded, and she turned to glance at the two individuals opposite them, inquiring, "What is the matter? Have you two junior brothers decided to keep us here? Do you perhaps wish to share in the bounty of this rainbow divine orchid?" Her words instantly put the two on high alert. One held talisman paper while the other brandished a sword, their waist tokens indicating they were disciples from the sword sect. Harming fellow disciples will lead to the forfeiture of one's cultivation and expulsion from the sect. One of them shouted, "If you have no intention of harming us, then why call out? Do you require our assistance in settling a dispute?" Qin Shu asked curiously. The two exchanged glances, initially fearful that these three might summon more reinforcements. Qiyu, however, lacked such patience. With her fiery temperament, she unsheathed her sword and confronted them, demanding, "Are we to fight?" Qixiao's sword. One of the sword sect disciples recognized. "Qiyu, we should leave." Among the newly initiated disciples of Shantian's sect, who had not heard of Qiyu's name, it was said that she had joined the dance sect, where the esteemed Lingshu real person gifted her the essence of marrow cleansing, and now her spiritual root had reached a remarkable value of 100. Who could possibly contend with her? Moreover, she hailed from a demon lineage. Even if they fought for an eternity, they would struggle to breach her defenses. Don't let her escape. That rainbow divine orchid is mine. The talisman sect disciple, realizing Qiyu was fleeing, hastily pursued her. Qiyu, witnessing their retreat, felt a twinge of disappointment. Qin Shu chimed in. That sword cultivator is truly cowardly. A sword cultivator who shies away from battle is not a true sword cultivator. Qiyu nodded in agreement, firmly believing that a sword cultivator must embrace combat. Without the courage to forge ahead, how could one master the art of the sword? Just as she sheathed her sword, the two who had fled returned, this time accompanied by a colossal creature. "Help! Help!" Turning around, Qin Shu beheld a massive beast resembling a bull, thundering after them, raising a cloud of dust as if 1,000 horses were galloping. The two diminutive figures before it seemed as if one of its hooves could crush them in an instant. Panic surged in Qin Shu's heart, prompting her to flee. Noticing Hexin frozen in place, she quickly urged, "What are you dawdling for? Run. That's a third-tier demonic beast, the Qingman Yo. We collectively stand no chance against it." A third-tier demonic beast was nearly equivalent to a human's foundational cultivation. The four of them together wouldn't even withstand a single stomp from it. As she sprinted, she retrieved a Bodhi leaf, tossing one to Hexin before leaping onto it herself. Qiyu had it even easier. She transformed into her true form and soared into the sky. Qin Shu sat upon the Bodhi leaf, aiding her two junior fellow disciples in drawing the attention of their formidable adversary. She employed every technique at her disposal: fireball, binding technique, earth split, but to no avail. She could not inflict a single injury upon the rough-skinned, thick-fleshed Qingman bull. The only achievement was to buy them a fleeting moment of survival. Observing this, Hexin mirrored her actions, hurling fireballs at the beast. Yet, their feeble assaults were akin to mere tickles against the bull's resilient hide. However, even a creature as formidable as this could grow agitated by incessant annoyance. The Qingman bull bellowed, uprooting the grass and soil beneath its hooves. and turned its massive head towards Qin Shu and her companions. "Fear not, it cannot fly," Hexan remarked just as a sudden bolt of lightning struck down upon them. Fortunately, Qin Shu dodged just in time, but they could only watch helplessly as the lightning danced around the bull's horns. In a moment of desperation, Qiyu unleashed a torrent of flames at the creature, while the two junior disciples fled without a hint of solidarity. Qin Shu, overwhelmed by frustration, hastily retrieved her small turtle and swallowed a spirit-replenishing pill, calling to Qiyu, "Junior sister, we cannot defeat it. We must flee. You go ahead. I will hold it back." Qiyu's voice echoed back to her. Qin Shu glanced at her agile movements and invoked the earth split and binding techniques once more. "Run together," she shouted, swiftly carrying Hexian away. In that instant, Hexian released her binding technique as well. Chapter 73. The Frog Statue, Revised. Qin Shu glided swiftly upon her small turtle, seizing the opportunity for escape, while Qiyu also made her exit. The enraged bull snorted, steam billowing from its nostrils, its front hooves clawing at the ground, and the lightning upon its horns crackled with increasing ferocity. Qin Shu dared not look back, instead asking Hexian, "Did you see if junior sister got away?" "She did, right above us," Hexian replied, just as Qin Shu sighed in relief. Hexian's voice rang out again, "Run. The bull is using its skill again." Qin Shu activated her protective technique to its fullest extent, and at Hexian's alarmed cry, she instinctively conjured a delicate, gossamer shield of spiritual energy, preparing for a final desperate struggle. Miraculously, the small turtle beneath her accelerated to its utmost speed, evading the impending bolt of lightning. A nearby maple tree was charred black from the strike, leaving both Qin Shu and Hexian shaken. Suddenly, Qiyu transformed into her human form, standing atop a nearby tree branch, a spiritual talisman materializing in her hand. With a surge of energy, she cast it towards the bull, exclaiming, "Seal." Qin Shu observed her movements and quickly turned her gaze back to the Qingman bull. She witnessed the talisman morph into a golden prison, ensnaring the beast. The bull bellowed in protest, its horns crashing against the golden bars with a deafening clang. Yet it remained trapped. In that moment, Qin Shu comprehended why Qiyu had urged them to flee first. As the scion of the Fire Spirit Bird clan, she undoubtedly possessed greater resources and strategies at her disposal. Akabane visibly exhaled in relief, turning to Qin Shu and the others, and said, "We must hasten our departure. This spirit talisman will not endure for long. Let us proceed to the central palace, where the formation operates, preventing these surrounding beasts from entering." Qin Shu assented, her small turtle for escape replaced with a Bodhi leaf. She also deftly collected the maple tree struck by the lightning of the Qingman bull, considering it a piece of thunderstruck wood that might prove useful in the future. Hexian, observing Qin Shu's actions, turned to inquire of Akabane, "Junior sister, did you not mention that this small secret realm had been cleared by the sect? How then do we still encounter third-tier beasts?" Akabane landed at the edge of the leaves and replied, "They must have broken through. We must report this matter to the sect upon our return." Given the presence of third-tier beasts, it was indeed unsafe for their group of junior disciples to venture here for trials. Along the way, they spotted the Sword Sect disciple who had just fled, while the Talisman Sect disciples had vanished, possibly having utilized the teleportation talismans provided by their sect. At that moment, the disciple from the Sword Peak was confronting a silver glimmering by Pabi. Hexian, witnessing this, indignantly remarked, "Humph, we extend our goodwill to assist them, and he abandons us to flee alone." Qin Shu chuckled and replied, "Those who engage in such pursuits must eventually face the consequences. See, trouble has indeed found him." This time, they did not intervene further, as the other party possessed a teleportation talisman from their sect, allowing for an escape should they be unable to prevail. Such individuals were not deserving of their repeated assistance. After flying for about an hour, they finally emerged from the dense forest. Before them stood an ancient and dilapidated palace, constructed of large blocks of white stone, now half collapsed, leaving only the southwestern corner intact. "This palace is quite different from those we have encountered before," Hexian exclaimed with excitement. Qin Shu, however, found it quite acceptable. She had seen numerous buildings of this style in her later life, resembling Western architecture. It appeared that this small secret realm did not belong to the Eastern continent. She speculated silently within her mind. As the green leaves approached the palace, they uncontrollably plummeted to the ground. Qin Shu quickly realized that flying was also prohibited here. She hastily stabilized her form with spiritual energy, slowing her descent. Many disciples had already arrived at the palace, for it was the only structure in this entire secret realm, who knew what undiscovered treasures might await them. Upon noticing the newcomers, the existing disciples merely peered over without any significant emotional response, as this palace truly offered little of value. The trio of Qin Shu collected their flying artifacts and approached the palace on foot, with Qin Shu observing her surroundings. Even a single fallen stone towered over the three of them. Qin Shu, hearing her name called, she looked up to see a familiar figure standing on the steps, waving at them. It was Chun Rong, her neighbor from the outer sect, who had arrived here merely 2 hours before them. After a long-awaited encounter with a familiar face, she excitedly rushed towards her friends. "You all came too, what a coincidence." Qin Shu greeted her in return, only to hear Chun Rong say, "If it weren't for your influence, I wouldn't have reached the second level of Qi training by now, nor would I have made it to this little secret realm." Qin Shu's smile faltered momentarily before she regained her composure. "Your achievements are solely due to your own diligence. I shall not take credit for them." She practiced her meditation at night solely because the spiritual energy was more potent during that time. Perhaps feeling grateful for Qin Shu's encouragement, Chun Rong whispered to them, "I've been here for 2 hours already, and I've explored this palace thoroughly, even checking the ruins over there. There's nothing of value." Qin Shu expressed her gratitude, thanking her senior sister for the information. Chun Rong chuckled, "You just arrived. It's natural to explore, so I'll take my leave now." As they watched Chun Rong depart from the central palace, Qin Shu turned to Qiyu and Hashin, inquiring, "Do you wish to explore as well?" Without hesitation, Hashin replied, "How can one be content without seeing it for oneself?" Qin Shu glanced at Qiyu, who nodded in agreement. She smiled, acknowledging that opportunities such as these can only be encountered when fate permits. "Let us go and explore. We shall reconvene here later." The three chose different directions, and as Qin Shu activated her Dui technique, it seemed as though an unseen force was guiding her toward a section of crumbled walls. This place appeared to have once been a garden, with a white pavilion now in ruins, its roof torn away and several columns broken, as if severed by a blade. Standing there, she noticed the murals on the columns had long since eroded under the relentless sun and wind, and the crystals embedded in them had been pried loose by someone. What remained was nothing but desolation, so why was she drawn to this place? Crossing over a broken column, she pushed aside a mass of foliage and discovered a long dry fountain. Approaching it, she found nothing of use. Just as she was about to leave, something tripped her. Looking down, she saw a fallen frog statue, likely once a decoration for the fountain. She pondered for a moment. It would make a fine addition to the pond behind her cave dwelling. Chapter 74. That enormous spirit stone bending down. Qin Shu picked up the frog, examining it from every angle, yet it appeared to be an unremarkable stone. She casually tossed it into her storage ring, unaware that the statue rolled and mingled with the spirit stones she had stored there. Qin Shu had thoroughly searched this garden, and nearly everything of value had been taken by the senior brothers and sisters before her. Sighing, she was about to leave when the unusual sensation from her Dui technique halted her once more. What could it possibly mean? Frustration washed over her. She wished her technique could articulate its significance, instead of merely hinting at something important. She gracefully settled into a lotus position at the center of the broken pavilion, focusing her mind and spirit, pondering the elusive sensation fluttering in her heart. After a quarter of an hour, Qin Shu suddenly opened her eyes, her gaze fixated upon the few shattered pillars before her. They bore no distinction from ordinary stones. After a moment's contemplation, she raised her hand and channeled a surge of spiritual energy toward one of the pillars. This time, one of the pillars finally responded. As if it had been momentarily frozen, it first flickered with 2 beams of white light, and then the illumination stabilized. A beam of light was cast before her, revealing 2 silhouettes within the scene, one male and one female, both possessing golden hair and azure eyes. The backdrop was the same pavilion, yet in the image, it appeared intact and undamaged. Qin Shu quickly grasped the situation. This pillar was, in fact, a memory stone. Alone in her meditative posture, concealed by the lush foliage surrounding her, she unwittingly found herself viewing an intimate romantic film. In the projected imagery, the protagonists shared tender embraces and affectionate gestures, their love palpable, until suddenly, a throng of armored warriors surged forth, encircling the 2 lovers and thwarting their blissful moment. The beautiful young woman, with a look of terror, extended her arms to shield her companion. A middle-aged woman, seemingly issuing commands, instigated a fierce argument, during which the lovely maiden abruptly began reciting incantations, or perhaps spells, as a colossal fire dragon gradually manifested behind her. Even though the memory stone's potency had diminished, it was still sufficient to leave Qin Shu in awe. The sky was ablaze with fiery brilliance. The dragon let out a resounding roar, and torrents of flames cascaded from the heavens. Qin Shu, unable to remain still, widened her eyes, studying the young woman's lips, eager to decipher her method of conjuring such a spectacle. However, in the next instant, the fire dragon lunged toward her. Instinctively, she rolled away, only to discover that the dragon merely passed through her, charging toward the group behind her. The woman raised her hand, summoning a water shield that enveloped everyone, and only when the fire dragon had vanished did she lower the shield, commanding her followers to apprehend the man. Unexpectedly, the man seized the beautiful young woman, pressing a dagger against her throat. The expression in the young woman's eyes was heart-wrenching, a sight that could move even the most stoic observer to tears. The memory stone abruptly ceased at this juncture, leaving Qin Shu to click her tongue in disbelief. This romantic film was not only melodramatic, but also rather kitsch. Nonetheless, the fire dragon had piqued her interest, should she master such a dazzling technique. Her name would surely grace the annals of the Eastern continent's most illustrious figures. After pondering briefly, she raised her hand and struck the pillar again. It would be prudent to take it back for further study. After all, it was merely an incantation. With a few more viewings of the film, she was confident she would eventually comprehend it. As she secured the pillar, the inexplicable pull she had felt dissipated. A smile crept across her face. It seemed this method of overcoming tribulations was rather whimsical, ensnared by the allure of a romantic film. This journey was not in vain, for I have acquired a substantial piece of shadow stone and a frog statue, both of which can be utilized to enhance the scenery. Her gaze lingered for a moment longer, as she tentatively performed the do-e technique twice more, ensuring that nothing remained before she turned to head toward the rendezvous point agreed upon with He Xian and the others. Upon her arrival, He Xian and her companions were already awaiting her. "What fortune did you encounter?" Qin Shu inquired first. He Xian shook her head, indicating she had found nothing. "And you?" Qin Shu shrugged, picking up 2 stones with the intention of crafting a landscape back at the pond. The two then turned their attention to Qi Yu, who similarly shook her head. "It seems there is little left here. Perhaps we should venture out again. We might still uncover a few herbs." "Indeed. There are 3 days remaining. The more we gather, the fewer tasks we shall have to complete upon our return," He Xian remarked. The 3 of them quickly reached an agreement and departed from the central palace. 3 days later, a resounding rumble echoed through the sky, reminiscent of thunder. Qin Shu paused her sword practice and looked up, witnessing the once solid sky beginning to dissolve, with clouds and moonlight twisting into a Van Gogh painting. Realizing their imminent departure, she hurriedly roused her 2 junior sisters from their meditation. "Little junior sister, He Xian, wake up. We are about to leave." Qi Yu and He Xian opened their eyes in succession, only to see Qin Shu beginning to fade. Instinctively, He Xian retrieved her snuff bottle, inhaling deeply, and in an instant, the 3 of them were propelled away from that place. When He Xian opened her eyes again, she still clutched the snuff bottle in her hand. Regaining her senses, she took another 2 vigorous inhales. Qin Shu, feeling quite disoriented, resembled someone who had consumed half a pound of liquor, her feet slightly floating beneath her. He Xian promptly offered her the snuff bottle, exclaiming, "Oh, this is quite potent." The familiar sound of chattering voices returned, and Cheng Yan, resigned to his fate, emerged from his meditative state. His gaze swept across the disciples. Nearly all had returned, with fewer than 5 lost, which fell within the acceptable range for reporting back. He summoned the spiritual vessel and transported the disciples back. As Qin Shu arrived at the sect, she made a beeline for her peak, lifting the restrictions and adopting an air of do not disturb. Messages from when she had fallen into silence, and with a sigh, she pondered when this little one would remember to repay him for the 60 years' worth of elixir tasks owed. Entering her cave dwelling, she casually cast a cleansing spell, and her first order of business was to retrieve the small figure from the spatial jade pendant. The little one was currently in a deep slumber. Qin Shu channeled her spiritual energy through her meridians once more, discovering there were no significant issues, which set her mind at ease. Startled by her presence, the little one awakened, blinking her big, dark eyes at Qin Shu before recognizing her. "Sister Shu, you finally released me. I've slept through 2 dreams," she exclaimed joyfully. wrapping her arms around Qin Shu's wrist, her tail wagging excitedly. "We have emerged from the secret realm," Qin Shu replied with a nod. Little Xiao heard of the secret realm and was so excited that she wanted to rush outside. However, the warning voice of Qin Shu echoed behind her. "I will be in seclusion for the next 2 days. You may play in the courtyard, but do not wander off. If you are captured, I will not come to your rescue." Little Xiao obediently nodded and refrained from running about. Observing her docile demeanor, Qin Shu finally opened the stone door and let her out. Once the stone door was closed again, Qin Shu retrieved her storage ring to tally her gains from the secret realm, but to her astonishment, she froze. Where were her spirit stones? That large, translucent high-grade spirit stone was nowhere to be found. Chapter 75. Seemingly lacking alchemical talent at first, Qin Shu refused to believe it. Emptying the contents of her storage ring and meticulously searching through everything, yet still found nothing. She reflected carefully, wondering if she had accidentally misplaced it while retrieving something else. But that seemed unlikely. The storage ring always operated at her will, only retrieving what was necessary. So how could it have gone missing? Perplexed, she furrowed her brow until her gaze fell upon the frog statue she had carelessly tossed aside, and she suddenly paused. "Ah, what is this?" She picked up the statue and examined it closely, muttering to herself, "This frog? Why does it seem a bit greener?" It had certainly not appeared this way when she first picked it up. These two matters quickly became linked in her mind, and she scanned the frog statue with her spiritual energy once more, yet discerned nothing unusual. Frustrated, she angrily shook the frog upside down, but still yielded no results. "What are you? Spit out my spirit stone." The frog, however, remained utterly still as if it were a lifeless object. Qin Shu tossed the frog aside, crossing her arms and sulking in silence. After a moment of contemplation, she suddenly had an idea and threw a low-grade spirit stone into the frog's mouth. Gritting her teeth as she said, "You better do something useful with this spirit stone, or I shall toss you into the alchemy furnace." Whether it was her threat that had an effect or not, a flash of white light flickered across the frog's body. When Qin Shu looked again, she was astonished to find it had expelled a seed. Indeed, a seed, green in color. Qin Shu crouched down to pick up the green seed, scrutinizing it yet unable to identify its species. After pondering for a while, she thought, since she didn't recognize it, she might as well plant it and see what it would grow into. Without hesitation, she took out 4 additional low-grade spirit stones and fed them to the frog, which promptly produced 4 more seeds for her. Based on her limited knowledge and keen observation, she noted that these seeds appeared different from one another, indicating that the frog randomly produced seeds. She designated a small plot in the corner of the courtyard as a test field, hoping that whatever grew from it would be worth at least 1 low-grade spirit stone. Otherwise, she would surely resort to refining the frog. Before planting the seeds, Qin Shu utilized Wood's spiritual energy to nurture them for half a day to enhance their survival rate. After completing all that, she once again found herself alone in her room. Closing the stone door behind her to delve into the study of the projection pillar she had retrieved from the secret realm. Living a solitary life while watching a short film can be quite lonely, yet when it is for the sake of learning, it becomes exhilarating. Qin Shu repeatedly mimicked the mouth movements of the beautiful blonde girl on the screen. The projection stone lacked pause and rewind functions, compelling her to start from the beginning time and again. By the end, whenever she closed her eyes, the film replayed in her mind, and she unconsciously imitated the lip movements. It was uncertain how many days passed outside, but eventually, she managed to replicate the obscure and profound phonetics. A vague, fiery silhouette emerged behind her. She succeeded. Qin Shu opened her eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flashing within them, and she let out a triumphant howl towards the heavens. Feeling an exhilarating rush in her heart, she truly was a genius. Haha, casually performing a cleansing spell. She tidied her hair and planned to visit the task hall to exchange her points for a bottle of fasting elixir, while also converting the spiritual plants she had acquired in the secret realm into points. Just as she stepped out, Xiao Xiao descended from the sky, landing atop her head. "Shu Shu, you are finally out." Qin Shu brushed aside the long tail that dangled across her face and asked, "Did you cause any trouble while I was in seclusion?" "None. Xiao Xiao helped you water the plants. The seeds have grown tall." Xiao Xiao exclaimed excitedly, bouncing on Qin Shu's head, chest puffed out in pride. Unfortunately, Qin Shu could not see this display. "Oh, seeds? Let me take a look." She approached the enclosed experimental field and spotted 5 small seedlings, barely 2 inches tall, yet undeniably alive. Pondering for a moment, She inquired. How long was I in seclusion? Xiao Xiao considered for a moment before replying. It has been 67 nights. Qin Shu was taken aback. 2.5 months? Had it truly been that long? While reflecting on this, she retrieved a communication jade slip and hastily browsed the information plaza to check if she had missed any significant news. However, as soon as she took it out, she was bombarded with countless messages. This time, in addition to her close friends and Xin, there was also her second senior brother, Wen Chi say, little Taoist. Have you forgotten something? Disappearing again? The task hall is starting to urge for the elixirs. Where are the promised elixirs? Qin Shu fell silent. It turned out her creditors were chasing after her debts, and her sex tasks were now overdue by 2 additional months. She sighed, contemplating exchanging her points before attempting alchemy. Speaking of which, she had yet to refine a single batch of elixirs as a pill cultivator. Upon exiting the task hall, she headed straight for the alchemy room. Before entering, she reviewed the alchemy guidelines twice at the door, then confidently took 10 portions of medicinal materials and strode in. After all, she had reached the 4th layer of qi refinement. Surely, she wouldn't fail to produce a single batch from 10 portions of materials. However, reality was often harsh. Though her theoretical knowledge was commendable, something went awry, and at the moment the elixir was supposed to form, it exploded. The saying goes that misfortune comes in threes. After 3 failed attempts at alchemy, Qin Shu finally abandoned her self-reliance and sent a message to Wen Chi's senior brother. Do you think there is a possibility that I lack the talent for alchemy? Wen Chi replied promptly, what do you mean by that? Are you trying to shirk responsibility? I attempted to refine pills today, and all 3 batches exploded, causing my hairpin to snap. Wen Chi exclaimed, what? The furnace exploded. You truly are something. If the alchemical furnace explodes, you will have to compensate with spirit stones. Qin Shu, with her small, dark hands brushing her nose, smiled sheepishly. Well, that's why I'm reaching out to you, senior brother. I urgently need your assistance. If this continues, I might have to sell myself to pay off my debts. Wen Chi, momentarily at a loss for words, simply replied, wait for me. Seated cross-legged in the alchemy room, Qin Shu focused her gaze inward, contemplating her actions and steps, gradually descending into self-doubt. This shouldn't be happening. She was following the instructions in the book precisely. How could the furnace explode? At worst, it should have merely resulted in failed pills, yet the furnace itself had detonated. What could possibly be the issue? Wen Chi, concerned that she might accrue significant debts to Ling Xiao Peak, hurried over. Upon entering, he was met with a scene of utter disarray and the sight of a small, dark figure that was almost too pitiful to behold. Junior sister, your commotion seems a bit excessive, Wen Chi remarked, rubbing his forehead. Qin Shu's shoulders slumped in defeat. Her face clouded with frustration. I don't know. I followed everything I learned before. I just don't understand what went wrong. With a sigh, Wen Chi turned to the young assistant in the alchemy room and instructed, please arrange a different alchemy room for my junior sister. I suspect the feng shui here is unfavorable. Upon hearing this, Qin Shu looked up at him, realization dawning on her. How did I not think of that? Wen Chi shot her a disapproving glance, but replied, if we change the alchemy room and you try again, I shall observe what transpires. Looking at him, Qin Shu felt a surge of gratitude. Can you believe it? After over a year in the sect, she was finally receiving proper guidance. Previously, it was said that a master leads one to the door, but the cultivation is up to the individual. And what had her experience been? She had apprenticed for a year, with her master in seclusion for half that time, scarcely having seen him. Thank you for your guidance, senior brother. Qin Shu expressed her heartfelt gratitude. The new alchemy room faced south, with a furnace placed centrally, seemingly crafted by an apprentice of the Tool sect. Qin Shu began by casting a cleansing spell for herself, and then bowed to the 4 directions. Upon raising her head, she was taken aback to see a pair of long, well-defined hands before her, holding a stick of incense. Momentarily stunned, she followed the hands upward to meet a face of such striking beauty that it could incite envy among the gods. However, the expression on that face was somewhat mischievous. As he remarked, such misfortune cannot be dispelled merely by bowing. Sincerity is key. Light the incense. Realizing he had discerned her thoughts, Qin Shu pursed her lips into a straight line, her expression stoic as she accepted the incense. With a snap of her fingers, she ignited it and performed a proper bow. When she raised her head once more, her gaze met a contemplative look. Junior sister, to whom do you pay your respects? Qin Shu replied with an air of nonchalance, the way of heaven. When she appeared momentarily taken aback, then remarked with a layer of meaning, junior sister, You truly possess remarkable courage. Qin Shu, puzzled by his words, clapped her hands, causing the incense within to burn away completely. Senior brother, I am ready now. May I begin alchemy? When she, seated at the farthest diagonal from her, nodded slightly, let us commence. Even with her eyes closed, Qin Shu could perform the preceding actions effortlessly, including the removal of impurities from the spiritual herbs. It was not until she heightened the fire spirit energy to amalgamate several liquids that an explosion occurred. Boom. Qin Shu maintained an impassive expression, unfazed. This was the fourth explosion she had experienced that day. She glanced at Wen Qi, who had enveloped himself in a protective shield, while the room, thick with alchemical dust, remained pristine beneath his feet. Letting out a long breath of exasperation, Qin Shu inquired, Senior brother, can you discern the problem? If she could identify the issue, perhaps her efforts with the cauldron would not have been in vain. However, Wen Qi, with a fist at his lips, cleared his throat and slowly replied, I did not see clearly. Perhaps you should try again? Qin Shu nearly lost her breath. At this rate, she might well write a comprehensive guide titled 100 Explosions, an experience summary, continued. Senior brother, are you truly reliable? Perhaps I should summon the elder brother instead. Despite her trepidation regarding the elder brother, she acknowledged that familial closeness influenced her perceptions. Thus far, she felt unable to equate him with the individual from her past life. However, upon hearing her words, Wen Qi's demeanor shifted, and he sternly commanded, once more. This time, should the cauldron explode, it is on me. Qin Shu's lips curled into a smile at this. She was not materialistic by nature, but when it came to such matters, she found herself easily swayed. She requested a new cauldron from a young attendant in the alchemy room, which Wen Qi had already prepared with decisive gestures. Sitting cross-legged, Qin Shu noticed that Wen Qi had moved closer this time, squatting beside her. Junior sister, do we still need to pay homage to the way of heaven? Qin Shu shook her head but refrained from speaking too freely, instead responding, perhaps the way of heaven is preoccupied with greater matters and cannot attend to our trivial pursuits. Let us explore it ourselves. A smile graced Wen Qi's features as he gently tapped her head with his fan. Enough with the banter. Let us begin. I shall ensure you know that no man in this world is more dependable than your second senior brother. Not even the elder brother. As Qin Shu rubbed her head, she asked wistfully, what about our master? Wen Qi's smile vanished instantly, and he shot her a glare. Focus on alchemy. With a pout, Qin Shu sat up straight, her demeanor turning pitiful as she reached for her storage ring to retrieve another batch of herbs. Carefully repeating her previous actions, she remained vigilant. However, at the moment when the various elixirs were to be fused, the cauldron erupted once again. Drawing from her newfound experience, Qin Shu had already donned a protective shield of earthy hue around herself. However, this time, as she crouched beside her, Wen Qi unleashed a surge of spiritual energy, causing the alchemical furnace, on the brink of explosion, to wobble in the air. Suddenly, with a soft pop, it resembled a silent firecracker. When it landed again, it had returned to normal. Qin Shu hastily cast a spell to lift the lid, and a waft of charred aroma assailed her senses. She fanned her nose and, after forming another incantation with her fingers, turned to Wen Qi and inquired, Senior brother, do you discern what has transpired? Wen Qi gazed deeply at her, his expression enigmatic, leaving Qin Shu somewhat perplexed. Yet, she was certain that if he were to ask her to refine the concoction again, she would promptly seek out their master to lodge a complaint. To her relief, Wen Qi did not disappoint her. He nodded slightly and replied, I have discerned it. Qin Shu's eyes sparkled with anticipation. What is it? I implore you to elaborate, senior brother. However, Wen Qi offered no explanation. Instead, he retrieved another alchemical furnace from one of the storage rings adorning his fingers and placed it before Qin Shu, instructing her to use this one. Observing the luster and intricate patterns on the new furnace, Qin Shu hesitated to take action. Noticing her reluctance, Wen Qi urged, what are you dawdling for? Begin the alchemy. Qin Shu stammered, Senior brother, what if I inadvertently cause this furnace to explode? I am utterly impoverished and cannot afford the damages. Wen Qi chuckled softly, unfurling the jade fan in his hand with a leisurely motion, and replied, if you manage to blow up this furnace, you might as well abandon alchemy and pursue talisman crafting. Your potential for destruction would surely be remarkable. Though Qin Shu recognized his jest, his words instilled a modicum of confidence within her. She closed her eyes, calming her mind, and directed a spell at the furnace lid, allowing a continuous stream of vitality to emanate from within. At that moment, Even a fool would discern that this furnace was extraordinary. Chapter 77. Perfect alchemy. Could a mere change of furnace truly lead to success? Qin Shu remained skeptical, yet her hands did not falter. Thanks to her previous 5 explosive failures, her proficiency in refining the medicinal herbs had markedly improved. Once she transformed all the herbs into liquid form. At the moment of fusion, an intuitive thought surfaced in her mind. This time, it should succeed. Her spiritual energy gradually permeated the entire interior of the alchemical furnace. Carefully enveloping the purified liquid, the energy coiled like a great hand, slowly tightening. Qin Shu's focus sharpened as she attuned herself to the state of the spiritual stocks within the furnace. At last, under the impetus of her spells, the once disparate spiritual stocks began to show signs of merging. Joy surged within Qin Shu, prompting her to exercise even greater caution in her actions. After approximately the span of an incense stick, her gestures shifted abruptly, and she felt a burgeoning excitement within herself. At long last, she was about to employ the mark of successful alchemy. At this juncture, the likelihood of success had soared to 99%, even in the event of failure. The residual elixir would still possess some efficacy. When she, who had been attentively observing her, now relaxed, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Indeed, how could his junior sister from the warm pool lack the talent for alchemy? It is not that she is devoid of talent. Rather, her abilities are exceedingly exceptional. Qin Shu's movements quickened, and it was only after the final hand sign was performed that the temperature of the alchemical furnace gradually began to decline. As Qin Shu opened her eyes and glanced at the warm pool, her voice brimmed with excitement as she exclaimed, "Brother, have I succeeded?" The warm pool nodded slightly, affirming her success. Yes, it's time to open the furnace. However, Qin Shu remained seated cross-legged, not moving for quite some time. The warm pool cast a curious glance at her, noticing a bead of perspiration trickling down her forehead. "What's wrong?" Qin Shu rubbed her hands together nervously. "Brother, I'm a bit anxious. Could you take a look for me?" The warm pool, with a flick of his fan, sent the lid of the alchemical furnace flying open. Teasing her, "Look at you, so anxious." As soon as he spoke, the fragrant aroma of the elixirs wafted forth from the furnace. The warm pool was taken aback and quickly rose to his feet, raising his hand to summon the elixirs from the furnace. A total of 9, each adorned with dark golden patterns, all of superior quality. He turned to Qin Shu, who gazed up at him with a mixture of anticipation and trepidation. "Brother, did I do well?" The warm pool found it difficult to articulate his thoughts. He had once been considered a prodigy himself, yet his first batch had yielded only 6 mid-grade elixirs. Seeing the warm pool's hesitance, Qin Shu's anxiety deepened. This shouldn't be the case. She could already smell the fragrance of the elixirs. Pondering in confusion, she pushed herself up from the ground, approached the furnace, and with a gesture, summoned one of the elixirs from the sky. "Wow!" she gasped in astonishment, turning back to the warm pool with her eyes sparkling, her expression brimming with joy as she said, "Brother, 9 superior quality elixirs." At that moment, the warm pool had managed to compose himself, revealing a calm demeanor as he opened his folding fan and waved it gently. "Not bad. I'm quite impressive." Qin Shu exclaimed joyfully as she retrieved a porcelain vial she had prepared in advance, promptly storing the 9 superior quality elixirs within. Hearing herself praise, the warm pool chuckled heartily. "Very well. In that case, I shall rent this alchemical furnace to you." However, Qin Shu's smile faded instantly, and gripping her small vial, she turned back to him in disbelief. "Rent? Brother, why are we being so formal?" The warm pool lowered his gaze at the petite vial, considering that his substantial debts rendered him unable to be too assertive. "Oh, who was it that once said no gain without effort?" Qin Shu sighed. "I guess digging one's own pit is a unique talent." Having uttered those words herself, she lowered her head and asked the warm pool, "What is the rent?" The warm pool waved his fan, lifting his chin slightly, a charming smile gracing his lips. "Not much. Simply give me 1 elixir as rent for each batch you successfully refine. If you fail, then at 1 tea count." 1. Qin Shu's voice rose in pitch. "Brother, even loan sharks are not this demanding." Yet the warm pool replied, "Sister, consider this. With other furnaces, your attempts often end in disaster. Only my furnace can withstand your endeavors. Tell me, if you succeed in refining elixirs, do you not owe part of that success to this furnace?" Upon hearing his words, Qin Shu suddenly found some truth in them. When Qi's gaze fell upon her face, observing the changes in her expression, he then smiled and said, "Junior sister, let us not rush to a conclusion. Take your time to ponder over it. As soon as he finished speaking, he casually summoned the alchemical furnace and turned to leave. Seeing him about to depart, Shu hurriedly called out, "Wait, wait, senior brother, surely I can rent it." She felt undeniably like the most unfortunate alchemist in the world, as every time a batch of elixirs was completed, one of them belonged to her second senior brother. Upon hearing her voice, she appeared unfazed. He smiled and placed the furnace back in the center of the alchemical chamber, saying, "Since junior sister is sincerely interested in renting, I shall leave this furnace with you for now." Observing Shu's despondent demeanor, he then turned, waving his fan with a laugh as he vanished from sight. Once he departed, Shu was left alone in the alchemical chamber, contemplating the furnace before her with a thoughtful expression. It was said that a perfect alchemical process could yield 10 elixirs, yet her current batch only produced 9. If she could refine 10 in one go, the extra one could serve as rent for her second senior brother. With this thought, she felt less regretful. She touched the jade pendant hanging around her neck and retrieved her book, Experiences of 100 Explosions in Alchemy. She needed to study further to identify which steps required improvement. One day, she would create the most flawless elixir. According to her findings in the book, Shu summarized the 3 essential elements of alchemy. First, one must ensure the removal of impurities from the spiritual plants, retaining only the purest medicinal essence. Any residual impurities would adversely affect the final product. Second, the order in which the medicinal properties are combined during the condensation process also holds significance. Third, and most crucially, the hand seals used to form the elixir must be executed swiftly. Any delay would negatively impact the outcome. After summarizing these principles, Shu sat cross-legged and practiced the hand seals for half a day, when her fingers moved with such swiftness that they left only a trace of shadows. She finally opened her eyes and resumed her alchemical process. Meanwhile, after leaving the alchemical chamber, she proceeded directly to his master's abode. His master had been in seclusion for some time, and it was uncertain when he would emerge. After being met with a closed door, She left a communication talisman for his master before returning to his own dwelling. On the 30th day of Shu's seclusion for alchemy, the illustrious Ling Suzhenren finally emerged from his retreat. During this period, he had comprehended an ancient formula for elixirs. In ancient times, the cultivation world was rich in spiritual energy, allowing for rapid advancement in practice. It was a flourishing era of diverse methods and techniques. Many great masters developed various cultivation techniques during this period, leading to an explosive emergence of practices. The formula he had deciphered was one that had been passed down from that era, wherein practitioners sought to enhance their cultivation speed by concealing their less favorable spiritual roots and focusing solely on those with higher attributes. This approach minimized distractions during their training and was indeed a viable method of cultivation. This concept they devised was known as the concealed spirit elixir. Ling Suzhenren let out a soft exclamation, marveling at the extraordinary thoughts of the ancients. Rising from his seat, he stretched lazily, only then recalling that he had taken 2 young disciples before his seclusion. He wondered how these 2 young girls had grown in his absence. At that moment, he suddenly sensed a transmission talisman at the entrance. He raised his hand to deactivate the barrier outside his cave, and with a beckoning gesture, the talisman flew in, igniting spontaneously. Soon after, the voice of Wenqi emerged from within. "Master, my junior sister has begun refining pills, but encountered a slight issue. Once you exit seclusion, I will elaborate further." Upon hearing that Shu had faced a minor setback, Ling Su grew anxious. He quickly performed a hand gesture to summon Wenqi. Receiving the message from his master, Wenqi hastily abandoned his cultivation and swiftly flew to the peak where Ling Su was located. "Master." Wenqi had yet to pay his respects when Ling Suzhenren immediately inquired, "What issue has junior sister encountered? I entrusted her to your care, and this is how you oversee her." Wenqi quickly bowed and defended himself. "Master, this issue is not necessarily negative. Perhaps we underestimated junior sister's talent." Ling Suzhenren calmed himself and asked, "Oh, how so?" "Junior sister began pill refinement a month ago and has had 5 explosions." Hearing this, Ling Su's expression grew solemn. Generally, when disciples first attempt pill refinement, failures are common, yet explosions are rather improbable. Could it be that the pill furnaces provided by the equipment sect were defective? Ling Su inquired. Wenqi shook his head. "Not exactly. It seems that junior sister's fire spirit energy is somewhat unique. From my observations, although her fire spirit attribute is not high, its temperature is exceedingly elevated, causing ordinary pill furnaces to fail to endure. The high temperature of fire spirit energy is indeed advantageous for alchemists, as some spiritual herbs have high melting points. If their fire spirit energy is insufficient, they must rely on external forces. While it is beneficial to borrow such forces, the inability to do so can indeed be limiting. Typically, the temperature of fire spirit energy is proportional to the root value. The higher the root value, the higher the temperature. However, when Shi, with a root value of 91, never experienced explosions when he first started refining pills, so why did Qin Shu, with a root value of 73, encounter such a fate? The master and disciple pondered this conundrum, yet Ling Su had a faint suspicion that it might relate to Qin Shu's constitution. He felt a sense of relief and cheerfully remarked, "Isn't this also a good thing? It indicates that my young disciple is a natural-born alchemist." Wen Qi nodded in agreement and added, "Master, I lent the swallowing heaven furnace to junior sister. Can you guess how many pills she produced in her first attempt? What was their quality?" Ling Su stroked his beard thoughtfully. "My disciple possesses considerable talent, so her first attempt must have yielded a good result. 7 pills? Wen Qi shook his head, prompting Ling Su to press further. "Then how many?" 9. Wen Qi's lips parted slightly, and as he uttered those words, he felt a sense of satisfaction. Ling Su gasped in astonishment. "What? 9? Wen Qi gazed with satisfaction at his master's astonished reaction and added, "It is of the highest quality." The heart of the venerable Ling Xiu, which had remained dormant for a century, was now thoroughly awakened. 9 pieces? Of the highest quality. Wen Qi nodded solemnly and clasped his fists in respect, affirming, "Indeed, I was present beside my junior sister during her alchemical endeavors. I witnessed it with my own eyes." Ling Xiu fell into a contemplative silence, mentally sifting through the treasures he had accumulated over 8 centuries, pondering which would befit his gifted disciple. To have such a prodigious disciple was undeniably a stroke of fortune for him. However, Wen Qi interpreted Ling Xiu's expression as a form of doubt directed towards him, prompting him to add, "Master, my junior sister is currently in seclusion within the alchemy chamber. Might you wish to pay her a visit?" No sooner had he spoken than his master vanished from sight. At that moment, Qin Shu had transformed into an emotionless alchemical automaton, her skills in refining elixirs becoming increasingly adept, almost wastefully conserving every ounce of spiritual energy. Over the course of a month, her relentless dedication to alchemy had allowed her to repay her second brother's debt of 60 years' worth of alchemical tasks within a mere 8 years. The elixirs she now produced were of exceptional quality, each exhibiting clear patterns, and she consistently yielded 10 flawless pieces with each refinement. If one were to proclaim such a success rate, who would dare believe that this was merely a novice who had just embarked on her alchemical journey a month prior? As Qin Shu cast a spell upon the alchemical furnace, she retrieved a spirit-replenishing pill and consumed it to restore her energy. At that moment, the space before her suddenly distorted, and an elderly man with a youthful countenance appeared before her. Initially taken aback, Qin Shu quickly recognized him as her esteemed master and hurriedly prostrated herself, exclaiming, "Disciple Qin Shu pays her respects to master." She felt as if a gentle force lifted her, encouraging her to rise. As Ling Xiu spoke, his consciousness swept through the swallowing furnace. This glance filled him with even greater astonishment. To refine elixirs flawlessly without guidance? Indeed, his young disciple possessed extraordinary talent. He then noticed a piece of paper beside Qin Shu, densely filled with minuscule characters. Curiosity piqued, he raised his hand, allowing his spiritual energy to unfold the paper before him. Although the handwriting remained unrefined, its content utterly astonished Ling Xiu. The 3 essential elements for enhancing elixir yield and quality, accompanied by 10 detailed points. Qin Shu sheepishly scratched the back of her head, explaining, "Master, I merely have a habit of jotting down notes and sketches. I compiled this from what I found in books." Ling Xiu nodded, returning the paper to her, remarking, "Your habit is indeed commendable. While learning is simple, summarizing is a far more challenging endeavor. To possess such diligence places you well ahead of many in the realm of cultivation." Chapter 79. Is this the life of a celestial being? Qin Shu thought to herself that in her 21st century, the ability to learn and summarize was merely a mundane skill expected of every student. She offered an awkward smile, grateful that her classmates had not all crossed over. Otherwise, this group of lethargic cultivators in the realm of immortality would have long been overwhelmed. "Master, this hardly qualifies as a remarkable skill." Ling Su, the esteemed master, regarded her humility with increasing fondness. He stroked his beard, gazing at Qin Shu with a benevolent smile, and inquired, "My dear Shu'er, what is the probability of your success in refining the spirit-replenishing pill?" Qin Shu respectfully clasped her fists and replied, in response to Master S' question, "I have been producing 10 top-grade pills in every batch since a fortnight ago." Ling Su was secretly astonished, yet felt a sense of satisfaction wash over him. "Indeed, you have now mastered the essence of refining the spirit-replenishing pill. I believe it is time for you to learn the art of creating other elixirs as well." However, as soon as he spoke, Qin Shu let out a wry smile and said, "Master, I wish to, but I have not yet settled my debts." Ling Su was taken aback. "What debts? You have not repaid for half a month's worth of top-grade spirit-replenishing pills. How could a novice, just a year into her training, have accrued such a substantial financial burden?" With a sigh, Qin Shu explained, "My second senior brother once gifted me a flying artifact, and in return, I pledged to assist him in fulfilling his 60-year alchemical obligations to the sect. Recently, my second senior brother has rented this alchemy furnace to me, and I agreed that for every batch I refine, one pill would serve as rent." Ling Su scoffed, "That when she. Truly, the wealthier one becomes, the more miserly they grow." To keep such meticulous accounts with his fellow disciple, understanding her predicament, he reached into his storage ring and retrieved an alchemy furnace, presenting it to Qin Shu. "Return your senior brother's furnace. Use this one instead. Our alchemy sect has an abundance of such furnaces." Qin Shu gazed at the furnace he had handed her, a violet gold vessel adorned with intricate runes. She paused momentarily, a flicker of concern crossing her face. "Master, my spiritual energy seems rather peculiar. I have already caused 5 furnaces to explode while using my second senior brother's." Before she could finish her sentence, Ling Su anticipated her thoughts and reassured her. "Fear not, this furnace is sturdy. You need not worry." A smile broke across Qin Shu's face, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "Thank you for your generous gift, Master." She promptly stowed away the rented furnace and positioned the violet gold furnace, preparing to commence her work. Seeing her actions, Ling Su assumed she intended to refine a batch for practice and stood by, ready to offer guidance. To his astonishment, Qin Shu completed one batch and continued seamlessly to the next without pause. Ling Su watched in awe as she skillfully refined 5 batches, her spiritual energy fully depleted, before consuming a spirit-replenishing pill and preparing to begin yet another round. Unable to contain himself, Ling Su called out, "Shu'er." She turned, her expression reflecting greater surprise than his. "Master, why are you still here?" Though she did not voice her last thought, Ling Su understood. "Have you always refined alchemy in this manner?" he inquired. Qin Shu shook her head. Just as Ling Su exhaled in relief, she naturally replied, "I only refine during the day, at night, under the moonlight. I must still practice my cultivation." Ling Shu Junren, by the heavens and the conscience of the earth, if the disciples of their alchemy sect were as diligent, they would not be burdened with 60 years of debt. Their sect would have long since prospered beyond measure. Although Ling Shu Junren was internally astonished, he merely left her with 2 additional bottles of fasting elixirs before departing. Just as Ling Shu Junren had taken his leave, Qin Shu promptly sent a message to Wen Qi. "Second senior brother, I am returning your alchemy furnace. We shall not borrow from usury any longer." Wen Qi responded swiftly, "What is this? Have you completed the task? My esteemed master gifted me a new alchemy furnace. You, greedy one, can no longer exploit me." Qin Shu's voice rose and fell with playful defiance. Eliciting a chuckle from Wen Qi, this little one seemed to have acquired an arsenal of new vocabulary from somewhere, which was quite amusing. Initially, Qin Shu believed he was merely preserving his dignity, but she soon received another message from Wen Qi. "A little squirrel has suddenly appeared at my mountain peak, and it has ruined one of my golden orchids." Qin Shu's expression froze. A fleeting thought crossed her mind. Could she deny the existence of that little squirrel? However, Wen Qi's next message shattered her fantasy. "How did I sense your aura on that little squirrel?" Qin Shu replied, "The harder one works, the poorer one becomes. I fear she may be the only one in the world afflicted by this. Keep an eye on her. If she damages anything else, I shall not compensate." Qin Shu's face remained stoic, but her heart felt as if it were bleeding. Following this incident, she lost the desire to continue her alchemical pursuits. She had already repaid her brother's 60-year task for 8.5 years. She stored away her furnace and exited the alchemy chamber, flying directly to Wen Qi's cave dwelling on the Bodhi leaves. This was her first visit, and upon arriving at the entrance, She could only obediently send a message to Wenqi due to the numerous restrictions on the peak. The more restrained she felt, the more curious she became. How had that little squirrel managed to enter such a heavily fortified abode? Before she could ponder further, the restrictions before her had already lifted. What once appeared as an unremarkable peak now revealed itself, as if a thin veil had been lifted, showcasing pavilions, towers, and ethereal clouds. This was indeed the life of immortals. Compared to his mountain, Qin Shu felt akin to a caveman. She estimated that even Lu Lao, upon entering the Grandview Garden, had not experienced such astonishment as she did now. She lifted her jaw, which had dropped in awe, and stepped into this paradise, crossing over small bridges and flowing waters. A school of koi swirled around her, each fish as red as the evening glow. She wished for 8 pairs of eyes to absorb every detail of her brother's residence. Wenqi resided in a grand palace, and as she approached the steps, a beam of rainbow light extended from the palace to her feet. Is this the elevator of the cultivation world? She wondered, cautiously stepping onto it. To her surprise, she found her footing stable as the radiant light gently lifted her toward the palace at the mountain's peak. Little sister, your elder brother has been awaiting your arrival with great anticipation. The moment she appeared at the entrance, a voice resonated softly from within the palace. Chapter 80. Drawing a line in the sand, the mere thought of the third-tier plant that Xiao had gotten sent a shiver down Qin Shu's spine. At such a tender age, to carry the burden of so much debt was truly overwhelming. She longed to evade her obligations. As she hesitated at the threshold, torn between entering or simply turning away, Wenqi's voice rang out once more. Junior sister, you aren't contemplating escape, are you? Qin Shu felt as if her thoughts had been laid bare before him. She realized that while one might flee from a monk, the temple itself could not be evaded. With a resigned sigh, she steeled herself and crossed the threshold. Clad in a moon-white robe, the fabric of which seemed to shimmer with a silvery luminescence, Wenqi bore an ethereal beauty that was hard to overlook. Nestled across his lap was a small squirrel, sprawled in a most ungraceful manner. Spotting it, Qin Shu rushed forward and inquired, what happened to Xiao? Having forged a master-servant pact imbued with a soul bond, any misfortune befalling Xiao would surely resonate within her. Wenqi lifted the little creature by its tail, its tiny paws dangling helplessly, evoking a pang of sympathy in Qin Shu. What could possibly be wrong? Gently, he cradled Xiao back in his arms and approached her. As he drew closer, she instinctively took a step back, feeling as though a debt collector had arrived. Noticing her retreat, Wenqi's lips curled into a slight smile, and a glint of mischief flickered in his eyes. Ah, this is the consequence of gluttony. A first-tier broken illusion mouse daring to pilfer a third-tier golden feather orchid. Who but you would bear the brunt? Senior brother, I see that your abode is laden with restrictions. How could a mere first-tier squirrel breach such barriers? Qin Shu questioned, bewilderment evident in her expression. No sooner had she spoken than she caught sight of her second senior brother, who regarded her with an expression of exasperation. What seems to be the matter? When she extended a long, elegant finger, and a radiant tome materialized in his grasp. Junior sister, take this and peruse it at your leisure. Her gaze fell upon the grand title inscribed on the cover, Comprehensive Guide to Beasts in the Cultivation Realm. Acknowledging her own ignorance in such matters, Qin Shu hesitated to accept the book. What if it were to ensnare her in yet another decade of debt? No one suffered as much as she did. Not even the lowest of laborers. She shook her head vigorously. I'll borrow one from the library later. When she, discerning her thoughts, chuckled softly. Look at your lack of ambition. This book is for you to read, free of charge. With that revelation, Qin Shu felt a weight lift from her shoulders. She smiled brightly at Wenqi. Then I shall not be polite. Seeing her excitement, as she embraced a tome nearly her height. Wenqi couldn't help but find it amusing. Out of goodwill, he explained, the innate skill of a first-tier broken illusion mouse is immunity to all restrictions. Thus, this little one could effortlessly wander to my peak. You should count yourself fortunate she arrived here. Had she ventured elsewhere, you might have found yourself entangled in her misadventures. Qin Shu's brow furrowed, her expression exceedingly grave. Thank you, senior brother, for keeping her from me. I will compensate for that golden feather orchid. Qin Shu spoke with utmost sincerity. In truth, when she did not regard it with much concern, his courtyard was filled with various spiritual plants, and merely stepping on the ground could easily crush several third-grade spiritual plants. His words were merely a jest to amuse the young girl. However, seeing her take it seriously, he pondered for a moment and added, there is no need for that. Did I not instruct you to catch a few silver whites in the secret realm? You may use those to settle the debt." Upon hearing this, Shu finally breathed a sigh of relief. While she lacked many things, she certainly had an abundance of silver whites. With careful hands, she redeemed the small creature from Wenqi, who nestled against her forearm, eyes tightly shut. And if one leaned in closely, they could hear the faint sound of snoring. Shu tugged at the corners of her mouth and looked up at Wenqi. "Senior brother, when will this little one awaken?" Wenqi returned to his jade seat and replied, "That depends on when she fully absorbs that spiritual plant. It could take 3 months or even 3 years. It's all contingent upon her fate." Shu sighed, conceding that it would be safer to keep the little creature within her jade pendant space. Observing her troubled demeanor, Wenqi reassured her, "In the path of cultivation, time is but a fleeting concept. Do not bear it too heavily on your heart. When she next awakens, she should have advanced." Shu nodded. It was indeed a piece of good news. After departing from Wenqi's abode, she sat upon the Bodhi leaf and returned to the exterior of her own dwelling. Over a month had elapsed, and she wondered how the 5 spiritual plants she had planted were faring. Once she alighted, she made her way directly to her experimental plot. As she surveyed the field, her gaze fell upon the crimson flower she had casually planted beside the rosebush, which she had excavated from the nursery outside the small wooden house. Something seemed amiss. The rosebush, which had once been in close proximity to the vibrant red flower, appeared to have been deprived of its nutrients and was wilting. As for the 2 spiritual plants that had originally grown beside it, they had inexplicably migrated to the other side. What was going on? Did spiritual plants possess the ability to wander? Shu, filled with curiosity, decided to take immediate action. She enveloped one of the plants in wood spirit energy, carefully unearthed it, and intended to replant it beside the crimson flower. However, just as she had set it down, she noticed the 2 leaves of the spiritual plant tremble slightly. As she prepared to return to her dwelling, she discovered that the spiritual plant was stealthily shifting to the side. Shu rubbed her eyes, utterly astonished. Spiritual plants could indeed move? What kind of anomaly was this? In the compendium of spiritual plants she had previously perused, it was mentioned that if a ginseng-like spiritual plant was discovered, one must promptly apply a boundary to contain it, lest it vanish to an unknown location. Could it be that this spiritual plant was also a ginseng? With this hypothesis forming in her mind, Shu felt a surge of satisfaction. If it truly were a ginseng, then its grade should not be too low, and she need not sacrifice that stone frog for refinement. This time, she did not forcibly plant them together. Rather, concerned about the little creature's erratic movements, she casually marked a boundary for it. Once she returned to her cave atop the mountain, she finally relaxed. Indeed, a golden nest or a silver nest pales in comparison to one's own humble abode. She placed the little one on her lap and took out the tome Comprehensive Guide to Demonic Beasts in the Immortal Realm, given by her second senior brother. Flipping to the chapter dedicated to this little creature, the chapter described the broken illusion mouse, a first-tier demonic beast capable of growth, with its ultimate potential remaining unknown. Chapter 81. Its race remains unknown. Shu felt a sense of bewilderment. The term unknown often indicates 2 extremes, either immensely powerful or perplexingly elusive. She dared not dwell on it further. Greater expectations often lead to greater disappointments, especially for a small creature capable of planting grass into trees. The hefty tome was somewhat cumbersome for her, so she gently lifted the sleeping little one onto her shoulder, spreading the book across her legs and turning another page. This page detailed the specific habits and skills of the broken illusion mouse. It feeds on nuts and spiritual fruits, displaying a timid yet astute nature. There had been sightings of this small creature in the dense forests of the eastern continent, but it vanished quickly after a mere glimpse. Shu read that line again, then glanced at the defenseless little creature, sprawled with its 4 tiny paws and drooping tail, lost in slumber. Timid yet astute? Could it be that the only reckless one had been encountered by her? Thinking that she might as well make the most of the borrowed book to learn more about the demonic beasts in the immortal realm, she discovered the Waiming senior brother's wind-returning crane clan, as well as the silvery creature kept in the small pond at the back courtyard. However, she was puzzled. Despite searching through the entire volume, she could not find the race of the great serpent. Its scales were a deep black with a metallic sheen, its eyes dark golden with slit pupils, and its aura exuded a golden-green hue, laden with potent venom. While the book included numerous serpentine races, after a meticulous comparison, she realized these serpents were still quite different from the great serpent she tended to. Could it be a hybrid? Or perhaps a mutation? Qin Shu closed the book, resting her chin on her hand, muttering to herself. With no clear direction, she decided to abandon the thought and headed to her second senior brother's cave to return the grand tome and his alchemical furnace. When she received them, casting a half-smiling glance at Qin Shu as he casually inquired, "Are you truly not renting it? What kind of furnace did Master gift you? Can it withstand your mischief?" Qin Shu firmly shook her head, presenting her newly acquired small furnace for him to see. "No need. Brother, look. The alchemical furnace gifted by Master is quite splendid and works perfectly for me. There's no need for you to worry." When she merely scoffed. But his expression faltered as his gaze fell upon the purple-gold furnace in Qin Shu's hands. "Master is rather biased, isn't he? He even bestowed upon you a purple-gold furnace?" he exclaimed. While the purple-gold furnace could not be compared to his devouring furnace, it was an immeasurable improvement over the alchemical furnace Master had casually given him when he first entered the sect, which had been far inferior. Qin Shu carefully stored away the small purple-gold furnace and retrieved 96 bottles of elixirs from her storage ring, arranging them neatly on the jade table of the warm pool. "Senior brother, I have prepared the rent." Initially, when she observed with keen interest as she withdrew the bottles, but as the number of containers on the table multiplied, his expression shifted to one of bewilderment. "Is this the rent?" Qin Shu nodded affirmatively. "Indeed. One furnace of elixirs requires a single elixir as rent. Junior sister, you must calculate meticulously. If you miscount, I shall not refund you." A smile danced in his eyes as his gaze swept over the assortment of bottles before settling back on Qin Shu. With a serious nod, Qin Shu clarified, "There is no mistake. I have refined a total of 960 furnaces of elixirs, which means I owe you 960 elixirs as rent. 10 elixirs per bottle, precisely 96 bottles." The fan in Wen Qi's hand slipped from his grasp and fell to the ground, but he didn't bother to retrieve it, instead gazing at Qin Shu with astonishment. "In just a month, you refined 960 furnaces of elixirs. 30 furnaces a day." The incredulity in his tone made Qin Shu feel as though she had accomplished something extraordinary. Yet, she merely practiced refining a few furnaces, though tedious. She had grown accustomed to it. "Yes, it may be a bit slow, but I also have to practice at night, which takes time." Wen Qi's pupils widened as he regarded Qin Shu as if she were a rare species. "You practice at night?" he echoed, somewhat incredulous. Qin Shu nodded once more, her gaze reflecting confusion, as if she could not fathom why he would pose such a question. "It is only natural. If one does not diligently cultivate, how could one avoid falling behind others?" When she realized that she had already reached the 4th level of qi refinement, while her peers from the same initiation remained stagnant at the 3rd level, with only a few exceptional talents like Qi Yu managing to reach her level. Who, then, was truly falling behind? He suddenly comprehended why their master treated junior sisters so favorably. Indeed, diligent children are more endearing. He surmised that this year, the alchemical tasks of the Dan sect would largely rest upon her shoulders. However, on this point, he was mistaken. The news of junior sister Qin Shu's month-long seclusion in the alchemy chamber, during which she produced a staggering 9,600 elixirs, quickly spread among the disciples of the Dan chamber. Thanks to her remarkable output, the number of replenishing elixirs available for exchange among the disciples of Xuantiangmen had notably increased. Upon hearing this news, Wen Qi felt a wave of numbness wash over him. She had refined 960 furnaces, yielding 9,600 elixirs, each furnace reaching its utmost capacity. He casually picked up a porcelain vial from the jade table, and as he uncorked it, a rich fragrance of elixirs wafted forth. What? He could scarcely believe it, and upon opening several more vials, he discovered that each contained top-tier replenishing elixirs. It turned out that his junior sister had mastered the art of perfect elixir refinement within a mere month. The news also reached Qi Yu, who held the message jade slip, lost in contemplation for an extended period. After much deliberation, she finally resolved to send a message to Qin Shu. Clutching the jade slip in her hand, "Little junior sister, I find myself in a quandary regarding alchemy. Might I request your guidance?" Their master had been in seclusion for quite some time, and the message she sent to her senior brother had seemingly vanished into oblivion. It appeared he too was in retreat, unable to deduce any answers on her own. She deemed the unexpectedly emerging little junior sister to be the most suitable choice for assistance. Qin Shu had just finished refining a batch of pills when she received the message and promptly replied, "Senior sister, do not hesitate to speak. If I possess the knowledge, I shall share it without reservation." It seemed that Chi-Yu was eagerly awaiting her response, for in the next instant, a message swiftly followed. Qin-Shu heard her little junior sister's crisp voice asking, "What should I do if the furnace explodes?" As for Qin-Shu, while she might not be well-versed in other matters, she undoubtedly possessed unparalleled understanding when it came to furnace explosions. A smile graced her lips as she replied, "This is a lengthy tale. If little junior sister has the time, please come to the alchemy room so we may discuss it together." Chapter 82. Remembering this feeling, Chi-Yu retracted the jade slip and waved her hand to cast a cleaning spell, tidying the disheveled state of her cave. After plucking the severed red feather from her head, she transformed into her original form, flying towards the alchemy room with great fervor. A red shadow streaked across the sky, landing outside the alchemy room and striding purposefully toward where Qin-Shu was situated, catching the attention of many onlookers. Upon seeing Chi-Yu enter, Qin-Shu glanced at the missing emblematic red feather atop her head and recalled her own broken hairpin, instantly understanding the situation. Chi-Yu, feeling a tad self-conscious under Qin-Shu's scrutinizing gaze, was acutely aware of the vulnerability it exposed. Who would have imagined she had singed her own feathers while refining pills? Noticing the gleam of excitement in Qin-Shu's eyes, Chi-Yu was momentarily taken aback as Qin-Shu affectionately approached and whispered, "Senior sister, did you also experience an explosion?" Chi-Yu, keenly attuned to the significance of the word also, suddenly realized something and looked at Qin-Shu with disbelief, asking, "Little junior sister, could it be that you too?" Seeing Qin-Shu's subtle nod and hearing her sigh, Chi-Yu felt as if she had encountered a kindred spirit. "I have had 5 explosions." Upon hearing this, Chi-Yu felt an overwhelming sense of camaraderie and grasped Qin-Shu's hand. "Dear Shu, what did you do afterward?" "I have had 3 explosions, and all the alchemical furnaces I brought from home have been destroyed. I even sent anonymous inquiries via jade slips. Yet I could not glean any useful information." Qin-Shu replied, "On that day, I consulted with second senior brother, who suggested that my problems stemmed from the alchemical furnace." After a moment's thought, she gestured for Chi-Yu to take a seat at her workstation and continued, "Senior sister, why not try using my furnace? It might be the furnace that is the issue." Reassured by Qin-Shu's suggestion, Chi-Yu settled in front of her alchemical furnace. Just as she closed her eyes and prepared to channel her spiritual energy, a thought struck her, prompting her to say to Qin-Shu, "Little junior sister, do not worry. Should my attempt with your furnace result in another explosion, I shall compensate you with an even better one." Qin-Shu chuckled and reassured her, "Senior sister, do not fret. If it truly explodes, we shall seek our master for a solution." Akabane closed her eyes and channeled her spiritual energy. The searing fire energy surged into the alchemical furnace, its temperature surpassing even that of Qin-Shu's. Even Qin-Shu, seated beside her, broke into a light sweat. However, she remained undistracted, wholly focused on the furnace, perceiving the spirit orbs gradually dissolving into nothingness under the intense heat. Fortunately, there was no explosion this time, yet the spiritual plants within the furnace were reduced to mere remnants. Akabane slowly opened her eyes, and while Qin-Shu contemplated how to comfort her, Akabane turned with an excited expression and exclaimed, "Junior sister, I didn't cause an explosion this time." Qin-Shu replied, "Well, that's a small improvement, I suppose." Through her observations, she assessed that the likelihood of Akabane successfully refining a pill was quite slim. This was not due to a lack of firepower, but rather because she lacked a wood's spiritual root, making it challenging to grasp the right balance. No wonder everyone claimed that possessing both fire and wood's spiritual roots was essential to becoming a master alchemist. Yet, this did not render it entirely impossible. Just as they had encountered talentless children during their studies, the solution was singular: rote memorization. There are formulas that can be mastered, but only through diligence. Senior sister, don't worry. I've already identified the issue. This time, you should gradually infuse the fire's spiritual energy. I will tell you when to stop. Upon hearing this, Akabane felt reassured. Qin-Shu then handed her another set of materials for a supplementary spirit pill. She tossed a medicinal herb into the furnace, and following Qin-Shu's instructions, she first flicked a small amount of spiritual energy into the mix. The alchemical furnace gradually heated up. Noticing this, Qin-Shu raised her hand to channel a bit of wood's spiritual energy into the furnace, while simultaneously gauging the condition of the spiritual plants within. She instructed Akabane, "Add a little more." "Yes, good, that's enough." Akabane quickly stabilized the fire's spiritual energy, refraining from increasing the temperature further. as the gold-hued furnace glowed red from her unique fire energy. Qin Shu then prompted her to add the second spiritual plant, maintaining the same method. After several iterations, all the spiritual plants had condensed into a liquid state. Hurry, junior sister, spread the spiritual energy and prepare for fusion, Qin Shu urged. Akabane acknowledged and followed her guidance. The flowing fire's spiritual energy enveloping the entire furnace, carefully encasing the spirit liquid, while impurities had long since evaporated due to the high temperature. The alchemical chamber was sweltering, the spirit liquid within the furnace sizzling audibly. Both Qin Shu and Akabane flushed, one from excitement, the other from heat. Finally, when all the spirit liquids amalgamated into a single mass, Qin Shu quickly urged, "Form the seal. The pill is ready." Akabane altered her actions, and gradually, the temperature within the furnace decreased as Qin Shu withdrew her with spiritual energy. Akabane opened her eyes, locking gazes with Qin Shu's smiling face. "Junior sister." Quickly opened the furnace. Joy radiated in Akabane's eyes, though tinged with nervousness. She bit her lip and nodded emphatically, As Qin Shu observed her casting a spell on the alchemical furnace, she too began to feel anxious. Suddenly, with a wave of her hand, 5 spirit pills soared out. The elixir she concocted was notably smaller than those crafted by others, resembling the size of a Wuji Baifeng pill or a Luwei Dihuang pill. Qiyu's brow furrowed. Had this resulted in failure? Qin Shu examined a spirit-replenishing pill for a moment, unable to discern any hidden flaws, and decided to consume one outright. A warm wave of spiritual energy surged through her meridians, and after a while, she finally opened her eyes. Qiyu hurriedly asked, "How was it?" Qin Shu gave her a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Fantastic, senior sister. Your pill is compact yet effective." Qiyu appeared skeptical, prompting Qin Shu to suggest, "You should try one yourself to find out." After some contemplation, Qiyu swallowed a pill. She soon realized that the efficacy of her concoction was indeed commendable, yet she wondered why it was so diminutive. Qin Shu added, "Senior sister, I suspect it's due to your excessively potent fire spiritual energy, which has rendered the spiritual liquid extraordinarily pure. However, this works to your advantage. It's more convenient for consumption. You could sell a bottle of 20 to advanced cultivators, who typically take them in that manner. Many would surely buy." Qiyu, having sensed Qin Shu's with spiritual energy in the alchemical furnace, furrowed her brow once more. "Junior sister, I cannot rely on you for assistance every time I refine pills. I lack a wood spiritual root and cannot perceive the changes in spiritual plants." Qin Shu replied, "There's no need for that, senior sister. Do you remember how long it took you to refine a spiritual plant? And how long to integrate it? Once you grasp that sensation, you will be able to concoct pills independently." Chapter 83, Modeling Experiment. Qiyu, gazing at Qin Shu's smiling face, suddenly felt a wave of confusion. Is that all it takes? Just remembering the extraction time? Should I give it another try? Qin Shu pondered before saying, "Senior sister, if you wish to enhance your pill success rate, we must experiment a few more times." Experiment? Qiyu inquired, perplexed. To a science student, this concept was rather mundane. Yet for Qiyu, a native of the demon race, it was a novel term. Qin Shu guided her to a nearby mat to sit down. "Senior sister, the efficacy of medicinal materials varies with their age. Naturally, the time required to eliminate impurities also differs. Although you lack a wood spiritual root and cannot precisely sense the optimal extraction time, the potency of materials from similar ages does not diverge significantly. Through our trials, we can estimate a general time frame, thus resolving the issue of perceiving medicinal potency." Upon hearing this, Qiyu's spirits lifted, her lively eyes sparkling with excitement. "If I master alchemy, I will be the sole alchemist of our fire spirit bird clan." Qin Shu could sense her exhilaration, her tone rising in pitch as she smiled. "Then I shall congratulate you in advance." Qiyu shyly smiled in return. "Shall we try it now?" To assist her second senior brother with his task, Qin Shu had gathered a variety of spiritual plants, including those aged 10, 20, 30, and even 50 years. "Senior sister, let us begin with the 10-year ones. You must remember this sensation. Cultivators typically have good memories, and I have faith in you, junior sister." Akabane nodded gravely, observing as Qin Shu tossed the spiritual herb into the alchemy furnace. She promptly gathered her thoughts, channeling a rich essence of fire spirit energy and infusing it into the furnace once more. The process of experimentation always demands patience. In the realm of cultivation, the concept of time is rather nebulous, with months or even years slipping away in the blink of an eye. Qin Shu mused that a stopwatch might serve the purpose of enhancing her junior sister's alchemical skills far better than mere conjecture. She had contemplated crafting an hourglass for her junior sister, but neither of them possessed the skills in artifact forging, nor did they know any disciples from the artifact sect, leaving them at a loss as to how to acquire such an item. After countless experiments between the two of them, they finally began to see some progress, with Akabane's mastery over the fire spirit energy advancing significantly. Qin Shu retrieved another spiritual herb and handed it to her. "Senior sister, this time you shall do it yourself." Akabane hesitated, her previously gathered fire spirit energy dissipating as a flicker of doubt crossed her gaze. "Junior sister, Yet Qin Shu resolutely pressed the herb into her hands. "Senior sister, we have already crafted over 100 batches of elixirs. You are certainly capable." She then added, "Even if it fails, it is merely a single spiritual herb. It matters not." Upon hearing this, Akabane found a semblance of logic in her words and gradually regained her composure. Recognizing the age of the herb immediately, she casually tossed it into the alchemy furnace. Initially apprehensive, she became calm as she began her work. If one were to inquire as to the reason, it could only be summed up in a single phrase: practice makes perfect. As her spirit energy reached a certain level, it naturally halted, allowing her to introduce the next ingredient, her actions flowing as seamlessly as water. Eventually, she sensed that she had successfully crafted an elixir. With a deep exhalation, she opened her eyes, releasing a breath of pent-up anxiety. Qin Shu, urging her on from the side, exclaimed, "Senior sister, quickly, let us see." Akabane responded with a soft affirmation, casting a spell to lift the gilded lid. With hands forming seals, she summoned a spell, and 6 plump elixirs ascended. Buoyed by spirit energy, a smile of relief illuminated Akabane's face, while Qin Shu, brimming with excitement, began to praise her. "Junior sister, we have succeeded." Akabane turned to meet her sparkling eyes, and, seemingly inspired by the joy, she smiled in return. "Shu, thank you so much this time." Qin Shu winked playfully. "Senior sister, you are being too polite. Our master has said that we, as fellow disciples, should assist one another." Akabane shook her head. "It's not solely that. All the spiritual herbs I used this time were provided by you. Junior sister, tally how many herbs I utilized, and I shall replenish you." Qin Shu laughed even more heartily at her words. "Senior sister, I must genuinely thank you this time." "Thank me?" Akabane echoed in surprise. "Indeed," Qin Shu affirmed. "Senior sister, do you still recall that I owe second senior brother 60 years' worth of alchemical tasks for the sect?" Akabane has finally come to a realization. Glancing at the scattered alchemical bottles on the floor, she turned her gaze toward Qin Shu. "Junior sister, do you mean that these are all for the second senior brother?" Qin Shu's eyes crinkled into a smile. "Indeed, I must express my gratitude to you, senior sister. Otherwise, I would have no idea when I would finish refining so many elixirs." Refining alone consumed a significant amount of spiritual energy, and she could only endure through the use of replenishing elixirs. However, with her junior sister assisting by infusing fire spiritual energy, the situation was entirely different. She merely needed to contribute a small portion of its spiritual energy. As their collaboration grew more harmonious, their alchemical efficiency significantly improved. Thus, they had already settled over a year of the second senior brother's debts. She smiled unabashedly, resembling a mischievous kitten that had pilfered a treat. Akabane, witnessing this, felt no irritation. Rather, she found her junior sister's demeanor endearing. Mimicking Qin Shu, she winked and said, "Junior sister, if that is the case, we are square now." Unbeknownst to them, while they were engrossed in their secluded cultivation, rumors regarding them had already spread throughout the Xiantian sect. Cheng Yin had just emerged from his retreat when he heard whispers that Akabane had sought trouble with Qin Shu. That day, she had stormed into Qin Shu's alchemical chamber with great fervor and had not been seen since. It was uncertain whether the two had clashed. Cheng Yin was unaware that in just over a month of seclusion, he had missed so much. "You two, wait a moment." Cheng Yin called out to the 2 young disciples who were conversing. The young disciples turned, their expressions shifting upon noticing the inner sect badge hanging from his waist. They quickly bowed respectfully. "Senior brother." Cheng Yin, with a stern face, inquired, "What were you discussing? Did Akabane and Qin Shu have a confrontation?" The 2 disciples exchanged glances and began to chuckle, addressing Cheng Yin. "Senior brother, do you enjoy hearing about this too?" The tale of Akabane and Qin Shu has circulated throughout the sect. It is said that Qin Shu has caught the eye of the second senior brother, Wen Qi, who personally guided her in alchemy, and Akabane was quite displeased, charging in with great intensity. Chapter 84. Celestial Master, do you fortune tell? Cheng Yan, are those two youngsters competing for Wen Qi's favor? Frankly, I find it hard to imagine. He furrowed his brow and asked seriously, who spread this rumor? The two obedient young disciples, heads bowed, replied earnestly, we are not certain, but many witnessed Akabane storm into the alchemical chamber that day. Cheng Yin rubbed his throbbing temple and remarked, how can two 11 or 12-year-olds harbor such thoughts? They should focus on their own affairs and refrain from slandering their peers. They ought to take on an additional year of alchemical tasks at the task hall. Although he was skeptical that Akabane and Qin Shu would truly fight over Wen Qi, he could not simply ignore the matter. After reprimanding the two young disciples, he hurried toward the alchemical chamber. However, upon arriving at the door and tentatively probing with his spiritual sense, he discovered that the two inside were seated on their respective mats, conversing while holding a communication jade slip. The atmosphere was filled with laughter and chatter, completely contrary to the rumored chaos. However, if the two were to truly engage in a conflict, it would be difficult to ascertain the victor. He lightly rapped on the door before pushing it open. Just in time to hear, the junior sister has been excelling in alchemy. Yet, her ordinary cauldron keeps exploding. Master, what should we do? Perhaps you could spare an extra cauldron? Upon hearing this, he was momentarily taken aback, then met the eager gazes of the two young women. His attention shifted to the alchemical furnace in the center of the room, a purple gold cauldron. How could it be here? Had the master visited? Before he could ponder further, he heard Qiyu and Qin Shu call out, senior brother. Cheng Yin snapped back to reality, catching the fragrance of elixirs wafting through the air, and casually inquired, have you successfully crafted any elixirs? Both Qin Shu and Qiyu nodded enthusiastically, prompting Cheng Yin to ask, oh? Have you both succeeded in alchemy? Their continuous nodding confirmed his curiosity, and he smiled, remarking, it seems that Wen Qi's guidance has indeed proven beneficial. However, Qin Shu's smile faded as she replied, senior brother. The rental fee for second senior brother's cauldron is exorbitant. I paid him 960 elixirs as rent. Even Cheng Yin, who prided himself on his worldly experience, gasped in disbelief at the mention of such a sum. 960? Isn't Wen Qi afraid of masters seeking retribution? Qin Shu shrugged, adopting a helpless expression. Cheng Yin then turned to Qiyu. You two have succeeded in alchemy? This revelation was unexpected as a member of the demon race. Their singular spiritual roots often hampered their progress in alchemy, weapon forging, and talisman crafting. Qiyu possessed a fire attribute spiritual root, and her abundant fire spiritual energy would naturally lead to rapid advancements in swordsmanship and magic. However, excelling in alchemy was another matter entirely. How had she managed to succeed? Cheng Yin was genuinely curious. If this knowledge were to spread among other demon clans, it would surely incite considerable envy. His keen eyes soon caught sight of a piece of paper discarded by Qin Shu, detailing the required refining times for various spiritual plants from different years. With just a glance, he recognized her handwriting. His expression shifted from surprise to astonishment, as if a revelation had struck him. So it could be done this way? If this method were to be widely adopted, disciples of any spiritual attribute could engage in alchemy. No fire spiritual energy? Not a problem. Earth fire would suffice. Lacking with spiritual energy? Even less of a concern, as long as one remembered the refining times for the spiritual plants. His mind brimming with ideas. They coalesced into a singular thought: seek out the master. Before departing, he reminded his two junior sisters, diligence in cultivation is commendable, but one must also take time to explore. A balance is essential. Qin Shu clasped her hands in gratitude. Thank you for your guidance, senior brother. After Cheng Yan's departure, Qin Shu turned to Qiyu and asked, junior sister, shall we go out for a stroll? Qiyu shook her head. You go ahead. I have just grasped this method and wish to practice it for a few more days. Qin Shu agreed, as she indeed had matters to attend to. Emerging from the alchemy chamber, she sensed an inexplicable peculiarity in the gazes directed towards her. Uncertain of the reason and disinclined to inquire further, she proceeded to complete a portion of her tasks before retrieving the crane feather bestowed upon her by Rainmaker. Rainmaker, are you there? His voice resonated promptly. Yes. Junior sister. Where are you? I shall come at once. Qin Shu disclosed her location and remained seated, awaiting his arrival. As a wind elemental beast, Rainmaker possessed remarkable speed. Thus, summoned by Qin Shu, he soared towards her with even greater urgency. In merely 15 minutes, he materialized before her. Transforming into human form, he exclaimed with enthusiasm, "Junior sister, have you come to visit me?" Qin Shu beamed, "Senior brother, I can refine pills now." Ruiming displayed an exuberance that surpassed her own. "Junior sister, you are truly impressive." With a flourish, Qin Shu presented him with 10 vials of exquisite replenishing elixirs, proclaiming, "These are my creations for you." As we agreed, I shall provide you with all the elixirs you need for your cultivation. Ruiming was elated. The thoughts of a beast were typically straightforward, devoid of convoluted complexities. He graciously accepted her kindness, reciprocating with goodwill. From his spatial storage, he extracted numerous spiritual plants, offering them to Qin Shu. "Since you are now an alchemist, these spiritual plants are yours. I possess an abundance." Qin Shu observed the spiritual plants he produced, most of which were of at least the 3rd rank, with even 3 rare treasures interspersed among them. She realized that her vials of exquisite replenishing elixirs could scarcely exchange for even one of those rare treasures. "Senior brother, these are far too precious." However, Ruiming insisted, "Did you not promise that you would provide all the elixirs I need for my cultivation? Is that not binding?" Qin Shu quickly shook her head. "No. If you doubt me, I can swear by my Tao heart." Ruiming interjected, "No need for that. These spiritual plants are of little use to me, but for you, they are invaluable. You can refine pills. That is truly remarkable." Ultimately, Qin Shu accepted the spiritual plants, contemplating the next opportunity to concoct a pill specifically suited for beasts. "Senior brother, I plan to explore Qijin City. Will you accompany me?" Ruiming's eyes sparkled with excitement. "I shall go." Though Qijin City was not as lively as during the gatherings, it still buzzed with activity. At the street corner, a fortune-telling booth had appeared since her last visit, adorned with a white banner emblazoned with the grand characters for divine calculation. Recalling her previous encounter when Suihan was reluctant to assist Hshin with her fortune, she thought it prudent to inquire, albeit first assessing the accuracy of the fortune-teller. Approaching, she observed the proprietor engrossed in a communication jade slip. "Master Diviner, do you offer fortune-telling?" The proprietor lifted his gaze, meeting the eyes of the 2 little ones, who barely reached the height of his fortune-telling table. "So young, and yet you wish to seek your fate? You likely do not even comprehend what destiny entails, do you?" In his hand, the man held a crow's feather fan, and with a flick of his wrist, the strands of hair at his temples swayed in tandem with his movements, revealing a visage that appeared rather youthful. However, Qin Shu understood well that appearances could be deceiving in the realm of cultivation. Some individuals who seemed to be in the bloom of youth could very well be centuries or even millennia old. Upon hearing his words, Qin Shu deliberately raised an eyebrow and inquired, "Could it be that your calculations are, in fact, inaccurate?" Her elongated eyes, coupled with her tone of skepticism, instantly unsettled the stall owner. He let out a derisive snort, reclined into his chair, and with an air of arrogance, replied, "You ought to inquire elsewhere. Is it possible that Lu Li's calculations could be mistaken?" Qin Shu's brows suddenly knitted together. She raised a hand to tousle her hair, pondering the name Lu Li. Why did it sound so familiar? It seemed she had heard it somewhere before. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, a fleeting spark of realization illuminated her mind. She looked up at the man before her, her surprise evident on her face, and stepped forward to ask, "Are you Lu Li from the Celestial Mechanism Pavilion?" Lu Li's crow feather fan began to sway with renewed vigor. "Indeed, that is I. Since you have heard of my name, there is no need for me to elaborate on my fortune-telling abilities." Qin Shu, her expression serious, shook her head in earnest. Indeed, no further elaboration was necessary. Just as Lu Li was reveling in his moment of pride, he overheard the little girl beside him lean in to whisper to her crane, "If he is Lu Li, then we should take our leave. Others charge for divination, but he demands a life." Ruiming had no intention of seeking fortune-telling. He was merely a crane. And with the heavens collapsing, he had the fortunate old man to shield him. Hearing Qin Shu's words, he nodded slightly. "Then let us depart. Senior brother will buy you spirit fruits." Lu Li, upon catching the exchange between the 2 youngsters, felt his forehead throb in irritation. Was there truly someone who did not know how to communicate telepathically? To speak so loudly in front of the principal was utterly baffling. He called out to the 2 as they turned to leave, "You 2, halt." Qin Shu glanced back to see Lu Li standing, visibly agitated, his hand trembling as he pointed the fan at her, exclaiming, "You, clarify your statement. What do you mean by others charging for divination while I demand a life?" Ruiming instinctively stepped forward, positioning himself protectively behind Qin Shu. The cultivation level of this immortal master was likely above theirs. Combined, they were no match for him. Yet, as a beast, his natural defenses surpassed that of his young companion, making him more resilient to blows. However, Qin Shu remained relatively composed. Although Qijin City could not compare to a grand metropolis like Tailai City, it was still an affiliated city of the Xantian Gate, where fighting was prohibited, a measure to protect the disciples under its aegis. Mimicking Lu Li's earlier gesture, she slightly raised her chin, narrowed her eyes, and arched an eyebrow. Immortal Master Lu Li is undoubtedly a clever individual. I shall only utter 2 words. Whether they resonate with truth, I trust you will judge for yourself. Upon hearing her words, Lu Li's expression shifted, and a sense of foreboding surged within him. Suddenly, the little girl before him smiled and uttered 2 words, spiritual pulse. A jolt ran through Lu Li, and with a swift glance, he quickly conceded, clasping his hands in a gesture of supplication. All right. I shall tell your fortune for free. Will that suffice? Please, no more. Seeing his reaction, Qin Shu smile deepened. Thank you for your kind offer. But we shall forego the fortune-telling and take our leave. As he watched the girl and her crane depart, Lu Li furrowed his brow and slammed a fan onto the table, causing a flash of white light to reveal a set of oracle bones. If you want to allow me to read, then I shall read anyway. When he had previously divined for the Zhong family, he had been deceived by an unknown force that obscured the heavenly secrets, preventing him from uncovering the hidden intricacies, nearly leading to disaster. Consequently, he had struggled to establish himself in the eastern continent and had fled to Qijin City out of desperation. Here, fewer people recognized him, and it was the Zhong family stronghold. If he could find a way to assist the Zhong family in the future, it would also serve to resolve his own entanglements. However, he never anticipated that misfortunes would travel far and wide. Even the children of Qijin City had heard of his inaccuracy in fortune-telling. Would he need to adopt an alias when venturing out in the future? While he quickly formed a hand seal and activated his heavenly eye to observe the divination on the oracle bones, he was utterly bewildered. What was this hexagram? Were the bones fractured? Or was it that he truly had lost his abilities? Could he not even discern the fate of a mere child? No. A true man must never concede defeat. He renewed his hand seal, extracting a drop of essence blood and applying it to his brow. With a cough, he spat out a mouthful of blood, his demeanor visibly waning. Damn it, who is this child? How could I be backlashed? Though being backlashed was one matter, the fact that he had seen nothing at all was another. After years of cultivation, he had considered himself among the elite. Yet now he began to question his very existence. Could it be that he truly was incapable in the realm of divination? Just as this thought surfaced, he forcefully suppressed it, reciting a few lines of a calming incantation until he expelled a breath of stale air. He retrieved a communication jade slip and sent a message to Sui Han, seeking his spiritual insight. Junior brother. He had scarcely called out when a reply came through. Senior brother, is your resolve faltering? Gazing at the familiar characters on the jade slip, Lu Li felt a tumult within. Though he was reluctant to admit it, his master was indeed correct. Sui Han possessed greater talent than he. The veins on the back of his hand throbbed before gradually subsiding. He understood that only his junior brother Sui Han could assist him now. All right. He pinned this single word, uncertain of the emotions behind it, yet Sui Han understood. He casually sketched a line and sent a response. To untie the bell, one must find the person who tied it. Lu Li's elegant brows knitted slightly as he inquired. Junior brother, do you mean for me to approach the Zhong family? Sui Han could no longer contain himself and sent a voice message. What I mean is for you to seek out the one who has caused you to doubt your resolve. Lu Li finally understood. Wasn't it merely that little girl? He glanced at the communication jade slip in his hand, then at the oracle bones on the table, and lifted his gaze to the bustling street, his resolve gradually strengthening. With a flick of his sleeve, the small stalls on the street vanished. He stepped forward in the direction Qin Shu had departed, and although he walked at a leisurely pace, he quickly disappeared from sight. At that moment, Qin Shu was crouched in front of a stall, examining several jade slips. A familiar voice reached her from behind. Do you wish to learn the art of body movement? Qin Shu turned her head to find Lu Li standing beside her, hands clasped behind his back, bending slightly to observe the jade slips in her hands. Chapter 86. There was once no path in this world if the fairy wishes to learn the art of body movement. Perhaps I could teach you, he offered. Upon hearing this, Qin Shu's heart was instantly alarmed. As the saying goes, no good deed goes unpunished. There is either treachery or deceit. She was not a naive 11-year-old. How could she be so oblivious to such truths? No, I shall not learn. We body cultivators do not flee, she declared earnestly. The simple and honest Rui Ming was momentarily taken aback by her words, a puzzled expression crossing his face as he looked up at Qin Shu. Junior sister, are you not a Dan cultivator? However, he was interrupted before he could finish his thought. Senior brother, I am indeed a body cultivator. Rui Ming believed her, feeling even greater admiration for Qin Shu. His master had said that humans could practice various arts, comprehend the Tao, and while heaven granted them extraordinary talents, it also endowed them with the frailest of bodies. Any human wishing to refine their body must endure the torment of training their muscles and toughening their skin, suffering countless times more than that of beasts. Yet, here was a young girl capable of withstanding the pains of body refinement. Truly impressive. Qin Shu was unaware of his thoughts. If she knew, she would surely feel ashamed. She was merely a body cultivator who had never undergone any refinement. Standing beside her, Lu Li observed her slender limbs and saw no signs of body cultivation. He needn't even consult divination to know she was speaking nonsense. Fairy, do you truly not wish to learn the art of body movement? I once acquired a technique in the small spirit realm that allows one to traverse distances in an instant. If you desire to learn this legendary skill. Qin Shu's heart raced with temptation, yet a voice within her continually warned her. There is no free lunch, even if there were. It would merely be bait for a trap. She looked at Lu Li, her dark eyes resolute. I will not learn. Lu Li was taken aback. How could this little girl truly reject the opportunity of a technique he believed no one could turn down? Did she truly not understand the fortune she was declining? Just as he prepared to speak again, the stall owner, unable to bear their exchange any longer, interrupted gruffly. Does the little fairy simply wish to examine my jade slips? Must you be so aggressive in snatching business? What is this talk of traversing distances in an instant? Don't sell false promises. I've seen too many slick-tongued merchants like you. What you claim to be a swift technique often turns out to be as slow as a tortoise. Upon hearing this, Qin Shu nodded alongside, agreeing with her companion's sentiments. Indeed, I find it hard to believe you. Lu Li sensed that a misunderstanding must have arisen, and he steeled himself to clarify. I never mentioned anything about money. The stall owner, upon hearing this, directed a scrutinizing gaze at Qin Shu. Little fairy, feel free to inquire with your guardian. Tell me, do you dare to seek a technique in this world that does not require payment? Qin Shu shook her head vigorously. Akin to a rattling drum, I wouldn't dare. Not only did she express this, but she also turned to her little senior brother with a serious warning. Rui Ming, one must never be greedy for the benefits offered by strangers. Human hearts can be treacherous. In these chaotic times, there are many ill-intentioned individuals outside. Rui Ming nodded in agreement. Sister, exercise caution. If you encounter any danger, call for me using the crane feather. I can withstand a beating. Qin Shu felt a warmth in her heart, charmed by her little senior brother's endearing nature. Meanwhile, Lu Li, who was perceived as having malevolent intentions, was overwhelmed with a sense of exasperation. He harbored no ill will. His only desire was to remain steadfast in his conviction. After a prolonged absence from the world, he was unaware of the heightened vigilance displayed by the younger generation. Lu Li trailed behind Qin Shu, effortlessly closing the distance regardless of how swiftly Rui Ming led her away, his profound cultivation allowing him to easily catch up. He refrained from interfering with the two youngsters, instead choosing to demonstrate his ability to traverse space when they finally paused. He was confident that no one could resist the allure of such a technique. Eventually, Qin Shu could no longer endure the situation and turned to him, exclaiming, Lu Li, what is it that you truly desire? Lu Li waved the raven feather fan in his hand, a serene smile gracing his features. What do you think, little fairy? Is my skill merely a fade? Qin Shu, exasperated, released a heavy sigh. No, that's enough. Satisfied, Lu Li remarked, at last, you possess some discernment. Just as Qin Shu prepared to retort, he interjected. Very well, leave me to meet your master. Qin Shu raised an eyebrow. My master is not someone you can just meet at will. Having been under her master's tutelage for over a year, she had only encountered her 3 times. However, in the next moment, a paper crane appeared before her, igniting spontaneously. Her master's voice emanated from within. Sure, do not be disrespectful. Bring Lu Li back to Ling Shao Peak. It turned out to be a communication talisman, and witnessing this spectacle, Qin Shu suddenly felt disinclined to use the jade slip for messages. She was tempted to purchase a stack of communication talismans for herself. Observing the young girl, Lu remarked, "Since your master has spoken, I trust one will be granted an audience?" Qin Shu recalled the gossip she had previously encountered in the communication jade slip. It seemed that Lu was indeed an elder from the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion, which explained his considerable cultivation and his prior acquaintance with her master. Yet, how could such an elder exhibit such childish behavior? Unable to comprehend this contradiction, she nonetheless adopted a respectful demeanor. "Please, immortal master, follow me." Lu accompanied Qin Shu to the transmission array of the Xiantian Gate. Although he lacked the waste token of the Xiantian Gate, he possessed one from the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion. The Xiantian Gate and the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion maintained a cordial relationship, making exchanges between the two sects a common occurrence. At the entrance of the sect, Rainmaker parted ways with the two, while Lu followed closely behind Qin Shu, ascending the peak of Ling Shaozhenren step by step. It was not until they reached the halfway point that Lu could no longer restrain his curiosity and inquired, "Little fairy, why must we climb this mountain? Why do you not employ your movement technique?" Qin Shu fell into a moment of silence. Did she not wish to use it? Alas, it was not within her possession. Initially, she had intended to ascend the mountain with ease, but now she was unwilling to reveal her abilities, allowing this ostentatious fellow to endure some hardship. Countless thoughts raced through her mind, yet her expression remained placid. "Master, I am merely a physical cultivator." Even Lu began to gradually believe that she was indeed a novice in her cultivation journey. Yet, was her master not Ling Shaozhenren? Was not Ling Shaozhenren an 8th grade alchemist? Eventually, they reached the summit, and the path previously opened by Qin Shu had solidified further. Breathless at the peak, Lu exclaimed, "Did you truly carve this path from what seemed like an impassable terrain?" His question was casual, yet Qin Shu responded with a solemnity that struck him. "In this world, there is originally no path. When many tread the same way, a path is forged." Chapter 87. An epiphany triggered by a famous quote. Lu stood still, turning to reflect on the path they had just traversed, then glanced at Qin Shu, her long lashes fluttering as her gaze grew distant. Subsequently, he nonchalantly lifted his garment and sat cross-legged. Upon witnessing him close his eyes, the restless energy surrounding him seemed to settle almost instantly. Turning back towards her master's cave, Qin Shu wondered why Lu had chosen to sit down just as they reached the entrance. Was he fatigued from the ascent? Just as her thoughts wandered, she sensed a subtle shift in the air around her, and upon turning, she beheld her master's figure materializing beside her. "Ah, he has attained enlightenment. I never anticipated that Lu would visit, only to encounter such an opportunity," Ling Shaozhenren mused, stroking his beard with a hint of barely perceptible envy. Enlightenment? Qin Shu could scarcely believe that a casual remark she had made, echoing a famous saying, could lead to such a realization. Not only was Qin Shu astonished, but even Ling Shaozhenren was intrigued. He turned to her and asked, "Sure, what did Lu perceive? How did he suddenly attain enlightenment?" He had observed the scenery from this peak for centuries without such an epiphany. How was it that a visitor could find it so readily? Qin Shu bit her lip, her expression complex as she recounted how she had guided him from the bottom of the mountain and casually shared that profound saying, "When many tread the same way, a path is forged." Ling Shaozhenren's gaze seemed to drift into the void as he repeated her words. "Remarkable, remarkable, my dear Shuer, so young yet with such understanding. To articulate such resonant truths." Qin Shu's cheeks flushed. Despite her usual boldness, she could not claim ownership of that wisdom. Hastily, she waved her hands in denial, insisting, "No, no, that was not my saying. I am far from possessing such talent. It was spoken by a predecessor before I entered the realm of cultivation." Upon hearing these words, Ling Shaozhenren chuckled, for this indeed elucidated matters. He had initially wondered how such a young child could possess such understanding. Qin Shu gazed thoughtfully at Lu's figure, pondering the possibility of compiling a tome titled The Book of Enlightenment, filled with the sayings of renowned figures throughout history. "Let us return," Ling Shaozhenren stated as he turned to depart. Noticing this, Qin Shu cast one last glance at Lu and inquired, "Master, shall we not assist Lu Xianxue in his protective duties?" Ling Shaozhenren replied with a smile, "This is my celestial mountain. I shall watch over him. There is no need for you to worry, little Shuer." With his reassurance, Qin Shu felt considerably at ease. After all, Lu was a person she had guided, and if he could achieve enlightenment from a mere phrase, it was indeed his fortune. Lu's moment of enlightenment lasted but 3 days. When he finally opened his eyes, they glimmered with brilliance as he exhaled a breath of stale air. Rising, He performed a cleansing spell, surveying the path he had ascended. As the burdens within him dissipated like a river flowing freely, it seemed he was favored by the heavens. Just as he faltered and his resolve wavered, the celestial forces bestowed upon him such an opportunity. The path he traversed might have been uncharted by others, yet there would undoubtedly be successors to follow. Even divination, though often inaccurate, is a common occurrence. The endeavor of unveiling heavenly secrets rarely yields consistent results. A faint rustling interrupted his thoughts, prompting Lu Li to glance sideways, where he beheld the figure of Lingshu Jinren gradually materializing. Ha ha, congratulations, Lu Li Jinren. Lu Li returned the gesture, expressing, I am grateful to Lingshu Jinren for this blessed celestial mountain. Had I known that coming here would lead to such insights, I would have sought your presence much earlier. Lingshu Jinren replied with a smile, Fate is a delicate tapestry. My little disciple has only just become my student. Had you arrived sooner, you might not have encountered her. Upon hearing this, Lu Li quickly inquired, Lingshu Jinren, may I ask your disciple's name? Ah, she bears the surname Qin, with a single name, Shu, Lingshu Jinren answered, his face alight with joy. Lu Li needed no divination to discern that this Qin Shu was indeed the cherished disciple of Lingshu Jinren. Oh, might I ask where the fairy Qin Shu currently resides? I wish to personally express my gratitude. At over 300 years of age, Lu Li had once been quite adept at divination, with many coming to him bearing gifts to seek his counsel. Should he express gratitude, his offering would certainly be generous. With this thought, Lingshu Jinren felt no need for further politeness and said, Shu'er is on the opposite peak. I can summon her at once. However, Lu Li preempted him, stating, since I know she is across the way, I shall go myself. Little Shu'er is a body cultivator. Waiting for her to arrive could take an eternity. With that, Lu Li set off down the mountain, discreetly employing the technique of shrinking space, and in a mere moment, he vanished from Lingshu Jinren's sight. Lingshu Jinren looked up, gazing across the distance towards the peak where Qin Shu resided, murmuring to himself, a body cultivator? Is not my disciple a pill cultivator? It seems incorrect. She ought to be a swordsman, yet she has turned into a body cultivator instead. When Lu Li arrived at the summit of Qin Shu Mountain, he found Qin Shu diligently tending to her few delicate seedlings in the experimental field. For the past couple of days, Xiao Xiao had been in a deep slumber, leaving the little sprouts unattended. As Qin Shu stepped out today, preparing to practice her swordsmanship, she noticed the wilting seedlings and hastily utilized her wood spirit energy to revive them. Little Shu, I hope you are well, Lu Li called out. Upon hearing the voice, Qin Shu turned around and spotted a figure clad in a green robe approaching her leisurely from a distance, swiftly arriving before her with a single step. Qin Shu felt an immense envy. Such agility was remarkably useful. If only she could employ this technique for her travels, it would undoubtedly surpass her childish methods. Once, an opportunity to learn such a technique had been presented to her, but she failed to cherish it. If only she could be granted another chance. Little Shu, are you mesmerized? Do you not wish to learn this earth-shrinking technique? Lu Li's expression conveyed a sense of understanding, as if he could see through her inner thoughts. Well, she admitted to her own shortcomings. She did wish to learn. He was eager to teach her, offering her this chance on a silver platter. If she refused, how could she ever comprehend that the heavens had once provided her sustenance? Master Lu Li, I find myself somewhat perplexed. Why are you so insistent on teaching me this technique? The young girl before him stood just slightly taller than his waist, her slender eyebrows and eyes, complemented by her high ponytail, exuded a certain spirited charm. Observing her earnest inquiry, Lu Li became serious and replied, perhaps it is because we share a connection. However, at present, it is due to the opportunity for enlightenment you have bestowed upon me that has solidified my resolve. Chapter 88. I shall begin alchemy. Qin Shu's gaze toward Lu Li became imbued with a newfound peculiarity. As far as she understood, a person's resolve is the most steadfast aspect of their being, rarely swayed. Yet, should it falter, it would be akin to shattering the foundation of a towering edifice, utterly disastrous. His candidness eased some of her wariness. I wonder how you discern this connection. I have never encountered you before, she mused, fiddling with her small trowel. Lu Li chuckled. Naturally, there are wise individuals who have provided insight. In a distant realm, Sui Han inexplicably sneezed, turning to face Lu Jin. How would I know where your brother has gone? It seems you have mistaken the person you seek. Furrowing her brow, Lu Jin retorted, if you merely cast a divination, wouldn't you know? Sui Han's eyes held a hue of despondency, unperturbed by Lu Jin's words. His tone was devoid of joy or sorrow. If it were truly that simple to divine, why did Lu Jin not do it herself? With a huff, Lu Jin exclaimed, "Brother, do you truly refuse to assist me?" Suihan slowly shook his head. "It is not a matter of refusal, but rather one of my limitations." In a fit of anger, Lu Jin swept her sleeve, sending the turtle shells on his desk crashing to the ground. "What limitations? Is there anything in this world that you cannot divine? Do not presume that I am unaware. You simply wish for me to distance myself from you and cease to trouble you." The cold gaze remains a hue of gray, tranquil and undisturbed. "Your words, dear junior sister, are misguided. I had not anticipated the loss of my sight." His eyes lacked focus, no longer able to perceive the world around him. Lu Jin departed without uncovering the whereabouts of her brother, leaving her vexed by the cold demeanor of the one before her. With a mere gesture, the scattered items returned to the table, arranged with meticulous precision. Meanwhile, the Luli they spoke of was imparting the art of spatial contraction to Qin Shu. Following Lu Li's guidance, Qin Shu concentrated her spiritual energy in her legs, attuning herself to its pull. Gradually, she took a step, indistinguishable from her usual stride, merely a tad larger. Observing her, Lu Li chuckled, reassuring her, "Do not rush, while I appear to wield this technique effortlessly. It took me the better part of a year to master it." Qin Shu nodded slightly, feeling an inkling of comprehension regarding the technique's operation. If we were to envision the cosmos as an axis, establishing a coordinate system with her current position as the origin, the value of her next landing point would represent the threshold supported by her spiritual energy. The most significant variable influencing this would be earth-based spiritual energy. If she could forge a connection between the landing point and the origin using this energy, would it not allow her to traverse vast distances with ease? With her eyes closed, she attentively discerned the spiritual energy beneath her feet. Earthly spiritual energy is robust and continuous, akin to countless minute particles. By rearranging these particles with her energy, she could exploit this reorganization to traverse considerable spans. To put it simply, she intended to set the ground beneath her in motion. Akin to running on a conveyor belt, it would seem as though she took a single step, yet she would actually cover substantial ground. After considerable contemplation, she revitalized her spirit and endeavored anew. Lu Li watched in astonishment as Qin Shu converted the energy beneath her into earth energy, realizing she possessed an earth spiritual root. This suggested that her aptitude was not particularly exceptional. In the realm of cultivation, such a deficiency would hinder significant achievements. Yet, he found himself perplexed. How could he not discern her fate? There must be something extraordinary about her. Soon, he witnessed Qin Shu move again. She lifted her foot and advanced, instantly finding herself on the opposite side of the nursery. The raven feather fan in Lu Li's hand came to an abrupt halt as he widened his eyes in disbelief. Urging her once more, "Please, take another step." With renewed determination, Qin Shu stepped forward again, traversing from the nursery back to Lu Li's side. As a cultivator in the nascent soul stage, Lu Li could discern that although Qin Shu had succeeded, her technique appeared somewhat different from his own. He regarded her with sincerity and inquired, "Little Shu, how did you accomplish this?" In the realm of cultivation in which we find ourselves, every element of nature possesses its own spirit. The spiritual energy we breathe and the very ground we tread upon all have their unique powers. I merely harnessed the earth's spiritual energy to propel myself forward a little. At this point, even Qin Shu herself became aware of it. The technique known as shrinking the ground to an inch in her hands diverged significantly from what Lu Li had previously described. This technique fundamentally relies on intricate spatial structures, and given Qin Shu's current level of cultivation, she was not yet able to access such dimensions. However, her simplified version of shrinking the ground to an inch proved to be more practical. Borrowing strength? Lu Li's eyes gradually brightened as realization dawned upon him. "Little girl, despite your tender age, your perceptiveness is truly remarkable. If your innate talent were a touch greater, ascension would not be out of reach." He sighed inwardly, lamenting that she possessed a triple spiritual root. Logically, Lu Li's resolve should have been steady enough for him to return. Yet, he stubbornly refused to depart. The disciples of Ling Shao Peak had prepared accommodations for him, but he chose instead to meditate at the foot of Master Ling Su's mountain, claiming it was more convenient for his daily climbs. Climbing, Master Ling Su was taken aback, wondering if it was as he suspected. Lu Li smiled as he explained, "I feel a particular affinity with your Ling Shao Peak, Master. Once I find some leisure in the coming days, I shall ascend." perhaps gaining further insights. Whether he would gain any insights or not, he could not say, but every word from little Shu seemed to inspire him. Her thoughts were both expansive and agile, leaving him curious about the family that could raise such a daughter. Thus, Lu Li settled at the foot of Master Ling Su's mountain, frequently visiting Qin Shu, eager to share a few words whenever possible. Yet, this young girl seemed tireless, practicing her swordsmanship from dawn until dusk, prompting him to question his own diligence. Was she a swordsman or a body cultivator? Cultivation is inherently a solitary pursuit. Yet suddenly there was an audience, albeit a silent one. Nevertheless, Qin Shu felt quite uncomfortable with this newfound scrutiny. After 3 days, she declared her intention to enter closed-door training. Master Lu Li, please do not visit tomorrow. I am going to meditate and refine pills. Chapter 89. Do you wish to learn divination? Lu Li gazed at the composed young girl before him, once again lost in contemplation. Did he just hear her mention pill refinement? It would be entirely normal for her, as a disciple of Master Ling Su, to possess such skills. Yet, given his understanding that she was primarily a swordsman and body cultivator, he was taken aback. You can refine pills? Lu Li inquired. Qin Shu looked at the confusion on his face, appearing even more bewildered than he. Is it strange for a disciple of the pill sect to be able to refine pills? Lu Li refrained from answering directly and spoke earnestly. Little Shu, you may not yet comprehend, but human energy is finite. It is better to specialize in one discipline rather than be a jack of all trades. You are currently practicing swordsmanship, pill refining, and body cultivation. When will you find time for actual cultivation? Furrowing her brow, Qin Shu replied resolutely, at night. She felt that her daytime training was progressing too slowly. Sitting in meditation would be a waste of time. Merely cultivating during the night is undoubtedly insufficient. As Lu Li was about to impart his wisdom, he suddenly glanced at Qin Shu's cultivation level, 4th layer of qi refinement. The words he intended to utter lingered on the tip of his tongue, yet he swallowed them back. If his memory served him correctly, Xiantian sect had welcomed a new batch of disciples just last year, which suggested that this young one had only been practicing for a little over a year. He recalled having boasted in the past that this child possessed merely 3 spirit roots. Fortunately, he had refrained from sharing that with others, lest he find himself wishing to burrow into the ground in embarrassment. If she could progress so swiftly with 3 spirit roots, how remarkable would it be if she were granted a single spirit root? Indeed, Qin Shu, recognizing that he could see through her cultivation, felt no surprise. The elders of Tianji Pavilion were indeed formidable. Lu Li felt compelled to say something, yet if he were to voice his thoughts, it might reveal his lack of experience. He remained silent until Qin Shu inquired, Lu Li, is there anything else you wish to discuss? Lu Li waved the feather fan in his hand, suppressing his tumultuous emotions, and replied, please, do not call me Zhenren. Simply refer to me as senior brother. Qin Shu raised an eyebrow. As you are both an elder alongside my master, by convention, I should address you as Shu. Lu Li shook his head. That is not correct. I am over 500 years younger than your master. I cannot bear the title of Shu. Qin Shu was momentarily taken aback. She had not anticipated her master to be of such an age, and she struggled to comprehend the hierarchy within the realm of cultivation. Lu Li, senior brother. She finally regained her composure, clasping her fists. I must head to the alchemy chamber to refine some pills. Please, make yourself comfortable. Having just grasped the technique of shrinking distance, she swiftly took a step and was already 8 paces away. Lu Li hastily followed. Junior sister, wait. I wish to accompany you. I have yet to witness anyone refining pills. With no means to deter him, Qin Shu acquiesced to his company. The art of alchemy was indeed a rather tedious endeavor. If ignored, would he not linger indefinitely in her presence? For 2 consecutive days, Lingshu Zhenren had not seen Lu Li, prompting him to summon a disciple to inquire, where is Lu Li now? The disciple replied, he is observing junior sister Qin Shu refine pills. Lingshu Zhenren furrowed his brow, suddenly feeling as though someone were vying for his beloved disciple's attention. This simply would not do. He too must go and see for himself. At that moment, Qin Shu successfully completed her first batch of pills. Having performed the series of actions required to refine the spirit recovery pill countless times, she proceeded without need for observation, directly summoning a pill bottle to store the elixir. In that instant, Lu Li's nostrils flared slightly. Wait. The spirit pill had already been placed into the jade bottle, prompting Qin Shu to cease her actions. Turning her face to look at Lu Li, senior brother, do you have any guidance? She inquired. Lu Li's gaze fell upon the jade bottle she held, wishing he could peer inside, and he incredulously asked, "Is that a top-grade spirit recovery pill?" Qin Shu nodded, "Yes. You are already capable of perfecting your alchemical skills?" "Just basic techniques," she replied, her lips pressed into a straight line, her chin slightly raised, speaking shyly. Lu Li was left speechless. Once, he never perceived himself as aging. Yet now, conversing with these youthful individuals, he finds himself struggling to comprehend their words. What could this imply? Fortunately, as merely a senior brother, he feels no embarrassment in posing a question. Such basic operations are second nature to everyone at Lingxiao Peak. Qin Shu's demeanor was exceedingly modest. Yet, the very utterance of her words seemed so ostentatious. At this moment, Lu Li's emotions could only be described as indescribable. He gazed at the young girl before him, opened his mouth, but swallowed his words. After several attempts, he finally spoke. "Little Shuer, do you possess any interest in divination?" The notion of excelling in a singular discipline is merely for the mediocre. True prodigies can excel in any field they choose. Qin Shu replied, "How could I lack interest? Back when we were studying, we would even check our daily fortunes before exams." She then raised her gaze to Lu Li, a hint of shyness in her voice. "Senior brother, I wish to learn as well, but didn't you say your predictions were often inaccurate?" In former times, such a statement could have unsettled Lu Li's resolve. But now, after enduring Qin Shu's persistent inquiries, he had come to terms with it. As long as he acknowledged his failures, no one could use them against him. Calmly seated on the mat, he was unaware of when the feather fan had reappeared in his hand. He shook his head, fanning himself, and smiled at Qin Shu, saying, "While I may no longer predict accurately, I am well versed in the methods of divination. I can teach you. You can perform the calculations yourself." Qin Shu, with a graceful gesture, closed the lid of the purple gold alchemy furnace, then turned to Lu Li, bowing respectfully, and stated, "I humbly request your guidance." Although the techniques of the Tianji Pavilion could not be imparted to her, sharing traditional divination methods like the 6 lines and 8 trigrams posed no conflict. Moreover, Qin Shu's own practice technique was the art of avoiding harm and seeking benefit, which aligned well with divination. The Great Change comprises 50, its application encompasses 49. Divided into 2 to symbolize duality, 1 for 3, and divided by 4 to represent the 4 seasons. This is the methodology of the Great Change. Take 50 stalks of yarrow. Remove 1. Qin Shu grasped the essence. Was this not akin to probability theory? According to his calculations, the probability of the sun was 316, the moon 116, the lesser yang 516, and the lesser yin 716, indicating an equal chance of fortune and misfortune. After Lu Li had expounded extensively, he noticed the young girl before him had drifted into thought. With a resigned sigh, he mused, "Indeed, this may be somewhat esoteric for one of your age. If there's anything you don't understand, please express it, and I shall elucidate further." When he first embarked on the study of the Great Change, he too struggled to grasp the concepts until his master demonstrated with 50 stalks of yarrow multiple times, enabling him to understand. Qin Shu was 4 years younger than he had been then, so her confusion was entirely understandable. However, just as he finished speaking, he noticed Qin Shu had returned to focus, flashing him a bright smile. "I understand. Senior brother, please continue." Could she truly comprehend? Lu Li was skeptical. After all, she was but a child. Do not feign understanding for the sake of appearances. If you truly grasp it, please continue. Lu Li spoke to her about the concept of yin and yang, suggesting that due to the principle of opposites, a transformation was imminent. Upon hearing this, Qin Shu displayed a look of sudden enlightenment. Lu Li inquired once more, "Do you truly understand?" Qin Shu nodded, asserting that her senior brother had explained it thoroughly and comprehensively, making it quite easy to grasp. Lu Li remained uncertain whether she genuinely comprehended the material or was merely feigning understanding. He continued, "Since you claim to understand, let me test your knowledge. The Xintian sect will hold a grand competition next month. Calculate whether you can secure a spot in the top 10. It was only upon his reminder that Qin Shu recalled the upcoming competition. She had felt a vague sense that she was on the verge of a breakthrough. Once she achieved the 5th level of qi refining, she believed she could indeed place in the top 10. However, this was merely her conjecture. Now that Lu Li had prompted her to calculate, she was determined to put forth her best effort. With a swift motion, Qin Shu retrieved a stack of ordinary paper along with brush, ink, and inkstone from her storage ring. Initially, Lu Li intended to gift her a set of oracle bones. But watching her actions, he became perplexed. What are you doing? He asked. Qin Shu dipped her brush in ink, responding, Do not rush me, senior brother. I shall compute it right away. Lu Li leaned in with curiosity as she scribbled various incomprehensible symbols on the paper. A thought crossed his mind. Could she possibly be a talisman practitioner? Though it seemed far-fetched, he reasoned that anything concerning Qin Shu was plausible. After filling an entire page with densely written Arabic numerals that only she could decipher, she reached a conclusion. Senior brother, the divination indicates the sun, and according to the principle of transformation, it signifies the moon. Based on my current cultivation, while I may not be able to enter the top 10, I certainly will not fall to the moon. Thus, I also calculated for this disciple competition, which similarly resulted in the sun. In my view, this competition may not take place. Lu Li was taken aback. You've calculated 2 outcomes so swiftly on a single sheet of paper? Who exactly are you? Is she truly only 11 years old? Doubtful. He took out the oracle bones to conduct a divination of his own, laboriously calculating for quite some time. Qin Shu, growing impatient, had already refined 2 batches of elixirs by the time he finally ceased, his expression a mixture of complexity as he murmured, Could it be? This girl is genuinely learning the Dayan divination method for the first time? Senior brother, have you reached a conclusion? Am I correct in my calculations? She asked, while simultaneously forming seals to condense her elixir. Lu Li looked up at her actions, astonished. Can you really focus on alchemy while being so distracted? Qin Shu nonchalantly shrugged. How about a little multitasking? She was effortlessly managing 2 tasks without any apparent strain. Lu Li, embracing his inquisitive nature, pressed on, What is this multitasking concept? As she placed the freshly refined elixirs into a porcelain bottle, Qin Shu produced a blank jade slip and transcribed the fundamental principles of multitasking for Lu Li, tossing it to him. Here, this is for you. You teach me the Dayan divination method, and I shall teach you the art of multitasking. Thus, we shall be even. No one could resist the allure of multitasking. Given that one's energy was finite, the ability to engage in multiple pursuits simultaneously would indeed save considerable time. Lu Li accepted the jade slip, intending to study it thoroughly later. At present, however, the pressing matter was to ascertain what Qin Shu had inscribed. He found her cryptic symbols far more intriguing. Junior sister, what did you just draw? Could you share it with me? It seems you calculate much faster than I do. Qin Shu shook her head, dismissively declaring, It's a unique method, not to be divulged. Lu Li felt a pang of disappointment. It was indeed a pity. Qin Shu was not unwilling to teach him, but she would have to start from the basics of mathematics, which could not be covered in a day or 2. Just as she was about to inform him that she would teach him slowly once her debts were settled, Lu Li unexpectedly proposed. What if I were to become your disciple? Teaching your own apprentice wouldn't count as divulging, would it? Qin Shu raised an eyebrow, perplexed. Was he truly willing to resort to such measures, just to learn something worthwhile? Surely it cannot be to that extent, she replied, a forced smile tugging at her lips. Lu Li's fan had inexplicably vanished, and he clasped his hands together in a respectful bow, stating, as the ancients said, in the company of 3, there must be a teacher among us. If I can master this technique, performing the grand ceremony of apprenticeship, with 3 kneels and 9 bows, would be no issue. At least his earnest attitude towards learning was commendable. Of course, Qin Shu had no intention of truly accepting him as a disciple. She sidestepped his bow and said, Senior brother, there is no need for such formalities. My method is hardly remarkable. If you wish to learn, I shall teach you. Lu Li smiled in return, assuring her, Rest assured, I will not let your efforts go unrewarded. It was then that Qin Shu recalled the divination she had just performed. Senior brother, did I calculate correctly? Lu Li's expression turned serious. Yes, your sect's grand competition may not proceed. Initially, Qin Shu felt a surge of joy. After all, she had accurately predicted on her first attempt. However, she quickly reconsidered. The cancellation of the sect's competition could jeopardize He Xian's entry into the inner sect. The implications of something capable of affecting the competition loomed large, and she sensed the brewing storm. While contemplating, Qin Shu continued to refine her elixirs. Currently, she was no different from a factory worker. By day, she concocted medicines. By night, she practiced her cultivation. Even Lu Li, who had always preferred a carefree existence, found himself influenced by her, meditating diligently for 3 consecutive days. During this meditation, he unexpectedly discovered that the bottleneck that had troubled him for so long seemed to be loosening. While he felt elated, he puzzled over Qin Shu's relentless dedication. Though cultivating immortality is a defiance of fate, Don't you ever feel exhausted from your tireless efforts? Qin Shu glanced at him in surprise, seemingly taken aback by his question. Mayflies live but a day. To us, that is a mere moment. As cultivators, we might enjoy lifespans of hundreds or even thousands of years, yet to those beasts, it remains fleeting. Cultivation is akin to rowing against the current. If you do not advance, you will inevitably regress. Upon hearing her words, Lu Li felt as though he had been struck by a sudden revelation. He stared at Qin Shu, his gaze gradually shifting. You possess such profound understanding at such a young age. It truly shames me. I have lived over 300 years. Yet it seems I have merely aged without wisdom, he reflected, gazing at her youthful countenance with a sense of awe. Unintentionally, Qin Shu, who had been successfully deceived, stared in astonishment at Lu Li. Indeed, the realm of cultivation was no longer the era that prioritized appearances. Here, any seemingly youthful individual in their 20s could potentially be older than her great-grandfather. Shall I still refer to you as Master Uncle? Qin Shu said earnestly, attempting to rectify this distorted form of address. Lu Li responded with a hint of confusion. I compliment her, yet she deflects the conversation? How can this be? Is it that my dear junior sister thinks I am too old? Qin Shu dared not affirm this. She quickly shook her head, insisting that her senior brother was at the prime of his youth in the world of cultivation and should never belittle himself. Lu Li's expression softened considerably upon hearing her words, and he continued, in these past days spent with my junior sister, I have gained much insight. It appears I shall retreat for a period of focused cultivation. At this pronouncement, Qin Shu's heart leapt with joy, for she would finally have the opportunity to cultivate independently for a while. Fortunately, this esteemed Lu Li was wise enough to return home at night. Otherwise, the secret of her unique constitution may not have remained concealed. Then I wish you a successful breakthrough in advance, senior brother, Qin Shu said, bowing respectfully as she watched him depart. Once alone, Qin Shu retrieved her paper and pen to ponder over her calculations. If the sect's grand competition could not be held as scheduled, then Xin would need to remain in the outer sect a while longer. The distinction between the inner and outer sects was not only evident in resources, but also in the techniques learned, which certainly did not bode well for her. Employing the recently acquired Dayin divination method, Qin Shu cast a fortune for Xin. The interpretation suggested that while there might be some gossip during the wait for the sect competition, steadfastness on her part would prevent any significant misfortune. Sighing in relief, Qin Shu recalled the inner core of the great serpent nestled within her dantian, and a sudden inspiration struck her. She decided to cast a fortune for the serpent as well. However, this reading proved peculiar. Initially, it suggested that good fortune was imminent for the serpent in the coming days, yet it soon appeared that some unseen forces were interfering, causing the divination to become muddled. The more she attempted to decipher it, the more perplexed she became. Was it due to her lack of skill? Propping her chin on her hand and chewing on the pen, she wore an expression of existential doubt. Nevertheless, as she had only just begun her studies in divination, it was not surprising that she could not achieve clarity. Meanwhile, standing in the Valley of Illusions, Xie Shiwan gazed up at the sky and murmured, "The Heavenly Machine Pavilion?" The practitioners of the Heavenly Machine Pavilion relentlessly sought to uncover his whereabouts. His inner core, residing within that young girl's dantian, could indeed serve to obfuscate the heavenly mechanisms. Yet this time, they had managed to locate him again. Their keen instincts were truly insufferable. Beneath his feet lay the spirit vein of the Zhong family. To seal this spirit beast with such a precious vein was indeed a waste. He lightly tapped his serpent tail against the barrier, awakening the ethereal night spirit, whose scarlet eyes opened wide. Upon recognizing the intruder, a surge of wrath ignited within its gaze. Simultaneously, a dense, ink-like aura of demonic energy radiated from its being. You dare to return? Xie Shuan gazed down upon it with an air of superiority, his golden vertical pupils fixated as if locking onto prey. Why should it not tremble? With a casual flick of his tail, an aura of spiritual energy was conspicuously absent, yet the spectral night sky hound emitted a cry of anguish. You dare to confine me. What does the human barrier amount to? The deep golden hue in Xie Shuan's eyes intensified as he soared into the air, effortlessly extracting the spiritual vein with a slight lift of his hand. The formation, reliant on the spiritual vein, now bore a flaw. The entire vanishing void valley, spanning 1,000 miles, reverberated with the disturbance of spiritual energy, prompting Xiantian sect to receive the news post-haste. What? You say someone has unsealed the night sky hound? Sect Master Qi Nin reiterated to his disciples for confirmation. Indeed, Sect Master, according to the information relayed by our disciples dispatched for investigation, the valley is now rife with demonic energy. They attempted to uphold a protective barrier with their spiritual energy, yet it faltered within moments. Qi Nin furrowed his brow, inquiring solemnly, were there any casualties among the disciples? In the turmoil of demonic energy, 3 disciples at the 9th and 10th levels of Qi refinement fell, while those above Foundation establishment remain largely unscathed. If these 3 disciples have living relatives, let each of their families be granted a revitalizing pill. He commanded, summon all disciples of Golden Core and above without active missions to hasten to Vanishing Void Valley. Seal all routes. Understood. Qin Shu had just completed a batch of elixirs, and as she stood, stretching her limbs, the resounding chime echoed across the sect's expanse. Having perused the introductory guidelines, she knew such a bell toll signified a momentous event. Her expression shifted. Could it be that her foresight had indeed come to fruition? What could be so significant that it necessitated the postponement of the sect's grand competition? Qin Shu tidied her alchemical furnace and stepped out of the refining chamber, noticing others peeking out from adjacent rooms. No sooner had she entered the courtyard than she observed a gathering of individuals outside. A scroll unfurled in the sky, golden characters ascending into the clouds, conveying 2 mandates from the sect master. First, disciples of Golden Core and above were to retrieve 10 vials of supreme replenishing elixirs from the alchemy sect and proceed immediately to the Vanishing Void Valley. Second, to inform all disciples that the grand competition had been postponed, urging them to remain true to their aspirations and diligently cultivate. Vanishing Void Valley. A vague conjecture formed in Qin Shu's mind. Could it be that the creature sealed away some time ago had resurfaced to wreak havoc? Yet, she was puzzled as to why this time so many were summoned, nearly exhausting the sect's reserves. In the past few days, engrossed in divination, she instinctively retrieved paper and brush to calculate once more. However, moments later, upon reviewing her results, she fell into contemplation. The omens foretold smooth sailing? How could this be? Qin Shu was bewildered, unable to fathom that the event which sent ripples through the entire Xiantian sect was instigated by the small black snake she had raised. The illusory Radiance Knight spirit, too, was taken aback that the snake had truly liberated itself. It soared into the sky on a cloud of dark mist, letting out a thunderous roar that echoed for miles, reaching even those disciples of the Xiantian sect stationed outside the Wanshu Valley. Indeed, the spirit had escaped. Wasn't it reported that the sect had dispatched individuals just days prior to reseal it? Who could say? There may exist countless abilities among the sealed, unkillable demon races that remain unknown to us. Chapter 92. A blow too weak to withstand a shroud of black demonic energy gradually enveloped Xie Yuan, who stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his expression unfazed, as if he regarded the malevolent aura with utter disdain. The illusory Radiance Knight's spirit ascended to the same height as Xie Yuan, baring its teeth with a grotesque canine visage, saliva dripping to the ground and producing wisps of white vapor. Foolish creature, the former Xiantian Taoist could merely seal me here. You, a mere little snake, dare to challenge me. Xie Yuan slowly raised his gaze, his body shimmering with a golden-green radiance, creating a vacuum around him that made the surrounding demonic energy seem to possess consciousness, retreating in fear from his proximity. Only then did he speak. Oh, is that so? How do you know that what the Xiantian Taoist could not accomplish, I am incapable of as well? Huh, merely a foolish dog. The stench of this lowly demonic energy is truly nauseating. Seeking death, it darted forth with remarkable speed, the pervasive demonic energy serving as its excellent camouflage. However, just as it appeared before Xie Yuan, it was swiftly struck down to the ground by a massive tail. The golden-green spiritual energy nearly dispersed the solidified demonic aura enveloping it, akin to a corrosive poison clinging tightly to its meridians. Enraged, it let out a piercing roar that compelled the nearby disciples of the Xiantian sect to hastily cover their ears, fearful of succumbing to its allure. Xie Yuan observed as the spirit soared 10 zhang into the air, yet his expression remained unchanged. After being sealed for over 10 millennia, it still had not learned to tuck its tail like a proper dog. So be it. I shall show you mercy and teach you once more today. The dark golden hue in his eyes intensified, and in the moment the spirit charged at him, the surrounding air transformed into an impenetrable barrier. Spatial laws? The illusory Radiance Knight's spirit exclaimed in shock. Xie Yuan, however, lacked the patience to explain. With a sweep of his serpent tail imbued with the might of heavenly thunder, he struck at it. Each time the tail connected, the demonic energy surrounding the spirit seemed to dissipate considerably. It attempted to retaliate, only to find itself trapped in midair, unable to ascend or descend. Attempts to cast a counterspell proved futile, as it could not even gather its demonic energy. This snake was indeed peculiar, a venomous serpent, typically a manifestation of malevolence, could not only manipulate spatial laws, but also wield the formidable power of heavenly punishment. What level of cultivation did it possess? It was utterly inscrutable. Xuan lifted his gaze toward the distance, discerning the approach of someone, and murmured softly, "What a pity, you shall perish so swiftly." His hands moved swiftly, forming seals with such speed that one could perceive afterimages. The spatial prison that had ensnared the illusory light knight spirit, Yetiangdi, gradually constricted, pressing inward. What of the demonic clan? What of the human clan? To stand between heaven and earth is to uphold the laws of this realm. Even if you harness demonic energy to regenerate flesh and blood, I shall see how you recover this time. As his words lingered, his palm clenched into a fist, and the space could not withstand the pressure, shattering into countless fragments. The trapped, illusory light Yetiangdi was swept away into the vast currents of space, utterly defenseless. Xuan retrieved a handkerchief, methodically wiping each of his fingers clean. He cast another glance at the entrance of the illusory void valley before turning in the opposite direction. As he passed, the surrounding demonic energy dissipated, and the blazing sun resumed its descent upon the valley, rendering everything as it had always been, save for the brittle, yellowed vegetation that proclaimed the occurrence of extraordinary events. "Senior brother, the demonic energy has dispersed." A young disciple hurriedly approached. "Dispersed? But did that entity escape?" "I don't know, but we have been here and saw nothing escape. Let us report to the sect leader first." Upon hearing this news, Qin furrowed his brow. "The demonic energy has dissipated?" "Yes. Our disciples recently ventured to investigate and discovered signs of a struggle within. However, we do not know where that spirit has vanished. It appears to have simply ceased to exist, neither alive nor dead." Qin resolved to invite Mo Shang, the leader of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion, to jointly investigate, for the prowess of that spirit should not be underestimated. The once ascendant Xuantiang Jinren had reached the great ascension stage, and his swordsmanship was unparalleled. Yet he had been unable to slay it. "I refuse to believe that spirit is dead. Perhaps it has merely fled?" Before he could set off, another disciple brought news. "Master, a grave situation has arisen. The exquisite spiritual vein in the illusory void valley has been extracted." Qin found this rather unsurprising. If that creature were to flee, it would certainly take the spiritual vein with it. It had lived for over 10,000 years, after all, and could hardly be considered foolish. "Stay vigilant. I shall join the leader of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion shortly." Qin Shu continued her alchemical endeavors until dusk, at which point she retrieved a communication jade slip to glance at the square. What she saw was alarming. The demonic clan from the illusory void valley had fled, taking with them a spiritual vein from the mountain. In an instant, the entire realm of cultivation was engulfed in trepidation, with various sects and families instructing their disciples to postpone their excursions. Consequently, more individuals began to engage in duels within the sect. Everyone inquired among one another, seeking to ascertain if anyone had perished at the hands of the demonic clan. However, none had, save for 3 low-ranking disciples from the Xuantiang sect, who had succumbed to the demonic energy and tragically perished. Qin Shu stroked her chin thoughtfully. No wonder her divination had predicted smooth sailing, for the demonic clan had fled, leaving no further threat behind. Uncertain of his whereabouts, Qin Shu pondered the potential dangers he might face if he encountered others. Observing that dusk had fallen, she decided to stow away her alchemy furnace and return to her cave residence. The alchemical chamber, fortified by the sect's geomantic energies, allowed for a more efficient consumption of spiritual energy. However, true cultivation necessitated the sanctity of her cave. It was prudent to keep her innate spiritual energy a closely guarded secret. As she cautiously dispelled the cave's restrictions, she sensed an unusual shift. The density of spiritual energy had markedly increased. Could it be that her master, unable to bear witness to her relentless toil, had arranged for a gathering array? Yet, during her previous visit to her master's abode, the spiritual energy had not been so abundant. Upon pushing open the stone door, she was greeted by the sight of her stone bed occupied by a slender figure, a long serpentine tail draped over the edge. even in this altered form. She recognized him instantly. Meanwhile, the small creature that usually nestled on the stone bed had been unceremoniously cast onto her meditation cushion, curled into a ball, clutching its tail as it slept, a pitiful sight indeed. "You've returned?" Qin Shu inquired, aware that he was awake. Given his vigilant nature, it was best not to approach him with any overtures. Chapter 93. The cuckoo occupies the magpie's nest. No sooner had her words left her lips than Xie turned over, propping his head up with one arm, his dark hair cascading down like a waterfall with the motion. His tail, too long for the stone bed, forced him to coil himself at the opposite end in a manner reminiscent of a curled incense stick. He replied nonchalantly, his deep gaze reflecting a small shadow. After a few days apart, he had indeed grown slightly taller, just enough to fit a gap, although he refrained from voicing this thought, lest the sharp-tongued little girl demand a reduction in his consultation fees. Qin Shu felt a surge of delight upon hearing this. Youth had its advantages. Yet her current form felt overly juvenile, her limbs small and inconvenient. If only she could grow a bit taller, it would be most fortuitous. However, amidst her joy, she remembered to address the matter at hand. By the way, upon my return, I sensed a notable increase in the spiritual energy of this mountain. Did you have a hand in this? Xie responded with a soft his demeanor suggesting he regarded it as a triviality. Qin Shu had expected he might have arranged an array for the cave, but was taken aback when he continued. I planted a small segment of a spiritual vein within your mountain. He had wished to plant an entire vein. Yet Qin Shu's mountain was merely a fragment of Lingxiao Peak, far too limited to accommodate a complete high-grade spiritual vein. Oh, so you planted a small segment of a spiritual vein, Qin Shu replied casually. However, as the words escaped her lips, realization dawned upon her. She widened her eyes in disbelief, gazing at the serpent upon the bed. Wait, what? A spiritual vein? Where did you acquire it? I found it by the roadside. Xie replied with casual indifference. Suddenly, a thought struck Qin Shu, and her eyes widened further. The one from the Wangshu Valley? She queried incredulously. He confirmed once more. Upon hearing his words, Qin Shu fell silent, and after a brief moment, she inquired, what about the monsters there? The last time, she and Hexin had nearly perished in that place. Did you kill them? Qin Shu could not help but step forward, pressing for clarity. Xie raised his gaze to meet hers, his cold eyes tinged with a hint of mockery. Otherwise, it seems you disciples of the Xiantian sect lacked such capability. In that instant, the confusion that had plagued Qin Shu over the past few days suddenly unraveled. She understood why she had predicted that the sect's expedition to the Wangshu Valley would proceed smoothly. It was because that monster had already been slain by the Great Serpent. Her brows knitted tightly as she realized the serpent's formidable cultivation, surpassing even that of her master. Yet, she had never imagined, nor dared to consider, that his power could be so immense. His inner core lay within her possession, and though he bore injuries, that creature had still proven no match for him. This indicated that should he wish to eliminate her, it would be as effortless as squashing an ant. Xie observed the myriad expressions flitting across her face, more changeable than the weather in June. Come and tend to my wounds. As Qin Shu recalled the pitiful state in which she had found him, she could not help but reflect on the formidable being capable of inflicting such injuries. Hesitantly, she approached, placing her small hands upon his tail, contemplating. Yet ultimately unable to restrain her curiosity, she asked, can my meager spiritual energy truly heal your wounds? Xie replied, better than nothing. His tail bore numerous scars, with faint arcs of electricity dancing between the raw flesh. These were remnants of the heavenly punishment lightning he had endured during his ascension. He was indeed a ruthless individual, daring to comprehend even the residual power of the thunderous retribution etched upon him. Qin Shu reasoned that even if her spiritual energy were insufficient, it would surely outpace his own recovery. She placed her delicate hands on Xie tail, channeling the wood's spiritual energy within her to gradually nurture his wounds. As she worked, the throbbing pain within him began to dissipate, and the tension in his furrowed brow eased. His gaze fell upon the young girl standing by the stone bed, her lips pressed together as she focused intently on his tail. Henceforth, do not allow anything else on my bed, Xie instructed leisurely. Qin Shu momentarily halted her flow of energy, turning to regard the excessively domineering serpent. What do you mean, your bed? That is mine. She corrected him with righteous indignation. Xie chuckled softly at the sight of her puffed cheeks and waved his hand to dispel the illusion cloaking the stone bed. Qin Shu stood in stunned silence as the seemingly ordinary surface of the stone bed began to ripple before her eyes. A layer of golden-green light flashed, revealing a pitch-black ice bed before her. Xie Xuan then queried, "Well, is this still your bed?" Qin Shu blinked, instinctively turning to survey the other objects within the room. The once unremarkable cave dwelling had undergone a dramatic transformation. The stone walls, floor, and furnishings had all been replaced with unfamiliar materials, predominantly in dark hues. The only thing that remained unchanged was her small cushion, upon which a tiny creature rested. If memory serves me right, this should be my abode, correct? Qin Shu cast a discontented glance towards Xie Xuan, her eyes silently accusing him of his audacious act of usurpation. Xie Xuan let out a light scoff, admonishing her not to be so petty, for in return, he had graciously bestowed upon her a small fragment of a spiritual vein. Upon hearing this, all of Qin Shu's anger dissipated. This small fragment of a spiritual vein was meant for her? Xie Xuan nodded slightly, affirming her thought. Wonderful. If you had said this sooner, it would have been splendid. Do not think that merely changing furniture would deter me, even if it meant sleeping in the courtyard. I would gladly accept. Observing her sycophantic demeanor, Xie Xuan raised an eyebrow and a subtle smile graced his lips as he remarked, "Since you have expressed your wishes so openly, I shall oblige. Starting tonight, you may spend your nights outside the abode." Qin Shu was taken aback. Was he truly so ungracious? Did those in the cultivation realm become bolder with their prowess? Noting her flustered expression, Xie Xuan raised an eyebrow, his eyes glimmering with mischief. "What? Are you unwilling? On the contrary, I do not need to wait until tonight. I shall leave this very moment." She turned to depart, only to be ensnared by a tail that wrapped around her waist, hoisting her off her feet. "You may flee swiftly, but having taken my resources, you must earnestly tend to my wounds." With a release of his tail, Qin Shu fell, but with her enhanced cultivation, she swiftly summoned her spiritual energy to stabilize herself. Standing upright once more, realizing that the unyielding serpent would not allow her to leave without treatment, Qin Shu resigned herself and settled into a meditative posture. Placing her hands over his wounds, a radiant green light enveloped the injuries as her spiritual energy surged forth until the last drop was extracted, after which she stood once again. Chapter 94. The mark of Xie Xuan gazing at the languid serpent lord, comfortably sprawled on the bed with closed eyes. An inexhaustible motivation surged within Qin Shu. She resolved to train diligently. When her cultivation reached greater heights, she would have this little serpent serve her tea and water. Yet, despite her fervent aspirations, reality rendered her meek. "I shall take my leave now," she declared, tiptoeing out of the abode. It was acceptable for someone else to inhabit the space, especially when such a generous offering of a portion of a spiritual vein was made as rent. Why not relish it? Just as she intended to sit beneath the resplendent red flowers of the small nursery to bask in the flourishing spiritual energy and diligently train. Xie Xuan's voice unexpectedly halted her. "Wait." Qin Shu paused and turned to face Xie Xuan, only to see a dark orb tossed towards her. Instinctively, she reached out to catch it, but the orb halted just a step away from her. Confused, she wondered if he regretted his earlier decision. In the next moment, Xie Xuan spoke. "The demonic energy within this inner core has been purged. It is of no use to me, so you may take it for your amusement." With that, the inner core, suspended in midair, floated toward Qin Shu and, as if devoid of any force, fell gently to the ground before her. Qin Shu extended her hands, and the pitch-black inner elixir fell perfectly into her palms. The elixir was as large as her hand, and its weight reminded her that the monstrous creature, capable of killing them with a mere roar, was truly dead. The wheel of fortune had turned. Once injured by that beast, she now held its inner elixir. The serpent had uttered 2 words, which she had taken note of: demonic aura. Could it be that this creature belonged to the demon clan? As she pondered, a gust of wind swept her outside. Just as she steadied herself, a small creature flew out from within and landed squarely on her face. Qin Shu exclaimed, "A petty man. He cannot even tolerate a little squirrel." Watching the stone door slowly close before her, she felt little dissatisfaction, for he had given her so much. Taking a deep breath, she inhaled the untainted air filled with spiritual energy, and every cell in her body began to stir with excitement. How exhilarating! Qin Shu retrieved 2 meditation cushions from her storage ring. These inexpensive items had been bought on a whim during her last visit to Qijin City, where someone was offering a buy 5 get 1 free deal. They were just right for her now. Tonight was a full moon. and the silvery light bathed the entire Lingxiao Peak in a luminous glow. Sitting beside a vibrant red flower, she couldn't shake the feeling that the bloom was even more radiant today. Gathering her thoughts, she aligned her heart towards the heavens and swiftly entered a meditative state within just 2 breaths. The night's cultivation was indeed exhilarating. The pure spiritual energy cleansed her meridians, and only after a thorough refinement did she achieve a breakthrough. In that fleeting moment of transcendence, her inner elixir resembled a small boat bobbing in her energy sea. Violet spiritual energy infused the golden-green elixir, as if delicate threads were mending the cracks on its surface. In the cave, Xie Xuan opened his eyes, sensing the changes before drifting back to sleep. It wasn't until dawn that Qin Shu's absorption of spiritual energy began to wane, leaving her wanting more. She rose and stretched, hearing soft snoring nearby. Turning her head, she noticed that Xiao Xiao seemed to be sleeping even more soundly. With her recent breakthrough, her alchemical processes would surely accelerate. With the wondrous item 1 heart, 3 uses, she could even refine 2 batches of elixirs simultaneously. At this rate, she would repay her brother's debts within the month. She needed to settle these matters promptly. Once done, her long-cherished body refinement could finally commence. As Qin Shu made her way to the alchemy chamber, Qi Nan and Mo Shang, the 2 sect masters, arrived at the Wangshu Valley. The demonic aura that had once pervaded the area had vanished completely. Qi Nan turned to Mo Shang, the master of Tianji Pavilion, and inquired, "Master Mo, are you able to trace the source?" Mo Shang nodded and produced a copper mirror. The copper mirror in question is his fateful artifact, the Siyuan mirror. This mirror possesses the ability to reveal events that transpired in a particular location's past, with the depth of magic required increasing proportionately to the distance of time being traced. However, despite Mo Shang casting 3 spells upon the mirror, it remained utterly unresponsive. Its surface appeared shrouded in a fine mist, obscuring any revelations. They were utterly incapable of discerning what transpired within. When Mo Shang glanced up, he found Qi Nan gazing at him, and he could only helplessly shrug his shoulders, as if someone had obscured the secrets of heaven, rendering his tracing futile. "Even you cannot trace it?" Qi Nan's brow furrowed. Mo Shang nodded, acknowledging his lack of skill in the arts. Qi Nan quickly added, "Do not belittle yourself, Mo Shang. We have underestimated that dog." Mo Shang sighed, suggesting they investigate further to uncover any other clues. "That sounds good." The 2 of them searched the valley, noticing some signs of a struggle, yet they were uncertain if it was the spirit hound attempting to break free from the barrier that caused the disturbance. Soon, the disciples of Xiantian's sect returned, reporting that they had not discovered any leads and that the nearby villages had also been inquired about, with no one suffering harm. Just as Qi Nan was about to call for Mo Shang to return, he was suddenly halted by Mo Shang's voice. "Ruai Zhenren." Qi Nan turned to see Mo Shang's expression of perplexity. "Has Mo Shang Zhenren made a discovery?" Mo Shang beckoned him closer, indicating a damaged barrier. "Look here. I sense the spiritual aura of Xie Xuan." Qi Nan's expression shifted. If Xie Xuan had indeed rescued the spirit hound, their collusion could spell disaster for the entire cultivation world. Upon closely examining the area Mo Shang indicated, he indeed detected a trace of Xie Xuan's presence. Could it be that Xie Xuan truly released the spirit hound? Qi Nan and Mo Shang exchanged a glance, and Mo Shang spoke first, "Ruai Zhenren. Once I return to the sect, I shall perform divination for the eastern continent. You should inform the other sects of this discovery, so they may be on guard." Qi Nan agreed, thanking Mo Shang for his efforts. When Qin Shu next visited the pharmacy to collect medicinal materials, Ma Chengkai discreetly led her aside, saying, "Qin Shu, you have now mastered the art of refining the spirit recovery pill perfectly. My master is aware that you are undertaking tasks for Wen Qi. While refining the spirit recovery pill may be simple for you, it can be somewhat wasteful in terms of effort. This is a critical time for you to focus on your cultivation. Yesterday, I sought the favor of Elder Chongqing, and if you can refine the wind-running pill, 1 batch will equate to 2 batches of spirit recovery pills." Chapter 95, The Spirit Vein. Do you no longer desire the wind-running pill? Qin Shu recognized this pill as a 2nd-tier elixir. Although it is only 1 rank higher than the 1st-tier spirit recovery pill she currently refines. The difficulty of its concoction increases manifold. The wind-running pill can temporarily enhance the user's speed, making it a favored choice among junior disciples on missions, as it facilitates swift travel and can even serve as an escape mechanism in critical moments, proving more convenient than speed runes. Master, I understand you are looking out for me, but I have never refined the wind-running pill before. The disciple's current cultivation level remains rather modest, prompting Qin Shumi to furrow her brow in concern upon hearing about the success rate of alchemical refinement. Ma Qingtai, with his hands clasped behind his back, cheerfully responded, "No worries. One must start somewhere. It is rare to find someone who can refine elixirs perfectly from the outset. Proceed with your practice." Elder Changqing has stated that the first 10 batches of elixirs are merely for honing your skills. After that, you will retain 70% of what you have refined. While these terms were indeed lenient, even generous, Qin Shumi instinctively inquired further, "What if I can only produce 3 elixirs in one batch?" Ma Qingtai, seeing through her apprehensions, chuckled, "It is common for the initial success rate to be low. However, it cannot remain so indefinitely. Rest assured, our sect is prosperous and will not be overly concerned with these minor details." Reflecting on the many restorative elixirs she had concocted, from which she kept merely 30%, while surrendering the remaining exquisite ones to the sect, she realized this arrangement was mutually beneficial. She had gained, and so had the sect, while senior brother Wenchu also profited from renting her the furnace. The ordinary alchemical furnaces could not withstand the modest 73 strands of fire's spiritual energy she possessed. To refine 2 batches simultaneously, she would need to borrow another furnace from her second senior brother. If that is the case, I shall proceed with my spiritual plants and give it a try. Observing the youthful enthusiasm radiating from her, Ma Qingtai felt a wave of nostalgia. In the protracted timeline of the cultivation world, individuals often moved at a leisurely pace. It was only these vibrant youths, newly arrived from the mortal realm, who embodied such exuberance. He pondered how long her spirited approach would endure. Qin Shumi's subsequent plans were crystal clear. She would first assess the difficulty of refining the wind-flight elixir, and upon mastering that, she would seek to rent an alchemical furnace from her second senior brother. This pursuit kept her occupied in the alchemical chamber for a full 3 months. After this duration, when the disciples of Zantiangong, who had previously been living frugally, came to exchange elixirs, they were astonished to find that the wind-flight elixir, which had once cost 20 points, was now available for merely 5 points, considering that 1 point could be exchanged for 5 low-grade spirit stones. This meant that a single wind-flight elixir could be acquired for just 25 low-grade spirit stones. What are we waiting for? Let us make the exchange. Having such an elixir on hand could prove invaluable in a critical moment. Senior Sister Shuang, please exchange 2 for me. So cheap? Then I'll take 10. What if the price goes up again later? His casual remarks spurred the others to stock up as well. Amused by the scene, Shuang explained, "Junior Sister Qin has mentioned that she will accept alchemical tasks when she has the time, so our sect will likely not face a shortage of elixirs in the future." Just as her words settled, a gasp erupted from the crowd. A top-grade wind-flight elixir? Previously, they had only exchanged for low-grade ones, and this new revelation was shocking. Now, for just 5 points, one could obtain a top-grade elixir? Who could resist such temptation? While the low-grade wind-flight elixir offered a mere 15 minutes of increased speed, the top-grade variant could enhance speed for an impressive half-hour, boasting a significantly greater advantage. His voice echoed through the air, instantly rallying those who were once hesitant, as they raised their waist tokens and rushed forward, exclaiming, "I want 10, 8, 20. Qin Shu was unaware that her solitary efforts had saved her fellow disciples a significant number of points. After spending 3 diligent months in the alchemy chamber, she had become a paragon of virtue within the alchemy sect. By the end of this period, she had fulfilled all the alchemical tasks owed to her second senior brother, clearing her own obligations in the process. Emerging from the alchemy chamber, Qin Shu felt as though she were floating with each step. Is this the feeling of being unburdened by debt? Xie Xuan had not anticipated that by merely allowing her to spend the night outside, she would choose to disappear entirely. For 3 months, she had only meditated and cultivated in the courtyard, leaving before dawn each day. They had not crossed paths even once during that time. At one point, a man had visited her twice, clad in the attire of the Tianji Pavilion. When had this little girl become entangled with the Tianji Pavilion? At long last, Qin Shu returned, and she did so during the day. Upon entering the courtyard, she headed directly towards her makeshift dwelling. Her own comfort was of little concern. It was the little one who had yet to awaken from slumber that needed a shelter from the elements. However, as she stepped inside, a familiar voice echoed in her mind. "Do you not like this half-segment of spirit vein?" Qin Shu paused mid-step, hastily responding as she ran towards the cave dwelling. Like it? How could I not like it? It is a spirit vein. Who could possibly resist the allure of a spirit vein? Upon pushing open the stone door, she found the cave dwelling had transformed dramatically since her last stay. The obsidian stone bed was adorned with an unknown fur, its soft, delicate luster inviting one to dive in and roll about. A serpent, more adept at enjoying life than she, coiled within the cave, its body elevated on its tail. At this moment, Qin Shu barely reached its waist. Xie Shuan turned to see her standing at the entrance, backlit, obscuring her expression, yet he could sense her excitement. What should he do? His brows knitted slightly, a look of vexation crossing his face as his deep gaze scrutinized her. Qin Shu was momentarily taken aback, wondering what the dilemma was. Xie Shuan leisurely poured himself a cup of ethereal nectar, speaking with deliberate calmness. This half-segment of spirit vein was originally bestowed upon you in gratitude for your assistance in healing my wounds, yet now, it seems you do not regard my injuries with the seriousness they warrant. A jolt ran through Qin Shu's heart. In her haste to repay her debts, she had entirely forgotten about the injured serpent. Lowering her head, her small hands fidgeted together, her gaze gradually lifting until it rested upon his tail. Seeing it, her embarrassment dissipated, and her expression shifted to one of urgency as she urged, You, quickly get onto the stone bed. Noticing her change in demeanor, Xie Shuan had intended to utter a few words of warning, but now found himself at a loss for words. As Qin Shu approached, she crouched down in front of him, peering at his wound. While examining it, she remarked, Your injury is scraping against the ground, surrounded by so many bacteria. Aren't you worried about infection? There are no antibiotics here. One shouldn't be reckless in such a manner. Chapter 96. Can thunder punishment forge the body? What bacteria? Antibiotics? Xie Shuan was filled with confusion, recognizing each word she spoke, yet failing to grasp their meaning when strung together. This little girl seemed to possess an audacity that bewildered him, as she pushed against his lower back, urging him towards the stone bed. Although her strength was negligible, he decided to humor her antics and reclined sideways onto the bed. Qin Shu tugged at the tip of his tail, attempting to pull his snake-like appendage from the ground onto the bed. Xie Shuan felt discomfort as her palm radiated warmth far exceeding his own. In a reflexive motion, he deftly flicked her hand away, instinctively coiling his tail into a spiral, concealing the previously exposed tip beneath. Faced with the mass of his tail, Qin Shu found herself at a loss, letting out a sigh as she turned her gaze towards the large serpent. If you want me to assist in healing, you must expose your wound, she stated with a hint of exasperation. Meeting her clear eyes, Xie Shuan seemed to search for any hint of malice within her gaze. After a prolonged moment, as her eyes began to tire from the intensity of their shared gaze, he finally averted his eyes, allowing his tail to gently writhe and reveal the injury. Upon seeing the dirt caked onto his tail and the blood seeping from the wound, Qin Shu instinctively furrowed her brow. Hadn't it improved significantly before? When she had last departed, the wound had nearly healed, with only the scales yet to regrow, and no longer bleeding. Could it be that his battle with the demon from the illusory Void Valley had reopened the injury? Had he scraped it while walking? Just as Qin Shu pondered these thoughts seriously, Xie Shuan nonchalantly remarked, I might have scraped it. Qin Shu's expression turned incredulous. Did she appear so easily deceived? The physique of a demon beast was akin to reinforced steel. A mere scrape would not wound him, let alone a blade that might not even pierce his skin. Furthermore, the injuries he bore were evidently not the result of a mere scrape. As the scent of blood mixed with a charred aroma wafted into her nostrils, she found it quite unpleasant. Without uttering a word, Qin Shu gathered her wooden spirit energy in her palms, flipping her hands to envelop the wound on the great serpent with her ethereal energy. This time, she felt an electric arc at her fingertips, sending a slight tingle through her fingers. She continued to channel her spirit energy into his body until she could no longer bear the sensation, at which point she withdrew her hands. How can there be electric arcs within your body? Qin Shu inquired, puzzled. Xie Shuan raised an eyebrow, questioning. Is that something you should be asking? Why not? She retorted. A healer must observe, listen, inquire, and examine. I need to understand the situation to treat it appropriately. While speaking, she retrieved some medicinal powder from her spatial jade pendant, pouring it onto Xie Shuan's tail. Xie Shuan observed her actions, fully aware of their limited efficacy. Yet he refrained from intervening. The scars left by the lightning punishment bore a semblance of the lightning's power, which was, in some respects, to be expected. Lightning punishment? Qin Shu raised her gaze towards him. He reclined lazily against the headboard, his eyes half closed, seemingly lost in thought. Indeed, he ultimately conceded. Perhaps she had already deduced her identity from the lightning tribulation? What would she do next? Would she inform the esteemed Ling Su? However, in the next moment, she excitedly inquired whether lightning punishment could be used to temper the body. Xie Xuan was taken aback. He had previously considered himself rather astute. Yet whenever he found himself in the company of this human child, she invariably presented ideas so extraordinary that he struggled to keep pace with her thoughts. The lightning tribulation was something all cultivators sought to evade. Who would dare use lightning punishment for body tempering? His brow furrowed in confusion. Qin Shu was oblivious to the true form of the demon lord, Xie Xuan, and did not associate this large serpent, which occasionally bestowed small favors upon her, with the notorious demon lord known for his mercilessness. She retrieved the pink shawl she had previously used to wrap the little black serpent and carefully bandaged Xie Xuan's wound, securing it with a charming bow. Once completed, she pointed at his tail, saying, "Look here, there are electric arcs present. The flesh is much firmer than on this side." As she spoke, she prodded the uninjured part of his tail. Xie Xuan's entire being tensed, the tail adorned with a pink bow recoiling towards the bed. Qin Shu, having missed her target, sheepishly withdrew her hand and asked, "Surely, using lightning punishment for body tempering must be effective. Has anyone ever tried it? Those with lightning spiritual roots may consider it, but you should not dwell on it." He firmly dismissed her thoughts. Nevertheless, despite his words, Qin Shu felt that a mere beast might not possess extensive knowledge. She resolved to search the library for answers later. "Tomorrow, I shall venture into the library to see if there is a method to help you dispel the electric arcs within you," she declared. Her initial intention was to seek some clever means to appease the great serpent, hoping he might cease his incessant demands for spirit stones. However, the serpent outright rejected her kind offer, stating, "There is no need. In due time, the power of the lightning punishment will be refined by my true self." His simple statement, however, opened a new realm of possibilities for Qin Shu. It can be refined? If he can do it, why can't I? Perhaps when I face the tribulation, I might try it as well, she mused quietly. Upon exiting the cave, Qin Shu seated herself cross-legged on her mat and rummaged through her storage ring to retrieve the body tempering technique that the great serpent had previously bestowed upon her. After a careful study, she fell into silence. In her past life, she had been accustomed to ordering takeout delivered to her doorstep. Now, this technique demanded that she undertake a grueling 30-mile trek with a heavy load. In a state of extreme fatigue, she was to soak in a medicinal bath, which would gradually enhance her physical limits. The herbs required for the bath were quite common, easily obtained through the task hall in exchange for points. As she bore the burden of 30 miles, Qin Shu glanced down at her slender arms and legs, contemplating how, under such standards, she would be utterly exhausted. Nevertheless, one must eat bite by bite, walk step by step, and cultivate gradually. She hurried to the mission hall to exchange her points for essential herbs, and then proceeded to the outer sect cafeteria, where she traded a premium spirit replenishing pill with the kitchen elder for a large iron pot as a backup. Once the water in the pot began to boil, she tied her hair back tightly, took a deep breath to prepare herself, and dashed down the mountain. For today, she decided to run 3 laps. Upon completing the final ascent, she felt as if she had emerged from water, her hair clinging to her cheeks as she gasped for breath. Although her body had been invigorated by spiritual energy, rendering her more resilient than before, the 3 round trips still left her fatigued. She retrieved the bathing tub she had prepared from her storage ring, pouring the boiling water and herbs from the iron pot into it, and added some cool water. After completing these tasks, she supported herself as she clambered into the tub with a splash, sending water flying. The ethereal robe of the Ta Ching Wuchen floated lightly on the water's surface, and the warm water, infused with the herb's essence, gradually eased the soreness in her legs. Taking a deep breath, she submerged her entire head beneath the surface. The entire mountain was enveloped in the awareness of Xie Xuan, who observed Qin Shu's every movement with clarity. Initially perplexed by her repeated runs up and down the mountain, he only began to comprehend her intentions when he saw her boiling herbs in the iron pot. The little one had a weak constitution. Such a short distance left her utterly spent, indicating she truly needed to train diligently. Just as his eyes began to close, a sudden unease stirred within him. Something felt amiss. His eyes snapped open, Something was very wrong. She had stopped breathing. This little girl seemed incapable of swimming. He had never encountered someone who could nearly drown while bathing. With a thought, he reappeared beside Qin Shu's bathing tub without hesitation. Reaching out to pull her from the water, the splashing water dampened his sleeves, the dark fabric clinging to his arms, accentuating his athletic build. Just as Qin Shu began to feel the nurturing effects of the herbs within her, she was abruptly exposed to the air once more. Confused, she opened her eyes to survey her surroundings, only to be startled by a pair of enlarged vertical pupils staring back at her. "What are you doing?" Qin Shu inquired, bewildered. Thankfully, she had not removed her clothes during the herbal bath. Otherwise, being plucked from the tub in such a manner would have been quite embarrassing. "You stopped breathing," Xie Xuan replied, his lips forming a straight line as he spoke earnestly. Qin Shu pondered. Could it be that my near-drowning incident in the lake triggered a stress response in the serpent? Qin Shu sighed, pondering whether she truly appeared to be a fool who could drown even in a bathtub. The atmosphere fell silent for a moment before she struggled anew, imploring him to release her. Xie Xuan loosened his grip, causing Qin Shu to plunge once more into the tub, a splash of water striking her forehead. Wiping the water from her face, she resignedly educated him. The absence of breath does not equate to death, and a lack of heartbeat may still allow for salvation. Only brain death signifies true demise. Brain death? Xie Xuan mused, countering with, "Are you suggesting the collapse of the sea of consciousness?" Before Qin Shu could respond, he continued, "Yet that is incorrect. You, young one, likely have not yet developed your sea of consciousness. Some snakes appear quite pleasing to the eye until they open their mouths and become utterly repulsive," Qin Shu retorted. "Brain death signifies the dissolution of consciousness," she insisted. "Dissolution of consciousness? A scattering of the soul?" Xie Xuan inquired softly, just as Qin Shu intended to enlighten him about her atheistic beliefs, dismissing the supernatural as mere folklore. She hesitated, realizing her own convictions were not so steadfast. In this realm of cultivation, where ascension is possible and one may transform into a ghostly practitioner post-mortem, the existence of souls is indeed plausible. With a complex expression, she glanced up to find Xie Xuan still observing her and sighed, conceding, one could say that. The thought of the impending trial she would face in 6 years weighed heavily on her heart. Yet in the next moment, Xie Xuan reassured her, "Do not fret. Now that you have formed a bond with this esteemed being, no entity here can cause your soul to scatter." Taken aback by his sudden, authoritative declaration, Qin Shu nodded perfunctorily, internally questioning his overconfidence, seemingly oblivious to his grave injuries. He had nearly faced death himself, yet he stubbornly remained defiant. Given the number of foes he appeared to have, the likelihood of danger befalling him was considerably higher than her own recklessness. Noticing her skepticism, Xie Xuan's expression darkened. He had promised to preserve her spirit, yet she remained unconvinced. Truly, she was an inexperienced child. Without any discernible movement on his part, his form gradually faded before her eyes, eventually vanishing entirely. Leaning back in the tub, Qin Shu felt her body gradually rejuvenate with strength. She inhaled deeply, submerging her head in the water and blowing bubbles. After repeating this several times, the water in the tub had cooled completely, and the medicinal properties began to wane. Only then did Qin Shu emerge from the tub, her spiritual energy swirling around her, causing her garments to dry. Stretching languidly, she noted that the day was still young. Resting now would be a waste of time. Perhaps a visit to the library was in order? As she prepared to step outside, a familiar golden butterfly appeared beyond her barrier. Opening the restriction, the butterfly fluttered in, only to burn away before her eyes. Accompanying this was the voice of her master. "Sure, come to my cave." Thus, her trip to the library would have to be postponed. The technique of shrinking distances has commenced, and she dissipated her aura, obediently making her way towards the opposite mountain. After all, she still needed to cultivate her body, running a bit more wound tea hurt, albeit at a slower pace. Surely, her master could afford to wait. Master Lingshu had sipped his spiritual tea to the point of losing its flavor, yet he had yet to catch sight of Qin Shu. What could she be so occupied with? How could she remain out of sight for so long? Master Lingshu inquired. Cheng Yin pondered for a moment before replying. Junior sister has been concocting a substantial amount of elixirs. Currently, we have an abundance of spirit recovery pills and wind-running pills in our sect. She has been refining elixirs for several months? Master Lingshu expressed his astonishment, having never encountered such a diligent disciple before. Indeed, she has made significant progress in her alchemy. even devising a method to refine two furnaces simultaneously. At this point, even Cheng Yin felt a sense of admiration. Master Lingxiu had spent centuries in alchemy and could manage two furnaces at once when producing lower-tier elixirs, but that was due to his extensive experience. Qin Shu, on the other hand, had barely been refining for 6 months. Truly, she was a prodigy. What of Qiyu? Surely, she cannot be refining elixirs as well? Master Lingxiu asked. Cheng Yin clasped his hands in respect. Master, you are indeed correct. Qiyu has been residing in the alchemy room for the past 2 months, reportedly collaborating with Qin Shu on some task strategy to assist the disciples in refining elixirs, albeit with a commission. Master Lingxiu raised an eyebrow. This strategy must have originated from Shu? He queried. Qiyu, being straightforward and imbued with innate pride, would hardly conceive of such a tactic. Chapter 98. A session of experience sharing. Cheng Yin nodded slightly. Indeed, the younger apprentice is quite clever. Master Lingxiu's expression was a mix of joy and concern. After a moment, he sighed, lamenting, "This child is perhaps a bit too astute. The purpose of our sect is to allow disciples to practice their skills. Yet she has taken that upon herself. What incentive do others have to practice?" However, Cheng Yin shook his head. "Master, you need not worry. The younger apprentice has already considered this. She only accepts tasks from disciples who have been in the sect for over 30 years. Master Lingxiu furrowed his brows in silence. As Cheng Yin continued, the fervor with which the junior apprentices are refining elixirs under her guidance has yielded benefits. Our sect's younger disciples have become industrious. With the alchemy room bustling daily, one must arrive early to secure a spot for refining. Over the past few months, our sect's stock of spirit recovery pills and wind-running pills has significantly increased. I have come to inquire if we might sell the surplus lower-tier elixirs that our disciples do not require to the neighboring Tianji Pavilion." Master Lingxiu was genuinely astonished. Within a mere 6 months, their sect had transitioned from a shortage of elixirs to an abundance. That is indeed favorable, he mused. As the disciples of the alchemy sect honed their skills, their proficiency in refining elixirs had risen remarkably, to the point where they now shunned all but the finest elixirs. The master and disciple conversed for quite some time, and only then did Qin Shu, panting, ascend from the mountain below. With a swift gesture, she dispelled the sweat from her brow and called out towards her master's cave. "Master, your disciple has arrived late." Having long grown accustomed to the ethereal communication within the realm of cultivation, both Master Lingxiu